Chapter 1621 Imperial City. The girl swallowed the blood in a daze. Suddenly, he felt a huge vitality flow from his throat. And in an instant it spread all over his limbs, turning into infinite power and flooding his whole body. Crackling. There was a loud sound all over her body. Like fried beans. The inner energy in the body surged towards the Dantian quickly and condensed into a golden elixir in an instant. This is the golden elixir. The girl's eyes were full of shock. If the seniors in the family want to condense the golden elixir, they have to carry out preparation work for half a year. But only a drop of the other party's blood allows them to step into the golden elixir. Feeling the changes in her body, the girl hurriedly kowtowed and knelt down again. Su Qingyan pays homage to master. You are not qualified to call me master. You are just a registered disciple, Yang Mucheng said lightly. Regarding the changes in the opponent's body, Yang Mucheng seemed very indifferent. This is the blood condensed under the completion of his 5 elements spirit body. And every drop contains powerful vitality. It is not difficult for a drop of it to help people condense the golden elixir. If he waits until his 5 elements spiritual body reaches perfection, a drop of blood will be enough for people to form a nascent soul, saving them hundreds of years of hard work. Listening to Yang Mucheng's words, Su Qingyan's eyes flashed with gloom. But immediately, infinite hope ignited in his heart. The young man in front of him had more strength than he imagined. A drop of blood could possess such power. Let's go! Take me out of this forest! Yang Mucheng spoke up. Only then did Su Qingyan know that Yang Mucheng had crossed the entire dark iron forest, and all the monsters in this forest were killed by him. Su Qingyan was shocked. She originally thought that Yang Mucheng might have spiritual cultivation. But now it seems that the level Yang Mucheng has reached is simply beyond her imagination. As for Yang Mucheng, he also knows something about this star. This star is in a period of spiritual energy tide, and the concentration of spiritual energy is constantly decreasing. This star is in a remote area and has not much contact with the stars outside. I see. This star is just like the one in Kyushu, but the concentration of spiritual energy is higher than that in Kyushu. In addition, it is in a remote area, and the wanted people of the 7 tribes will not come here so quickly. I can feel a lot more at ease. Got it! Yang Mucheng nodded. No matter how terrifying the power of the 7 clans is, it is impossible for them to spread all their tentacles across the starry sky in a short period of time. But for Yang Mucheng, it was much easier. He only needs to recover all his cultivation and reach the cave heaven realm when he comes to the star under the orders of the 7 clans. By then, the entire star will be as high as the sky, allowing birds to fly, and the sea to be as wide as fishes. As for Yang Mucheng, the new registered disciple, it is somewhat interesting. She is the eldest lady of the Su family. She was once a very talented girl, but an accidental practice caused damage to her Dantian. From then on, her cultivation level declined instead of advancing. Originally, the Su family, as a big family in the Gale country, was living in peace. But in recent years, the Su family has also been on a decline, and its strength is not as good as before. Therefore, the Su family considered marrying off Su Qingyan. Although Su Qingyan had many suitors in Dafeng Kingdom, these people could not attract Su Qingyan's attention at all. Moreover, she did not want to become a victim of family interests. So she wanted to come to the Dark Iron Forest to practice cultivation, improve her strength, or regain her original talent. But she did not want to meet Yang Mucheng here. But for Yang Mucheng, these Su Qingyan's problems are minor problems. As long as he recovers his strength and feeds Su Qingyan with blood, it will be enough to repair the opponent's Dantian. Thinking of this, he asked, "Where is the nearest town from here? It's best to buy some heavenly and earthly treasures conveniently." The nearest town? Su Qingyan was stunned and quickly said, "The Imperial City of Gale Kingdom. Our Su family is in the Imperial City. Moreover, there is the largest shop of Tianlingdibao in the Imperial City. This is the biggest place in Gale country. Master, we can go there." Oh! Yang Mucheng's eyes lit up. Since it is an Imperial City, its prosperity will definitely be much better than those in remote villages. Maybe he could buy some valuable spiritual herbs. Even if he didn't, the quantity would be enough, which would allow him to increase the vitality of the blue dragon's body and help him recover from his injuries as soon as possible. Once the injury recovers, he can continue practicing. Okay, let's go to the Imperial City, Yang Mucheng said. Keep going. In just 3 or 2 days, they arrived at the Imperial City. Master, What heavenly and earthly treasures do you plan to buy? Su Qingyan asked. I know a few herbal shops. You just need to tell me your name, and I will find them for you. You will never be able to find the treasure of heaven and earth that I want. Yang Mucheng said with a smile. In short, no matter what. It's just a treasure of heaven, spirit or earth. I want it. What he wants is not a certain kind, or several kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures. What he needs is the powerful vitality contained in the treasures of heaven and earth. These vitalities can replenish his green dragon body and restore this 5-element spirit body to its peak. Once the vitality is restored, there will be enough vitality for him to completely recover without the need for treatment. Su Qingyan was stunned. You must know that the essence of heaven and earth is precious but not much. Every heavenly and earthly treasure contains impurities. The greater the quantity, the greater the amount of impurities, which will be bad for the body. However, she did not dare to refute. What kind of person is Yang Mucheng? A drop of blood is enough to push her to the level of gene and cultivation. Since he said this, he naturally has a reason. If you want to say that there are the most types and quantities of heavenly and earthly treasures, there are only a few herbal shops in the imperial city that can satisfy you. Su Qingyan pondered for a moment, and then said, Master, come with me. Su Qingyan grew up in this imperial city, so she is naturally very familiar with it. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the door of a huge drugstore. By Kaetang, the largest store of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures in the entire imperial city. Here, you can have as many heavenly spirits and earthly treasures as you want. Of course, it is also the store with the largest number of treasures in the entire imperial city. Su Qingyan introduced. It's time to go back to the days of buying heavenly and earthly treasures all over the world. Yang Mucheng smiled. He remembered that when he was in Kyushu, he first entered the demonic path, and he also bought a lot of heavenly and earthly treasures in the demonic path. During that period, he almost wiped out all the spiritual treasures in the demonic path. Originally, he thought that this experience would never happen again after his cultivation reached half-step to heaven. But I didn't expect that it would start again now. I wonder how many heavenly and earthly treasures this shop can have. Yang Mucheng walked in. Chapter 1622 Wild Man. The two walked into Baichao Hall. Really, inside the shop, there was a bright atmosphere, and people had already come up to ask them what they were going to buy. Call your steward over here. After all, Su Qingyan is the eldest lady of the Su family, and she still has a certain magnanimity. Moreover, it was Yang Mucheng's business to buy Tianlingdi Bao, and she did not dare to neglect it. The eldest lady of the Su family. The attendant was slightly startled. Being able to build the largest shop in a place like the imperial city, where good and bad people are mixed, naturally would not do anything like that, let alone Su Qingyan, who spoke. The other party quickly turned to the backstage and went to find the steward. As soon as Yang Mucheng sat down, he heard a rush of footsteps and saw an old man with a white beard and a bright head walking out from the background. Miss Su, do you have anything to do with me? When the old man saw Su Qingyan, his face was full of questions. It's not me. It's my master. Su Qingyan quickly signaled with her eyes. At the same time, she introduced Yang Mucheng. Master, this is the chief steward of Baichao Hall, Wan. Only then did Wan react. Yang Mucheng was sitting, and Su Qingyan was standing. Even more respectfully. Especially Su Qingyan's words of master made the other party stunned, with a face full of astonishment. Because Yang Mucheng looked a few years older than Su Qingyan, but he was called master by the other party. This made him suspicious. Before he could speak, Yang Mucheng had already put down the fragrant tea in his hand and said, I came to buy Kaetang this time, and wanted to buy some heavenly and earthly treasures. Some? Wan's eyes widened. He immediately waved his hand, summoned a few guys, and said, You guys, hurry up and get pens and ink. If this little brother needs any herbs, you can take notes and write them down. Don't forget it. Yang Mucheng waved his hand and looked at everyone's confused expressions and said, I am here this time to buy all the heavenly spirits and earthly treasures in Kaetang. Little brother, are you kidding us? Wan was stunned. Not only him, but also the guys who came over had their eyes widened and couldn't believe their ears. Does my master seem to be joking with you again? Su Qingyan raised her eyebrows. Miss Su, this little brother, there are countless heavenly and earthly treasures in Baichao Hall. 18 Earth-level spiritual treasures in total. 368 mysterious level spiritual treasures. 7,950 yellow level spiritual treasures. There are more than 100,000 pieces of spiritual treasures. One said eloquently. Even the names of each earth level spiritual treasure were reported one by one. Every time he said something, Su Qingyan's face turned uglier. Although the Su family has a strong family fortune, these heavenly and earthly treasures are not within the reach of ordinary people. Even if the entire Su family goes bankrupt, they may not be able to buy the Baikayatang. Originally, she planned to repay Yang Mucheng by buying the Baikayatang for Yang Mucheng. But after knowing the family background of the Baikayatang, she realized that what she thought was too simple. Thinking of this, she looked at Yang Mucheng with a wry smile. Master! Just when she was about to speak and tell Yang Mucheng that she could only buy part of the heavenly spirit and earthly treasures, she saw Yang Mucheng's indifferent expression. So what? Boom! Yang Mucheng's faint words immediately shocked Wan's heart. He could tell Yang Mucheng was not pretending to be calm, but he really felt that these spiritual treasures were not very good at all, and could not catch his eye at all. There wasn't even a single heaven-level spiritual treasure. If his 5-element spiritual body hadn't been damaged now, these spiritual treasures would have been delivered to him in 8 sedans, and he wouldn't have opened his eyes to take a look. I have nothing else but a heaven-level weapon. How about using this weapon to buy your Baikayatang? Yang Mucheng grabbed his right hand, grabbed a long sword from the dragon pattern space, and threw it away casually. Just listen to the sound of clang. The long sword pierced the ground, and the hard stone slabs were like tofu under the long sword, and it penetrated easily. Wan's eyes almost popped out when he saw this scene. Wan stared at the sword. After being stunned for a moment, he smiled bitterly and said, Little brother, I'm just in charge. I can't make the decision in this matter. I am currently planning to live in the Su family. I will give you 3 days to complete this matter for me. Finished, Yang Mucheng stood up and walked out. He didn't take the heavenly sword either. To others, this heavenly sword was of extraordinary value. But to him, it was not worth mentioning. Moreover, Yang Mucheng is not afraid that the other party will dare to play tricks on him. Baikayatang seemed unoffended by the Su family. But in front of him, he was just a slightly larger ant. If Baikayatang dares to default on its debt, then from now on, Baikayatang will be permanently removed from Dolphin Country. Boss, isn't this a dream? The waiter stared blankly at Yang Mucheng as he left, and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Heavenly weapons. You know, this heaven-level weapon is enough to buy several Baichao halls. Ordinary people will definitely be cautious. But this young man didn't even sign any agreement. He just said it casually and turned around and left. Boss, this is a good opportunity. A clever guy rolled his eyes and immediately said, That kid just dropped the sword and left. I don't think he is a respectable person. Why don't we ignore his sword? Sword. Anyway, he doesn't have many witnesses, so let's refuse to admit it. Idiot. Wan glanced at the waiter and cursed. You can think of this. Don't others think of it. He put the weapons here and left without any proof. This proves that he is not afraid of us defaulting on our debts. You should go and find out the identity of this young man. I will inform the main hall master about this first. On the other hand, Su Qingyan led Yang Mucheng into the Su family. Although, Su Qingyan was also confused as to why Yang Mucheng took out a heavenly weapon so carelessly. But she did not dare to question it. In short, she could just do what Yang Mucheng did. As for the place to stay, it was naturally Su Qingyan's boudoir. If Su Qingyan was still the talented girl she once was, Yang Mucheng would naturally receive preferential treatment when she came to the Su family. But now, Su Qingyan herself is already in danger. So how can she still care about Yang Mucheng? Su Qingyan, get out of here. I heard that you brought a wild man back and let him live in your boudoir. At this time, a burst of yelling and cursing came from outside. This made Yang Mucheng, who was about to close his eyes and rest, frown. The wild man the other party calls is undoubtedly him. After taking a look at Su Qingyan, Yang Mucheng said, Go out and have a look. Chapter 1623 Abandoned. Su Tianyu is in a good mood recently. Now, he is almost ready to become the next generation successor of the Su family. Among the younger generation of the Su family, no one can compete with him anymore. Su Qingyan, who once had the greatest competitiveness, also had problems with her dantian and was unable to practice. Since then, her status in the family has plummeted. But Su Tianyu was still a little worried. After all, his sister was a rare genius in Gale Country for a century. He was very worried that Su Qingyan would find some way to restore her dantian. As long as Su Qingyan gets married and completely leaves the Su family, there will be no mistakes in his status as the heir. But, when he came back today, he just heard two servants talking about Su Qingyan, who had never shown any color towards men. But she actually brought a young man back. How could Su Tianyu endure this? If Su Qingyan's virginity was taken away, which big family would want this imperfect Su Qingyan again? So, he hurried over. Squeak. There was a sound of pushing the door open. And then Su Qingyan and Yang Mucheng were seen walking out. Su Qingyan! I didn't believe it at first. I didn't expect you to be so shameless and bring a wild man into your home. Seeing Yang Mucheng, Su Tianyu's eyes flashed with anger. Where did this wild man come from? Get out of the Su family. If you don't want to suffer, just get out of here. As soon as Su Tianyu finished speaking, the losers behind him started shouting one by one. Su Qingyan frowned slightly. She didn't expect that the other party's information was so well informed. As soon as she and Yang Mucheng entered Su's house, the other party had already come to the door. If it were before, Su Qingyan would have been helpless. But now with Yang Mucheng's support, and she has also reached the level of Jindan cultivation, she doesn't have to be afraid of the other party at all. Then he snorted coldly. Su Tianyu, don't be rude. He is my master. So don't be rude. Master? Su Tianyu was stunned and looked at Yang Mucheng suspiciously. What could this young man, not much older than him, teach? He waved his right hand and said coldly, Come here. Beat this boy out of the Su family with a stick. If he dares to resist, kill him on the spot. Su Tianyu stood in the crowd, holding the moon and the stars, looking aloof. He looked at Yang Mucheng as if he was a plaything in his hand. With his current status, killing a few people at random is not a big deal. And with his order, those henchmen would naturally not hold anything back. Immediately, he walked directly towards Yang Mucheng. Presumptuous! Su Qingyan shouted loudly. She didn't expect that Su Tianyu would dare to take action against Yang Mucheng in this situation. Immediately, she clasped her right hand and quickly moved forward. Su Qingyan was not bad at first, but now she has reached the golden core level. How could she be compared to these ordinary servants? Boom! 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 Immediately, these servants screamed and flew out on the spot. When Su Tianyu looked over, a chill suddenly flashed in his eyes. These servants were all his confidants. And now they were beaten by Su Qingyan and had their arms and legs broken. How could he bear this? Su Qingyan! You bitch! It seems that you are giving face. And you are shameless. Since you are willing to hang out with this wild man, I will destroy your cultivation first, and then kill him. Even if the head of the family knows about it, I will definitely you won't blame me for anything. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a fierce step forward, forcing himself in front of Su Qingyan, and at the same time punched Su Qingyan hard. The moment this punch was thrown, a shocking tiger roar resounded throughout the world. Immediately afterwards, a ferocious tiger could be seen in the sky, taking shape in an instant, and then pounced on Su Qingyan. Dragon Tiger Fighting Sky Fist! The young master took out all this punch. What? Su Qingyan also used this punch? Ha ha. You are really asking for trouble. The second tiger roar resounded in the void, immediately making everyone stunned. A huge tiger also appeared above Su Qingyan. Then after the tiger formed, it struck hard at Su Tianyu's attack. Ha ha. You are just looking for death. Seeing Su Qingyan's moves, Su Tianyu couldn't help showing a hint of ridicule. To know, for the same moves, the competition is about whose cultivation level is higher and whose body is stronger. He himself was a cultivator of Jindan, but Su Qingyan was only a cultivator of Xinhai. Boom! In the shocked eyes of everyone, the dragon tiger fighting fists of both sides collided fiercely. Suddenly, a shocking wind pressure swept out in all directions. Wow! Under the unbelievable gazes of everyone, Su Tianyu spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body trembled suddenly. Under the shocking gazes, he was like a SHL being fired, and he was violently bombarded and flew away on the spot. He went out and hit the ground hard. Su Qingyan, on the other hand, stood still, motionless. It was a crushing situation between the two sides. Did I read that correctly? Su Qingyan actually punched the young master away. Among all the exclamations, the one who was most shocked was Su Qingyan herself. She clearly knew the strength gap between herself and Su Tianyu. In the past, He would never have been able to deal with Su Tianyu like this. But now, he has completely crushed him. He glanced gratefully at Yang Mucheng, who was standing behind him. Su Qingyan knew that the reason why she could reach this level was all because of Yang Mucheng's blood. You bitch! Su Tianyu was shocked. But when he thought about his previous defeat, he actually defeated him with a punch in front of everyone. How could he endure this? Roar! With a roar, Su Tianyu quickly rose into the sky and grabbed Su Qingyan fiercely. At this moment, his 5 fingers were like hooks, grabbing directly at Su Qingyan's dantian. Obviously, he wanted to completely smash Su Qingyan's dantian with this blow. Snort! Yang Mucheng saw his ruthless attack. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he flicked his right hand. Call. A fingerprint hit Yang Mucheng and Su Tianyu's fist with a whistling sound. Yang Mucheng's attack was so terrifying. With a bang, Su Tianyu's right fist was shattered on the spot. Ah! My hand? The severe pain of his right hand being shattered immediately made Su Tianyu scream. At the same time, inexplicable fear struck his heart like thunder. With a simple snap of his fingers, his fist exploded. Su Tianyu finally understood that Yang Mucheng was Su Qingyan's master, and was not someone he could provoke. As the saying goes, beating a dog depends on its master. You crippled my disciple's right hand and made him a cripple. Isn't it too cruel? At this time, a cold voice came from the side, and a burly middle-aged man was seen walking slowly from the backyard. Chapter 1624 cut off his right hand. Master, save me! Su Tianyu, who was originally pale, saw the middle-aged man's appearance and screamed like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw. When the middle-aged man saw Su Tianyu's injuries, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. To know, Su Tianyu is a strong person in the golden elixir. The opponent smashed Su Tianyu's right hand in an understatement. His strength is definitely not too bad. And who are you? Yang Mucheng asked. Wei Fu again, the middle-aged man said. The second elder of the Qilin sect of the Gale Kingdom. Who are you? You have no right to know my identity, Yang Mucheng said lightly. A second elder from a sect in the Gale country is also qualified to question him. The power of this sect was many times inferior to that of the former Jiuzhou 10,000 Dao sword sect. In his eyes, it was just like a small ant nest. Yang Mucheng glanced at Wei Fuqing and said, From today on, Su Qingyan is my registered disciple. Anyone who dares to bully her is against me. Get out! Boom! Yang Mucheng's words immediately made Wei Fu tremble, and his eyes widened in disbelief. I have seen arrogant people, but I have never seen such arrogant people. In the Gale Kingdom, even the current emperor has to give their Qilin sect 3 points. Their Qilin sect is the largest sect in the Gale Kingdom. Once your identity is revealed, countless people will be respectful. But you don't even have the right to know this kid's identity? Boy, arrogance costs money. I have seen countless people who talk big words, but in the end, they have no ability to match them. If you can catch my move, I will retreat, Wei Fu said. Take action. Yang Mucheng shook his head. When Wei Fu saw this, a trace of humiliation flashed on his face. He announced his identity and showed his strength and position. But this boy still didn't give him any face. The look on his face now was as if he had humiliated him by fighting with him. No matter what, he was a powerful nascent soul man. But to be looked down upon like this was something he couldn't bear. Drink! He drank in a deep voice. In an instant, Wei Fu burst out with all his strength. His power was many times stronger than Su Tianyu's. A hurricane swept out on the spot, and the terrifying power shattered the surrounding earth. The people around him were so frightened under this hurricane that they almost couldn't stand upright. When this power reached its extreme, he slashed with both hands. Suddenly, as if his nascent soul realm cultivation had found an outlet, he turned into a 3-inch golden sword and slashed towards Yang Mucheng crazily. Chong! At this moment, there was a tearing sound in the void, and the roaring sound was about to tear the eardrums into pieces. But when I looked at Yang Mucheng again, I saw him standing there, loose and showing no intention of resisting. This kid is simply looking for death. Seeing Yang Mucheng's posture, Su Tianyu's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Wei Fu's move is called the Hidden Gold Sword, which mainly refers to the word hidden. The final burst of power is the most terrifying. Once hit, even the powerful nascent soul will be seriously injured. Boom! In the shocked eyes of everyone, the moment the hidden gold sword struck Yang Mucheng, it was like a volcano erupting. The originally 3-inch golden sword suddenly grew to hundreds of feet, and it fell down like the beginning of the world. At this moment, Everyone present felt their scalps go numb. Although Wei Fu's sword was not aimed at everyone, each of them could feel the terrifying power contained in this sword. But when faced with this knife, Yang Mucheng made an astonishing move. I saw his right hand facing forward and slowly grabbing it. Court death! Wei Fu's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. When his sword power is fully unleashed, the power achieved will be dozens of times greater than the original. If you pick it up empty-handed, what else could it be if you are not seeking death? This knife will cut your whole body in half, like a knife cutting tofu. Master! Su Qingyan cried out. Although Su Qingyan had great confidence in Yang Mucheng, but this was a full blow from Wei Fu. A full blow from a nascent soul powerhouse. This is not a small fight like theirs at all. However, at this moment, everyone was stunned. I saw Yang Mucheng's white jade-like 5 fingers, easily grasping the golden knife that could cut everything in his hand. The sharp blade did not even cut his skin. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Yang Mucheng suddenly clenched his right hand, and the golden sword disappeared under his palm like a bubble. This is impossible! Looking at this scene, Wei Fu's heart trembled, and he took a few steps back. He looked at Yang Mucheng. His complexion turned from green to white, from white to purple, and finally couldn't help but sigh. It's me who can't see Taishan! Since Su Qingyan is your disciple, if Su Tianyu offends her, it can only be regarded as his own fault. Farewell! Wei Fu wanted to run away. He struck down with all his strength, and Yang Mucheng easily caught it with one hand. Even the leader of the Qilin sect cannot achieve this level of strength. Doesn't it mean that this young man is even stronger than the leader of the Qilin sect? Who is this kid? And why did Su Qingyan find such a powerful master? Do you want to leave like this? Yang Mucheng said lightly. What do you want? Wei Fu was stunned. Yang Mucheng looked at Wei Fu. Which hand you used to attack earlier will be cut off with whichever hand you used. Otherwise, I will go to Qilin Gate myself. Cut off your arm. Wei Fu was shocked. He glanced at Yang Mucheng, with a trace of resentment flashing in his eyes. But he was not qualified to bargain at all. Yang Mucheng casually grabbed it and smashed his attack. This kind of strength was far beyond his imagination. Gritting his teeth, he raised his left hand and slashed it down. There was just a click sound, and his right hand was interrupted. I, the Qilin sect, have recorded today's events. I don't know your name yet, and I wonder if you dare to state it. Holding back the pain of his broken arm, Wei Fu looked at Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng chuckled and said, Go ahead. But you have to think about it, or I will destroy the entire Qilin sect. As for my name, you are not qualified to know it. Those who are afraid of me like to call me Yang Lao Mo. Old Demon Yang? Wei Fu took a deep look at Yang Mucheng, with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. I hope that when I, the leader of the Qilin sect, come 3 days later, you can still be so calm and confident. Farewell. Wei Fu snorted coldly, turned into a ray of light, and soared into the sky, and disappeared in the Su family in an instant. Su Tianyu, who had lost his support, froze on the spot. His face suddenly turned pale. Chapter 1625 National Preceptor. The news that Fu Wei broke off his arm and escaped soon spread throughout the Su family. For a time, some of the disciples who had offended Su Qingyan began to feel in danger. This eldest lady originally had a character that was determined to retaliate against evil. But now she has found her talent. Her strength has reached the level of Jindan cultivation, and she has returned to the core of the family in one fell swoop. That night, the head of the Su family called Su Qingyan over. Qinghan, what is the origin of this old demon Yang? Su Donglai, the head of the Su family, asked straight to the point. My daughter doesn't know that I met him when I was fighting the Iron-Winged Eagle King in the Dark Iron Forest. The Iron-Winged Eagle King's cultivation reached the Golden Elixir realm and crushed the trees in all directions. My daughter doesn't know why. Why did the Iron-Winged Eagle King suddenly give up on chasing me and turn to attack the opponent? But my daughter could see clearly that Master killed the Iron-Winged Eagle King with just a snap of his fingers. Su Qingyan said. Su Donglai pondered for a moment and guessed. Monsters are the most inspired by danger. Perhaps, for the Iron-Winged Eagle King, old Demon Yang is more powerful. Isn't your Dantian broken? Why did you suddenly reach the Golden Elixir cultivation level? After thinking about it, Su Donglai asked again. Then old Demon Yang accepted you as his disciple. Did he heal you? And did he teach you anything? Martial arts? Su Qingyan condensed for a moment, shook her head and said, Not at all. However, when I became my disciple, I drank a drop of his blood. After that drop of blood entered my abdomen, my cultivation level reached the golden elixir realm. At the same time, the dantian in my body also repaired itself. Call. Hearing these words, Su Donglai couldn't help but take a breath of air again. A drop of blood can repair Su Qingyan's dantian. You know, in order to cure Su Qingyan's dantian and regain her talent, Su Donglai did not know how much hard work wasted. But in the end, he was unable to achieve it. Could it be that this person's blood really has the effect of flesh and bones to heal the dead? Su Donglai was shocked. This was not a random guess on his part. Now that Yang Muqing's 5 elements spiritual body was damaged, he could only barely let Su Qingyan reach the early stage of the golden elixir. As for the recovery of her dantian, that was just incidental. If the 5 elements spirit body was not injured, it would be possible for Su Qingyan to reach nascent soul in one fell swoop. What else has this old demon Yang done? Su Donglai continued to ask. He bought the entire Baichao Hall. As for the cost, it was a heaven-level weapon. However, the people from Baichao Hall did not give a reply. Master limited Baichao Hall to give a reply within 3 days. Su Qingyan also told what happened in Baikayatang. At this time, Su Donglai was shocked and speechless. Whether it is killing the golden elixir demon with one finger, casually grabbing the nascent soul with a powerful sword, or letting a drop of blood break through the golden elixir and restore the dantian, or casually taking out a heaven-level weapon and buying Baikayatang. Any one of these things is enough to shock people, and it is enough to cause huge waves in Gale country. But now, these things actually happen to a person. How is this not shocking? If Su Qingyan hadn't said it herself, Su Donglai would have thought it was just rumors. Have you told anyone else about this? Su Donglai suddenly thought of something and asked quickly. Su Qingyan shook her head and said, Not yet. Su Donglai calmed down for a moment, and then said, You must remember to keep this matter secret and not mention it to others. Su Tianyu lost an arm because of you, and he will never let it go. All along, it's they are doing things in the Su family, making the Su family's strength worse and worse. They regard you as a thorn in their side. Su Qingyan was stunned when she heard this, and then she realized what she was saying. With Yang Muqing's strength, it would be difficult to find an opponent in the entire Gale Kingdom, let alone in the Imperial City. If Su Tianyu dared to cause trouble for Yang Muqing regardless of life and death, what kind of outcome would this be? At the same time, in another brightly lit attic of the Su family, what? The great elder Su Zhenxian took action. At the same time, a killing intent swept out. In an instant, a figure in the attic knelt down in panic. What a good old demon Yang. He actually dared to support Su Qingyan and even disabled one of my son's hands. If I can swallow this breath, I will no longer be a son of man. Great elder, calm down. Someone shouted quickly from the side. The old demon Yang was so powerful that even Wei Fu was no match. He forced Wei Fu to cut off his right hand before he could escape. With his strength, if he went on a killing spree, I'm afraid no one in the Su family could. Stop him! Hear the words. A hint of chill flashed in Su Jingxuan's eyes, and he said coldly, No one in the Su family can deal with old Mo Yang, but there is someone in the Imperial Palace. Boom! After hearing Su Jingxuan's words, everyone couldn't help but have a figure appear in their minds. The other party was a powerful figure in the entire Gale Kingdom, and even the Emperor had to respectfully call him the Supreme Immortal. There have been countless people who disobeyed each other, but were killed by him. So much so that now, that person's status in the country even vaguely surpasses that of the Emperor. The Su family was originally the largest family in the Imperial City, but it was the other party's suppression that caused them to continue to sink. Is it possible? Dad, are you planning to hand that over to the Imperial Master? Su Tianyu couldn't help being surprised to know. The Su family was once one of the most powerful families on the planet. Their family also kept a bracelet that looked like a dragon. This bracelet is the most precious treasure of their Su family. But because of the passage of time, no one can control this bracelet anymore. At the beginning, the National Master of Gale Kingdom also took a fancy to this bracelet. It's just that as the Su family is a big family in Dafeng's country, he can't take advantage of it. So he can only use external pressure to force the Su family to hand over the treasure. That's right. Su Zhenxian nodded and said, Anyway, the Imperial Master has wanted this bracelet for a long time. It was just that idiot Su Donglai who was unwilling, which angered the Imperial Master and made our Su family worse than ever. Now I will if you give this bracelet to him and let him kill old Demon Yang. He will definitely not refuse. And if I eliminate Su Qingyan and his daughter, as long as they die, I can take advantage of the situation and get the position of the Su family. It's a matter of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. When Su Tianyu heard this, a trace of ecstasy flashed in his eyes, and he said sharply, "Father, that bitch Su Qingyan spared her life. She crippled my right hand. I want her to know what life is worse than death. The injury is too serious." Now, in Su Qingyan's boudoir, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is the only time he has had a comprehensive physical examination so far. But after the examination, he found that the injury was several times more serious than he thought. Chapter 1626 Stealing Weapons. Tuoba Patriarch is a strong man in the 1 Yuan realm. Although the punch hit Yang Mucheng's body with only 1,000th of the force, it was not something that Xiao Cheng's 5 elements spirit body could withstand. It can be seen today. The internal organs of the entire body have been displaced, and even the limbs and bones are broken apart like a sharp knife cutting through tangled knots. If it were anyone else who suffered such serious injuries, he would probably have died long ago. But Yang Mucheng can still be alive and kicking here, even under the powerful vitality of the green dragon body of the 5 elements spirit body. The body is still recovering at an extremely slow speed. Although I had killed many monsters in the dark iron forest before, the level of those monsters was too low, and the energy and blood they absorbed was simply not enough to fill this bottomless pit. By the way, what tasks did the system give you? The moment I was hit by Ancestor Tuoba, the system gave me a reminder about the mission, but I still haven't had a chance to check it. A thought flashed through his mind. Yang Mucheng showed a wry smile and couldn't help but said that it was true. The task given by the system was none other than to kill the 7 tribes. Fong Baiyu, don't worry. I will definitely kill the 7 tribes and avenge you. Anyone who dares to stand on the same front as the 7 tribes, I will not let go. I will let that day. The fire of war burns across the starry sky, and the blood washes away the infinite stars. Speaking of Fong Baiyu, Yang Mucheng naturally remembered that the other party had given him the seeds of the 9th grade Qinglian Terrace and the divine seal before he died. Yang Mucheng had inspected the seeds of the 9th grade Qinglian Terrace with his spiritual thoughts. It is just equivalent to the inheritance of power. If you want this seed to bloom and germinate, and grow into a 9th grade green lotus platform, or even surpass the 9th grade, you need your own power to nourish it. As for the divine seal, Yang Mucheng hasn't had time to get familiar with it yet. After injecting his divine thoughts into the divine seal, it was not until a moment later that he understood why Fong Baiyu said that this divine seal was the most important item in the inheritance of the Shinzong. This divine seal is equivalent to a key. It is equivalent to a voucher. The gate of the God realm is equivalent to a city. Without the divine seal, no matter how strong your cultivation is, you will not be able to enter it. Feeling this divine seal, Yang Mucheng also discovered that there was a slight connection among them. This trace of connection has a trace of connection with some kind of existence. But when Yang Mucheng used his spiritual mind to probe in again, he found that the trace of connection suddenly disappeared again. It seems that this divine seal is not as simple as I imagined. It's a pity that Fong Baiyu died and he didn't explain much. Yang Mucheng sighed helplessly, with a trace of killing intent in his eyes. For the 7 tribes, what Yang Mucheng hates even more is the Tuoba clan. The other tribes are just for profit. But the Tuoba clan betrayed and killed their master, which was an unforgivable thing. But no matter how much they hate each other, the strength gap between the 2 sides is still too big. Not to mention the 7 clans. Even any clan is not something Yang Mucheng can fight against. Therefore, the top priority is to recover from injuries, and then improve his cultivation. 3 days passed by. After moving into the Su family, Yang Mucheng stayed at home. In addition to healing her injuries, she also provided guidance on Su Qingyan's cultivation. With his cultivation level of half-step to the cave world, wouldn't it be more than enough to guide a warrior in the golden elixir realm? Even an understatement is enough to benefit Su Qingyan for the rest of her life. The 3rd day, Yang Mucheng sat on the spiritual herbs presented by the Su family. Breathing slowly, he opened his mouth, and countless spiritual herbs rose up into endless white mist, and turned into violent airflow visible to the naked eye, and penetrated into Yang Mucheng's mouth. Many spiritual herbs turned into pure energy in just 3 breaths and integrated into Yang Mucheng's body. Su Qingyan could hardly believe the scene. To know, ordinary warriors get a heavenly spirit and earthly treasure and want to absorb it, but they don't know how many processes they have to go through. Purifying, quenching, squeezing, and refining into elixirs. In the end, This heavenly spirit and earthly treasure can only absorb 30% to 40% of the power at most. It wasn't until the last trace of white mist was swallowed by Yang Machung that he opened his eyes. Too little? These spiritual herbs can't repair even a small branch, let alone a single meridian. However, today is the third day. I believe Baichao Hall will send the spiritual herbs. All the spiritual herbs in Baichao Hall, plus my previous efforts, should be able to restore one of my meridians. The human body has a total of 12 normal meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians. In addition, there are 33 hidden veins. These meridians run through the limbs and bones, just like rivers crossing the continent. Of course, in addition to this, there are also small veins, which lead to various nerves and skin, which are equivalent to streams. Thinking of this, Yang Machung raised his head and glanced at the shocked Su Qingyan, and said, "The dragon subduing tiger fist that you practiced earlier is famous for its strength. But when you perform it with your hands, it completely loses the strength. Instead, it becomes more feminine." "Master, I am a girl," Su Qingyan said with a bitter smile. "What about the daughter's body? It's just that the physical strength is slightly weaker. But the physical strength is slightly weaker. You can use your inner strength to make up for it. Convergence and gather the inner strength, and finally explode. The power in an instant will increase several times, or even dozens of times." Yang Machung twisted his right hand, picked up a leaf, and flicked it. "Call out." A black shadow shot out, like lightning, passing by Su Qingyan's face, and finally hit the force measuring stone a dozen steps away. Boom! This force measuring stone, which could withstand nascent soul's full blow, was directly penetrated by a hole the size of a bowl. Along the hole, countless dense cracks spread crazily, and finally turned into a pile of rubble with a crunching sound. "This is..." Su Qingyan took a breath of air. "This is absolutely terrible. Master, you can easily kill the powerful nascent soul with just one finger." "Nascent soul?" Yang Machung smiled and said nothing. The nascent soul he killed was like a prince crossing the river. If he were at his peak, this finger could kill a half-step cave expert. Even if he is seriously injured at this time, this finger can still kill Tian Sheng. Su Qingyan looked at Yang Machung's smile and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She couldn't help but think, "Master, who exactly are you? In the nascent soul realm, you are already the leading existence in our Gale Kingdom. But in your eyes, you are still not enough. Could it be that your cultivation has reached the realm of divine mind?" At this time, a servant hurriedly came to report. "Master Yang, the ones from Baichao Hall are here." "Oh!" Yang Machung was overjoyed. After waiting for 3 days, Bai Keatang finally delivered the spiritual herbs. However, before Yang Machung had time to speak, the servant spoke again. "Master Yang, Bai Keatang said that you stole their heaven-level weapons." Chapter 1627, A Show of Force? The servant's faint words immediately made Yang Machung's face darken. He has figured it out. Bai Keatang wanted to steal his heaven-level weapons, and at the same time, he also wanted to defeat him. "Master, Su Qingyan's face turned pale, and she realized what was going on. At this moment, she felt even more guilty, because she was the one who led Yang Machung to Baichao Hall. "You are you. Bai Keatang is Bai Keatang. I can tell the difference clearly," Yang Machung said lightly. "Master, don't worry. I will definitely persuade my father to let the Su family put pressure on Bai Keatang, and let them return the heaven-level weapons to you." Su Qingyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The longer she stayed with Yang Machung, the more she felt knowing how terrifying Yang Machung is. If Yang Machung puts this debt on their Su family, I am afraid that the Su family will disappear completely with just a stamp of their feet. Heavenly weapons are nothing. They are just a pair of scrap metal in front of me. But I underestimated Bai Keatang's greed, and actually dared to play tricks in front of me. Yang Machung sneered, raised his hands, and strode towards the Su family's main hall. For Yang Machung, the heavenly spirit and earthly treasures of Bai Keatang alone were not enough to fill the gap between his teeth. After all, the other party is a native of this star, and he wants to use the other party's connections to collect more heavenly and earthly treasures for himself in the shortest possible time. But, unexpectedly, Bai Keatang actually dared to beat him up. Su Family Hall. At this moment, the hall was already filled with people. Except for the people from the Su family. Most of them are from Bai Keatang. Even the 3 palace masters of Baichao Hall rushed here. "This Yang Machung is really too courageous. He stole Bai Keatang's heaven-level weapons. And he actually dared to hide in our Su family. Don't worry. 3 hall masters. I will definitely send Yang Machung to you tied up. The great elder Su Jingxian patted his chest and said, Thank you, great elder. Our Baikatang owes you a favor to the Su family. An old man wearing dark green robe said with a smile. The person who spoke was none other than the main hall master of Baichao Hall. He is one of the 3 major forces in Gale Kingdom. Not only the imperial city, but hundreds of cities in Gale Kingdom have branches of Baikatang. As the day progresses and the wealth rises, the country becomes richer than the enemy. This is Baikatang. And this palace master not only has absolute wealth, but he is also a powerful spiritual being. It is precisely because of this that no one dares to touch Baichao Hall. I heard that Yang Machung is very powerful. A person from Baichao Hall interrupted. Ha. No matter how strong he is, does he dare to challenge our Baichao Hall? When the time comes, wait for the kid to come and give him a blow, said a young man. I don't believe how crazy this kid is. What kind of power do you want to give that kid? Someone laughed. Let him kneel down and return all the weapons he stole from us. If he doesn't return it, cut off his fingers one by one until he is willing to return them. Someone laughed. This is good. Suddenly, the people in Baichao Hall started to boo. These people all looked at the main hall master. I saw that the master of the main hall closed his eyes and rested after saying those words before. Although the master of the main hall seems to be calm. In fact, his heart is still in turmoil. To know, when one told him that someone was going to use a heaven-level weapon to buy all the heavenly and earthly treasures in Baikatang, he was shocked. Originally, he also planned to exchange things for things. After all, the value of a heaven-level weapon is far higher than that of their Baikatang. But the greed in his heart made him obsessed with it, and he was ready to steal this weapon. Especially when one talked about Yang Machung casually taking out a heaven-level weapon. He was even more shocked. In his opinion, this boy named Yang Machung must have a lot of heaven-level weapons. As long as he can be captured, all the other weapons on his body can be taken away. By then, Baikatang will not only become the largest store in Gale Country, but will even become the largest store on this star. Thinking of this, even with his spiritual cultivation level, he still couldn't keep his mind still at this moment. At this moment, in addition to the hall master's thoughts, Su Jingxian, the eldest elder of the Su family, was also very surprised. From the corner of his eye, he not only looked at Su Donglai. Weird. Logically speaking, Yang Machung is Su Qingyan's master and should be regarded as the most powerful trump card in Su Donglai's lineage. Why did Baikatang come to look for trouble? Why has he not said a word until now? Doesn't he know that once the old devil is eradicated, they will have no backer? Does he have any other trump cards? Thinking of this, Su Jingxian looked at Su Donglai again. But at this moment, Su Donglai looked like he was sitting firmly on the Diaoyu Islands, without even the slightest worry on his face. This look made Su Jingxian more and more confused. But when he thought about it, he snorted coldly and said to himself, I guess you think that old demon Yang can avoid this with his cultivation and strength. But you are totally wrong. Old demon Yang will not be able to escape this disaster today. Just thinking about it, Yang Machung has arrived at this moment. When Yang Machung arrived at the Su family's main hall, he was shocked to find that the entire main hall was already filled with people. In addition to Su Donglai, the head of the Su family, Su Jingxian, the eldest elder, and some Su family members, there were many people he didn't know. Obviously, these people should be from Baikatang. Most of these people are heavily armed and have a menacing attitude. Old demon Yang, how dare you not kneel down? The moment Yang Machung stepped into the hall, someone shouted angrily. The one who spoke was a young man. He had a proud and unruly look on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, many people immediately followed suit and started shouting, Old demon Yang, kneel down. Bring out the things you stole from our Baichao Hall. Otherwise, we will never spare you. At this time, the main hall master, who had been concentrating with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Yang Machung, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Yang Machung was so young. Could it be that he is a child of a big family? Humph. Whoever he is, kill him, take his treasure, and then clean up the aftermath so that no one will find out about me. Thinking of this, the hall sneered. He was about to speak when he saw an incredible scene. Laugh. Amidst the shouts and curses of the crowd, Yang Muchung's eyes flashed with murderous intent. and he looked up at the same time. Immediately, everyone saw that a golden light condensed into substance shot directly from his eyes, crackling the air out of thin air. The young man who was the first to yell was struck by this divine thought before he could finish his words. Boom! This surging spiritual thought was like a torrent, beating like crazy. Suddenly, as if he had been hit hard, the young man spat out a mouthful of blood mist. And suddenly he flew backwards. He died before he even fell to the ground. Quiet. The main hall, which was originally bustling with shouts and shouts, suddenly fell into deathly silence at this moment. Chapter 1628, How dare you be so rampant with your little spiritual thoughts? The people in Baikatang only felt their scalps numb when they knew that Yang Mucheng was only 18 or 19 years old. They felt a bit of disdain in their hearts. After all, given Yang Mucheng's age, no matter how strong his strength is, it is still very limited. But who would have known that he had done nothing since he entered the hall? He just glanced at you and was killed on the spot. I don't even give you a chance to take action. How terrible is this? Nowadays, everyone in Baichao Hall, who had been excited before and wanted to show off to Yang Mucheng, was stunned at this moment. Joke. The young man who died had a cultivation level in the middle stage of the Golden Core. If he died in such an unexplained way, who among them would dare to come? It seems that your Baikatang is planning to steal my weapons. Yang Mucheng snorted coldly. I don't even understand what you were saying. It was obviously you who stole the weapons from our Baichao Hall. But we caught you. How did you turn it into our own weapon for you? Moreover, I also discovered that the weapons in Baichao Hall were stolen by us. The armory also looks like it has been looted. Yang Mucheng, I know that you are powerful, and you don't take ordinary people seriously. But I advise you to hand over the weapons as soon as possible, so that I can save you from death. The main hall master opened his eyes. Green light flashed in his eyes. Yang Mucheng sneered. He overlooked one thing. For him, heaven-level weapons are indeed nothing. But for these people, heavenly weapons are enough to be passed down for thousands of generations. The huge benefits are enough to make these people get carried away and desperately just want to get all the heaven-level weapons on Yang Mucheng. What are you talking about? Where is one in charge? Su Qingyan, who followed later, almost flew into a rage when she heard the words of the main hall master of Baichao Hall. She has never seen such a guy who confuses right and wrong and can be so confident. When my master and I entered the Baichao Hall, it was the master who took out the weapons and prepared to buy the entire Baichao Hall's heavenly and earthly treasures. But Manager Huan said he couldn't make the decision. That weapon was obviously mine. Master took it out. Haha. Your master took it out? The master of the main hall glanced at Su Qingyan, smiled and said, Then do you know who made this weapon? Who did it belong to before your master got it? Su Qingyan was stunned. This? Yang Mucheng, who was standing aside, shook his head. After all, Jiang is still very old. How could Su Qingyan be able to fight against an old fox like the other party? She would be dragged into a ditch by others after just a few words. As for Yang Mucheng, he won't choose to argue at all. If there is anything wrong, he will just kill him. But Su Qingyan didn't understand. She looked at the people in Baichao Hall and said quickly, Where's the manager Wan? The master of the hall chuckled and said, Guard Wan was thrown into prison by me for colluding with outsiders. After I catch the thief who stole the weapons from my Baikatang, I will go back and teach that guy a lesson. Su Qingyan couldn't help but be stunned. How did she understand this method of confusing right and wrong? I didn't expect that the people of Baikatang would be so shameless. In order to get Yang Mucheng's weapons, they would even attack their own people without any scruples. Su Qingyan still wanted to say, but was interrupted by the elder Su Zhenxian on the side. Su Qingyan, you don't need to explain anymore. Yang Mucheng's origin is unknown. He is the person you met in the Dark Iron Forest. Do you know what kind of existence he was before the Dark Iron Forest? In my opinion, he just like what the main hall master said. He stole Baikatang's weapons and came to our Su family to take refuge. As soon as Su Zhenxian finished speaking, everyone in his lineage started to agree. That's right. Su Qingyan, you are too inexperienced in the world and can easily be deceived. This old demon Yang is not a good person at all. How old is he? How can he have a heaven-level weapon? Our Su family cannot tolerate such little thieves. Time. Waves of shouts kept ringing out. For a time, Yang Mucheng was embattled on all sides. Some servants of the Su family, who didn't know why, also kept whispering. I'm just telling you. How could a young man just take out a heaven-level weapon? It turned out to be stolen from Baichao Hall. No wonder he was willing to teach the eldest lady how to practice. It turned out that he just wanted to borrow the power of our Su family. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that Baichao Hall would discover him so early, and even come to visit him. People in the entire hall were constantly criticizing Yang Macheng. At this time, he became a being that was criticized by thousands of people. Yang Macheng did not argue, and just stood quietly in the center. In the eyes of everyone, he was speechless and had nothing to say. Su Qingyan, on the other hand, jumped to her feet in a hurry and kept saying, "Master, please say something quickly. Please say something quickly. These weapons were not stolen by you at all. It was Baichao Hall that put the blame on you. What are you talking about?" Yang Macheng smiled lightly and said, "Others come prepared. Even if you tell the truth, you can't tell them apart." The master of the main hall laughed heartily after hearing this. He looked at Yang Macheng and said, "Boy, I advise you not to have any unrealistic ideas. Hand over all the weapons as soon as possible. Maybe if I am in a good mood, I can spare your life. Otherwise, I will die." Boom! As he spoke, the master of the main hall raised his foot and stepped suddenly. Just hearing a roar, the entire Su family hall was shaken in an instant, centered along the soles of his feet. Cracks swept across all directions like lightning. In an instant, the entire hall exploded with a squeak and turned into a pile of ruins under a pair of shocked eyes. Strong spiritual mind. Legend has it that the master of the Baichao Hall is a powerful spiritual being. I didn't expect it to be true. With just such a casual kick, the entire Su family hall was destroyed. This kind of strength is really too powerful. Everyone was shocked and speechless. At the moment, many people cast pity on Yang Macheng. As the saying goes, an ordinary man is not guilty, but he is guilty of having a jade. Now that Baikatang is using both soft and hard tactics, Yang Macheng is desperate. If you hand over your weapons, you still have a way to live. If you don't hand over your weapons, you will die here. For a moment, everyone turned their attention to Yang Macheng, wanting to see how Yang Macheng would respond in this situation. Just as they were looking, they heard Yang Macheng sneer. "How dare your little spirit to be so rampant in front of me? Baichao Hall, you missed an opportunity to rise. And at the same time you have to pay the price for your greed." Yang Macheng raised his eyes and looked over, his eyes falling on the main hall master. Chapter 1629 Jilin Sekyu Jianxiu. Boom! Yang Wuqing's words immediately shocked everyone in the hall. One after another, incredible gazes were directed towards Yang Macheng. They didn't expect that Yang Macheng would be so calm under the threat of a strong spiritual mind. "Is this kid crazy? Did I hear you wrong just now?" he actually said. "Small spiritual mind? Doesn't he even pay attention to the powerful spiritual mind? That's so audacious. There are only 3 powerful spiritual beings in the entire Gale Kingdom, and each of these 3 powerful spiritual beings is the most powerful existence in the party. He doesn't even take spiritual thinking in his eyes. And who can look into his eyes?" Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Su Donglai remained silent. But when he heard Yang Wuqing's words, his eyes shone brightly. He knows. This old demon Yang is already angry. Others don't know how powerful the other person is, but he does. This old demon Yang. A drop of blood is enough to restore Su Qingyan's Dantian and reach the golden elixir cultivation level. His strength is at least around the level of spiritual consciousness. Moreover, with this look on his face, it was obvious that he did not take the main hall master of Baichao Hall into his eyes at all. "Boy, you are really arrogant." The main hall master stood up slowly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He had known for a long time that the other party would not be able to hand over the weapon so easily. But he didn't care. At most, he would just put in some effort. "Since you are unwilling to hand it over, then I will have to do it myself." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking in the main hall, his eyes suddenly opened in anger, and a violent aura swept out of his body crazily. Suddenly, everyone in all directions couldn't bear the storm and retreated violently backwards. Feeling this violent momentum, everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. "Master!" Su Qingyan was about to step forward, but she saw Yang Macheng casually wave his right hand and said calmly, "Go down. I will take care of this guy. I can easily deal with such a small character. A strong spiritual mind can be easily solved. As expected of Mr. Yang. If you don't take a strong spiritual mind seriously, what about 2 powerful spiritual minds?" As soon as Yang Macheng finished speaking, there was a loud roar. "What?" After everyone heard this, They felt frightened and looked towards the sky. But they saw a gilt gourd flying from the horizon. When everyone looked at it at first, the gourd was still on the horizon. After a blink of an eye, the gourd had already flown above everyone's heads. There were about a dozen people standing on the gourd, and the leader was a powerful spiritual being. Yang Muchung raised his eyes and raised his eyebrows. Among this group of people, he found Wei Fu, who had broken his right arm. Yang Laomo, I said that this account will not be settled easily. Now that I am back. Boom! Wei Fu jumped down from the gourd. At this time, everyone saw that the gourd turned into a golden light and flew into a person's arms. That person was clearly the head of the Qilin sect. Yu Jianqiu. Yu Jianqiu! Is he here too? Seeing the master of the Qilin sect coming, the master of the main hall, who was originally preparing to kill him, was no longer in a hurry. Instead, he put his hands away and watched the joke. Although, he didn't take Yang Muchung seriously. But Yang Muchung's calm attitude when facing a spiritual powerhouse was not forced. So he still had some doubts in his heart. Now, another spiritual powerhouse has arrived, and he naturally wants to see how Yang Muchung is doing. However, this look still made the main hall master puzzled, because Yang Muchung, who was facing two spiritual powerhouses at the same time, still showed an indifferent attitude. This, however, Yang Muchung was indifferent, but others were trembling. Su Donglai's face suddenly turned pale. Originally, in his opinion, Yang Muchung might have a chance of winning against a strong spiritual mind. But now, a second spiritual powerhouse has arrived. You know, these two people have huge strength behind them. No matter how strong you are, whether it is by Kaetang or Killinman, once the pressure from the two continues, it will make it difficult for you to move forward in Gale country. Are you old Mo Yang? Yu Jianqiu put away the gourd and looked at Yang Muchung with his hands behind his back. When Wei Fu returned to Qilin Gate and told everything about his stay in the Su family, he still couldn't believe it. But when he saw Yang Muchung with his own eyes, he was only shocked. This young man, who is less than 20 years old, can easily break Wei Fu's hidden gold knife with all his strength? Exactly. Yang Muchung nodded. You force Wei Fu to cut off his right arm. Now that his right arm is broken, even if he reconnects it, his kung fu is inferior. Moreover, your disciples have also destroyed Wei Fu's disciples. Of course, I can't watching Qilin's disciples being bullied by outsiders. Yu Jianqiu narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Muchung coldly. I want you to give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I will kill you. Explain? Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and looked at Wei Fu with a smile. When Wei Fu looked at him, he suddenly felt like a cat with explosive fur, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. But when he thought that the sect master was at his side, Wei Fu could only bite the bullet and look at Yang Muchung. Old Demon Yang, our Qilin clan is not that easy to bully. You are not afraid of a strong spiritual mind. Now, let me see what you think of two powerful spiritual minds. Yang Muchung chuckled, turned his eyes away from the ignorant Wei Fu, and said, Wei Fu, I said it before. If you dare to come back, I will destroy your Qilin clan. It seems that you don't believe that I can do this. Boom. Yang Muchung's words immediately caused everyone in the Qilin sect to lose face and take several steps back. What a domineering young man. Actually, if they don't agree with each other, they will kill everyone. Those faint words contained infinite killing intent. No one present dared to have the slightest doubt that Yang Muchung did not dare to do this. What a great old demon Yang. In front of me, you dare to say that you will destroy the Qilin Gate. How can I let you live today? If you don't peel off your skin and cramps, it's hard to eliminate the hatred in my heart. Yu Jianqiu's eyes fell firmly on Yang Muchung. Until then, the main hall master, who had been silent until now, finally understood what was going on. He didn't expect that this kid would actually offend the largest Qilin sect in Dafeng, and he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Master Yu, this kid doesn't know etiquette, so we don't need to be polite to him. He stole our Kaetang weapons, and I was just about to kill him. Since he doesn't take our spiritual powerhouses seriously, I want to see what his cultivation is. For geometry? Yu Jianqiu nodded and said, Good. Boom. Hearing these words, everyone present could not help but be stunned and looked at Yang Muchung again. Chapter 1630, The Decisive Game? Joke. 2 of the 3 divine thoughts from the Gale Kingdom have now arrived. Not to mention anything else. Just the Qilin Gate and Kaetang behind these 2 people are enough to make any family fall apart in an instant. Now, These two people are actually deal with him alone at the same time. It seems that he will not be able to escape unscathed today. An elder of the Su family couldn't help but sigh. How powerful can this old demon Yang be? I guess he also has spiritual cultivation. So he doesn't take the main hall master and Yu Jianqiu seriously. But now, two spiritual powerhouses are gathered together. And now he can't give an explanation. How could these two people spare him? Someone else sighed. Hey, Su Qingyan wanted to use old demon Yang to stand up. But she didn't expect that this old demon Yang had committed so many things and angered so many people. Now, even the Gale country can't tolerate him. Poor thing. Today not only Yang Maicheng has no chance of death. Sure, even Su Qingyan and his father must be removed from the Su family. Some thoughtful people have already guessed the impact on the Su family after today. Everyone looked at Yang Maicheng on the field. However, at this moment, Yang Maicheng still looked indifferent. He even went so far as to look to one side and said, "Now that you're here, come out. After staying for so long, you've had enough of it. Right?" What? Yang Muqing's words immediately shocked everyone. They all looked towards Yang Muqing's line of sight, and saw a piece of black smoke slowly rising from the shadow. The black smoke finally gathered into a figure. What? When everyone saw the appearance of this figure clearly, their eyes widened and they couldn't believe it. Master National Preceptor? Why are you here? Master Imperial Master? Others were shocked as to why the good Imperial Master would come. But Yu Jianqiu and those in the main hall were shocked as to why they didn't feel it. But Yang Maicheng did. But see, the gathered figures, although the way they appeared was a little strange, had gathered into a being with an immortal spirit. And he is the National Master of the Gale Kingdom. The most popular existence in the entire Gale Kingdom. National Master. That's him. At this time, Su Jingchuan's eyes lit up. The person he invited finally arrived. I know. The Imperial Master smoothed his goatee on his chin, glanced at Yang Maicheng with a smile and said, I'm here, and I received a report from someone. Someone is having an affair with a foreign enemy. As the Imperial Master of the Gale Kingdom, of course you have to come out and see for yourself what's going on. Treason and collaboration with the enemy? Yang Maicheng couldn't help but sneer when he heard the Imperial Master's voice. Why bother to accuse someone? In short, in order to deal with themselves. These people just find a crime at random and put it on him. Master National Preceptor. When Su Donglai saw this Imperial Master, he would be an idiot if he didn't understand what was going on. If Yang Maicheng faces 1-on-3, he will get into trouble for no reason. No matter how confident he was in Yang Maicheng, he didn't think that Yang Maicheng would be able to resolve the crisis easily in this situation. Therefore, he naturally wanted to stand up and rescue Yang Maicheng. Roll! The Imperial Master glanced at Su Donglai and knew that this guy wanted to come up and fight with Shini. He sneered and waved his right hand. Call. A powerful wind blew up. And suddenly, he saw that his palm brought up a white air wave like a wild dragon, lifting the ground into the air. And suddenly hit Su Dong hard. Come on. Su Dong could not reach the late nascent soul stage. So how could he withstand the attack of the Imperial Master? For a moment, Su Donglai felt as if he had been hit by a wild dragon. He vomited a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. After taking a look at Su Donglai, who was pushed back, the Imperial Master snorted coldly. Yang Maicheng is guilty of treason and collaborating with the enemy. He deserves death. Anyone who intercedes for Yang Maicheng will be treated as guilty. Hiss. The words of the Imperial Master immediately made everyone feel chilly. Obviously, this Imperial Master was aiming to kill Yang Maicheng. And what he said was tantamount to cutting off all options for Yang Maicheng, making everyone who wanted to save Yang Maicheng think about it first. After all, going against the words of this National Master would be tantamount to fighting against the Gale Kingdom. Although the Imperial Master came alone, the power behind him was greater than that of Killenman and Baikatang. There are only 3 powerful spiritual beings in the entire Gale Kingdom. And now these 3 powerful spiritual beings are gathered together like this. This is simply a decisive situation. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Su Junqian! You? Su Donglai also looked pale. With 2 divine minds, maybe there is a glimmer of hope for Yang Maicheng. Now there are 3 divine minds, and one of them is a national master. This means that Yang Maicheng has been unable to fly. Su Jingchuan's face was full of pride. He didn't expect this kind of scene. But there is no doubt that these 3 people are enough to run rampant and tyrannical in the country of Gale. Ha ha! Su Donglai, I have tolerated you father and daughter for a long time. Now that Yang Laoimo is dead, you father and daughter will have no one to rely on anymore. The Su family will definitely belong to me by then. After hearing Su Jingxuan's words, everyone couldn't help but sigh. This sentence is equivalent to Su Jingxian announcing the final victory. Everyone was thinking in their minds and looked towards Yang Maicheng. But he saw Yang Maicheng standing there, motionless, not knowing what he was thinking. It's as if he has accepted his fate. Are you accepting your fate? Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Immediately, after a second thought, he reacted. After all, under the pressure of three powerful spiritual beings, no matter who you are, you have to accept your fate. But just as this thought arose, he saw the young man in the field smile faintly and look at everyone. The three divine minds are just ants in front of me. If this is all your methods, then it really disappoints me. In my eyes, you are just a joke. What? Hearing Yang Wucheng's words, everyone was shocked and looked at Yang Maicheng in disbelief. Are the three powerful spiritual beings still ants in front of him? Boy, how dare you tease us when you are about to die? A cold light flashed in the eyes of the main hall master. His patience was completely exhausted. I want to see what methods you have. Boom. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the hall stepped forward, and the momentum that had been slightly restrained before exploded at the same time. I saw him taking one step forward, and at the same time, he suddenly slapped away with his right hand. Immediately, the infinite spiritual energy in this area of the world surged out quickly, and suddenly turned into a huge palm, slamming down towards Yang Maicheng. The strong man with divine mind strikes with all his strength. Feeling the power of this palm, everyone around them lost their color. Su Qingyan even lost her voice and shouted, Master, be careful! Chapter 1631 Ants. How not? In front of Yang Maicheng. How could these powerful men from the Gale country not be a joke? Boom! The terrifying power contained in the monstrous palm of the main hall master made the entire Su family tremble at this moment. The monstrous momentum brought about by the inner strength even tore the surrounding earth apart. Under this momentum, everyone around him was involuntarily thrown away. The rest of the people also stepped back with shocked expressions. With this palm, is the master of the main hall going to kill Yang Maicheng? Don't give him the slightest chance at this time. Those who were thrown away had no time to get up, so they all looked forward. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. When everyone looked, just when the big palm was about to hit Yang Maicheng, just when everyone thought Yang Maicheng was helpless, they saw Yang Maicheng raised his head and grinned. Boom! In an instant, a monstrous force that was far more powerful than the main hall, tens of millions of times, erupted rapidly. Buzz! Even as soon as this power appeared, you could easily see the ripples visible to the naked eye spreading rapidly along the outside of Yang Maicheng's body. As the ripples spread, the giant palm that everyone seemed to be unable to avoid was easily shattered. In front of me! You are just a joke! Yang Maicheng put his hands behind his back and said calmly, Oh my god! This aura is... Shinto? Divine Sea? How can he have such a powerful aura? What kind of cultivation level does he have? When Yang Maicheng's breath was released, even the entire imperial city became turbulent, and the surrounding ground was torn apart inch by madness, because it could not bear his power. As for the people present, the most powerful warriors they had come into contact with were only the three spiritual masters, the Imperial Master, the Grand Hall Master, and Yu Jianqiu. How could one guess what Yang Maicheng's state was just by relying on his aura? But, however, they could clearly feel that when Yang Maicheng's aura was revealed, the auras of the three previous people, namely the Imperial Master, the Great Hall Zhong, and Yu Jianqiu, were like gods and ants compared to him. Brush! After feeling Yang Maicheng's aura, the Imperial Master's face turned pale, and without any hesitation, he knelt down on his knees, kowtowed, and shouted loudly, Master Yang! Spare your life! Master Yang! Spare your life! When the master of the main hall heard the cry of the Imperial Master, he trembled all over. His face was as white as a sheet of paper, as if he were mourning for an heir. He didn't know what kind of cultivation Yang Maicheng had, but he knew that he was completely screwed this time. After he regained his senses, he tiptoed a little, and his whole body suddenly surged into the sky, turning into a ray of light that shot up into the sky and flew towards the horizon. You swallowed my weapons and dared to frame me. How could I let you leave alive? Yang Maicheng reached forward with his right hand and grasped it slowly. This moment, not only the entire Su family, But also everyone in the Imperial City felt a terrifying sense of suffocation welling up in their hearts. Immediately afterwards, they saw a terrifying giant golden palm forming directly on the Imperial City. Previously, the huge palm of the main hall master was only more than 10 meters in diameter at most. But Yang Muqing's palm enveloped the entire Imperial City. If he wanted to, he could even level the entire Imperial City with one palm. The escaped main hall master was as dust under Yang Muqing's giant palm. Boom! After a soft explosion, the master of the hall was killed on the spot. After the giant palm dispersed, only blood mist remained in the sky. The whole place was dead silent. Su Jingxian and others, who had previously thought they had won a great victory, felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured over their heads, leaving only fear in their hearts. The man in front of him was not an ordinary young man, but old Demon Yang, who could kill a strong man with a single palm. Even the main hall master of Baichao Hall kills whenever he wants. Who else does he dare not kill? Next is Qilin Gate. Yang Muqing's eyes turned and fell on Wei Fu. Your disciple provoked my disciple, and because his skills were inferior to others, he lost his right arm. But you came to provoke me. When I spared your life, I told you that if you come here, I will destroy your entire Qilin sect. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Fu fell to the ground like mud on the spot, as if his whole body had been ripped out. Yes, Yang Muqing did say this back then. But who took it seriously? The Qilin sect is the largest sect in the Gale Kingdom, and the most powerful force in the Gale Kingdom. Even the current prince is practicing in the Qilin sect. Wei Fu went back and said that Yang Muqing planned to bloodbath the Qilin sect. Everyone in the Qilin sect only thought that this boy was talking nonsense. But who would have thought that even the master of the main hall was killed by Yang Muqing at will? For people like them, this kind of strength can be called gods. I don't believe you can destroy my Qilin sect. The previous move is indeed powerful, but the number of times you can use it is limited. Right. Try this move of mine. Seeing Yang Muqing's look, Yu Jianqiu felt a surge of courage in his heart. He roared and offered his gilded gourd. Call out. A sharp whistling sound sounded, and the gourd swelled up in the wind. In an instant, it was as big as a mountain in the sky, and it smashed directly towards Yang Muqing's location. This huge gourd enveloped the entire Su family. If it were to fall down, the entire Imperial City would collapse. Only this can stop me. Yang Muqing smiled coldly, grabbed his right hand forward, and the gourd the size of a mountain peak was crushed out of thin air on the spot. Puff! This gourd was a magic weapon tempered by Yu Jianqiu's hard work. It had already been integrated with his spiritual thoughts. Now that the gourd was scratched to pieces by Yang Muqing, it naturally suffered a backlash. On the spot, Yu Jianqiu spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. He was horrified, and regardless of being seriously injured, he quickly got up and shouted, Master Yang, I was wrong, spare my life. However, before he finished speaking, Yang Muqing waved his right hand. Boom! With a casual wave of his hand, he brought up a 100-meter higher wave, which spread directly and swallowed up a dozen people from Qilin Gate on the spot. The air wave remained unabated and penetrated the entire Imperial City. When the air wave dissipated, everyone realized that Yang Muqing's wave of his hand had actually created a trace that was more than 30 miles long and 2 feet wide. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed the power of a single swipe. Just like a mad dragon's counterattack. What kind of cultivation and state is this? How can it be so powerful and terrifying? Seeing Yang Muqing's understatement, everyone in the Su family felt that their minds went blank, and only the power of Yang Muqing's casual wave was left in their minds. Previously, those people thought that the appearance of these three spiritual powerhouses together would be a sure kill situation for Yang Muqing. Now that Yang Muqing had easily killed 2 of them, what about the remaining one? Everyone looked forward, but he saw the Imperial Master kneeling on the ground, kowtowing, just like what Yang Muqing said. Even a strong spiritual mind is like an ant in front of him. Chapter 1632 Dragon's Tail Bracelet. You didn't run away? After Yang Muqing killed another person, he looked at the Imperial Master with a smile. This Taoist and fairy-like old man has no trace of his previous arrogant attitude. He is completely like an old beggar, just trying to survive. You are half a powerful person in the cave. In front of you, I am just an ant. The Imperial Master fell to the ground with his head firmly pressed against the ground. I once practiced in Tianming Mountain and know that there are 6 realms for warriors. Body tempering, Qi training, elixir formation, spirit transformation, nirvana, and Tai. You have reached the late stage of nirvana and are like gods on this star. If you want to kill me, I will not escape death even if I run to the ends of the earth. Oh, Yang Muchung, who was about to take action, raised his eyebrows. He looked at the Imperial Master with interest and said, Have you met other powerful men in the cave? No. The Imperial Master shook his head truthfully and answered honestly. Your aura is more powerful than that of my master. My master is only perfected by the heavenly saint. Hiss. The people around him couldn't help but gasp when they heard the Imperial Master's words. And some even felt their scalps go numb. Although, they don't know what Yang Muching's current half-step into the cave is. But when they learned that Yang Muching's aura was actually more powerful than the ancestor of the Imperial Master, they were even more shocked. Give me a reason not to kill you. Yang Muchung looked at the other party with a smile. Master Yang, you need a dog. I am not only a national master in Gale country, but also have certain power in other countries. I know that you need heavenly spirits and earthly treasures, and I can save you a lot of trouble. The Imperial Master said quickly. He just wants to survive. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would use this to blackmail Yang Muchung. But he didn't dare. He knew how terrifying Yang Muchung was. With Yang Muchung's strength, he would not be threatened by others. There was simply a sea of people vying to work for him. And even some leftovers leaking from the seams of his hands were enough to feed them. Okay. I like smart people like you. I limit you to get all the heavenly spirits and earthly treasures in Doffing within 3 days. If you can't do it, I think you should know what you will do. Right. Yang Muchung glanced at the Imperial Master. This glance immediately made the Imperial Master feel as cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He nodded repeatedly, not daring to disobey at all. Master Yang, I have something else here. The Imperial Master, who was about to leave, suddenly thought of something and said quickly, I came here this time because I was hired by the elder of the Su family. He asked me to come and kill you in exchange for a bracelet. The Imperial Master said as he took out the bracelet from his arms and handed it out carefully. In Yang Muching's opinion, what good things could these spiritual warriors have? He originally looked nonchalant, but after taking a look at it, he couldn't help but be startled. The bracelet the other party took out was the dragon's tail bracelet. Seeing Yang Muching's expression move slightly, a hint of joy flashed in the Imperial Master's eyes, and he knew that his life was finally saved. Su Donglai, does this bracelet belong to your Su family? Yang Muchung took the dragon's tail bracelet and turned to look at the head of the Su family. Yes. Su Donglai sighed. The bracelet fell into the hands of others, and he still had a glimmer of hope to get it back. But when it fell into the hands of Yang Muchung, he had no hope anymore. Rather than hiding it, it is better to tell everything you know. Our Su family was once a large family. However, due to the turmoil in the family hundreds of years ago and encountering powerful enemies, it split into 7 groups. 3 of the groups took away 3 dragon tail bracelets. 3. Yang Muchung couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. He has traveled all over the starry sky and has only found 7 dragon tail bracelets so far. Now there are actually 3 dragon tail bracelets on this star. Thinking of this, he quickly asked, Where are the other 2 dragon tail bracelets? Su Donglai shook his head and said, At the beginning, my Su family faced a powerful enemy and was very likely to be bloodbath. So the 7 branches were divided into 2, and none of them knew each other's whereabouts. Yang Muchung frowned slightly. It is not an easy task to find these 2 other bracelets on a star in a vast sea of people. Just when he thought that the other 2 bracelets would become an unsolved case, the Imperial Master spoke. Master Yang, I think my master of Tianming Mountain should know the whereabouts of this bracelet. Yang Muchung looked at it in confusion. But when the other party explained, it turned out that this was what happened. Back then, when the Imperial Master was studying in Tianming Mountain, he heard his master mention this dragon tail bracelet. He just described that the bracelet looked like a dragon, with its head biting its tail. It had a strange appearance and was very impressive. The dragon's tail bracelet contains some kind of power, and once obtained, it will have the power to destroy the world. It is precisely because of this that when the National Master learned in Gale Country that the Su family owned the dragon's tail bracelet, he tried every means to steal it. But who knew? After finally getting the bracelet, I met Yang Muchung. Master Yang, does this bracelet really have the power to destroy the world? The Imperial Master asked bravely. No. Yang Muchung shook his head. This bracelet is equivalent to a key to unlocking a seal. With that said, Yang Muchung put the dragon tail bracelet into the dragon pattern space between his eyebrows, with a flick of his hand. Immediately, after the stone dragon mountain range swallowed the 8th bracelet, the 8th dragon pattern lit up on its body. Yang Muchung was also in a good mood. He was originally forced to come to this star, but he didn't want to know the whereabouts of the 3 dragon tail bracelets. If the 108 dragon patterns on the Shirlong mountain range could be illuminated, killing Ancestor Tuoba would only be a matter of a thought. After hearing Yang Muchung's words, everyone suddenly realized. After taking a look at Su Donglai, Yang Muchung said calmly, "This bracelet belongs to me. However, I am not a person who takes advantage of others. I will make your Su family become the most powerful family on this star." Yang Muchung waved his right hand. Wow! Suddenly, hundreds of weapons spilled out from the space. Everyone looked over, and their eyes almost bulged out. These were actually heaven-level weapons. Yang Muchung waved his right hand again, and more than 1,000 earth-level weapons appeared. Su Donglai was stunned to know. In Gale country, even a heaven-level weapon is enough to make Bai Kaetang greedy. Nowadays, these thousands of items are driving people crazy. But for Yang Muchung, he just took it out casually. After glancing at the extremely envious Imperial Master, Yang Muchung spoke. "Don't be envious. If you can find the whereabouts of the other 2 dragon tail bracelets for me, I will give you the same reward." "Yes." The Imperial Master bowed his head in excitement, and was beyond words to express his excitement. Yang Muchung put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance, wondering what he was thinking. Chapter 1633. Someone is coming. In the next few days, Yang Muchung naturally stayed at Su's house. He killed 2 of the 3 gods. After Yang Muchung knew the location of Killiman on the spot, he clapped his hands towards it. Although no one saw the Chiling clan being wiped out, when the palm was struck, the entire Gale Kingdom was shaken, which frightened them. As for the people from Baichao Hall, Yang Muchung stayed. These people were eager to retaliate with their lives and transported all the spiritual herbs from Baichao Hall to the Su family and delivered them to Yang Muchung. As for the national master of Gale Kingdom, his name is Luan. In the past few days, he has spared no effort to demonstrate his status as a national master of the Gale Kingdom. Not only has he brought all the heavenly and earthly treasures he has collected, but he has also mobilized more than 100 people from the surrounding countries. All the heavenly and earthly treasures were brought over. There are quite a few heavenly treasures these days. If we take them all, I'm afraid the entire Su family won't be able to accumulate them. But what shocked everyone in the Su family was that these heavenly and earthly treasures, enough to fill several lakes, were absorbed by Yang Muchung without sparing any effort. Others could only see Yang Muchung exhale and inhale. And then, they could see that the many heavenly spirits and earthly treasures were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a white mist and being inhaled by him. In the past few days, Luan, Su Donglai, and Su Qingyan have been waiting around. As for the traitor Su Zhengxian, although he begged for mercy, he was still killed by Yang Muchung. You know, after what happened to the Tuoba clan, Yang Muchung would never show any mercy to traitors. As for Luan and the others, they have been guarding Yang Muchung these days, and they are also showing fear. You know, accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger, but accompanying Yang Muchung is more terrifying than accompanying a tiger. It is like accompanying a wild dragon. Even a yawn from him was enough to cause the entire imperial city to be razed to the ground. But gradually, they discovered that Yang Muchung was not that scary. As long as you didn't offend him, he was not a murderous demon. "Master Yang, there is someone outside asking to see you," Su Donglai whispered. "If the treasures of heaven and earth are sent, then accept them. If not, then drive them all away." Yang Muchung waved his hand. "As for people, I don't see any of them." "Yes." Su Donglai quickly went out to give instructions. "Master's power a few days ago shocked the entire Gale Kingdom. Now he has become the most popular person in the entire Gale Kingdom. Many high-ranking officials, nobles, princes and generals want to come and see you. Master, Su Qingyan all wanted to see you." Shocked, the other elders of the Su family also laughed with him. Now Yang Muchung has not only alarmed the Gale country, but also hundreds of surrounding countries. Whether it was Yang Muchung's giant palm that could destroy the entire imperial city, or the terrifying momentum he released that could alarm the entire Gale Kingdom, the news here quickly spread to the ears of those smart people. Raise your hand to kill Shen Yin. If you can make friends with such a being, your future will be bright. Yang Muchung lives in the Su family, and the Su family, which was originally suppressed, also ascends to heaven at the same time. The people who came to see Yang Machung in the past few days almost broke through the threshold of Gale country. If other people had received such an honor, I don't know how happy they would be. But Yang Machung was nowhere to be seen. Call! Finally a complete meridian has been repaired. Yang Machung exhaled a breath of thick air. The recovery of even one meridian was enough to increase Yang Machung's strength at this moment. It was like a river that was once again dredged, and the rushing internal energy was enough to start flowing again. Once one meridian is restored, the rest will be much easier to handle, because the meridians have not recovered. Yang Machung was also unable to use the ancient heaven swallowing technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to heal his injuries. You can only use the devouring power of the green dragon's body to turn many heavenly spirits and earthly treasures into pure vitality. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. Now that this meridian has been opened, it means that the rest is much simpler. Even if there is no heaven Ling Dibao, the autonomously operating Taiku heaven swallowing technique is enough to allow his injuries to recover on their own, which of course only takes time. After hearing Su Qingyan's words, Yang Machung opened his eyes, smiled lightly and said, "What is the Gale country? There is this star in front of me. I can crush it if I want." If others say this, they just think it is fart. But when Yang Machung said it, they could only feel terrified. "Has your master arrived?" Yang Machung looked at Luan beside him. "It should be coming soon," Luan said quickly. "I have informed the sect and asked the master to come see you." "Well, very good. Then I'll wait." Yang Machung nodded with satisfaction. "If you were someone else, do you want to meet the great uncle of Tianming Mountain Master? Feel sorry? Not qualified." But Yang Machung is different. He is a strong man who is half a step into the sky. Who on this star can he not see? And it wasn't the kind that he took the initiative to see. It was them who came to see Yang Machung. Call. At this time, a whistling sound quickly resounded from the horizon. "That is?" Su Qingyan looked up and was stunned. Just saw dozens of figures flying across the sky. All of these figures were flying towards them with flying swords on their feet. And the location they came to was the Su family. "Here we come! Someone from Tianming Mountain is here!" Seeing these people coming, Luan couldn't help shouting excitedly. He knows. This is an opportunity for their Tianming Mountain to rise. Once they can seize this opportunity, it will not be a problem for Tianming Mountain to become the top force on this star. Call out! Call out! Call out! While he was talking, he saw these 10 people landing rapidly. However, when Luan saw these people, he couldn't help being stunned. He shouted, "Where's the ancestor? Where's the master? Didn't I ask the master to come over? Shut up!" Before he finished speaking, someone scolded Luan fiercely. The man said harshly, "Do you think that the ancestor can meet anyone he wants to see? The ancestor's cultivation level has already reached that of the heavenly saint grandmaster. He is only one step away from reaching the half-step cave heaven realm. Is there anyone who needs him to meet? You, this creepy guy, will deal with you after we capture Mr. Yang." "Oh." Listening to what the other party said, Yang Machung raised his eyebrows and glanced at Luan with a half-smile. This glance immediately made Luan feel like 3 souls ascended to heaven and 6 souls left the body. Frightened, he quickly knelt down and kowtowed. "Master Yang, forgive me! Master Yang, forgive me! I didn't expect such a scene to happen. Get up! This matter has nothing to do with you." Yang Machung waved his hand and said, "I originally thought that I would be able to find out about the dragon's tail bracelet with ease. But it turned out not to be that easy." Chapter 1634 Tianming Mountain. "Are you Yang Machung?" The leader's eyes turned and landed on Yang Machung. He snorted and sneered, saying nothing. That's right. Luan indeed sent a letter to the ancestor of Tianming Mountain. It was said that some powerful man from the half-step cave heaven had arrived and asked the ancestor of Tianming Mountain to meet him in person. But if you write this in your letter, others have to believe it. The ancestor of Tianming Mountain is a strong man who has been famous for a long time on this star. He has met the strong men who are half a step into the cave. And he does not know Yang Machung at all. That's why a few disciples were sent to find out the truth in order to prevent Luan from being deceived. As soon as everyone arrived and saw how young Yang Machung was, they were immediately speechless. To know, among the powerful people on this star, who is not a gray-haired person with an immortal spirit, how can he be as young as Yang Machung? Exactly. Yang Machung nodded. He took his eyes back from Luan and looked at him. Why didn't your ancestors come? Hey, are you qualified to meet our ancestor? As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple angrily rebuked him. What qualifications do you have? Our ancestor is still in Tianming Mountain. If you want to see him, you can go alone. At this time, Luan was speechless. This is a half-step cave heaven expert. Even Tianming Mountain was just a slightly larger ant nest in front of him. If he offends this being, his foot will collapse. Enough to level the entire Tianming Mountain. Where is Tianming Mountain? Unexpectedly, Yang Mucheng did not get angry, but continued to ask. 19,000 miles to the east, Luan said. Okay, I'll go there in person right now. I want to see what ability the famous mountain ancestor had that day that dared me to go see him in person. Yang Mucheng slowly stood up and took one step forward. Before everyone could recover, they saw Yang Mucheng quietly disappearing on the spot. The group of disciples who came down from Tianming Mountain suddenly opened their eyes wide and were dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. Each of their cultivation realms has reached the lowest level of the Divine Mind realm, and one of them has reached the Divine Tao realm. But even so, they couldn't figure out what method Yang Mucheng used to leave. Gudu. The leading disciple swallowed his saliva. Already having an ominous premonition, he looked at Luan and asked, Junior brother, is this Yang Mucheng a half-step caveman? Luan was so angry that his teeth itched. It was this group of idiots who made Tai Mingshan lose an opportunity to rise. After hearing the other party's question, he even shouted angrily, How not? With a wave of his hand, he raised half of the imperial city to the ground. Every move he made had the power to overturn the sun and the moon. When everyone heard this, it was as if their skeletons had been ripped away, and they collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. What are you afraid of? The leading disciple suddenly remembered something. His spirit was shaken, and he shouted, The ancestor is listening to the sermon right now. There are many powerful heavenly saints in Tianming Mountain. That kid dares to force his way into Tianming Mountain. He won't be able to fly even if he has wings. When everyone heard this, they suddenly showed a hint of joy and looked towards Tianming Mountain. Tianming Mountain. The peak. This mountain is about 4,800 feet high, with clouds soaring into the sky, making it difficult for ordinary people to set foot on it. But today, there are 12 people in the palace on the peak. These people include the Heavenly Saint Grandmaster, a half-step to the cave, and a strong caveman. Every 3 years, these people will gather at Tianming Mountain to preach. Han Tian, your mind often wanders during the sermon today. Could it be that you have something on your mind? In the middle of speaking, someone suddenly spoke up. The one who spoke was none other than Wei Tichuo. He is the only strong man in the cave in this area. He has this nickname because he looks like a monk. And Han Tian. It is the ancestor of Tianming Mountain. After hearing the other party's question, Han Tian naturally would not hide it and told the truth. Master Wei, a few days ago, one of my disciples handed me a letter, saying that a strong man with half a step to the sky came from the Gale Kingdom, and asked me to go and see him in person. I didn't pay attention at the time, and just sent a few disciples to the Gale Kingdom. The country is dealing with it. Now that I think about the time, they should be here. I am just wondering about this matter. As soon as he said this, the palace suddenly became noisy. Which half-step cave heaven expert? This is too courageous. How dare you let Han Tian go to see him? Wei Tichuo looked indifferent. What is the name of that strong man who is half a step into the sky? Han Tian Dao. Yang Mucheng. Wei Tichuo frowned, shook his head and said, I have never heard of this person. I guess he is a fake. To know, the heavenly saints on this star and the powerful men in the cave are all in solidarity with each other. For example, people like Wei Tichuo and Han Tian stayed together. Other strong men also formed a group. There may be conflicts or connections between them, but to put it bluntly, they are like neighbors, and they are more or less aware of each other's existence. Now a strong man who is half-step into the world suddenly appears. No one knows him, so they naturally think that these are all fake. That's good. Han Tian breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. I sent those disciples and asked them to go and inquire about it. I even told them that if that guy is not a strong man who is half-step into the cave, he will do it on the spot. Kill it! Ha ha! Everyone burst out laughing. Wei Tichuo nodded repeatedly and said, That's right. If you dare to pretend to be a half-step caveman, let him know what regret is. I really want to see the regret on that kid's face when he was slaughtered. Before Wei Tichuo's laughter could stop, it froze on his face. It's not just him. Everyone present was suddenly startled. It felt like they were all being targeted by a terrifying beast from the wild. Even at this moment, the air in the entire palace seemed to be frozen. What's going on here? Wei Tuchuo, who had been laughing before, felt that the oxygen around him had been sucked away, and it became extremely difficult to even speak a word. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a burst of footsteps. Brush. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned towards the location where the footsteps came from. But I saw the figure slowly coming to the front of everyone from far to near. When everyone saw each other's face clearly, they couldn't help but be stunned. This was actually a man in his late 20s, wearing a large black robe. Her skin is as jade-like as if carved from jade, although there was a faint smile on his face. It was this smile that made everyone feel a tremor from the bottom of their hearts. Who are you? How dare you break into my Tianming mountain? Han Tian shouted angrily. Weren't you talking about me just now? How come I came in person and didn't know about it? Yang Mucheng said with a faint smile. Chapter 1635 Wei Tuchuo. It's him. At this time, everyone reacted. The half-step cave heaven expert they were talking about earlier was the young man in front of him. But he doesn't look like he's 20 years old at all. How can he look like a half-step caveman? Are you Han Tian? Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and turned his eyes to the ancestor of Tianming Mountain. I have something to ask you. Since you don't want to see me, I have to come in person. I hope you can tell me everything you know truthfully. Han Tian was stunned for a moment and then became furious. After all, he is the ancestor of Tianming Mountain, and he is an absolute presence in the entire Tianming Mountain. No one dares to talk to him like this. Now, but being commanded like this by a boy under 20 years old? The furious Han Tian was about to scold Yang Mucheng. But what happened in the hall next moment made his scalp numb, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Yang Mucheng, how dare you? This is Tianming Mountain, where we listen to scriptures and preach. Get out of here. Otherwise, I will never spare you. A half-step caveman shouted loudly. Who are you? Dare to talk to me like this? Although they are half a step into the sky at the same time, there is still a gap in strength. Yang Mucheng snorted coldly and punched him from afar. Call. The punching force has not yet arrived, but the punching wind is approaching. In an instant, the long hair that was half a step away from the cave was blown up by the shocking wind of fists. His clothes squeaked, and his skin felt like a knife-cut pain. He was shocked, and hurriedly raised his arms in front of him, and immediately received Yang Mucheng's punch forcefully. Crack! Just listen to a crisp sound. The half-step caveman let out a scream. His arm suddenly broke, and the protected chest was suddenly dented with a fist mark. Boom! 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 At the same time, the power contained in this punch exploded out later. The strong man who took half a step into the cave suddenly lost his balance and stepped back. Every step he took was clanging on the ground, creating a deep depression. Hiss. Seeing this scene, there was a sound of gasping in the Tianming Mountain Hall. One punch knocked back a half-step Dong Tian, and he was seriously injured by the bombardment. Isn't this kind of strength too terrifying? He's not dead yet? Yang Mucheng raised his brows slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and then shook his head, looking dissatisfied. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they saw Yang Mucheng's expression. He injured a half-step caveman with one punch. How could he not be satisfied with his strength? However, they don't know. This was when Yang Mucheng was seriously injured. If Yang Mucheng was at his peak, like this half-step into the sky, he could easily kill him with just a few movements of his hands. Yang Mucheng, you broke into Tianming Mountain without any reason, and even injured one of our people. You can't justify it. At this time, Wei Tuchuo stood up, as the spokesperson for Han Tian and others. Someone broke into Tianming Mountain, interrupted their sermons, and even injured one of them. If he didn't come forward, not many people would believe him. Got it. Who are you? Yang Mucheng looked over. I wrote a letter asking Han Tian, the ancestor of Tianming Mountain, to come to see me in person. But instead of coming to see me, he sent his disciples to arrest me. I had no choice but to come in person. When everyone heard this, they all smiled bitterly. They had only regarded it as a joke before, and did not believe that Yang Mucheng had half a step to the heavenly level. But now, Yang Mucheng is here. But they can no longer laugh. Wei Tuchuo sighed and said, even if you are looking for Han Tian, you should not hurt our people. As long as I am here, I will not allow you to run wild here. Boom! Wei Tuchuo's eyes widened angrily, and a turbulent force swept out. He is like a monk. Like a Buddha. When this monstrous force swept out, it gathered directly behind him, forming a ferocious Shura with 3 heads and 6 arms sitting on a lotus platform. The terrifying pressure rolled away, causing the surrounding space to crackle and explode. A strong man from the cave? Yang Muchung was slightly moved. He did not expect that in this Tianming mountain he would actually meet a strong man from the cave. If you are afraid, get away from me quickly. Wei Tuchuo opened his eyes angrily and shouted sternly. Every time he uttered a word, the statue of Shura Buddha behind him grew larger. When the words fell, the Shura Buddha statue had grown to a height of 10,000 feet. Almost bigger than Tianming Mountain. Tens of thousands of miles away, one can see the golden light shining on Tianming Mountain and the Buddha's light shrouding it. With the release of his breath, even Tianming Mountain could not withstand this force and kept falling apart. Master Wei is taking action. This kid's strength is extraordinary. He can actually defeat warriors of the same realm with half a step in the cave. But so what? We have real cave masters here. I have never seen Master Wei take action with all his strength. Is this the full power of the cave heaven realm? This kind of power is already close to that of heaven and man. When it is released, even nature cannot bear it. Feeling the power released by Wei Tuchuo, everyone felt goosebumps all over their bodies. This kind of power is simply beyond their imagination. Where's that boy Yang Muchung? Suddenly someone asked. Hey, that kid must have been so frightened that he peed under Master Wei's momentum. Han Tian laughed out loud. Everyone nodded. The gap between the half-step Dan Tian and the strong Dan Tian is not as simple as imagined. One has the ability to discern the secrets of heaven, while the other is still beyond the ability to discern the secrets of heaven. But when they looked, they were shocked to find that Yang Muchung was standing there looking at Wei Tuchuo with a half-smile. You dare to fight me? Why don't you dare? Wei Tuchuo opened his eyes angrily, and his whole body was like the Shura Buddha statue behind him, with a ferocious appearance. It is a great sin for you to interrupt us from listening to the sermon. Now you are hurting our companions. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can you convince others in the future? Boom. As he spoke, Wei Tuchuo turned up his right palm and struck Yang Muchung. At the same time, the towering Shura Buddha statue behind him slowly raised his giant palm and pressed towards Yang Muchung. Boom. Terrifying power poured out with his palm, and the surrounding space crackled as a result. The huge Tianming Mountain, like a pile of sand, collapsed under the power of this palm. Feeling this palm, the eyes of Han Tian and others around them bulged out, and they all felt that they could not breathe. It seems that after I was injured, no matter what cats or dogs, they dared to challenge me? Yang Muchung smiled coldly and took a step forward. Under everyone's incredulous and shocked eyes, he actually punched out. Chapter 1636 Kneel down and beg for mercy. What? Seeing Yang Muchung's actions, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. How dare a boy with half a step into the cave dare to fight head-on with a strong man from the cave? Under the golden statue of Shura Buddha, Yang Muchung looked like an ant. But it happened that this ant had to fight against the 10,000 feet golden body. Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked forward. They wanted to see what confidence Yang Muchung had to dare to confront Wei Tuchuo. Boom! Suddenly, the two sides collided unexpectedly. There was only a burst of earth-shattering explosions, and the huge Tianming Mountain suddenly collapsed under the punch of the two. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, Yang Muchung did not give in at all under Wei Tuchuo's attack. How can this be? Waves of exclamations continued to resound. They couldn't believe their eyes. How can a person who is half-step into the cave world possibly compete with the strong men in the cave world? Certainly, the most shocking one was Wei Tuchuo. He was confident that the previous palm was enough to kill all the beings under the cave. But he didn't expect that Yang Muchung would stop him easily. You actually took it. Why is it so difficult to take your move? I don't know how many Dantian experts have died in my hands, let alone a fake Dantian like you. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and looked at Wei Tuchuo. What? When Wei Tuchuo heard Yang Muchung's words, he trembled all over and almost lost his mind. He is indeed not an authentic Dantian strongman. He failed when he broke through to the Dantian realm, and his cultivation is in the awkward position of half-step to the Dantian realm. Although he has the realm of Dantian, he does not have the strength of Dantian. But he has never been seen through. Unexpectedly, he only fought against Yang Muchung once today, and was discovered by the other party. Since you refuse to give up, I will kill you and take your blood. Yang Muchung was also a little annoyed. He just asked about the whereabouts of the dragon's tail bracelet. And so many trivial matters came up out of thin air. He was so murderous at this moment that he planned to kill all the people here, leaving only Han Tian alone. Clang! As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp sound of swords resounded loudly. A ray of light quickly flew out from the center of his eyebrows. After the light flew out, it slowly turned and condensed into the Shen Yuan sword. This moment, the terrifying sword energy soared into the sky, directly crushing the space in all directions. Master Yang! I give up! I give up! Seeing Yang Mucheng angry, how could Wei Tuchuo dare to show his previous aggressive attitude of wanting to teach Yang Mucheng a lesson? As soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, he immediately dispersed the Shura Buddha statue and bowed his head. Master Wei? You what? The people around were waiting for Wei Tuchuo to show his power and kill Yang Mucheng. But who would have thought that the next moment, Wei Tuchuo would kneel down and beg for mercy? Little did they know that Wei Tuchuo's whole body was cold at the moment, and only fear was left in his mind. You know, his cultivation issues had never been seen through by outsiders. Even the beings in the cave couldn't detect his condition. But Yang Mucheng saw through it at a glance. Of course, that's not all. As soon as Yang Mucheng's sword came out, it almost shattered the surrounding space. Some of the sword energy rushed directly to his Shura Buddha statue, tearing his Shura Buddha statue apart. Before anyone even makes a move, your strongest move is riddled with holes just by sword energy. What ability do you have to resist? By the time others actually take action, it will be too late to beg for mercy. Oh! Yang Mucheng was also a little dumbfounded. He was about to kill someone in anger. But who would have thought that the other person was already on his knees begging for mercy? The surroundings fell into silence at this time. Everyone was stunned and could hardly speak. Are you Han Tian, the ancestor of Tiaming Mountain? Since there's no need to kill. That's not bad. After all, Yang Mucheng was still seriously injured at the moment. Although he could kill Wei Tuchuo, it would not be that simple to get rid of the remaining 10 people. Now that the other party is begging for mercy, he will naturally be at ease. Ever since, he turned his eyes directly and landed on Wei Tuchuo. Yes, Master Yang. Han Tian smiled bitterly in his heart. If he had known that Yang Mucheng was so terrifying, he would have gone to the Gale Kingdom to meet him in person. How could he be here today? Your disciple told me that you have seen a bracelet before. The shape of the bracelet is like a dragon, but the dragon's head holds its tail. Where have you seen it before? Yang Mucheng asked. Han Tian was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party would find him. But the existence of this bracelet was not a secret. Luan and the others didn't know it because his level was too low, and he couldn't come into contact with the Heavenly Sage and the Heavenly Powerful One. But these people know it. Clearing his throat, Han Tian said, Master Yang, this bracelet is in the hands of Liang Yu, the Lord of Lingjin Mountain. He has 2 bracelets that can control stone dragons. He is the most powerful person on our planet, and his cultivation level has reached late stage of Dongtian. Late stage of Dongtian? When Yang Mucheng heard this, he felt a headache. His current strength can only barely compete with the strong men of Dongtian. But if he encounters the late stage of Dongtian, he may not be able to cope. After all, of his meridians, only one main one had been repaired. I will rest here for a few days and then go find him. Yang Mucheng calmed down for a moment, then turned his eyes to Han Tian and said, Your strength is not too bad. You should all have a lot of strength. Bring them all to me. Right? This is an open grab. But everyone knew that Yang Mucheng was openly robbing him. But no one dared to disobey. It has been more than 1,000 or 10,000 years since they have cultivated to the realm of Heavenly Sage and Cave Heaven. They have traveled countless times in the starry sky. How could they not have any hidden treasures? These babies are much better than those from Gale Country. At least they are all of the highest grade in the heavenly realm. As for Wei Tuchuo, he even took out a spiritual treasure that was only one step away from reaching the super celestial level. I want to retreat. You guys are staying here. If one of you leaves, I will kill all the others. Yang Mucheng glanced at everyone. Of course, if you are obedient, I will not treat you badly. Present, Yang Mucheng took the heavenly spirit and earthly treasure with him and entered the Tiaming Mountain to practice in seclusion. He was naturally very excited to get these heavenly and earthly treasures. If all of it is absorbed, even if the injury cannot be fully restored, it will be enough to restore him to more than 80%. Looking at Yang Mucheng in seclusion, everyone looked at me and I looked at you. But we all didn't know what to do. The last words Yang Mucheng said were like sitting together. If one of them escapes, the others will die. Therefore, they could only turn their questioning eyes to Wei Tuchuo, who had the highest level of cultivation among the people. Chapter 1637 Crazy. Master Wei, what should we do now? Han Tian looked helpless. Others might have been able to escape, but he couldn't. This Tianming Mountain is his hometown. If he leaves, I am afraid that the entire Tianming Mountain will be razed to the ground. Yes, Master Wei. That kid is only half a step above the cave. With so many of us together, we may not be his match. At this time, someone else interrupted. I don't want to be controlled by others. When the time comes, when he comes out and we all attack together, no matter how powerful he is, he will be killed to pieces when we attack together. Idiot. Hearing everyone's discussion, Wei Tuchuo raised his brows, as if he hated iron. This Yang Muching's strength is more terrifying than you and I imagined. Previously, when I was palm to hand with him, I could feel that his strength was much more than that. It was just that for some reason, he couldn't display it. Call. It was okay that Wei Tuchuo didn't say it, but when he said it, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. 1.5 steps into the cave, and he caught the full blow of the strong man in the cave. This kind of strength has not been fully exerted yet. How terrifying would it be if it were all unleashed? For us, this may also be an opportunity. Yang Mucheng is not a murderous person. Wei Tuchuo thought for a moment and said, let's take a gamble on him. Even if we get nothing, we won't suffer too much. When everyone heard it, they all thought it made sense. He simply stayed outside Tianming Mountain and protected Yang Mucheng. As soon as the Dharma Protector came here, the disciples and grandsons sent by Han Tian to Gale Country had already rushed back. When these people saw that the entire Tianming Mountain collapsed, they were shocked. Master, is old Demon Yang here? A disciple asked cautiously. Han Tian nodded. Everyone's eyes showed a hint of shock. They originally thought that Yang Mucheng had chosen to escape, but they didn't expect that the other party had arrived so quickly. What about Mr. Yang? Someone asked. No need to ask. He dared to break into Tianming Mountain. Do you think he can still survive? As soon as he finished speaking, someone laughed. 2. The disciple who asked the question felt that he was a bit of an idiot. On this Tianming Mountain, in addition to their master, there are 11 strong men, and Wei Tuchuo's cultivation has reached the realm of cave heaven. No matter how powerful Yang Mucheng is, coming here alone is like a tiger entering the wolf's den. But now the wolves like Han Tian and Wei Tuchuo are still there. But Yang Mucheng is missing. Doesn't this explain something? What's more, with Yang Mucheng's cultivation level, he doesn't deserve to be called a tiger. Ha ha. This old demon Yang is so arrogant. He actually wants the master to see him in person. What kind of virtue does he have to show himself by not peeing himself? Perhaps he has been completely killed by the ancestors. Some disciples seem to have seen Yang Mucheng kneeling and begging for mercy. Just when they were all extremely excited, Han Tian completely exploded. Shut up! This dull shout made them all stay silent for a moment, not knowing what was going on. However, Han Tian's next words made all of them widen their eyes. Master Yang has defeated Master Wei. Now you are in seclusion in Tianming Mountain. If you continue to make noises and fights and disturb Master Yang's practice, I will make you walk around without food. Call. These faint words made the air around him freeze. Everyone looked at each other for a while, their eyes full of disbelief. The object of their ridicule actually defeated Wei Tuchuo. He even asked these ancestors to protect him? Yang Mucheng didn't care about what was happening in the outside world at the moment. All his attention fell on the heavenly and earthly treasures placed in front of him. What a lucky thing it is to land on this star! Yang Mucheng couldn't help but sigh. Originally, he didn't understand why Fang Baiyu had to have great opportunity, great wisdom, and great perseverance when choosing a disciple of Shinzong. You know, the journey of cultivation is to go against nature. Once one conforms to the general trend, it will only turn into dry bones and lust after thousands of years. Only those who can turn the world around can stand out from the crowd. But the higher the level of cultivation, the harder it is to reverse. Because the law of heaven pays more and more attention to you. If you don't have great opportunities, great wisdom, or great perseverance, a random disaster is enough to completely ruin your thousands of years of hard work in one day. If you can absorb all these heavenly and earthly treasures, you will definitely be able to restore your cultivation. Condensation. Yang Mucheng made a seal with his right hand. All of a sudden, the many heavenly and earthly treasures began to stir slowly, turning into thick mist. Suddenly, The concentration of spiritual energy in all directions increased crazily at a terrifying speed. In the corner, Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng are growing rapidly. Yang Muchung was not in a hurry to absorb these spiritual energy, but continued to melt these heavenly and earthly treasures and turn them into spiritual mist. Original. Those heavenly spirits and earthly treasures were not enough, and they were not absolutely safe. So he could only put many heavenly spirits and earthly treasures into his body to repair his main veins. But now, these heavenly spirits and earthly treasures are the existence of heavenly saints and powerful men in the cave. So there is no need to worry. But in the blink of an eye, the entire secret room was filled with heavy fog, making it impossible to see even one's fingers. Yang Muchung sat cross-legged in it, simply closed his eyes, and let his skin breathe. As the skin breathes, a lot of mist turns into horned dragons, and continuously sneaks into the internal meridians through the skin. Those tiny meridians are recovering quickly under the nourishment of this stream of pure spiritual energy. These restored meridians are like small rivers. Yang Muchung's original body was like a desert that had been dry for 3 years. With the opening of these small rivers, the dry parts of his limbs gradually regained their original vitality as the spiritual energy circulated on their own. After flowing along the meridians, these spiritual energy returned to the main meridians, and then opened up the main meridians. Boom! 1, 2, 3. Soon, the 12 main meridians were completely opened. At this moment, it was like there was no obstacle to the main traffic line. The spiritual energy of these heavenly and earthly treasures can flow to any place in the body through the 12 main meridians. Then, there are the 8 extraordinary meridians. As his veins recovered little by little, Yang Muchung could also feel that his strength was rapidly increasing at an extremely fast speed. It's been too long since I felt this way. Feeling the power within his body, Yang Muchung couldn't help but let out a breath of turbid air. After all, that feeling of weakness is really uncomfortable. At this moment, Yang Muchung found that his body suddenly changed, as if it had turned into a black hole, and the rich spiritual energy was swallowed directly by the body. After discovering the change in his body, Yang Muchung was not surprised but overjoyed. This! Oh my god! Chapter 1638 The Power of Blood. It's been 3 days since Master Yang entered. Why hasn't there been any movement? 3 days in a row. There was no reaction at all inside and outside the secret room. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but become a little anxious. You must know that once their cultivation reaches their level of strength, it can take at least 3 to 5 months or more than 10 years in retreat. Could it be that if Yang Muchung didn't come out for a day, they would have to stay here for a day? Call. Quietly. A gust of wind blew past quietly, seeming to have power across the field. At first, this wind was not very powerful, but gradually, everyone felt it. I can just feel that the spiritual energy from all directions seems to be flowing continuously along with this wind, and the direction of the flow is towards the secret room. What happened? This breath is... It comes from the secret room. With the influx of spiritual energy around him, everyone felt a terrible aura slowly rising from the secret room. This aura seems to have no upper limit, constantly rising with the rising tide. Is he about to break through? Feeling this astonishing aura, Wei Tuchuo seemed to have realized something and looked up suddenly. Brush. Following his movements, everyone looked to the sky. It didn't matter what he saw. After seeing it, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Just above Tianming Mountain, the sky seemed to be cracked, and the gap was growing at the same time. To outsiders, it looks like a sky eye that is slowly opening. Dongtian! This is the true realm of cave heaven! Wei Tuchuo's whole body was cold. What is a cave? As the saying goes, discern the way of heaven. But at the same time, heaven can also see into you. This eye is the way of heaven, and only those with great strength will receive the attention of the way of heaven. Ordinary warriors can only get the attention of heaven after reaching the Tai realm. Now when Yang Muchung was in the cave heaven realm, he was noticed by heavenly Tao. Isn't this terrible? Under this eye that gradually opened, everyone felt a sense of nakedness, as if there was nothing to hide under this eye. Is this the secret of heaven? Is this the way of heaven? As his strength improved, a very clear feeling gradually emerged in Yang Muchung's mind. Just like some things used to be just a mess in Yang Muchung's eyes, but now they are gradually becoming clearer. More than that, even the 3 realms of the Tai realm, the last of the 6 realms, were revealed one by one in his mind. Certainly, when you have insight into the secrets of heaven, you have to be in danger of being penetrated by the secrets of heaven. At this time, Yang Muchung also vaguely felt that something was spying on him. One day, I will blind your prying eye. Yang Muchung snorted coldly, and made a seal with his right hand. Time. The endless spiritual energy in the sky poured in like a torrent, and quickly poured into the body. Crackling. As this spiritual energy poured into the body, the meridians that had been shattered by Tuoba ancestor recovered crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only the 8 extraordinary meridians, but also the 33 hidden meridians recovered rapidly. Boom! When this breath reaches its peak, the green lotus between Yang Muchung's eyebrows gradually bloomed under the nourishment of his huge vitality. 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves. As the 3-leaf lotus blooms, the green lotus directly nourishes into the 3rd-grade green lotus. And at the same time, this nourished 3rd-grade green lotus also released a powerful vitality, constantly feeding Yang Muchung's green dragon body. Fong Bai, you gave me a good treasure. Yang Muchung's eyes lit up. The power contained in this green lotus was too powerful. He nourished the green lotus with his body, and the green lotus nourished him with life at the same time. This is equivalent to taking Tian Lingbao all the time. In other words, even if Yang Muchung does nothing, this Qinglian Terrace is enough to nourish his Qinglong body into great perfection. Certainly, this kind of treasure is linked to the mind. Once broken, the mind will inevitably be damaged. Completely recovered. Moreover, his cultivation has also reached the realm of cave heaven. Get up slowly. Yang Muchung could feel a steady stream of powerful vitality being crazily injected into his body. This force traveled along the limbs and bones, and even caused bursts of deafening roaring sounds. With this power, it shouldn't be a problem to find Liang Yu in Lingjin Mountain. The opponent is just a late-stage heavenly saint. Squeak. A harsh groan sounded, and the closed stone door quietly opened, and Yang Muchung walked out slowly with his hands behind his back. Immediately, the shocking shouts all around quietly stopped at this moment. Master Yang! Wei Tuchuo quickly shouted respectfully. Everyone bent down and bowed in a show of respect. Although Yang Muchung's appearance has not changed much, his aura has undergone earth-shaking changes from before. At this moment, Yang Muchung just stood there, motionless, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Just like the natural gap and trembling when a mortal faces a god. Yang Muchung nodded, and with a flick of his right hand, a drop of blood hit Wei Tuchuo's forehead. This? Wei Tuchuo was shocked. This drop of blood was golden, surrounded by ancient patterns, and the talismans were flying. It was extremely magical, and it contained terrifying power. Almost subconsciously, he wanted to escape. Don't hide away. This drop of blood is enough to help you reach the complete cave heaven realm. Yang Muchung's voice sounded faintly. Wei Tuchuo was stunned, and could only watch the drop of blood melt into his body. Boom! Almost instantly, he felt a powerful burst of vitality burst out from that drop of blood, covering his entire body in a swift motion. The whole person feels like soaking in a hot spring. Extremely comfortable. Along with this familiar feeling, his aura also continued to improve at the same time. This is the strength of the true cave heaven realm. Feeling the power within his body, Wei Tuchuo's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. Originally, he only had realm, but no corresponding power. Now, Yang Muchung sent him to the real cave heaven realm with just a drop of blood. Thank you, Master Yang. Wei Tuchuo was so excited that he bowed his head. Yang Muchung slowly took back his right hand and said calmly, The reason why you are unable to enter the true realm of the cave is because you have been seriously injured. Although you have recovered, you have a hidden disease in your body, and your strength is not strong enough. My blood contains powerful vitality, and can help you repair it. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. This drop of blood can heal the injuries of a strong man in the cave. Isn't this incredible? Next, we have to go to Lingjin Mountain. Yang Muchung clasped his hands and looked into the distance. Chapter 1639 Lingjin Mountain. Liang Yu. Yang Muchung did not stay in Tianming Mountain for too long. Not only did he recover from his injuries, but he also reached the cave heaven realm. Next, he naturally wanted to increase his strength. There were 2 dragon tail bracelets in this star. Naturally, he would not give up so easily, but went directly to Lingjin Mountain. Along the way, he only brought Wei Tuchuo with him, because he was the only one who was strong in the cave. Taking someone with him who was too weak would not only be useless, but would also be a burden. Of course, before leaving, he dispensed 3 more drops of blood. 1 drop was given to Luan. 1 drop was given to his named disciple Su Qingyan, and the other drop was given to Han Tian. although Luan is very talented. But when he started practicing, it was already quite late and his bones were formed. So he could only barely reach the realm of spiritual thoughts. For him, this drop of blood was enough to change his fate and regain his life. It won't be a problem to reach nirvana in the future. As for Su Qian, for her, this drop of blood has the power to completely transform her body. You know, this is the blood of Yang Mucheng at his peak, and it contains the power of the 5 elements spirit body. However, Su Qingyan's cultivation level is still shallow and her plasticity is extremely high. This drop of Yang Mucheng's blood is equivalent to opening a direct path from the golden elixir to the cave's sky for her. As long as she is willing to practice diligently, reaching the cave's sky will not be a problem. As for Han Tian, his potential has almost been exhausted, and he can only stay as the Tiansheng Grandmaster in this life. This drop of Yang Mucheng's blood opened up the possibility for him to get closer to the powerful people in the cave. As for whether he can step into the realm of cave heaven, that can only depend on himself. After sending these 3 drops of blood, those who listened to the sermon were so envious that their eyes almost popped out of their head. But there is no choice but to do so, because this opportunity does not belong to them. Next, Yang Mucheng and Wei Tuchuo set off together and headed directly to Lingjin Mountain. Is Liangyu famous in Lingjin Mountain? On the road, Yang Mucheng looked at Wei Tuchuo. As the saying goes, know yourself and the enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. According to Luan's words, Liangyu already knew the power of the dragon's tail bracelet, and regarded it as 2 powerful magic weapons, which he would not take out easily. If it were other things, Yang Mucheng would naturally not care. But these are 2 dragon bracelets. If they can't exchange them, Yang Mucheng will have no choice but to fall out. Even if he breaks the star, he will grab the dragon bracelet. Very famous. He is a warrior in the middle stage of Dongtian. His territory is not only on this star, but also includes dozens of stars around it, Wei Tuchuo said truthfully. As Wei Tuchuo spoke, he looked at Yang Mucheng cautiously. He had already guessed Yang Mucheng's plan, and knew that Yang Mucheng was going for the other party's dragon tail bracelet this time. There will definitely be no good results from this trip. Wei Tuchuo couldn't help feeling frightened when he thought of Liangyu's strength. But when he looked at Yang Mucheng, he found that the other party was unmoved and showed no reaction. It seems that he is still a mountain king. Yang Mucheng laughed. Ordinary mountain bandits can only guard one hilltop. The more powerful ones have jurisdiction over dozens of mountains. When they reach this point, the stars are the ones in charge. It seems that there are quite a few of his men, Yang Mucheng asked. Wei Tuchuo nodded and said, Indeed, there are quite a few. The powerful cavemen on these more than 10 stars are all taken under his banner and under his control. There are dozens of them. Yang Mucheng smiled and said, You are also a strong man in the cave. Why didn't you submit to Liangyu? Wei Tuchuo couldn't laugh or cry. Master Yang, please stop teasing me. If it weren't for your blood, I would have been stuck in the realm of half-step to cave heaven and cave heaven for the rest of my life. Apart from these, Liangyu is still there as an eagle dragon beast. This eagle dragon beast is no less powerful than Liangyu, or even stronger than him. Oh, Eagle Dramon? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. This was no ordinary monster. Yang Mucheng only looked at Wei Tuchuo's frightened face when he mentioned the monster, and knew that the other party was frightened by this celestial monster. He nodded and motioned for the other party to continue. Yes, it's the eagle dragon beast. I only heard that Liangyu once saved the life of this sky demon when it was injured. The eagle dragon beast repaid his kindness and stayed by his side. This celestial demon in the late stage of heavenly sage looks like a dragon or an eagle, with feathers all over its body and its limbs like eagle claws. I once volunteered myself and wanted to join Liangyu's men. Although I failed, I saw with my own eyes how this eagle and dragon beast feasted. What it ate was not cattle, sheep, pigs and horses, but powerful men from the cave. The eagle dragon beast grabbed hold of those powerful cavemen one by one with its claws, unable to escape, and then threw them directly into its mouth bit by bit, tearing them apart and chewing them. Speaking of this, Wei Tuchuo's eyes flashed with fear. Oh, so the eagle dragon beast is so powerful? Yang Mucheng couldn't help but feel a little moved. One bite at a time. What you eat is still a strong person in the cave. How can this not be strong? Wei Tuchuo nodded, took a long breath and said, Master Yang, you don't know? At the beginning, the eagle dragon beast dealt with a total of 10 Dongtian strongmen. I just heard that those Dongtian strongmen angered Liang because of certain things. You? Liang Yu said that if they can escape, they will be given to the eagle dragon beast. There were a dozen or so cave experts, but none of them survived. They were all eaten. When I saw that scene, I was so scared that I couldn't speak. Liang Yu saw that I was timid and said he was not in the mood to kill me, so I was allowed to live quietly. Wei Tuchuo almost cried when he thought of the eagle dragon beast. Master Yang, let's go back. No matter how powerful you are, you can deal with the eagle dragon beast, but you can't deal with Liang Yutian. He also has 2 dragon tail bracelets. Once used, they are extremely powerful. Even if they are Dongxiangqiang, none of them will survive. Moreover, I heard that people from the 7 tribes have also come to our place recently. 7 tribes? Yang Macheng narrowed his eyes. They came here to arrest 2 people. One of them is Yang Macheng, who has the same name as you. Master Yang, could it be you? Wei Tuchuo was stunned. Of course it's me. Yang Macheng laughed loudly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Now that people from the 7 clans are here, I have to go even more. Tell me about the 7 clans again. If you dare to hide anything, I will kill you on the spot. Wei Tuchuo's face was as white as a sheet of paper, as if he were mourning his heir. Although he did not follow Liang Yu, he had vaguely heard about the person who caused trouble among the 7 clans and escaped from the hands of Ancestor Tuoba. But how could he have imagined that that fierce god was actually right in front of him? Should have known so. Even if he died, he would not dare to accept Yang Mucheng's blood. But now, he could only sigh helplessly, bow his head and accept his fate. Chapter 1640, Going Up the Mountain. It turns out that people from the 7 tribes arrived in the past few days. Not many people came. Only 3 or 4. Who came to Liang Yu with the Nandong family's handwriting. Although the 7 tribes have divided up the entire starry sky, finding someone in the entire starry sky is many times more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore, at this time, we can only use the local influence of 2 emperors like Liang Yu. In this way, not only can manpower be slowed down, but the scope of the pursuit can also be increased. Certainly, even a local emperor like Liang Yu would not dare to disobey orders. This time, the 7 tribes are jointly wanted. If you dare to disobey, it will be equivalent to fighting against the 7 tribes. In addition, if Yang Macheng is caught, the 7 clans will be rewarded, and no one will be stupid enough to refuse. This area is the territory of the Nandong family. Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows. After he came here, he still didn't know where this starry sky belonged. But no matter which one of the 7 tribes it is, they all have a sworn hatred against him. Exactly, Wei Tuchuo said quickly. However, this starry sky is already close to the edge of the Nandong family's jurisdiction. Most of their manpower is blocking other stars and patrolling one by one. At present, they can only spare a few people and order the local emperors like Liang Yu. When Yang Macheng heard this, he sneered. Just by listening to the words of Wei Tuchuo's family, he could feel how much effort the 7 clans had spent trying to catch him. Let's go! Take me to Lingjin Mountain! Yang Macheng laughed coldly. Lingjin Mountain. The mountain is 7,200 feet high and is named after its shape like a sword. When Yang Macheng and others arrived, there was already a big banquet in the mountain. Everything inside and outside the mountains has been closed, making it difficult for flying mosquitoes to enter. This was naturally a banquet hosted by Liang Yu for the 3 members of the Nandong family. For Liang Yu, although he was a local emperor, he was always a person who could not be on the stage. If he can establish a relationship with the Nandong family, he will definitely become famous from now on. Therefore, naturally he spared no effort to fawn over him. The 2 were stopped before they entered the mountain. Who are they? Those who are relevant should get away as soon as possible. Otherwise you will be left with nothing to eat. A man guarding the door scolded him unceremoniously. Because Liang Yu is powerful, these people who guard the mountain gate are also the 7th rank officials in front of the Prime Minister's gate. They have a high-ranking attitude and are not afraid of anyone. Even the strong men of Dongtian would not dare to act arrogantly when meeting them. Please inform me. I want to see Mr. Liang Yu. Wei Tuchuo took out a spiritual stone from his arms and gave it to the man, and whispered, Please be accommodating. It's not that I'm unreasonable. Mr. Liang Yu is hosting a banquet for the young master of the Nandong family. He hasn't seen anyone in the past few days. The man played with the spirit stone in his hand, nodded and said, I will take you into the mountain. As for if others don't let you pass, you can't blame me, Wei Tuchuo said repeatedly, but quietly glanced at Yang Macheng beside him, from the corner of his eyes. Seeing Yang Muchung standing there, looking at him with a smile but not a smile, Wei Tuchuo was frightened and did not dare to make any more moves. In fact, going up the mountain like this was what Yang Muchung meant. Originally, Wei Tuchuo thought that with Yang Muchung's character, he would just go up the mountain and let Lingjian Mountain bleed like a river regardless of the situation. But I don't know which string Yang Muchung put on the wrong string, and he actually wanted to walk up Lingjian Mountain in a swagger. However, he could only think about these words in his heart and did not dare to say them out. Is this Lingjian Mountain? Yang Muchung had his hands behind his back, and he did not look like he was wandering into the dragon's pond and tiger's den alone. Instead, he looked calm, as if he was wandering in his own back garden. Is this the voice of that Eagle Ramon? Standing in Lingjian Mountain, Yang Muchung could clearly hear a shocking cry. The sound was very regular, like snoring, and could be described as deafening. This voice isn't Eagle Ramon. What else could it be? Ha ha! You are quite smart. The man guarding the mountain gate looked back at Yang Muchung and said, after entering our Lingjian Mountain, please be more honest. It's the dragon who's holding me down, and the tiger who's lying down for me. Exit. 3 adults from the Nandong clan have come here recently. If you offend those 3 adults, no one can save you. Yes. 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 We know. Wei Tuchuo agreed quickly. The 3 of them walked forward and soon entered the mountain gate. The entire Lingjian Mountain looks like a huge bandit village. Along the mountain village, you can clearly see the palaces built against the mountain. One of the stone paths winds, like a snake, and points directly to the top of Lingjian Mountain. That's where Master Liang Yu is. Oh, is that right there? Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and walked directly along the mountain road with his hands behind his back, heading upwards. What are you doing? The man guarding the mountain was stunned and shouted. Yang Muchung turned around, looked at the other party with a half smile and said, I said I came to find Liang Yu. Now that I know his location, I naturally have to find him. What's more, people from the Nandong family are here. How could I not go and see my old friend? When the man guarding the mountain heard this, he was furious. He yelled angrily, Who are you? The 3 adults of the Nandong family? Even our Lord Liang Yu has to be careful. How can you be your old friend? Yang Muchung smiled and said nothing. The reason why he sneaked into the mountains quietly was because he was afraid that the Nandong family would get the news of his arrival and sneak away. Now that he has entered the mountain, the entire Lingjian Mountain is under his spiritual will. No matter how powerful the other party is, they cannot escape from his 5 Fingers Mountain. As for his grudges with the Nandong family, how could a little guy like Shoshan know about it? At that moment, he was desperate and went straight up the mountain with his hands behind his back. The man guarding the mountain took a look and thought, Is this really a big deal? You know, there are strict rules in Lingjian Mountain. Yang Muchung's attitude will definitely implicate him. Who could enter Lingjian Mountain without being ruthless? Seeing that Yang Muchung didn't listen, he suddenly felt angry in his heart. With a fierce expression, he was ready to step forward and attack. His 5 hooked fingers were like steel nails, and he clawed directly at Yang Muchung's chest. Call! The claw wind is sharp, and the whistling is harsh. However, just when the man guarding the mountain was about to grab Yang Muchung waved his hand. Suddenly, the man guarding the mountain felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He lost his balance and flew upside down like a kite with its string broken. Boom! 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 The entire palace was penetrated at this moment, and a human-shaped hole was clearly visible on each wall. You dare to fight me? After taking a look at the guarding man who had been beaten to a pulp, Yang Muchung snorted coldly. Chapter 1641 Nandong Shao. Quiet. There was deathly silence on the mountain road. The belly of Jinling Mountain is Liang Yu's base camp. On the one hand, there are many people, and on the other hand, there are many strong people. In addition to Liang Yu, a strong man in the later stage of Dongtian, and the eagle dragon beast sleeping on the top of the mountain. There are dozens of Dongtian strongmen on this sword spirit mountain. This kind of lineup can be said to be like killing gods when meeting gods, and killing Buddha when meeting Buddha. No matter how brave you are, you still have to walk around in front of Lingjian Mountain. Not to mention, there are also 3 young masters from the Nandong family in this mountain. Do you dare to offend the Nandong family? But there is someone who is so unafraid of death that he commits murder in Lingjian Mountain and kills people in public. The people around were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. This kid dares to commit murder in Lingjian Mountain? Someone is coming! I don't know who drank it. In an instant, Everyone around him came to his senses and surrounded Yang Maicheng. Go away and get Liang Yu over quickly. Yang Maicheng looked towards the top of Lingjin Mountain. Ever since he knew that someone from the Nandong family was here, he became murderous and wanted to rush forward immediately. Seeing these people gathered around him, they couldn't help shouting. Who do you think you are that can make Mr. Liang Yu come to see you in person? Yang Mucheng's words immediately caused a burst of laughter. Ha ha. After I reported my name, he didn't dare not come. Yang Mucheng smiled. As soon as he said this, everyone just thought it was funny. You kid simply doesn't know how high the sky is, and how high it is that you can let a strong man from the cave come to see you in person. This is the territory of the Nandong family. Even if you are one of the other 7 families, you may not be able to speak in this area. At this time, Yang Maicheng stepped forward and shouted. The youngest son of the Nandong family, Yang Maicheng is here. At this moment, the rolling sound was like thunder. Time. The people in Lingjin Mountain who surrounded Yang Maicheng were all dumbfounded, and did not dare to speak. At this time, the top of Lingjin Mountain, the guests were feasting. Silk and bamboo intertwined, and beautiful women in groups. Second brother, the family asked us to come here to hunt down old Mo Yang. Let's drink here. If the family finds out, will they blame us? At the banquet, a young Nandong family member whispered. Ha ha. How did the family know? The mountains are high and the emperor is far away. Besides, we are sharpening our swords and chopping firewood. Only by getting closer to these people and letting them work hard for us to find Yang Maicheng will they work harder. Another slightly older Nandong family member said. Second brother, have you forgotten how Yan Lao Mo showed great power on the day of inheritance? And Fong Baiyu. Once they recover, who among the 7 clans can stop him? Said the younger disciple. How can they survive? Old Demon Yang was punched by Patriarch Toba. He only had half a step to the sky. Even if he escaped, he would be dead or disabled. In order to resist the 10,000 spirits blood demon array, Fong Baiyu, the 9-pin Qing, the lotus platform was shattered and his cultivation was completely destroyed. If not for Yan Lao Mo's rescue, he would not have any hope of survival. Another older man said with a smile. You? The young man's face turned red with anger. Okay. Second child and third child. Please stop arguing. The oldest Nandong family member sitting in the front seat spoke up. He is Nandong Wu, the person in charge of this star field. He also brought the Nandong family's token and asked Liang Yu to help find Yang Mucheng's whereabouts. If Liang Yu doesn't comply, the Nandong family army will be sent directly to raze them to the ground. As soon as he opened his mouth, the other 2 fell silent. The family sent us to hunt down Yang Lama and Fong Baiyu, so we naturally have to obey the order. But after all, there are only 3 of us. If we want to search like a carpet among these dozen stars, it is almost impossible to find the 2 of them. Nandong martial arts. Brother, what do you mean? The younger one asked with eyes wide open. The second brother is right. The life and death of Yang Lama and Fong Baiyu are now uncertain. No matter how strong they are, they will not be able to recover in less than 10 years or decades. We have plenty of time to find them. It doesn't matter if you delay it for a day or 2, Nandong Wu said slowly. At this time, Liang Yu, who was on the side of the banquet, also interjected. Yes, I have already ordered my men to search for each star one by one. Once there is news about old Demon Yang, it will be immediately passed on to us. At this moment, a rolling sound of thunder came from far to near. Everyone was startled and quickly listened. I saw the sound of thunder wafting wildly. The youngest son of the Nandong family, Yang Maicheng, is here. Snapped, snapped, snapped. In the main hall, all the teacups and wine jars exploded, and the sound of banging and banging could be heard endlessly. Everyone was sitting in the hall, still talking about Yang Maicheng. But who would have thought that Yang Maicheng would come directly here? After a while, Nandong Mo shouted, Is this old demon Yang really here? Is he actually on this star? To know, the entire starry sky was endless. Yang Maicheng used the badge and the void transit to disappear directly into the void. But who knew that he was really on this star and came to kill him? Hurry up and have a look. Now that this kid is here, we can't let him leave alive. Following this burst of shocking shouts, the entire Lingjin Mountain seemed to be waking up from a dream, and it was completely boiling in an instant. Countless people flew out from the mountain, and endless figures flew out like birds, quickly arriving at the mountain gate. I saw a man wearing a large black robe, standing there proudly with his hands behind his back. He looked like a peerless swordsman pulling out a divine sword, with his sharp edge clearly visible, and the audacity to look down on the world. When Nandongwu came to the mountain gate, when he saw the other party, his scalp felt numb, and his whole body felt like a bucket of ice water poured down from above, soaking his whole body. He suddenly cried out, "Old Mo Yang!" Hearing Nandongwu shout, Yang Muchung looked sideways and said with a smile, "You know me?" Why doesn't Nandongwu know him? Back then, in the Tuoba clan, he saw with his own eyes that Yang Muchung, with a sword in the air, directly split Nandong Tianshan, who was the most talented and the most powerful among the Nandong clan, in half. Anyone from the 7 clans is familiar with Yang Muchung. After all, during this period of time, he has become the protagonist of the entire starry sky. He has disturbed the 7 tribes and made them jealous. A young man who is less than 20 years old can reach the half-step to the realm of cave heaven, and he can single-handedly suppress all the geniuses of the 7 tribes. Originally, everyone thought that Yang Muchung was dead, and that the 7 clans' high-profile search for him was just a waste of financial and material resources. But who could have imagined that he actually appeared, and appeared alive in front of them? Chapter 1642 Eagle Dragon Beast. Layers of warriors, like iron barrels, surrounded Yang Muchung and Wei Tuchuo. "Are you old Mo Yang?" Liang Yu and Yang Muchung showed a hint of surprise. He had also heard about the wanted orders of the 7 tribes, but he kept hearing their voices but never seeing them. In his opinion, someone who has the courage to go against the 7 clans, or even be able to overpower the 7 clans' geniuses, should have a green face and fangs, be 3 feet tall, and have a waist that is 3 feet wide. But he didn't want to be such a handsome young man. "Yes, it's me!" Yang Muchung nodded. "Oh, you brought him in?" Liang Yu turned his eyes and landed on Wei Tuchuo. When Liang Yu saw Wei Tuchuo like this, he felt as if a bucket of ice water was being poured from top to bottom. In just a short moment, his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. He was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, shaking so hard that he couldn't even speak. "I don't care about his affairs. I forced him to bring me in. Yang Muchung always does things alone and does not involve others." Everyone looked at Yang Muchung's posture and felt it was incredible. Entering Lingjin Mountain is like entering a dragon's pond and a tiger's den. Even Wei Tuchuo, whose cultivation has reached the realm of cave heaven, does not dare to disobey in the slightest. But he was downplaying it, as if he didn't take the people of the 7 clans and Lingjin Mountain into his heart at all. Liang Yu rolled his eyes and saw him blowing a long whistle. Immediately, the deafening snoring that resounded through Lingjin Mountain disappeared. At the same time, a huge aura poured down from the top of the mountain recklessly like a tide. Wei Tuchuo felt this aura, and there was only fear in his eyes. "I don't care whether you are old demon Yang or old demon Yo. If you enter my Lingjin Mountain, there will be no way for you to survive. You offended the 7 clans and killed Nandong Tianshan. Today I will make you pay with blood on behalf of the Nandong clan," Liang Yuhan said in a cold voice. After hearing Liang Yu's words, Nandong Wu and several Nandong clan disciples felt better. They were really too afraid of Yang Muchung. No one who has seen Yang Muchung's performance during the 7 clan competition and the Day of Inheritance can still maintain a calm and composed demeanor when seeing him again. "We don't need to be afraid. This is Lingjin Mountain. Although there are no elders in the family here, there are also Liang Yu, Eagle Dragon Beast, and dozens of cave heaven experts." Yang Muchung received a punch from Patriarch Tuoba. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would not be able to survive in this dragon's pond and tiger's den. Maybe we can really kill him this time and make a great contribution to the family. The 3 disciples looked at each other and couldn't help but become excited. Moreover, in order to prevent them from being unable to resist when encountering Yang Muchung, they also brought magic weapons from their families. If a fight breaks out, it's still unclear who will win and who will lose. You just want to kill me." Yang Muchung's eyes turned and landed on Liang Yu's hands. He found that he was indeed wearing 2 dragon tail bracelets on his wrists. He sneered, "If you give me the 2 bracelets in your hands, maybe I can leave you a way to live." Wei Tuchuo, who was kneeling on the ground, was already dumbfounded. "This is Lingjin Mountain. This is the Nandong clan. They are like dust under such behemoths. If they were crushed down, it would be enough to completely turn the stars in this star field into dust." Yang Muchung actually seems to be talking and laughing freely in front of these people. "Aren't you afraid of death? You dare to covet the treasure in my hand when you are about to die." Hearing Yang Muchung's words, Liang Yu's eyes flashed coldly. Roar! For a moment, a shocking roar echoed through the air. The roar sounded like a dragon, but not a dragon. Like an eagle, but not an eagle. It looks like a dragon, but has huge eagle wings. And its body is covered with dark feathers. When everyone saw it, it was still perched on top of Lingjin Mountain. Before the roar could be heard, the eagle dragon beast was already carrying a terrifying demonic aura and swiftly flew into the sky above Yang Macheng. No! At this moment, Wei Tuchua's face turned pale, as if he were mourning for an heir. He knew the terror of this eagle dragon beast, but he had never encountered it head-on. Now that the opponent was oppressing him and clawing at him with his big claws, he felt like a mouse under the claws of a tiger. He was not even qualified to run away, and could only wail and scream. Humph! You little beast dares to be arrogant in front of me. Yang Macheng snorted coldly, facing the huge eagle claw that could cover a radius of more than 10 meters. Yang Macheng casually waved his hand and hit the eagle claw. Seeing Yang Macheng's actions, Liang Yu said disdainfully, "Uh-huh. I thought how powerful this old demon Yang was. But I didn't expect that he was just a fool. His eagle dragon beast has reached the late stage of Dantian. If he doesn't use the dragon's tail bracelet, he won't even be its opponent. And Yang Macheng is only in the early stage of Dantian. No matter how powerful he is, he can't compete with the eagle dragon beast." However, before he finished speaking, he saw Yang Macheng punch the eagle's claw. To outsiders, it looks like an ant punching a giant elephant with all its strength. Logically speaking, not only is this punch unlikely to have any power, it will actually shock him to death. But only a dong sound was heard. Fists and claws collided, and a shocking sonic boom suddenly came. Under the bombardment of terrifying power, the surrounding space exploded, filled with turbulent cloud rings. A strong wind visible to the naked eye suddenly blew up, and all the powerful men in the cave were thrown out one after another. Even Nandongwu trembled. If Liang Yu hadn't pulled him, he would have flown out long ago. Everyone stood firm and looked forward. At this sight, they couldn't help but take a breath of air. When Yang Macheng defended against the eagle dragon beast, he was not at a disadvantage. How can this be? Seeing this scene, everyone in Lingjin Mountain felt cold and unbelievable. This eagle dragon beast killed countless people, and even the strong men in the cave couldn't resist such a claw. But Yang Macheng was able to survive its attack, and he was still not defeated. This level of strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Roar! Eagle Ramon also did not expect that this ant-like existence could actually block its attack. Suddenly, a roar that was more ferocious than before resounded. At the same time, and the monstrous demonic energy that had already reached its peak erupted again with a ferocious appearance. Then, this terrifying demonic energy turned into a monstrous black flame, like a tide, overwhelming and rushing towards Yang Macheng. This is the flame transformed by the demon in the cave heaven realm using demonic energy, and it is enough to burn everything. 1 or 2 drops of black flame fell to the ground and burned a piece of bluestone directly into the void. Seeing this scene, the people around them felt terrified and fled to all directions. However, facing the flames that were enough to burn the sky and boil the sea, Yang Macheng opened his mouth and sucked the flames directly into his belly like a whale sucking water. Chapter 1643, Massacre in All Directions. Quiet. There was deathly silence on Lingjin Mountain. Before meeting Yang Macheng, many people were afraid of this old demon Yang, but they were somewhat disdainful. No matter how powerful he is only a half-step cave heaven expert. Even if his cultivation level has reached the cave heaven realm, he is still more than that. There are simply too many people on Lingjin Mountain who can kill him. Whether it's Liang Yu or Eagle Dragon Beast, or those warriors on Lingjin Mountain who also have the cave heaven realm, or even the middle cave heaven realm, the number of people alone was enough to bury him. Some people even think that just the Eagle Dragon Beast is enough to make the rebellious old demon Yang surrender obediently. But the result? Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but have the same thought in their minds. This is old demon Yang. What are you still doing? Let's all come together. Liang Yu was also shocked. But he is a hero after all, and he will not be afraid of such fear. Instead, good things will be destroyed in his heart, and evil will be born in his courage. And he shouted loudly, "Kill!" At this moment, everyone reacted and started to kill Yang Macheng. Suddenly, a hail of swords, wind blades, and fireballs came overwhelmingly. Snort! Yang Macheng snorted coldly. When he stood there, he didn't even hide. Instead, He raised his hands to the sky. Although there was nothing between his hands, it was as if he were holding tens of thousands of mountains. And a majestic and shocking aura flashed from his hands. Everyone looked in horror, and then discovered that a huge jade seal had formed between Yang Muqing's hands. He raised the jade seal, took heaven and earth as the imperial edict, and smashed it suddenly. Boom! There was a loud and shocking sound, and the jade seal crashed to the ground, erupting with a loud sound. Along the center of the jade seal, a wave of air visible to the naked eye quickly spread out. All the attacks from everyone were immediately shattered into a vacuum by this air wave. And at the same time, this wave of energy continued unabated, sweeping in all directions. Wherever it passed, palace buildings collapsed. Countless rockery trees turned into powder on the spot. And even the earth was torn apart. Before those powerful men from the cave could recover, they were enveloped by this wave of air, and their bodies were torn apart on the spot. A billowing cloud of dust stirred up. In the center of the dust, Yang Muqing stood with his hands behind his back, looking like he was the only one in the world. Seeing this scene, the warriors in Lingjin Mountain were frightened. Although they are not afraid of death, no one has the courage to face an existence that is simply invincible. In the previous attacks from so many powerful cavemen, any one of them would have been killed. But not only was Yang Muqing okay, he actually killed dozens of people. This kind of power was enough to frighten them. Old Mo Yang, let me teach you your clever tricks. If you have the guts, just take my punch. A man in the middle stage of Dantian suddenly rushed out from the crowd. He is tall, and he is probably from the blood of all races in the starry sky. I saw him rushing in front of Yang Muqing. His clothes on his upper body exploded with a bang, and his muscles rolled like big dragons. His originally terrifying figure suddenly doubled in size at this moment. At this time, a huge force arose from his feet and poured directly into his fist along his waist and ribs. Under the shocked gazes, a dragon head-shaped punch even formed on the man's fist. At this moment, the man accumulated all the strength in his body to the extreme, and then exploded in an instant. The power of his punch directly broke through the middle stage of Dantian and reached the late stage of Dantian. With good boxing skills, if the second master takes action, he will definitely be able to defeat this person. Seeing the man take action, many warriors exclaimed, "The second master is in Lingjin Mountain, and his strength is second only to Master Liang Yu. This is his raging dragon fist. It concentrates all the energy and blood in his body and explodes. Although this punch consumes a lot of energy, it is powerful. It's huge. It can break through barriers, and its power is comparable to the late stage of Dantian." Someone else exclaimed. And this man, whom everyone calls the second in command, is also full of confidence in his punch. Even if his punch couldn't kill Yang Muqing, it could still seriously injure him, delay time, and create opportunities for future brothers. Snort! Yang Muqing snorted coldly and showed no intention of giving in. Instead, he punched him directly. His punch was not as unpredictable as the second master's, but rather an understatement. Not too strong. At this moment, everyone looked over with wide eyes. But this was too much to look at. But they all kept silent. The second master who used the raging dragon fist faced Yang Muqing with his fists. Not only was he unable to kill Yang Muqing, but he was like an egg hitting a stone, with his whole body exploding. Bang! Bang! He didn't even have time to scream before he was blasted into a bloody mist. The whole place was in shock. It doesn't matter what your cultivation level is, what realm you are, or what moves you have. In Yang Muqing's eyes, it's like an egg hitting a stone. You can't hurt the opponent with a single blow with all your strength, but it will shock you to death. Talking about this situation only makes people feel terrified. It's too scary. Old Demon Yang is too scary. When the second master died, the people around him were completely frightened. He was the strongest person under Liang Yu. Even he was not a single enemy under Yang Muqing's fists. They would die if they attacked him. As early as the battle started, Wei Tuchuo, who had already hid in a corner, was even more stunned and couldn't believe it. He had thought about Yang Muqing being swallowed by the eagle dragon beast. He also thought that Yang Muqing was unable to defeat four hands with two fists and was killed on the spot by everyone. He also thought that Yang Muqing was not the enemy of the second master and the first master, and he was beaten until he vomited blood and flew backwards. However, he never expected that after Yang Muqing entered Lingjin Mountain, no one could stop him, and instead, he killed him in all directions. Almost no one can stop him, no matter how strong you are. He will crush them all. I underestimated you. After looking around, Liang Yu's expression turned completely gloomy. How could a person who could defend the 7 clans, and even make the 7 clans wanted in this starry sky, live in vain? Oh! Yang Muqing's eyes changed. Are you ready to play in person? You will regret coming to my Lingjin Mountain today. Liang Yu narrowed his eyes, and with a slight move of his right hand, the huge eagle dragon beast flew over with its wings, and a pair of huge eagle eyes stared at Yang Muqing. I saw it spread its wings, and the churning demonic energy rose up in a vast force. The entire Lingjin Mountain was shaken at this moment, and at the same time, Liang Yu also released his terrifying late-stage Dongtian inner energy. This huge aura was even more terrifying than the eagle dragon beast. For a moment, Yang Muqing faced a pincer attack from 2 late-stage Dongshins. Chapter 1644. Killing someone is like chopping melons and vegetables. Too strong. After witnessing Yang Muqing's action, everyone on Lingjin Mountain only had this evaluation of Yang Muqing in their minds. There were so many people, none of whom were his enemies at once. And even Liang Yu and Eagle Ramon had to attack at the same time. But, seeing Liang Yu and Eagle Dragon Beast take action at the same time, everyone on Lingjin Mountain breathed a sigh of relief. There was nothing they could do to deal with this peerless demon. Just you and this beast like you can make me regret? Yang Muqing collected the surrounding energy and blood into his body, and glanced at Liang Yu with a half-smile. As he spoke, a ray of light emitted from his eyebrows. Everyone looked towards the ray of light, only to see the rays of light gathering together to form a long black sword. On the sword body, there is a long golden line, which stretches from top to bottom, making it look mysterious and complicated. Yang Muqing grabbed him, and his whole aura suddenly changed. At this moment, he was like a peerless sword god who had drawn his divine sword. Boom! Time. A churning terrifying aura also erupted from Yang Muqing's body. Originally, he should have been unable to relax under the crushing force of the 2 late-stage cave heaven beings. However, after his aura erupted, he was the last to arrive, crushing down crazily with shocking power. Not only was he not weaker than the 2 Dongtian late-stagers, he even single-handedly killed the 2 Dongtian late-stagers. Suppressed. Roar! Feeling this powerful aura, a trace of fear flashed in Eagle Dramon's eyes. At this moment, the feathers all over its body exploded, and all the feathers stood upright. The demonic aura that climbed to the extreme was waving with its wings, and it immediately brought out a shocking black demonic blade. Bah! 2 black demon blades roared in, cutting off everything in the void. Yang Muqing chuckled, raised the Xinyuan sword and slashed forward. In an instant, the 2 giant intersecting blades were cut into 2 by this sword, like a knife piercing butter, and turned into nothing in front of Yang Muqing. It's my turn! Yang Muqing looked over with a smile after cutting off the Eagle Dragon Beast's attack with one sword. Roar! At this moment, Eagle Ramon suddenly let out a frightened roar. At this moment, it spread its wings and turned into a black light, charging into the sky. Yang Muqing raised his sword and slashed, and saw a golden thread rising from his movements. This golden thread, the most powerful in the world, slashed down and directly passed through the Eagle Dragon Beast. The Eagle Dragon Beasts all fled outside the mountain, but they were still split into 2 pieces by this sword. Under the shocked eyes of a pair of people, they were split into 2 halves in the blood and fell to the ground. Too strong! How could he be so powerful? At this time, Liang Yu couldn't help but his legs were shaking. This Eagle Dragon Beast was in the late stage of cave heaven. It had made countless contributions and killed many beings by accompanying him. But Yang Muqing casually cut it in half with a sword. What kind of method was this? It was simply too terrifying. Wow! Finally, someone could no longer bear the fear, let out a scream, and quickly fled around. In just a few blinks, Lingjin Mountain, the largest force on this star, and even the largest force in this star field, which had been running for hundreds of years, collapsed at this moment. Even at the moment when everyone was fleeing, Liang Yu and Nandongwu wanted to escape, but they were unable to move at all under Yang Muqing's gaze. At this moment, they have been locked by Yang Muqing's strength. If they make any rash move, they will be struck by thunder. But Liang Yu is a hero after all. How could he allow this to happen? He roared angrily and clenched his fists fiercely. The next moment, the overwhelming inner energy in his body poured into the bracelet, and with a clang sound, the 2 dragon-tail bracelets erupted into a piercing scream, and there was a faint dragon roar in the void. Yang Muqing, you destroyed my Lingjin Mountain. If I don't kill you, It will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in my heart. Yang Muchung just sneered. Liang Yu colluded with the Nangong clan and was his mortal enemy. So what if he destroyed Lingjin Mountain? If he didn't want to implicate innocent people, he would raze Lingjin Mountain to the ground. But he didn't speak at the moment. Just looked at Liang Yu. As early as before, he heard that Liang Yu controlled these 2 dragon tail bracelets. He wanted to see how far Liang Yu could exert the power of the dragon tail bracelets. Roar! Just saw that the ground under Liang Yu's feet began to squirm crazily and turned into 2 large dragons. These 2 big dragons are made entirely of rocks. From the appearance, they look like the stone dragon mountains. But they are similar in appearance, but not similar in spirit. As for the power, it is far from the Shurlong mountain range. After the 2 stone dragons were formed, each one was 10,000 feet tall, like 2 chains holding up the sky. Then, he rushed towards Yang Muchung like lightning. Liang Yu waved his arms. The 2 stone dragons flew over each other in midair, constantly passing each other. Where the faucet is located is like a huge drill bit, and the center of the drill bit is none other than Yang Muchung. The light of a grain of rice dares to compete with the bright moon. Yang Muchung shook his head. He raised the Xinyuan sword and pointed forward. Clang! At this moment, the shocking sword energy exploded. In an instant, he saw that under the sword energy, long swords emerged like Wan Jiantai and appeared behind Yang Muchung. There are thousands of these long swords. Yang Muchung pointed forward, and the thousands of long swords quickly formed a line and surged forward. In the eyes of outsiders, these endless swords have gathered into a monstrous Stegosaurus, sweeping forward with extreme force. Boom! The 2 shocking stone dragons collided with Yang Muchung's sword energy. Just like an egg hitting a stone, they exploded on the spot and turned into endless rubble. Shang! Yang Muchung closed his eyes, raised his sword and struck again. He only heard 2 sword energy whizzing past, swiftly passing through the void, and with a pop, cut off Liang Yu's arms. The dragon's tail bracelet he wore on his wrist also whizzed out and landed in Yang Muchung's hand. It's indeed a dragon tail bracelet. After taking the bracelet, Yang Muchung's eyes flashed with joy. He put the 2 dragon tail bracelets between his eyebrows, and suddenly 2 more dragon patterns were lit up on the huge stone dragon mountain range. There are 10 dragon patterns in total. The power of this stone dragon mountain range has not been fully released yet. If it is fully released, it will not be a problem to kill Tuoba ancestor. His eyes turned and fell on the pale-faced Liang Yu. Buzz. At this moment, Liang Yu trembled all over. Without his arms, he could only close his eyes and wait for death. His arms were cut off, and the dragon's tail bracelet was taken away. Even if he had the power to reach the sky, he could not stop Yang Muchung's sword. Sure enough, Yang Muchung flicked his hand, and a sword energy blasted out. This sword energy blasted into Liang Yu's eyebrows, and blasted out from the back of his head, killing him instantly with a bang. It's your turn next! Yang Muchung's eyes turned and fell on Nangong Wu, who was standing aside. Chapter 1645 The Power of Heaven and Earth. Oldemo Yang, you really don't know how to live or die! Nangong Wu looked at the desolate sword spirit mountain with blood flowing across it, and suppressed the trembling in his heart as he looked at Yang Muchung. Oh! The other party's words made Yang Muchung raise his eyebrows and look over with a half-smile. You're not afraid of me? Afraid? Of course I'm afraid of you. But that doesn't mean that I can't subdue you. Yang Lama, although you are powerful, no one can deal with you. We are 7 tribes, and there are countless people who can kill you. Nangong Wu was a little scared at first, but when he spoke, he became more and more confident, with an air of not taking Yang Muchung into consideration at all. Although the other 2 Nandong family children were afraid of Yang Muchung, they suddenly felt a little more confident when they thought of the treasure they had brought out from the family. Wei Tuchuo, who was hiding in the dark, was so frightened that his soul dispersed. He didn't expect that Lingjin Mountain, which had dominated the star for hundreds of years, was actually destroyed under Yang Muchung's hands. Now that he saw Nandong Wu being so confident, he didn't even dare to show his face. People have already seen Yang Muchung's strength. If he dares to be so calm and composed when facing Yang Muchung, he must have some trump card. It's true. Your Nangong family is one of the only first-line families in this starry sky. There are countless powerful people in the Tai, Eternal, and Tai realms. If they come to hunt me down, I am indeed no opponent. But you people, who do you have to say this to me? Yang Muchung looked over with a half-smile. You only have the early stage of Dong Tian. If I want to kill you, I can do it with just a few clicks. Is it? Nandongwu sneered. I saw him slowly taking out a roulette wheel from his arms. As soon as the roulette appeared, an intertwined ancient golden pattern quickly appeared on the roulette. This piece of intertwined ancient patterns actually stirred up the void. Standing under the spirit sword mountain, everyone could feel that the infinite spiritual energy was like the breathing of some giant thing, and it actually contained a certain pattern. At the same time, a huge pressure was crushed at the same time. What is this? Wei Tuchuo was trembling all over and almost couldn't breathe. He felt as if the Tao of Heaven in this void had awakened. When the Nandong family members felt this aura, they suddenly felt filled with pride, as if they could kill Yang Mucheng with just a flick of their hands. Only Yang Mucheng's expression remained unchanged and he said, "As expected of a top-notch family, you can even produce such a thing. Although you are not at the level of Cave Heaven, you can use this magic weapon to burst out with strength beyond the realm of Cave Heaven." He paused and continued, "However, I want to know, what kind of power can this magic weapon of yours allow you to unleash? Is it the middle stage of Dantian? Or the late stage of Dantian? This magic weapon can draw on the power of heaven and earth. No matter how strong you are in cultivation, you will still die under this roulette of heaven and earth. Nandong martial arts said, "Old demon Yang, if you know what is going on, you should bow down as soon as possible and follow. If I return to the Nandong clan, maybe the Nandong clan can spare your life. Ha. You simply don't know how high the sky is. If this power belongs to you, maybe I will still be afraid of you. But you can only borrow power. Are you qualified to make me surrender?" Yang Mucheng sneered. "Today, I will first use the blood of your Nandong clan to pay homage to Fang Baiyu." "Fang Baiyu is dead?" Hearing these words, Nandongwu and others looked overjoyed. But before he could laugh, he saw Yang Mucheng taking a step forward. Clang! At this moment, the sword energy on his body was surging, powerful and shocking. From a distance, Yang Mucheng looked like an unsheathed sword. The shocking sword energy and sword light swept across all directions crazily, tearing apart the surrounding space. Even at this moment, everyone's eyes and sights looking at Yang Mucheng became distorted and blurred at this moment. "Yang Mucheng, today I will let you experience the methods of our Nandong clan." Nandongwu grabbed the roulette wheel and twisted it hard. I saw the ancient talismans gathered inside and outside the roulette wheel. At this moment, like a flood from a breach, they quickly rose into the sky and covered the entire Sword Spirit Mountain in an instant. Those warriors who escaped from Sword Spirit Mountain looked back and felt that their souls were lost. Above the sky, the huge ancient patterns covered it like chains. At first, these chains with ancient patterns were few and far between. But later they became overwhelming, completely covering the entire area. Looking around, a huge sky seemed to appear above Sword Spirit Mountain. Under this sky, the two stone dragons looked like two small loaches. "Old demon Yang, in this void, I am God. I have given you a chance to surrender, but you don't cherish it. Next, let me die here." Nandongwu opened his eyes angrily and turned around again. Immediately, the sky that covered the sky began to spin rapidly, quickly drawing out a long tail, and then quickly transformed into a terrifying tornado, heading directly towards Yang Mucheng's location. "Come on!" Looking from a distance, the terrifying tornado fell from the sky, like a wild dragon crushing down from the sky. Boom! 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 The tornado crushed down, and the terrifying pressure crushed the entire earth. The terrifying explosions were heard endlessly. Only the cracks were seen, sweeping and spreading rapidly. "Old Emo Yang, it's too late for you to regret it now. This is the power of heaven and earth. Even if you have the power of heaven and earth, you will definitely die today." Boom! As he said that, Nandongwu grabbed the roulette wheel. And then he saw that the tornado that was suppressed turned into a huge snake head in the eyes of a pair of shocked eyes. This snake head has a radius of more than 1,000 feet. And a pair of golden snake eyes shine with strange light, like a golden sun hanging in the sky. This is the pure power of heaven and earth. When it crushes down, you can see that all the palaces and houses in the mountain are crushed to pieces. When the people under Lingjian Mountain saw this huge snake head flying down from the sky, they felt as if a god had descended, and they knelt on the ground and trembled. "Master Yang, be careful!" Wei Tuchuo couldn't help shouting. Nandongwu and others couldn't help but sneer. "Old Emo Yang, now you know how powerful we are, right?" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the monstrous snake was already crushing towards Yang Mucheng. Among the giant snakes, only Yang Mucheng stood there. He raised his head and looked at the roaring golden snake, and slowly raised the Xinyuan sword in his hand. Chapter 1646, Destruction of the Earth Seal. If it were anyone else, under the power of heaven and earth, they would have already bowed their heads and begged for mercy. But for Yang Mucheng, he has always been my fate. Clang! The shocking sound of the sword resounded loudly. But he did not make a move immediately, but stood quietly on the spot. The spiritual energy from this area of the world surged in and poured into Xinyuan's sword. The 3-foot-long Xinyuan sword suddenly exploded with golden light. Yang Mucheng held the golden sword and lightly stamped his foot. Boom! Just listen to a burst of sound that shakes the ground. Yang Mucheng turned into a streak of light and quickly rushed into the void. And the Xinyuan sword in his hand slashed swiftly at this moment. At this moment, everyone seemed to have only this piece of golden light left in their eyes. The big snake that condensed the power of heaven and earth was cut in half by Yang Mucheng's sword. Squeak! A scream resounded in the void. I saw the snake head, which was bigger than a mountain range, falling from the sky and disappearing before it hit the ground. It turned into infinite light and dissipated like a bubble. How can it be? Looking at this scene, Nandongwu's eyes almost popped out. This is the heaven and earth roulette. He borrows the power of heaven and earth. This power is almost divine and cannot be resisted by mortals. Even Liang Yu, Eagle Dragon Beast and others, under the crushing force of heaven and earth, are like a mantis blocking a chariot. But Yang Mucheng, with one sword, cut the terrifying world into 2 pieces, which was completely beyond their imagination. Click! The shocked Nandongwu suddenly heard a sound and lowered his head suddenly. This was incredible, and just one glance almost drove him to pieces. All he saw was that a crack spread rapidly along the center of the heaven and earth wheel. Under his shocked gaze, the entire roulette wheel was quickly covered. Finally, with a click sound, it turned into pieces and fell to the ground. Obviously, Yang Mucheng's previous cutting off the snake's head had caused the power of heaven and earth to flow back into the heaven and earth roulette, so the roulette would break. Boom! Almost as soon as the wheel collapsed, the originally peaceful power of heaven and earth suddenly exploded. Oh my god! This is over! I just saw that the calm power of heaven and earth was stirring and sweeping like vast rolling thunder. Just saw that several whirlpools quickly spread out in the sky in a horrifying manner. Under the twisting and turbulence of these whirlpools, huge tornadoes were formed. The power contained in each of these tornadoes is greater than the previous snake head. Oh! There was a riot! Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. You must know that when the power of heaven and earth is normal, it will be distributed peacefully in the void. But before, Nandongwu borrowed magic weapons to gather almost all the power of heaven and earth in this star here. But the roulette wheel of heaven and earth is made by manpower after all. How can it mobilize too much power of heaven and earth? But it only operates about 10%. If the roulette of heaven and earth was still there, Nandongwu could still disperse the power of heaven and earth in this void. But now that the roulette is broken, there is no longer anything that can control the power of heaven and earth. If I have to draw a metaphor, then we can only say that the power of this world is like a flood that has accumulated to a certain extent. The wheel of heaven and earth is the dam that controls this huge flood. Now that the dam has breached and collapsed, the huge flood will naturally pour down. Now the entire Lingjin mountain is in this posture, and the power of heaven and earth from the entire star is roaring down. One can imagine how terrifying this power is. Old Demon Yang, aren't you arrogant? Even if we die here, you will be buried with us! Nandongwu shouted decisively. Boom! 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 As he spoke, he saw more than 1,000 vortexes forming in the sky. From a distance, this wind seemed to destroy the world. Everything within sight was torn to pieces. Under the power of heaven and earth, even Wei Tuchuo had no power to resist, and could only struggle to hold on. Do you want to die with me? Yang Mucheng laughed disdainfully. I saw a huge tornado that penetrated the sky and the earth, like a wild dragon dragging its tail. When it passed by, it blasted a deep ravine into the earth, and it was unparalleled in its path. At this time, he raised his long sword and slashed forward, and suddenly a tornado was split in half by him. Huh? After cutting off the tornado, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but be stunned. I saw that the chopped tornado actually turned into strands of thread visible to the naked eye, and reformed a tornado in its place. Old Demon Yang, stop struggling. Saw this scene, Nandongwu sneered. This power of heaven and earth is inexhaustible and inexhaustible. You don't have absolute power, so you can't even think of smashing them to pieces. The entire Lingjin Mountain has been enveloped by me. No matter how strong you are, sooner or later you will be defeated. Exhausted. Just stay here and wait for death with us. Yang Muchung raised his hand and slashed with his sword a few more times. I saw that the tornadoes, although they were cut off in the middle, quickly gathered together again, and the two tornadoes were joined to form an even more terrifying and huge tornado. Looking at the entire Lingjin Mountain that had been razed to the ground, Yang Muchung frowned. It seems that the power of this world is imprisoned here. If they don't find an outlet for them, this power will only continue to gather. At this time, when he heard Nan Gongwu's voice, he raised his brows and sneered. Absolute power. Do you really think that I can't help but have the power of the heaven and earth? What? At this time, Nan Gongwu couldn't help but be stunned. He looked forward in disbelief, and saw Yang Muchung laughing loudly, and stabbing the Xinyuan sword in his hand directly into the ground with a clang. Boom! Yang Muchung held the sky with both hands, and a terrifying aura suddenly swept over him. The murder mark of exile? Seeing Yang Muchung's actions, Nan Gongwu cried out. He immediately shouted, So what if the filthy man seal? You can't resist the power of this world with just the filthy murder seal. Looking at Nan Gongwu with contempt, Yang Muchung said disdainfully, Could it be that I only know how to kill people with one move? What? Nan Gongwu was stunned. All he saw was that Yang Muchung's hands were quickly knitted in front of him, and in an instant, a monstrous power came down quickly. A void seal quietly appeared between Yang Muchung's hands. This seal is nothing but nothingness, and even its complete posture cannot be revealed. But just such a void seal, the power it unleashes is even more terrifying than a complete murderous seal. Even under this incomplete seal, Zhou Tian's power actually began to be fearful. Destroy the Earth Seal. Chapter 1647 Thoughts. Afraid, facing this yet-to-be-formed Earth Seal of destruction, the power of heaven and earth and the entire star became fearful at this moment. Looking at this scene, Nan Gongwu could hardly believe his eyes. The power of heaven and earth actually became afraid at this moment. Boom! The feared power of heaven and earth came back to consciousness in an instant. Suddenly, he saw that endless tornadoes gathered rapidly at this moment, forming a powerful tornado with a length of tens of millions of feet. Then this tornado was even more powerful than before, and even more powerful. The next step was to be frightening, and he killed Yang Muchung fiercely. But at this moment, Yang Muchung also moved the incomplete Earth Seal of destruction in his hand and bombarded towards the tornado. Can you win? Wei Tuchuo's eyes widened. If this tornado was not killed and a gap was created in the sky, all of them would be buried here. Boom! Only a shocking explosion was heard. This annihilation seal could easily smash the monstrous tornado into pieces. So what if the tornado is shattered? I have already said that they will recover again. Nan Gongwu shouted hysterically. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that Yang Muchung had shattered the entire world. Sure enough, before he finished speaking, you could see that the tornado that had just been smashed was gathering towards it again at an extreme speed. The tornado formed this time was actually even bigger than before. Since it can recover, then I will tear apart this void. Yang Muchung's eyes widened angrily. He pushed forward with both hands, and in an instant, he saw the huge Earth Seal of destruction flying out and blasting directly into the void. Boom! A shocking loud sound resounded loudly. The flat space was suddenly knocked open, just like a water tank was blasted open with a huge gap, revealing the black starry sky. As soon as this gap appeared, it was like a balloon being punctured, and the power of heaven and earth accumulated in this void immediately poured out. Wow! Under the shocking gazes, the tornado that was about to take shape quietly disappeared because of this sudden gap. This. Nan Gongwu was stunned and couldn't believe it. This piece of surrounding sky was actually broken on the spot, and the power of heaven and earth that was originally accumulated here and could not be poured out actually passed away quietly. Bang! Nan Gongwu trembled and fell to his knees. He originally planned to use the heaven and earth roulette to deal with Yang Muchung, but he didn't want to be blasted to pieces by Yang Muchung. He then wanted to die together with Yang Muchung, but he didn't want to be penetrated by Yang Muchung into the void. He is not even qualified to die with Yang Muchung. How could he be so strong? How could old demon Yang be so strong? No, that's not good. Go back to your family quickly and tell them what's going on here. The other two Nandong family members were so frightened that they couldn't stay here for even a moment and ran away. quickly rising into the sky on the spot. Yang Muchung looked at the two escaping people with a smile and flicked his right hand. Bang! Bang! Immediately, the bodies of the two Nandong family warriors who escaped were pierced on the spot. May I have your name? After taking the energy and blood of this void and the power that still remained in this world into his body, Yang Muchung looked at the last person with his hands behind his back. If you want to kill, kill. If you want to chop, chop. Yang Lao Mo. What do you want to do? Nandong shouted. Want to die? It's not that easy. Yang Muchung smiled and shook his head. He came to Nandong side, flicked his right hand, and suddenly a sharp energy blasted into the opponent's body. Nandong expression changed. He was in so much pain that he could hardly make a sound, and his whole face was completely distorted. This sharp energy poured into his body, as if thousands of sharp thorns were spinning in his internal organs, until Nandong couldn't hold on any longer. Yang Muchung injected him with another breath of life. It wasn't until after burning the incense that Yang Muchung put back his sharp energy, and then looked at Nandong with a smile. You are the devil. Looking at Yang Muchung, who looked harmless to humans and animals, Nandong gritted his teeth and said, It's easy to die, but I have enough means to make it impossible for you to live or die. If you are obedient, I will let you die happily. Otherwise, my sharp energy, coupled with the infinite power of the blue dragon's body, the chance of life is enough to make your life worse than death. Yang Muchung looked at Nandong quietly with his hands behind his back. What do you want to know? Nandong couldn't help but feel numb all over when he thought of his previous methods. If you want to escape, I will tell you which route can take you out of the Nandong clan. To know. When the Nandong clan sent out the wanted order, they had their entire territory sealed off, especially at the edge of the territory. A large number of troops are stationed on every star. Each star is decorated with 1 or 2 family elders and deacons from the Tai realm, or even the Eternal realm. A huge protective net is formed, and each star can interweave with each other and support each other in the shortest possible time. People who are not familiar with the arrangement are likely to run directly into the Nandong clan's defensive formation once they break into it, and they will be faced with a fate of life or death. In Nandong's view, Yang Muchung naturally wanted to take the opportunity to escape from the Nandong clan's territory. Although the 7 tribes are powerful, they have not been able to carve up the entire starry sky. There are 3 holy lands in this starry sky. These 3 holy lands are not the territory of the human race, let alone the territory of the 7 tribes. As long as you escape to that in this area, our Nandong clan will never be able to catch you again. I'm not trying to escape. Yang Muchung shook his head. Don't run away. Then what do you want? Nandong's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe his ears. Tell me the Nandong clan's defense plan, the family's location, and of course everything you know. Yang Muchung continued. Escape? Naturally impossible. Since it fell into this area of the Nandong family, it can only be regarded as unlucky for the Nandong family. How could Yang Muchung give up without turning the Nandong clan upside down? Of course, if he accidentally bumps into the Nandong family's defense area, he will naturally fall into a trap. Now that he has captured members of the Nandong clan, of course he wants to know the news. Not to mention, the Nandong family is also a top-tier family, and there must be many treasures among them. If we can find an opportunity to hollow out all of them, it can be regarded as a traumatic experience for the Nandong clan. Why not do it? Chapter 1648 Heavenly Fire Lineage. Wei Tuchuo stood aside. He, a strong man who had finally been promoted to the cave existence, was stunned. Even at this moment, a strange thought arose in his mind. It seemed that he was not a strong man in the cave at all, but Yang Muchung was. The two of them were obviously at the same level of cultivation, but their strength was vastly different. Wei Tuchuo originally thought that Yang Muchung went up the mountain just to seek death. Now the entire Lingjin mountain has been razed to the ground, and all those who disobeyed have been killed. Gone? When Wei Tuchuo raised his head and looked forward, he suddenly discovered that Yang Muchung had already left the star with Nandong, as if the two of them had never appeared here. Now, except for Nandong and me, no one knows that old demon Yang has been to this star. Even if others know, they don't know that the 7 clans are looking for him. At this time, Wei Tuchuo had an idea in his mind. If I tell the news that old demon Yang appears here, wouldn't it mean that the Nandong clan would become famous? But, as soon as the idea came up, he shook his head. Yang Muchung flattened the entire Lingjin mountain. If you dare to betray him, The other party will directly attack the Nandong clan and make your life worse than death. Yang Mucheng took Nandong Wu and left the star directly. At this time, a flying puppet marked with the emblem of the Nandong clan was shuttled in the starry sky. Yang Mucheng was looking at the star map one by one and writing down the defense maps of the Nandong clan one by one. The Nandong clan is divided into main line and 9 branches. Main vein. He is a powerful being with the pure blood of the Nandong clan. For example, Nandong Tianshan is the disciple of the main lineage and the genius of the main lineage. As for the branch lineage, they are Nandong's children with impure blood. As for Nandong Wu, he was promoted from the branch line to the main line. Compared with the main vein, just like a big tree, the main veins belong to the trunk, and the branch veins are the leaves and branches. The strength of the branch veins should be weaker. There are not so many powerful people in the main lineage who have reached the level of Tai, Eternal, and 1 Yuan. Of course, there are also many Tai and Dongtian experts. I've told you all the distribution maps. Why don't you kill me? Nandong Wu glanced at Yang Mucheng, who was looking at the picture, and asked aloud. Humph. How do I know whether this map is true or false? So, you still have to accompany me. Yang Mucheng put away the map. Our position is the Skyfire branch, one of the 9 branches of the Nandong clan. This branch is the weakest among the 9 branches, but it is the branch with the most resources. It is still useful if I keep you. Oldemo Yang, you are too courageous. Even though the Skyfire lineage is the weakest branch of the Nandong clan, you alone cannot compete with it. Nandong Wu suddenly lost his voice after listening to Yang Mucheng's words. If you can't guess what the other person is thinking at this time, then his life is really in vain. The patriarch of the Skyfire lineage has reached the eternal realm in strength. The elders and deacons both have the Tai realm. If you enter it, you will die without rebirth. Yang Mucheng chuckled and said, If I hadn't been exposed, how would they have known that I had infiltrated their clan? Stop talking nonsense and tell me what resources the Tianhua clan has. If there is anything less, I will let you have a taste of it. The power of sharpness is great. Nandong Wu couldn't laugh or cry. How could Yang Mucheng be so threatening? He quickly poured the beans into the bamboo tube and told everything. Turn out to be. There are quite a lot of resources in the Skyfire lineage. In addition to the stars, like Lingfeng Pavilion, that are full of metal mines. There are also those stars with tree demons growing wild all over the mountains. Stars with tree demons growing wild all over the mountains? This star is enough for me to raise the body of the blue dragon to the level of perfection in one fell swoop. If there are still more, maybe it can also stimulate the green lotus platform and make it grow rapidly. Thinking in his mind, Yang Mucheng looked at Nandong Wu and said, Apart from this, are there any other resources? Nandong Wu shook his head. No more. There are only these 2 kinds of resources that are abundant in the Skyfire vein. The other resources you want are not in this vein, but in another vein called Galaxy Dot. Yang Mucheng glanced at the star map and shook his head secretly. The Galaxy line is near the main line and belongs to the hinterland of the Nandong clan. Once he enters it, the Nandong family does not need to do anything but surround that area. And then, he will become a turtle in the urn. Although Yang Mucheng was brave, it didn't mean that he had to do it even though he knew it couldn't be done. That's all. The 2 of them walked forward and blended into the Skyfire lineage safely and unharmed. Many passers-by also stopped Yang Mucheng. But it was Nandong Wu who came forward. After all, Nandong Wu was promoted to the main clan, even if others had doubts. Knowing that the other party had been ordered to hunt down Yang Mucheng and why he returned to the clan, they did not dare to ask due to the other party's identity. Nandong Wu was on tenterhooks all the way, fearing that Yang Mucheng would be discovered. But he soon discovered that his worries were unnecessary. Since entering the sphere of influence of the Skyfire lineage, his appearance has changed. He passed several checkpoints along the way, and even a powerful Tai man went forward without discovering Yang Mucheng's identity. Then how could Tai Power not notice that you have changed your appearance? Nandong Wu couldn't help but ask. During the previous checkpoint, Yang Mucheng's hand had been resting on his shoulder, ready to release his sharp energy at any time. So he didn't dare to show any strangeness at all. He could only hope that the Tai strongman would discover Yang Mucheng's disguise and save him from the fire and water. But unfortunately, the Tai warrior stared at Yang Mucheng for a long time and didn't notice it. This made Nandong Wu extremely surprised. Ha ha! What I am using is not a cover-up trick. Not to mention the Tai warriors. Even the Nandong patriarch can't find him in front of him. Yang Mucheng smiled. Nandong Wu didn't believe it in his heart. But when he saw Yang Mucheng's confident posture, He couldn't help but be shocked. This is not Yang Muqing's random boast about Haikao. He used the 5 elements spirit body and mobilized the muscles on his body. Height, short, fat, thin, and appearance can be changed at will. This is different from blinding. No matter how sharp your eyes are, you will not be able to detect Yang Muqing's way of changing his appearance. How long is it until that star? Yang Muqing asked. It only takes 3 days. However, I'm afraid we can't go directly to the star. The spirit stones on the flying puppet have been used up. We must find a place to replenish them, Nandongwu said with a bitter smile. In the middle. I should stay for 1 day. Where can I replenish it? Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows. Go to the main star of the Skyfire lineage, Nandong Martial Arts said. We are only the one closest to that star. If we don't stop at the main star, the remaining power of the flying puppet will not be enough for us to go to the next star. Main star. Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes. That is the headquarters of the Skyfire lineage. If he were found there, he would be unable to fly even if he had wings. Looking at the huge star, he pondered for a moment and nodded heavily. Chapter 1649 Nandong Lai. The base camp of the Skyfire lineage is no different from a normal family. It also occupies a star and arranges a huge living area around the star. Once the disciples in the branch lineage have strong talents, they will be selected and sent to the main lineage to practice. The continuous blood transfusion of the 9 major branches allows the main vein to survive forever. And it also makes the strength of the Nandong clan increase instead of decreasing. Except for the Nandong clan. The 7 clans almost all run their big families according to this model. As for Nandongwu, who was captured by Yang Muqing, he was a disciple of this Tianhua lineage. Although he is considered one of the top geniuses in the Tianhua lineage, after entering the main lineage, he was overshadowed by Nangong Tianchen and his ilk. During the competition between the 7 clans and the inheritance of the Shinzong, he could only watch helplessly as Yang Muqing fought against the geniuses of the 7 clans. But he was not even qualified to intervene. I have ordered people to take the flying puppet down, here, in a day at most. We can set off again. Nandong Martial Arts. Good. Yang Muqing nodded. At this moment, he was shrouded in a black robe, looking like a young man, and he was following Nandongwu so swaggeringly. Just when the two were about to find a place to rest for a while and prepare to set off tomorrow, there was a sudden noise, and they saw a group of boys and girls filing in. Brother Wu, are you back from the main line? Weren't you ordered to capture old Mo Yang? Why did you come back to the branch line? A girl said excitedly. I heard that old demon Yang killed Nangong Tianchen, the main lineage leader, on the day of inheritance of the Shin sect. Is this true? Is Yang Muqing a 3-foot-tall monster with a green face and fangs? Otherwise, how could he dare to fight against our 7 tribes? There was a burst of noise. Listening to everyone's questions, Nandongwu smiled bitterly. You know, everyone in the starry sky now thinks that Yang Muqing can only run away like a bereaved dog under the pursuit of the 7 clans. But who would have thought that the other party would kill the Nandong clan directly and openly? And now he is standing in front of you. Nandongwu naturally did not dare to expose Yang Muqing's identity, so he could only prevaricate. I just had something to do temporarily, so I went back to the branch. Something happened temporarily? I think you are afraid of old Mo Yang. At this time, a strange sound came from the crowd. A trace of anger flashed in Nandongwu's eyes, and he looked towards the source of the sound. But the person who spoke was a young man with a hoarse face, who had a joking expression at the moment. This young man is called Nandong Lai. He and Nandongwu can be regarded as old enemies for many years in this lineage, especially after Nandongwu was selected to enter the main line. But Nandong Lai was not. The relationship between the two became sour. What did you say? Nandongwu shouted. Ha ha. You were responsible for guarding the Xingsha star field by the main line, but you secretly stayed back. Aren't you afraid of old demon Yang or something? What qualifications does a person like you have to enter the main line? Nandong Lai sneered. If I were ordered to hunt down old demon Yang, I would definitely chase him like a lost dog, and I would never dare to show his face for eternity. Nandongwu was furious when he heard this. You are not even my opponent, but you still dare to make false claims to hunt down old demon Yang? Nandong Lai sneered. That's not necessarily the case. Yang Muqing stood aside with a smile, giving him a sense of being otherworldly. He didn't intend to intervene, but was happy to watch the two of them take action. It just so happened that he could take this opportunity to check the strength of the Skyfire lineage. These two people were originally sworn enemies, But now they couldn't agree with each other for more than a few words. And they fell out on the spot. Nandongwu coldly snorted. Nandong Lai, you are simply ungrateful. I have learned countless martial arts skills in the main line that are not available in the branch lines. And I have taken countless heavenly spirits and earthly treasures that are not available in the branch lines. You want to challenge me? Today, I will let you see how powerful I am. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Nandongwu twitched his hands, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered together, forming two blades in his hands. And he slashed with all his strength. Zhang! The shocking sound of the knife sounded loudly. Two cross swords swept across, tearing the ground apart inch by inch, and even created a spectacle of the air being split in the void. Nandongwu, although I have not entered the main line, I have also had adventures in this starry sky. My strength is no less than yours. Nandong Lai clapped his hands and pulled, as if grabbing a spear from the void. With the gun in hand, Nandong Lai's aura suddenly became sharp and arrogant. He was seen holding a gun in both hands and pointed forward, as if his surging inner energy had found an outlet. It roared out on the spot, striking hard at the double sword chi. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and the attacks from both sides were destroyed together. The boys and girls watching around were all shocked by the blast and took a few steps back. As for Yang Mucheng, he was still standing there calmly. The strong wind only lifted his clothes. What? Nandongwu was shocked. He originally thought that he would make rapid progress after cultivating his main meridian. But he didn't expect Nandong Lai to progress faster, even as much as himself. Hey, it's not over yet. Nandong Lai sneered. He was extremely proud of himself. Ever since Nandongwu entered the main line, he had been very jealous. Now that I have the opportunity to step on him hard and prove my strength, why not do it? Boom! Nandong Lai stepped forward and waved his war spear swiftly and violently. The war spear moved like a dragon and snake in the void, gathering the sky and the earth. Like a brush. After passing by, it left a trace in the void. When everyone looked at it, a big word annihilation appeared in the void. Upbraid! He let out a loud roar. The sound didn't sound like it came from a human mouth, but instead sounded like a roar from a celestial demon. The huge word annihilation suddenly blasted out and swept towards Nandongwu. What? Nandongwu looked horrified. He had never seen such a weird move before. He hurriedly retreated and raised his sword to kill. Two sword lights roared out and struck the word annihilation. But this time, the word destroyed gained the upper hand, and the sword light was shattered on the spot. Nandongwu didn't dare to neglect, and he slashed with several knives before smashing the word annihilation into pieces. What's your trick? Nandongwu said in shock. There is no need to know so much about my defeated general. Today, I will prove to everyone that I am stronger than you. Defeat me! Nandong Lai shouted coldly and danced with his hands again. Every time he danced, the word annihilation appeared in the void. But in an instant, the word annihilation was already everywhere in the void. From a distance, there were thousands of them. These more than 10,000 words of annihilation roared down on the spot, pressing hard towards Nandongwu. Snort! Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng finally couldn't help it anymore. Chapter 1650 Yang Mucheng takes action. Yang Mu would not interfere at all in the fight between these two people. But Nandong Lai's last move was obviously to kill Nandongwu. He had put in so much effort to conquer Nandongwu. If he was killed, wouldn't it mean that he had done nothing? Snort! He snorted coldly. Yang Mucheng stepped forward and appeared in front of Nandongwu. On the spot, he waved his right hand. Hula. This swipe brought up infinite wind, as if a strong wind was passing through. Everyone only saw a shocking wave of air spread out from under Yang Mucheng's feet, like a roaring dragon, blasting directly towards the overwhelming word annihilation. Bang! 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 There were loud bursts of explosions. Then he saw that wherever the air wave passed, the word annihilation exploded on the spot and turned into nothing. If you dare to interfere in my affairs, I will kill you today. Nandong Lai saw that he was about to succeed, but was ruined by Yang Mucheng, who suddenly appeared. How could he swallow this sigh of relief? His eyes widened angrily, and Nandong Lai's aura roared higher. That sharp aura shattered everything around him, forcing the onlookers, who had been forced back, to retreat step by step again. Then, they saw Nandong Lai pointing forward. Call! In an instant, the turbulent air flowed out, gathered into a word, annihilation, and blasted towards Yang Mucheng. The word annihilation is several times smaller than the word annihilation. only about the size of a person. But its power cannot be underestimated. When the bombardment came, the cracking that crushed the surrounding space exploded. Yang Muchung, on the other hand, moved his right hand forward a little. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded loudly. And then he saw that the word annihilation exploded under Yang Muchung's finger. After the word annihilation was dispersed, Yang Muchung's finger was pointed at Nandong Lai's battle spear. Roll! Yang Muchung flicked his fingertips hard. Suddenly, Nandong Lai's body trembled, and he lost his balance on the spot. He staggered back, taking dozens of steps back before stopping. I actually stopped Nandong Lai's attack with one finger. This is too scary. Who is he? Is he also a member of our Nandong family? Everyone had already discovered Yang Muchung. But Yang Muchung stood behind Nandong Wu and never spoke. Everyone just thought he was Nandong Wu's follower. But now he took action to block Nandong Lai's full blow. And everyone realized that this young man's identity was extraordinary. Who are you? A hint of murderous intent flashed in Nandong Lai's eyes. With the last step left, he was enough to kill Nandong Wu. But Yang Muchung disrupted the situation. How could he bear it? He is a strange man I found in the starry sky. Nandong Wu also came back to his senses, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. Your strength is nothing more than this. If old demon Yang is in front of you, I can crush you with one finger. Nandong Lai laughed. Joke. How powerful is Mr. Yang? Can he kill me with just one finger? Other people present also began to whisper. Obviously, they were all frightened by the strength that Nandong Lai had shown before. Brother Nandong Lai's strength has actually improved so much. Yes, his strength is probably even stronger than Nandong Qianshan's main lineage. If he encounters old demon Yang, he might actually be able to kill him. Although Nandong Lai failed when he was selected to enter the main line. After his experience in the starry sky this year, his strength has completely surpassed Nandong Wu. Listening to everyone's discussion and Nandong Lai's words, Nandong Wu remained silent, his eyes full of contempt. That's right. Nandong Lai's strength has indeed increased a lot through his hard training this year. But compared with Nandong Tianshan, there is still a long way to go, let alone defeating Yang Mu. And now, Yang Mu's achievements are in front of you. You struck with all your strength. But he stopped it with just one finger. With your strength, you dare to boast about killing Yang Muchung? How could Nandong Wu not be contemptuous? Glancing at Nandong Lai, Nandong Wu sneered. I don't want to get into a meaningless argument with you. You have to know that with your strength, you can't even carry your shoes in front of Yan Lao Mo. I have other important things. I don't want to get entangled with what you are doing here. Hurry up. Get out of my way. The tree wants to be still, but the wind doesn't stop. Although Nandong Wu wanted to give up, how could Nandong Lai let him have his way? With his own strength, he crushed Nandong Wu. It was when he was proud that he wanted to crush everything Nandong Wu had and prove that he was stronger than Nandong Wu. Nandong Lai moved forward, blocking the way of the two of them, but looked at Yang Muchung with a joking look. May I have your name? Mui, Yang Muchung said. Nandong Lai nodded and said, I have recently recruited some capable people in the starry sky. I wonder if you dare to compete with the people I recruited. While he was speaking, he already clapped his hands. Suddenly, there was a burst of dense footsteps from the other courtyard nearby. From the sound, it seemed that there were quite a lot of people. Just when everyone was surprised and confused, they saw those people walking in. Seeing these people, Nandong Wu was shocked and lost his voice on the spot. You actually recruited all these people? The rest of the people present were also extremely shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. Are these people famous? Yang Muchung looked at the warriors coming one by one and asked aloud. Nandong Wu nodded, with a look of extreme sadness on his face. To know. Every disciple who enters the main line will recruit some people to follow him in this starry sky. He had visited all these people recruited by Nandong Lai. However, these people expressed their rejection very clearly. Unexpectedly, they actually chose to follow Nandong Lai. Dragon Tiger Fist dominates Shan Chao. The early stage of the Cave of Strength. Lone Swordsman In Chung Tian. Middle stage of Dawn Tian. Starry Sky Sword. Ma Inghua. Middle stage of Cave Heaven. Oh my god, there is actually Shi Lu. He is the peak expert of Dawn Tian. Every time one appears, there will be a burst of exclamations from the crowd. These people are all powerful beings running rampant in a star field. And each of them has a status similar to Liang Yu before. Especially Shi Lu, who appeared at the end, was at the pinnacle of Dawn Tian. Are they very strong? Yang Muchung asked with a half smile. Of course. Nan Gongwu nodded heavily without even thinking about it. But when he suddenly saw Yang Muqing smile, his expression suddenly froze, and he smiled bitterly. To others, these people may be very powerful. But to you, I'm afraid they are only average in strength. Boom. As soon as Nan Gongwu said these words, there was a deathly silence all around. Chapter 1651. Skills are inferior to others. Nan Gongwu's words immediately made everyone feel incredible. Yang Muqing had previously taken action to block Nan Gonglai's attack. But at that time, he also exposed his own cultivation. The early days of cave heaven. This kind of cultivation is naturally powerful for the disciples of their branches. But for those people recruited by Nan Gonglai, it can only be regarded as average. And Nan Gongwu actually spoke like this. How could everyone not be shocked? Is Nan Gongwu crazy? He actually has such confidence in a small early-stage Dantian warrior? Except Lu, who is at the peak of Dantian. The cultivation level of the others has reached the middle stage of Dantian. Could it be that that guy can defeat them? Certainly. The most shocked person was Nan Gonglai. He originally thought that Nan Gongwu would be shocked when these warriors who followed him appeared. But who would have thought that Nan Gongwu would actually say that none of his followers were the opponents of Mui? Mui! I wonder if you have the guts to have a bet with these talented people and strangers I recruited. Nan Gonglai sneered. How could he give up such an opportunity to humiliate Nan Gongwu? He said unceremoniously. If you don't dare, kneel down in front of me. Count out 3 times. Cut off your hands, and I will let you go. What are you talking about betting on? Yang Muqing chuckled. He knew that today's matter might not be so easy to solve. Otherwise, Nan Gonglai would chase him like a tarsal maggot. Nan Gonglai looked at Yang Muqing, rolled his eyes, and said, You blocked my attack earlier and used a certain fingering technique. Coincidentally, I also have a master here who is proficient in fingering techniques. How about you compete with him? As soon as he finished speaking, a man came out from behind Nan Gonglai. The man hugged Yang Muqing with both hands, saluted, and said, Wang won again. Yang Muqing glanced at the other party and nodded slightly. At the same time, he passed a spiritual thought to Nan Gongwu behind him. If you dare to escape, I will kill everyone here and pour sharp energy and vitality into your body. With this method, I can make you suffer for 100 years. Nan Gongwu, who was about to take the opportunity to escape, suddenly turned gloomy. He originally thought that Yang Muqing would ignore monitoring him after being attracted to the other party. But he did not expect that Yang Muqing's spiritual thoughts would still envelope him. He could only sigh and stay where he was. Nature. How could Wang Huan, who was opposite him, know about Yang Muqing? He had already saluted Yang Muqing. But Yang Muqing just nodded and looked like he didn't take him seriously at all, which made him furious. Okay, Mui, let you taste my thunder sound finger. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, heading a little forward. Boom! This moment, there was constant thunder in the void, and a raging lightning bolt burst out from his fingertips. To outsiders, his finger was like lightning tearing through the void, and with a roar of thunder, it suddenly rushed in front of Yang Muqing. Shocking finger! Yang Muqing smiled faintly and pointed out casually. You deserve to die. When Wang Huan saw Yang Muqing's moves, his eyes became even more angry. This frightening finger is a low-level technique, and it doesn't rank at all in his eyes. But now, Yang Muqing is using such low-level fingering skills to fight against him. This is because he is not taken seriously. Boom! In anger, Wang Huan opened his eyes angrily. In an instant, then he saw a burst of thunderous sound erupting from his fingertips, shocking the people around him with their blood boiling and their minds turbulent. The originally turbulent thunder and lightning exploded on the spot, roaring away like a thunder dragon. This is the shocking finger! An earth-level martial skill. Isn't this Mui too trusting? The thunder finger used by Wang Huan is a heaven-level martial skill. Wang Huan exploded with all his strength. Seeing the moves of both sides, the onlookers all around exclaimed in surprise. Nan Gonglai on the side even sneered. When these two fingering techniques collide, even an idiot can predict what will happen next. Wang Huanqiu reached the middle stage of Dantian and crushed the opponent head-on. And the fingering techniques he used reached the heaven level, and he crushed the opponent head-on. It is impossible for the other party to make a comeback. Boom! Suddenly, the two were fierce with each other. However, a horrifying scene occurred next. Under Yang Muqing's startling finger, the thunderous lightning disappeared in an instant like a bubble. More than that, at this moment, Wang Huan felt like he was struck by lightning. He felt a huge force sweeping over him and slamming into his body. This force is like a torrential flood. Boom! There was a crackling sound. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw Wang Huan's right hand explode. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards with unprecedented shock and fury. Under the incredulous eyes of a pair of people, it hit the ground hard with a dull sound. Everyone looked at Yang Mucheng again, but he was seen standing there, looking calm and relaxed. Obviously, the previous competition was a complete crushing. Just when everyone was shocked, Yang Mucheng's voice sounded quietly. "This is the person you recruited. Nothing more than that." "What?" A trace of anger flashed in Nangong Lai's eyes. "Isn't it? You can't even catch a finger from me, and you still dare to challenge me. Now you should be convinced. Get out of my way quickly. Nandong Wu and I have important things to do." Yang Mucheng withdrew his right hand. Road. Nandong Lai glanced at the injured Wang Huan, then at his completely broken right hand, with a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. "Mui! Wang Huan's skills are all in his right hand. Now that you have disabled his right hand, he is equivalent to a useless person. Do you want to leave without giving me an explanation? Is this relying on it?" Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he said in a cold voice, "If you are inferior in skill, you can't blame others. Since it is a competition, it is natural that the sword has no eyesight. He was defeated in my hands, and I spared his life. He is already lucky." When everyone heard Yang Mucheng's words, they couldn't help but nod their heads, and they all felt that Nandong Lai was deliberately stirring up trouble. Obviously, he was the first to bring up the competition. Now that one of his men lost the fight and was injured, he resented Yang Mucheng. For a time, there were whispers all around. "Not as skilled as others?" Before Nandong Lai had time to speak, another person spoke first. "In that case, then I'm here to experience your strength. I want to see what qualifications you have to dare to say such big words in the Skyfire lineage." When the man spoke, he had already squeezed through the crowd and walked out. That powerful body made the ground sound loudly when it stepped on it. Yang Mucheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and look towards the other party. Chapter 1652 The Peak of Cave Heaven. The one who spoke this time was called Shan Chao. I saw that he was tall and strong, with a burly attitude. From a distance, he looked like a god descending to earth, which gave people a strong sense of pressure. What's surprising is that Shan Chan's extremely naked skin is actually covered with tattoos. The most obvious ones are one dragon and one tiger. Obviously, his reputation as dragon and tiger boxing fighter comes from these dragons and tigers. Boom! 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 He quickly squeezed out of the crowd, and with every step he took, there seemed to be an earthquake-like tremor, causing everyone around him to retreat in shock. "Mui! I wonder if you dare to compete with me." Shan Chao looked at Yang Mucheng. He clenched his fists, and the muscles in his arms, which were as thick as tree roots, started to creak, and the edges of the muscles appeared like rocks. "That's it. Let's take action." Yang Mucheng waved his hand, looking uninterested. When Shan Chao heard this, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Although, like Wang Huan, he is in the middle stage of Dongtian, but he is stronger than Wang Huan. Today, he is still looked down upon by Yang Mucheng, and it is natural that he cannot hide the anger in his eyes. "Boy, you're looking for death." Boom! With an angry shout, Shan Chao raised his fist and smashed it down. There was no skill in this punch. It was just an explosion of pure power. When he punched out, the air around him exploded, even sharper than the previous thunder. Not good! This sharp roar is not a sound-killing attack, but it is better than a sound-killing attack. The boys and girls who were watching around covered their ears with horrified expressions and quickly backed away. I heard that Shan Chao has the blood of all races in the starry sky. Although he cannot practice martial arts, he is endowed with innate divine power. It turns out that when the power reaches its extreme, it is also so terrifying. Nandong Wu's eyes flashed with horror, but he glanced at Yang Mucheng, who was still standing there with an indifferent attitude, and slowly shook his head. However, compared with his strength, this strength is still far behind. Sure enough, just when Nandong Wu's idea came up, Yang Mucheng casually blocked Shan Chao's punch with a wave of his hand. What? Shan Chao's eyes widened. When he punched out, the whole star would tremble. But Yang Mucheng stopped it with one hand. Moreover, when this punch was fired, A countershock force far stronger than his own was transmitted, which made his right fist numb from the shock. I don't believe it! Shan Chao gritted his teeth and struck out again. He exploded with all his strength, punching and kicking, causing a piercing roar in the void. Each punch and kick was so powerful that the entire space trembled. The people watching around had to retreat again and again, and even the ground around them completely collapsed. Even surrounding both sides, one can see the void disappearing and swirling tornadoes. But Yang Mucheng stood there and easily blocked Shan Chao's attack without even moving. At this time, everyone around them only felt shocked. Nan Gongwu mentioned earlier that these people were no match for Yang Mucheng, and everyone still couldn't believe it. They just thought that Nan Gongwu was a tough talker. But now, no one dares to have the slightest doubt. You, a dragon tiger boxer, are nothing more than that. I don't know if you can catch my punch? Yang Mucheng smiled coldly, shook his hands into fists, and struck forward. Different from Shan Chao's previous violent attack, Yang Mucheng's punch was ordinary, as if it was punched by an ordinary person. But it became extremely horrifying in Shan Chao's eyes. He only felt a huge pressure surge into his heart, and an unprecedented death crisis was approaching crazily. Ah! Shan Chao let out a loud shout, and qi and blood surged through his body, pouring into his right arm. There was only a crunching sound, and his right arm swelled crazily, doubling in size under the shock of both pairs of eyes. Then, he punched out loudly, hitting Yang Mucheng's fist. Crack! Although Shan Chao used all his strength, under Yang Mucheng's punch, his huge fist still exploded on the spot like a dead tree twig under the torrential flood. Shan Chao, on the other hand, was like a kite with its string broken, flying directly upside down and dead before he even hit the ground. Call! At this moment, there was only the sound of gasping all around. Crush! Still crushing, under the shocked eyes, Yang Mucheng slowly retracted his right hand. You want to compete with me in strength? You're looking for death. After taking a look at the astonished Nan Gonglai and all his followers, they were also stunned at the same time. Those who originally thought of going up to teach Yang Mucheng a lesson could not help but tremble, and did not dare to speak. Although Shan Chao is only in the middle stage of Dongtian, he is born with divine power, and is strong enough to overpower some warriors in the late stage of Dongtian. Now, in front of this young man, he was crushed to death with one punch. Who else would dare to make a mistake in front of him again? Is there anyone who wants to continue the competition? Why don't you all do it one by one? Let's all do it together. Yang Mucheng stood with his hands behind his back, murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. These guys are just scoundrels. If you keep giving in, they will only push further. Instead of doing this, it would be better to kill them all in one go and let them know what fear is. In this way, these guys will no longer dare to follow them and mess around. That's crazy! Who is this Mui? How can he be so powerful? With one person, he defeated dozens of Nan Gonglai's followers. His strength is truly terrifying. Everyone could only marvel. Although the people on Nan Gonglai's side resented Yang Mucheng's arrogance, they could only swallow their anger. Even Shan Chao was killed by the opponent with one punch. Even if they swarmed up, they might not be the opponent's opponents. Young man, do you know that there are people outside the mountain? With your cultivation in the early stage of Dongtian, you can defeat Wang Huan and Shan Chao. But your strength is tyrannical. But it does not mean that you can be proud of the entire starry sky. Nor can you it means you can be so arrogant. There are too many people in the world who can kill you. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from outside. But see, the old man known as Shirley came slowly. As soon as he appeared, the whispers all around suddenly stopped at this moment. It was as if he had an inexplicable power. Oh, the peak of Dongtian? Yang Mucheng looked over. Old Shir, teach this boy a lesson for me. Nan Gonglai gritted his teeth and shouted. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to humiliate Nan Gongwu, but he was stopped because of the appearance of Yang Mucheng, and two of his people were injured instead. How could he endure this? Master Lai, don't worry. It couldn't be easier to deal with this kid. Although he is powerful, in my eyes, he is nothing more than that. Shirley sneered. Chapter 1653 Archdeacon. This is tit for tat. After hearing Shirley's words, everyone's eyes flashed with horror, and they all stepped back. This is no longer a small fight. Once it starts, it may not end so easily. With the strength of these two people, once they are involved, it may be difficult for even their onlookers to escape unscathed. Oh! Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and looked over with a half-smile. He had always said these words to others, but he didn't want others to use them on him now. What means do you have? Yang Muchung asked with a smile. I have so many methods. It's easy to kill you. Shirlu looked towards Yang Muchung. His eyes were filled with cold light, as bright as the bright moon. In an instant, 2 lines of sight that condensed into reality shot out, crackling the void, and headed directly towards Yang Muchung. This is the purest spiritual attack. Is it? Yang Muchung chuckled and closed his eyes. In an instant, his eyes looked like golden crows spreading their wings, and the sun was shining brightly in the sky. 2 brilliant rays of light exploded to the extreme at this moment, and they blasted past without any mercy. Boom! The 2 spiritual thoughts collided with each other, and they were clearly superior to each other. Yang Muchung remained motionless as a mountain, but Shirlu took several steps back in a row. Why? Do you still think you can kill me easily now? Yang Muchung laughed. Why is this kid's spiritual sense so strong? Shirlu couldn't hide the shock in his eyes, staring at Yang Muchung. A cold light shone in his eyes, and his spiritual thoughts almost turned into reality. Okay. But I underestimated you. Your strength and spiritual will are so powerful. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. If so, then I will use my cultivation to kill you. Shirlu did not expect that Yang Muchung's strength could reach such a level, that he could withstand his own strength, or even crush him. Every time he spoke, his aura increased. By the time he finished speaking, his aura had reached its peak. Boom! This monstrous aura of the peak of the cave's sky swept out desperately. This terrifying force even made the earth tremble. Since you want to die, then I will make it happen for you. It is naturally not as easy as the previous few people to deal with the top experts in Dantian. Even Yang Muchung needs to show his true strength. But once this happens, his identity will be revealed. Yang Muchung planned to kill Shirlu with the power of thunder, and then massacre everyone else. Only in this way will their identities be prevented from being completely exposed. No! Old Demon Yang has murderous intentions. Among everyone, only Nandongwu knew Yang Muchung's true identity. Feeling the killing intent in Yang Muchung's eyes, Nandongwu only felt horrified in his heart. Just when Yang Muchung was about to unleash all his cultivation, just when the war was about to break out, a cold shout suddenly came from outside. Stop! Boom! This burst of angry shouts resounded in the sky like thunder. In a moment, Shirlu, who had reached the ultimate level, felt like a burst balloon, disappearing quietly. Yang Muchung was also shocked at the same time, and the energy in his body that was shaken by the roar stopped at this moment. The originally tense atmosphere also paused quietly at this moment, as if the previous urgency no longer existed at all. Archdeacon! Amidst the shouts, an old man with white beard came over. Tai, powerful one! Yang Muchung looked at the old man with white beard and his eyes flashed. Also quietly, he hid his murderous intention. He was certain that the Archdeacon had not discovered his identity. Otherwise, he would not say anything to stop him, but would hide in the dark and kill himself with the power of thunder. He glanced around. Shirlu, who had previously stood aside obediently, was obviously a little afraid of the other party. Nowadays, the 7 tribes are facing a powerful enemy, and you young descendants are still fighting in the nest. It is really unreasonable. The Archdeacon glanced at everyone, with an attitude of hating iron but not steel. The Archdeacon is just a little old demon Yang. So what qualifications do he have to be our enemy? In the eyes of our 7 tribes, he is just an ant. If you want to kill him, you can kill him at any time. Nandonglai was a little dissatisfied. Everyone present nodded again and again, even counting Shangbayu. There are only 2 of them. So what are they worth? Do you need the current appearance of the powerful enemy of the 7 clans? The Archdeacon snorted coldly and said, What do you know? The Tuoba clan only received a trace of Shinzong inheritance and became a super first-line family in one fell swoop. If this Shinzong inheritance falls into the hands of old Demon Yang, the 7 clans may not be his opponents. Of course, we should be in other places. Several major families found Yang Laoma before and took over the Shinzong inheritance. Yang Muchung mingled in the crowd, a chill flashing in his eyes. He had already guessed that in addition to wanting to kill him, these people also coveted the inheritance of Shinzong. Archdeacon, weren't you responsible for tracking down the whereabouts of old Demon Yang? Why did you come back suddenly? At this time, Nandongwu also asked aloud. The family needs a batch of dry cores, so I was sent back to get them. The great deacon turned his eyes, fell on everyone present, and said, "Since you are all here, it just so happens that you come with me. This time, we need more trees for the core of the Dryads, and we just need some manpower. You guys just come with me." After hearing what the other party said, everyone suddenly realized. Yang Muchung also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden appearance of this great deacon was not for himself. As for why the Dryad core is needed, no one asks anymore. Anyway, the core of the Dryad can be used to make the gun body, and it can also be used to make the main body of some magic weapons. But for Yang Muchung, this is undoubtedly a good thing. At least next time, he no longer has to think about how to enter the star that is guarded by layers. "Everyone, please take a day off and set off with me tomorrow." The Archdeacon rolled his sleeves and said, "Yes." Everyone responded. When he looked up again, the Archdeacon was gone. "This time, you are lucky." Looking at Yang Muchung and Nandong Wu fiercely, Nandong Lai waved his right hand and snorted. "If it weren't for the core of the tree demon tomorrow, I would definitely let you taste my power today. Let's go." Immediately, a large group of people helped the injured Wang Huan and left in a grand manner. Before Shirley left, he glanced at Yang Muchung, with a hint of chill in his eyes. "Ha ha. Interesting." Looking at the people leaving, Yang Muchung chuckled, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Tomorrow, we'll get it and see who won't let go." Chapter 1654 Entering the Star. A night of silence. The next day, everyone set out. Only then did everyone realize that the Archdeacon had returned to the clan alone. As for the need for manpower, it was also a temporary decision. After all, the Archdeacon's status in the Skyfire lineage is not too low. So how can he do some hard work himself? Naturally, he recruited Nandong Wu, Nandong Lai and others to do things for him. Nandong Wu naturally didn't care, but Nandong Lai was different. He regarded this time as an opportunity. After all, if you can build a good relationship with the Archdeacon and win his favor, your status in the family will also rise in the future. Therefore, at this moment, he was working hard to surpass Nandong Wu. On the flying puppet. "This is our chance." Nandong Lai glanced at Shirlu and others. "This time, when picking the core of the tree demon, we must completely overwhelm Nandong Wu and let him know how powerful we are. At the same time, we must also let the Archdeacon understand that in the Skyfire lineage, I am more powerful than Nandong Wu." Shirlu nodded and said, "Nandong Wu is not worth mentioning, but Namu Yi cannot be underestimated." Yes. Everyone was secretly shocked when they heard what Shirlu said. Even after a day and night, they still had some lingering fears when they recalled the strength of the other party before. Shirlu paused and continued. "That's the case. Don't worry. Everyone. My cultivation at the peak of Domtian is enough to suppress him." Nandong Lai laughed and said, "Old Shir, the next step is up to you. If possible, find an opportunity to completely kill that kid and completely cut off Nandong Wu's gang members." "Is that where it is?" Yang Muchung put his hands behind his back and looked at the blue star in front of him. This star is very huge. Looking from the outside, it looked lush and green. And even before entering the star, Yang Muchung could feel the strong aura coming from it. Looking from a distance, there is a sea of forest. Obviously, those trees are all huge tree monsters. "Has there been any result on the matter I asked you to investigate?" Looking back, Yang Muchung looked back at Nandong Wu behind him. "Found out." Nandong Wu nodded and said, "This time, only the Archdeacon is the only one who comes back. And among the Tianhua lineage, there is only one Tai powerhouse like the Archdeacon, and the others are all under Tai." "Very good." Yang Muchung nodded. "Know thyself. Ever victorious." The Archdeacon's sudden return caused some temporary changes to his plans. "What do you want to do?" "You can't." Nandong Wu looked at Yang Muchung, with a hint of shock in his eyes. "Ha ha. The Nandong clan is chasing me all over the starry sky, and even killed Fong Baiyu. I will use the Skyfire lineage to collect some interest." Yang Muchung said coldly. "Call." Although he had guessed what Yang Muchung was thinking, Nandong Wu couldn't help but feel a little scared after Yang Muchung said it. He actually wanted to completely wipe out the entire Skyfire lineage. While talking, dozens of flying puppets have already landed in this star. In addition to Nandong Wu and Nandong Lai, the people who came this time also had many disciples from the Tianhua lineage. In addition to the followers of these people, there are a total of 200 to 300 people, which looks quite majestic. If you don't come, then, when they arrived, Both Nandong Lai and Yang Machung were surprised to find that besides Shi Lu, there were several top experts from the cave world here.
Let me see what you do next.
Nandong Wu looked at Yang Machung with some gloating. 5 peaks of Dantian, plus a great deacon in the early stage of Tai. No matter how strong Yang Machung is, he is only in the early stage of Dantian, and it is difficult to defeat these beings.
You don't have to worry about it.
Yang Machung snorted coldly. Everyone gathered together, and all came to the great deacon. The archdeacon raised his hands, and his voice quietly sounded.
This time, there is only 1 month to pick the core of the tree demon. The closer you are to the inside, the stronger the tree demon is, and the higher the level of the natural tree demon core. On this star, in addition to some tree demons, there are also some wild monsters. You all need to be careful. This time, whoever picks more dry cores, and the better the quantity, I will nominate to the main line.
Boom. Speaking of mainline nominations, the eyes of the disciples present could not help but shine.
What is that?
Yang Machung asked in a low voice.
Every year, the main line selects some talents with advanced cultivation and strong potential from the younger generation of warriors in the branch. But there are also some who, although not outstanding in all aspects, will be selected by the main line.
This requires main line nomination.
In other words, these people are given a chance to join the main line.
Nandong Wu explained. Among the people present, the only ones who were not interested in the main line nomination were Nandong Lai and Nandong Wu. After all, the latter has joined the main line. The former already has the strength to crush Nandong Wu, and it will only be a matter of time before he joins the main line.
1 month's time. When the time comes, no matter how many dryad cores you pick, you must rush here. Start next. Let me see how many dryad cores you can pick in this month.
Tongue! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, many family members were already leading their followers, quickly heading towards the depths of the stars. In an instant, everyone's figures had disappeared into this forest sea.
Nandong Wu! Mui!
Just when Yang Machung was about to follow the others and rush forward, Nandong Lai's shout suddenly rang out.
I will make you regret ever appearing on this star. Regret?
Yang Machung's footsteps stagnated slightly, and then he looked over with a half smile.
Then you have to see if you will regret it then.
Tongue! Tongue! As soon as the words fell, Yang Machung had already disappeared from the spot with Nandong Wu.
Let's go too.
Looking at Nandong Wu and Yang Machung who disappeared, Nandong Lai's eyes gradually became cold.
Nandong Wu, I will definitely prove to everyone this time that I am stronger than you. And this star is where your soul will die.
Boom! As soon as the words fell, Nandong Lai and others also rose into the sky at the same time and flew into the distance. However, no one knew that this vast and dense forest had become Yang Machung's hunting ground, and this Skyfire lineage became the first step in his revenge. But, for Yang Machung, the top priority is not to kill the branch disciples who come to this star, but to raise the body of the blue dragon to the great perfection as soon as possible and reach the middle stage of the cave world. Tongue! He didn't know how long the flight had been flying before Yang Machung stopped. Looking at the thick trees around him, he exhaled a breath and said slowly,
It's time to begin!
Chapter 1655 Immortal Mimosa. Surrounded by trees. To outsiders, this place looks like a huge forest, with nothing unusual about it. But if you listen carefully, there is no sound of insects or birds in this forest.
Can you tell which ones are dryads, and which ones are ordinary trees?
Nandong Wu followed Yang Machung and asked aloud. Dryads are different from ordinary monsters. When it doesn't appear, you can't tell who is who.
Just force them to appear.
Yang Machung smiled lightly. Snapped. He took 1 step forward, and the breath all over his body roared out like a crazy tide. Suddenly, the silent trees in front of Yang Machung seemed to wake up. Although there was no wind, these trees were swaying uncontrollably. Uh-huh. 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 At the same time, there was a rustling sound in the forest. All they saw was that on the ground, vines were rushing towards Yang Machung and Nandong Wu like snakes. These vines have spikes that look like steel needles. Once they pierce the body, these spikes will absorb the energy and blood in the opponent's body, and they will be sucked into a mummy in an instant. Looking at this scene, Nandong Wu's face turned pale, but Yang Machung was dismissive.
Low-level tree demons, like monsters, live in groups and grow together, because they are not strong enough. They need the power of the group. But for truly powerful tree demons, flowers, plants and trees will become extinct within 1,000 miles. As for these trees demon, the level is not too high.
These tree demons were naturally able to understand Yang Muqing's words, and immediately became furious. All he saw was an explosion of green, and vines quickly surrounding him, forming a huge jasper green dragon, roaring towards Yang Muqing and biting him.
Cut!
Yang Muqing raised his hand and struck, and with a puff sound, the jade green dragon made of countless vines was immediately cut off with its neck. The huge dragon head fell to the ground, and immediately turned into vines that had lost their spirituality. A green liquid spurted out from the broken neck, which looked like blood. Zitsidi. In the forest, there was a piercing scream. Apparently, it was because Yang Muqing cut off their vines that the tree demons howled in pain. However, for these tree demons, these injuries are just scratches, not serious injuries. On the contrary, their roars revealed their hiding positions.
Found it!
Yang Muqing turned his eyes and popped out his right hand one after another. Call out! Call out! Call out! Streams of sword light shot out quickly and hit the tree demons. Those tree demons didn't even have time to scream before they were pierced by Yang Muqing. At the same time, he waved his right hand, and a huge suction force came. Suddenly, sections of the Dryad's core turned into green light and flew in front of him. Yang Muqing didn't even look at it. With a squeeze of his right hand, he turned these cores into pure vitality and inhaled them directly into his body. As for what happens next, let the Qinglong body slowly digest it.
There should be some powerful tree demon ahead.
Go through the woods in front of you. Nandong was suddenly stopped, and he discovered that the area ahead was actually a vast desert, and the wind and sand that kept blowing from the distance carried a very manic atmosphere.
Oh!
Yang Muqing also stopped and narrowed his eyes.
Since I traveled in the starry sky, I have seen a lot of tree demons. Among the many trees, willow trees are the easiest to become demons, followed by locust trees, peach trees, some rare tree demons, although I have not seen them. But they are also I have heard of its properties. But there is no one with such properties.
Before even stepping into the opponent's territory, Yang Muqing felt a very manic aura. Because, according to his consistent understanding of the tree demon, this will not happen to the tree demon no matter how bad-tempered he is.
It's a fairy mimosa!
Nandongwu condensed for a moment. After glancing at Yang Muqing, who was confused, Nandongwu paused and then explained.
But there are some immortal beings who broke through the barriers and came to this starry sky. When that person existed in the lower world, he brought a few mimosa seeds with him. This fairy mimosa is very docile and can be kept in captivity like a monster, the existence that guards the Nangong clan. But who knew that this immortal mimosa would become extremely violent after being planted in the lower realm? You see, this is the reason for this desert area. It is frantically absorbing spiritual energy from this area. So this entire area has become a desert. And this immortal mimosa actively seeks out people to attack.
Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes and looked forward. All he saw was an extremely strange tree growing faintly in the center of the desert. Rather than saying trees, it would be more appropriate to say grass.
I once heard this saying, oranges grown in Huainan are oranges, and those grown in Huaibei are oranges. It seems that it is the mimosa of the fairy world. It is not used to the environment of this lower world, so its temper becomes violent. As for the crazy absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth,
it must be for normal growth.
Snapped. While speaking, Yang Muqing stepped into this desert area. Almost instantly, he felt a violent suction emerge quietly. Even the breath he breathed out was snatched away by the other party.
It's indeed a bit strong.
Yang Muqing smiled. With such a long distance, even as soon as they stepped into the opponent's territory, they were already felt by the immortal mimosa. It is conceivable that the opponent's strength is stronger than all the tree demons that Yang Muqing has fought against so far.
Don't think about running away. Come with me to see the fairy mimosa.
Nandongwu sighed secretly and followed quickly. As the distance got closer and closer, the outline of this fairy mimosa was completely revealed. The skinny leaves and slender tree body looked like an ordinary mimosa plant magnified hundreds of times. Before Yang Muqing and Nandongwu got close, the fairy mimosa became violent because of this, and they could even clearly sense the murderous aura contained in the other party. And this kind of murderous intention has never been possessed by the tree demon in this starry sky. You can even see clearly. Pieces of light are constantly flowing along the body of the fairy mimosa.
Let me see the strength of this immortal mimosa.
Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes. Boom! The next moment, he took one step forward, and in an instant, A sand spring hundreds of meters high exploded in the desert. With the help of this terrifying explosive power, Yang Muchung shot out like a sharp arrow. Chapter 1656 Crazy Devouring. Boom! The peaceful desert suddenly fell into waves. Yang Muchung is like a wild dragon, bringing up a long wave of sand in the desert. From a distance, it looks like riding the wind and breaking waves. The fairyland mimosa is not like other tree demons. It will only attack if it steps into its warning range. Almost as soon as Yang Muchung stood up, Immortal Mimosa had already locked onto Yang Muchung. I saw the desert beneath it erupting into soaring sand springs, and roots as slender as snakes rushed towards Yang Muchung. These rhizomes also have sharp thorns growing on them, but there is a faint light shining on them, which is obviously very poisonous. It is several times scarier than the previous vines. Once entangled by it, it may be difficult to escape.
Let me give you a taste of fire first.
Looking at these rushing roots, Yang Muchung took a deep breath and his chest bulged high. The next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out, and in an instant, monstrous flames swept away and rushed towards the roots. The space around the flames crackled. Even Nandong Wu, who was outside the battlefield, felt a terrifying heat wave rushing towards him, as if it was going to burn him.
It's no use. This fairy mimosa, although it is rooted in the lower world, has not been able to grow into a powerful existence like the fairy world. It is still invulnerable to water and fire.
Nandong Wu shook his head. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, under the surge of flames, the countless roots tore it apart and rushed in front of Yang Muchung.
What?
A hint of horror flashed in Yang Muchung's eyes. Under the flames, the fairy mimosa not only did not show the slightest signs of being burnt, but instead became more and more violent. One of the roots was already raised high, like a giant whip being struck down suddenly. Snapped. Yang Muchung's rhizome was missed and hit the ground heavily. It was like a sword slashing the desert in half.
Sure enough. Violent.
Yang Muchung closed his eyes. This fairy mimosa is more murderous than the ordinary tree demon. It wants to kill people everywhere, and it is more murderous. This sweep did not hit Yang Muchung, and the fairy mimosa did not give up. The remaining rhizomes quickly came in and enveloped them like tentacles. They entangled and condensed with each other in midair, forming a large intertwined network, overwhelmingly approaching Yang Muchung. That stem was filled with sharp demonic energy. The big net swooped down, tearing the air apart.
Void transient.
Yang Muchung turned around and disappeared from the spot. But this immortal mimosa was actually able to comprehend the void,
and it directly calculated Yang Muchung's next destination, and came roaring directly.
Boom!
The big net that failed to catch Yang Muchung was pulled back violently, squeezing the space and bursting. Yang Muchung, who appeared again, did not continue to attack the fairy mimosa, but returned to the edge of the desert.
This fairy mimosa has almost no weaknesses.
Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and said,
Can't even you deal with it?
Nandong Wu said in surprise.
It is invulnerable to water and fire, extremely aggressive, and has a violent personality. It even has a superb grasp of the void. If you want to kill it, you can only crush it with absolute strength,
Yang Muchung said. As he spoke, the huge fairy mimosa rebuilt its defenses. The roots, like dragon snakes, arched their bodies, quietly sealing off the world.
Tongue!
Yang Muchung took one step forward and appeared directly above the mimosa in the fairy world. Almost at the same time, the immortal mimosa reacted in an instant. Thousands of roots gathered into one force and shot towards Yang Muchung cave like a shocking giant spear. But no matter how powerful it is, how can it be stronger than Yang Muchung?
The killing mark of exile.
Yang Muchung closed his eyes, formed seals with his hands, and suddenly smashed them down. Only a burst of sound was heard, and the roots of the fairy mimosa popped open like water pipes. Gigi. The fairy mimosa even let out a scream. However, what Yang Muchung didn't expect was that the fairy mimosa shrank and instantly turned into a plant ball the size of a basin, heading straight into the desert.
No! It's going to escape!
Nandong Wu shouted. Like other dryads, fairy mimosas do not move easily. But once his life is damaged, he can only escape. When it escaped, it abandoned its trunk, leaving only the most essential core of its body. If it falls anywhere, it will sprout and grow again after 3 years. Yang Muchung naturally didn't know this. But even without Nandong Wu reminding him, he would not let this fairy mimosa escape. He grabbed it with his right hand, and a powerful force exploded on the spot. taking the core into his hand. Zitsidi. The plant ball struggled continuously in Yang Muching's palm, but it only had its core left and was unable to attack.
I don't know what power it contains.
Narrowing his eyes, Yang Mucheng immediately used the green dragon's body to forcefully absorb it. Immediately, a vitality that was many times more powerful than an ordinary tree demon poured into Yang Mucheng's body.
This core contains about 7 or 8 times the energy of an ordinary tree demon core.
Although I was shocked. But when I thought about it again, I thought it was normal. The strength of this immortal mimosa is so strong that not only are ordinary plants and tree demons suppressed within this radius, unable to grow, but the soil in all directions is sucked into desert. This shows the strength of this immortal mimosa.
There are countless fairy mimosas in this star. Here we go!
Yang Mucheng's eyes lit up. In the next few days, he led Nangong Wu Manxingchen around, constantly looking for the location of the mimosa in the fairy world. At the same time, the number of immortal mimosas he hunted was increasing, and the blue dragon's body was only half of the distance from Zogchen. What makes Yang Mucheng quite depressed is that the green lotus between his eyebrows does not continue to improve. No matter how much power is poured into it, the green lotus is still like a bottomless pit with no bottom.
It seems that there is no way to upgrade this Qinglian Terrace to the 4th level in a short period of time.
Shaking his head secretly. After all, Fong Baiyu only nourished the green lotus platform to the 9th level with his cultivation level in the 1 Yuan realm. Now this Qinglian has only bloomed a short time ago and has only reached the 3rd level. How can it be promoted again in a short period of time? While Yang Mucheng continued to hunt the fairy mimosa wildly, he was targeted. Originally, Yang Mucheng disagreed. Anyway, his identity has not been exposed and he is still safe. But who would have thought that after he once again killed a fairy mimosa plant, these people would appear in front of Yang Mucheng openly. Moreover, they actually wanted to snatch the core obtained by Yang Mucheng. Chapter 1657 Revenge begins.
What did you just say? Say it again if you can.
Yang Mucheng held the core he had just obtained from killing the immortal mimosa in his hand and looked ahead with a half smile. The leader of this group is called Nangong Song. Although he is not strong, he has recruited more than 10 warriors from the late Dongtian period. These are the people who have been secretly staring at Yang Mucheng. Now after Yang Mucheng killed this fairy mimosa, it actually jumped out. Let him hand over all the dried cores he obtained after entering this star.
Isn't it clear what I said? Hand over all the dryad cores you got.
Nangong Song sneered.
Boy, how dare an early stage caver to be so arrogant? Don't say it once. Even if you say it 10 times, you can say it 100 times. Keep the things and leave the people. Our young master is kind-hearted and will spare your life. That would be great.
The followers following Nangong Song also shouted proudly. Without even looking, Yang Mucheng crushed the core with his right hand and turned it into the purest energy directly into his body. Nangong Wu on the side shook his head and sighed, lamenting that these people did not know whether to live or die.
Mui, I know your strength is not bad, but no matter how strong you are, can you defeat so many of us?
Nangong Song saw Yang Mucheng's actions, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. To know, at the same time as he entered the star, Nangong Song had already set his sights on Yang Mucheng. He discovered that Yang Mucheng had hunted many fairy mimosa along the way. He wouldn't be able to obtain too many cores by hunting by himself, so he could only think of ways to plunder others. Of course he knew that Yang Mucheng's strength was terrifying, and he didn't even pay attention to the peak of Dongtian. But among his followers, there are more than 10 late-stage Dongshans. As the saying goes, a tiger cannot fight against a pack of wolves, and 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. It is precisely for this reason that Nangong Song brought people to surround Yang Mucheng, hoping to plunder the core of the tree demon he had obtained.
Why are you still hesitating? Is it possible that you still want to resist?
A follower beside Nangong Song shouted sternly, when he saw that Yang Mucheng was not moving. Another follower even shouted directly,
Master, do you want us to take action and give them some color? Let them be more honest.
Yang Mucheng chuckled and looked towards Nangong Song.
You really don't know how to live or die. I haven't thought of plundering you, but you dare to rob me.
At Yang Mucheng's voice, he grabbed it with his right hand and retracted his fingers sharply. Suddenly, a huge force erupted, and Nangong Song in the crowd suddenly lost his balance and was caught in Yang Mucheng's palm. Yang Mucheng actually launched the first attack on Nangong Song's team. Nangong Song was stunned, and Nangong Song's followers were also stunned. Only Nangong Wu secretly shook his head and sighed. They couldn't believe that only Yang Mucheng, who was in the early stage of Dongtian, dared to take the lead. Dared to challenge a team with more than a dozen late-stage Dongtian warriors. This is like hitting a stone with an egg. Crack! Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Yang Mucheng had already withdrawn his right hand and pinched Nangong Song's throat.
Master! Mui! You deserve to die. You actually dare to kill the children of the Nangong clan. Aren't you afraid that the Nangong clan will chase them to the end of the world?
Seeing Nangong Song collapsed on the ground like mud, the followers were immediately shocked and shouted,
Chasing them to the end of the world? I will collect some interest from the Nangong clan today.
Boom! Yang Wucheng's eyes bloomed with murderous intent. He took a step forward, grabbed his right hand in the air, and a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Call out! Call out! Call out! At this moment, sword light filled the sky, formed in the void. In the eyes of outsiders, billions of long swords spun out and turned into a storm of sword blades, swallowing up more than a dozen late-stage cavemen into it. Yang Mucheng not only attacked with this move, but also chose to attack and kill 12 people at the same time.
Not good! This kid is so murderous that he actually wants to kill us all. Hurry up and fight back.
Seeing the monstrous sword light, everyone was horrified, and they quickly burst out with all their strength, and poured it into the weapon, turning it into a rain of swords and swords, facing the storm of swords. Ding! 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 These 12 Dongtian late-stagers only have fear in their hearts. They were actually suppressed by an early-stage Dongtian, and they were unable to even fight back.
Mui, do you really want to go against the Nangong clan? If the Nangong clan knew that you killed their clan members here, they would never let you go.
Feeling the pressure of the sword storm, the followers shouted loudly one by one. The words were full of threats.
Not only will I kill you, but everyone in the Skyfire lineage will die.
Yang Mucheng looked at the people in Blade Storm calmly. Boom! These faint words immediately chilled their hearts. They felt as if their whole bodies were being poured down by a bucket of ice water. They all looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. The words contained in the other party's words did not sound like a joke, but they really wanted to completely destroy the Skyfire lineage.
Who are you anyway?
Suddenly, someone reacted and shouted loudly. This Mui keeps saying that he wants to recover some interest from the Nangong clan. Could it be that he is?
Hit Yang Mucheng again!
Yang Mucheng exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the muscles on his body squirmed, returning to their original appearance in an instant. After seeing this face clearly, these dozen Dongtian late-stagers were almost overcome with desire. If they knew that the target of their siege was Yang Mucheng, they would not have dared to come over even if they had killed them. There is no use regretting now.
It's old Demon Yang. Everyone, resist his attack and invite the Archdeacon. That's right. The Archdeacon possesses the Tai cultivation level. No matter how strong this old Demon Yang is, he would not dare to compete with the Grand Elder.
For a while, these people all discussed how to kill through this storm of swords and asked for reinforcements. But will Yang Mucheng give them a chance? Boom! At the next moment, Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and his right hand suddenly retracted. Suddenly, the rapid sword storm stopped for a short time. Then the billions of long swords, like a strong bow that was ready to go, suddenly released the bowstring in an instant. Call out! Call out! Call out! In the sharp whistling sound, the air was suddenly torn apart. In an instant, 12 people were killed on the spot. Taking the diffused chi and blood into his body, Yang Mu grew up and exhaled a long breath of turbid air.
In that case, there is no need to hide your identity anymore. This star will become my hunting ground. My revenge begins here.
Finished, Yang Mucheng suddenly disappeared on the spot. This star, from now on, is destined to bleed like a river. Chapter 1658 Red Flame Lotus. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Yang Mucheng gave up his plan to continue hunting the tree demon and completely turned to revenge. The enemies he faces are usually a team. A team of 13 people like Nangong Song can only be regarded as a small team. What's more, the number of some teams will reach around 30 or 40. For Yang Mucheng, he must kill all the opponents in the shortest possible time. But even so, in just 3 days, 7 or 8 teams were wiped out. Nighttime. After a day of fighting, Yang Mucheng practiced cross-legged and digested all the energy, blood and dryad core he had gained in the day. The body of the Azure Dragon is getting closer and closer to the great perfection. But the Azure Lotus platform is still at the 3rd level, and it remains indifferent no matter how much power is poured into it. For Yang Mucheng, The best news is that his cultivation level is about to break through, and he is about to reach the middle stage of Dongtian.
Huh?
After finishing practice, Yang Mucheng suddenly heard a sound of wind blowing, as if someone was passing by. He calmly and quickly caught up with him. The cultivation level of those two people was about in the middle stage of Dongtian. Although they were higher than Yang Mucheng, they were unable to detect Yang Mucheng who was following them.
Is it really there? It's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. And it looked like all the beasts were worshipping. Today is a full moon night. Otherwise, we really wouldn't be able to discover it. We have to speed up. Otherwise, we will be snatched away by others, and we will have no chance.
Yang Mucheng, who was following them, suddenly realized that the other party seemed to have discovered some treasure. He quickly transformed into the appearance of Mu Yi and followed behind the two of them. After passing through a lofty mountain range, the three of them came to a volcano.
That is?
Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. The huge crater was filled with a turbulent golden light. The golden light was rich spiritual energy. In the golden light, a red lotus flower looked like it was in bud. What shocked Yang Mucheng even more was that there were countless monsters surrounding the crater. The eyes of those monsters were all staring at the fire lotus in the crater.
Earlier I was still wondering where the monster on this star fell to the ground. Could it be that they were all eaten by the tree monster? Unexpectedly, they all gathered here. It seems that their purpose is to want this lotus.
Yang Mucheng looked around. There are at least 1,000 monsters surrounding the crater. Moreover, there are a steady stream of monsters coming quickly. Under the volcano are the children of the Nangong clan. At this time, they were also staring at the lotus, with excitement in their eyes.
It's the red flame fire lotus. The family originally put fire lotus seeds into this volcano, but there was no movement for hundreds of years. Unexpectedly, this fire lotus actually bloomed secretly. Although this fire lotus is not the core of a tree demon, it is extremely valuable. Not only can it be used to practice fire attribute skills and alchemy, but it can also be used to make lotus platform magic weapons. If you can capture this lotus, you'll definitely get a lot of points from the Archdeacon.
Not only the monsters want to get this red flame lotus, but also the Nangong clan present. Yang Mucheng stood in the dark and watched coldly. How is it so easy to get the red flame fire lotus? Didn't they see that at the crater of the volcano? A demonic serpent at the peak of the cave had already dominated the surrounding area, almost occupying the fire lotus. The demonic serpent opened its mouth and was absorbing the essence of the lotus. Even Yang Mucheng didn't have to look specifically to see the red mist being sucked into the body by the big snake. As the big snake moved, a red light appeared on its dark green scales. The surrounding sky demons are not as strong as this big snake, so they can only hide in the distance and absorb the remaining essence of the big snake.
Robbing now is just to make wedding clothes for others. Why not just stay here and observe the form?
Yang Mucheng pondered for a moment and made his choice. But others were not as calm as him. They all suddenly saw the big snake sucking the essence of the fire lotus and became anxious.
If we don't take action, this fire lotus will be sucked dry by the snake. At that time, even if you pick it, it will be of no use at all. Do it!
Tongue! 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 Amidst bursts of urgent shouts, everyone rushed out quickly and rushed towards the crater. The heavenly demon Orochi has already regarded this red flame fire lotus as his own. How could he allow others to snatch it away? It let out an angry roar, and its huge triangular head turned sharply to look at the warriors who were coming to kill it. At the same time, the huge body twisted strangely, and the originally silent volcano suddenly erupted with a shocking burst of magma. The moment the magma burst out, it swarmed 2 or 3 warriors.
Ah!
There was a scream, and the 3 warriors were burned to ashes by the magma on the spot. But there are more warriors who have already rushed to the crater.
Call!
The sky demon Orochi knew that he could no longer absorb the essence and could only be forced to face the enemy. Its pupils closed. Its thick body suddenly burst out like a strange lightning, and its big mouth with exposed fangs directly bit a warrior. The warrior was also a follower who had reached the late stage of Dongtian. He was caught off guard by the big snake's surprise attack.
Crack!
There was a breaking sound on the spot, and the warrior was bitten into 2 pieces by the big snake and swallowed into its belly. But then, 2 or 3 warriors came forward and started fighting the big snake directly. Those 3 people are all top-level warriors of Dongtian. One of them is Yang Mucheng's old acquaintance Shirlu. No matter how powerful the heavenly demon Orochi is, it cannot cope with the joint efforts of the 3 top cavemen, and can only retreat steadily for a while. The others broke out from the demon army and headed directly towards the crater, hoping to capture the red flame lotus. Among them, Nandonglai was the fastest.
Ha ha! This red flame lotus is mine!
Nandonglai could not conceal his excitement. As long as this flame is obtained, his joining the main line will definitely become a foregone conclusion. If you are nominated by the main line again, you can be trained as a key disciple after entering the main line.
Is it?
Just when Nandonglai was about to grab the red flame fire lotus, a sudden figure appeared above the volcano. Who else could this figure be if it weren't Yang Machung? He directly used Void Transcend to reach the top of the volcano one step ahead.
Get away!
How could Nandonglai allow others to take away the treasure he was about to get? For a moment, anger arose in his heart, and he raised his palm and hit Yang Muchung's heart.
Just you?
Yang Machung grabbed the red flame lotus with his left hand, and at the same time faced Nandonglai with a palm. Chapter 1659 Escape. How could Nandonglai be Yang Muchung's opponent? This was a shocking collision. Nandonglai only felt as if he was hit hard by a huge wave. His whole body trembled, and he flew backwards like an arrow from a string. Along the way, big trees were broken in half, and the whole person was blasted directly from the mountain into the soil.
Mui! It's you?
Shirlu, who was fighting with the big snake, found out that Nandonglai had been injured, and even found out that the red flame fire lotus had been taken away. He became furious on the spot.
Shuzi, if I don't kill you today, I swear I won't be a human being.
Boom! Shirlu abandoned the big snake, turned into a ray of light, and headed towards Yang Machung to kill him. In the midst of the escaping light and vast wind, he waved his right hand and captured a blast of wind. A small, high-speed rotating whirlwind was seen flying in his palm, and the core inside was filled with lightning and thunder. When the wind reached its peak, Shirlu pushed with his big hand, and the small hurricane roared out like an arrow from a string and shot toward Yang Machung cave. Yang Muchung's expression remained normal, and with one finger of his right hand, he brought up numerous phantoms and focused them on the whirlwind.
Boom!
Just hearing an explosion, the whirlwind was torn apart on the spot. The burst of lightning was towards Yang Muchung's body like an electric snake. But before he could get close, he was repulsed by Yang Muchung's surging inner strength. Shirlu and Yang Machung started fighting here. How can other monsters give up when they see this? For them, the most precious thing is this red flame lotus. How can they tolerate others being snatched away under their eyes? After a while, they all abandoned their opponents and started to kill Yang Machung. Call! 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 The first ones to rush forward were the overwhelming birds. Dozens of war eagles were already approaching Yang Machung with roaring sounds.
Get away!
Yang Machung waved his right hand, and instantly transformed into billions of long swords, turning into a storm of blades, directly involving these heavenly demons, and suddenly withdrawing them. Just hearing a crack sound, the dozens of war eagles were torn apart on the spot. Although these sky demons were killed, the remaining sky demons were not afraid at all. Instead, they were like a tide, approaching Yang Machung in waves. The one who took action this time was the demonic snake. Brush. Although this celestial demon snake is huge, its speed is not slow at all. Almost as soon as Yang Machung took action to kill these war eagles, they rushed in front of Yang Machung, and the huge tail struck down on the spot like a giant stick holding up the sky.
Boom!
Yang Machung took one step back and quickly retreated. This attack that did not hit Yang Machung caused the entire ground to tremble suddenly, and countless magma boiled up rapidly.
Hand over the red flame lotus. You dare to rob our things. You are looking for death.
At this time, the other two Dantian peaks also came to kill at the same time. In an instant, a strong and cold wind swept over. Yang Machung frowned slightly. Nowadays, whoever holds this red flame lotus has become the target of public criticism and the target of siege. There are 3 peak cave heavens here, a peak cave heaven demon, and thousands of monsters. Even if he had to deal with it on his own, it would be quite a headache.
Once something is in my hands, it's not that easy if I want to take it out again. If you want to get the red flame lotus, just snatch it from my hand if you can.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Machung swept back. At the same time, his figure also became transparent at this moment.
No! He's going to run away! This is some kind of means of escape. We can't let him escape!
Seeing Yang Machung preparing to escape, immediately, both Shirlu and the others, as well as the heavenly demon Orochi, became furious. Almost at the same time, The overwhelming attack was already crushing towards Yang Muchung like crazy.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Just when the endless attacks came, Yang Muchung disappeared suddenly. The shocking attack leveled the entire volcano on the spot. The monstrous air waves even made the entire star tremble at this moment.
Roar!
The red flame fire lotus was taken away, and the heavenly demon Orochi suddenly fell into rage. The surrounding sky demons also sensed the anger of the big snake, and immediately trembled in fear, and dispersed in all directions. The big snake's dark golden eyes kept scanning in all directions. Suddenly, it chose a direction and swam there. For a while, in the crater where monsters were originally dancing, only the Nandong clan remained. They looked at the volcano that had been flattened, and they were filled with rage. The red flame fire lotus that was about to be obtained was actually snatched away by someone with a sword. How could they endure this?
Who was that boy just now?
At this time, someone had already inquired about Yang Muchung's identity.
Mui! He is a follower of Nandong Wu. Although he only has Dongtian cultivation, his strength is quite terrifying. His strength is better than the average late-stage Dongtian,
Shirlu said.
This kid had a conflict with me when we were in the family. But at that time, because the archdeacon appeared, I had to stop. I didn't expect that I didn't kill him at that time. But now he has become a trouble in the future.
When everyone heard this, they were surprised. No one expected that this interfering kid would be like this.
Where are those monsters and that big snake?
Nandong Lai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and walked over angrily. Yang Muchung's previous palm might have been killed on the spot if he hadn't had a protective magic weapon. But now, how could he bear it when he saw Yang Muchung taking away the red flame fire lotus that he was about to get? However, what puzzled him even more was that these monsters turned into birds and beasts and disappeared after Yang Muchung left.
These monsters are also looking for the red flame fire lotus.
Shirlin narrowed his eyes and glanced around.
This space-based movement technique is very rare and even more difficult to master. I didn't expect this kid to be able to use it so skillfully,
Shirlu said, suddenly thinking of something, and shouted quickly.
No! Now the demons are all looking for that boy. If he is found by the demon snake in advance, I am afraid that the red flame fire lotus will fall into the hands of the demon snake.
And it will not be so easy for us to snatch it.
When everyone heard this, they all couldn't help but come back to their senses. Suddenly, it turned into streaks of escaping light and shot towards the distance. At this time, Yang Muchung had already taken this red flame fire lotus to a place hundreds of miles away. However, he didn't stop. Instead, it continued to fly rapidly until it came to a horizontal mountain and then stopped.
It's here. Those guys won't be chasing you in a short time. I am right here, absorbing the red flame fire lotus.
Chapter 1660. The body of the green dragon is perfect. In a hidden cave. The entrance of the cave is covered by countless rocks, making it difficult for others to find traces of the cave. In the cave, Yang Muchung sat quietly cross-legged. The dark cave was illuminated by the red flame lotus in front of him. The pure red spiritual energy almost turned into smoke, filling the entire cave. Although the sky demon serpent absorbed a lot of essence, at most it only absorbed one leaf from the fire lotus. The remaining fire lotus is the big head. This lotus not only allows Yang Muchung to advance the body of the blue dragon, but also enhances the body of the red bird. But Yang Muchung hesitated and used it to propel the body of the blue dragon. After all, he came to this star just to raise the body of the blue dragon to the great perfection. Now that the progress is over halfway, naturally we cannot give up halfway. Once he reaches Dzogchen, his resilience will be greatly increased, reaching a level unimaginable by ordinary people. Using the Qinglong body technique, Yang Muchung opened his mouth. Suddenly, the red aura that filled the cave turned into 7 streams and shot towards his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. These pure powers will be transformed into huge vitality within the body, and will be stored in the body and in the limbs and bones. Once injured, these powerful vitality can restore Yang Muchung's injuries in an instant. At the same time, the green lotus platform between Yang Muchung's eyebrows also bloomed with a burst of quiet blue light. The 4th leaf actually looked like it was about to bloom. Feeling the movement of the Qinglian platform, Yang Muchung was even more delighted. He quickly absorbed this huge power and circulated it along the 12 main meridians, 8 extraordinary meridians, and 33 hidden meridians, and finally completely forming a weekly cycle. Just when Yang Muchung was devouring this red flame fire lotus, the members of the Nandong clan are searching for him across the stars. Although Yang Muchung had been very careful and did not leave many traces on the way here, he was still found. Here, a warrior stopped. After searching around for a moment, he nodded to his companion.
That kid passed by here. Did you perceive it correctly?
Someone asked. The warrior said decisively,
That kid has a red flame lotus on his body and a scorching aura. The temperature of the spiritual energy in this space is higher than that in other areas. It proves that the kid passed by here.
Very good! After hearing his words, everyone felt excited. In order to snatch this red fire lotus, several of them even joined forces. But now, they were robbed by someone else. And the other person was still a boy in the early stage of Dantian. How could they endure this?
If you find that kid, no matter whose follower he is, you must cut off his menstruation and peel off his skin, bruise his bones, and spread his ashes.
Everyone gnashed their teeth in hatred and wanted to pull Yang Muchung out immediately. Everyone pursues it all the way. Until 2 days later, when approaching a Hingshan mountain, someone suddenly shouted,
There's a smell.
Everyone quickly looked around and saw that the aura was coming from a cave with a doorway filled with rubble. This aura is getting stronger and stronger, and it has obviously reached a certain critical point. Feeling this aura, many people immediately came to their senses. The owner of this aura was none other than Yang Muchung, who had taken away the red flame lotus.
That boy. He's hiding in this cave. He's about to break through. Stop him quickly. Whoosh. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, some people took action boldly. In an instant, the overwhelming attack was pouring in recklessly. Rumble. There was a terrifying explosion, and most of the mountain, including the cave, was razed to the ground by the attack.
Stop attacking! Be careful and break the red flame lotus!
Others were about to take action in anger, but were immediately stopped by Nandong Lai. Everyone looked forward. Everything in the field of vision was in shambles, filled with only dust. Just when everyone was looking forward to seeing it, a figure slowly walked out. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yang Muchung? Although the entire mountain peak was razed to the ground by everyone, he still appeared unscathed.
Hand over the red flame lotus.
Nandong Lai looked at Yang Muchung. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. He felt resentful in his heart. The boy in front of him took away the red flame lotus and left. It took 3 days just to find him. During these 3 days, they did nothing and kept looking for Yang Muchung. Now that I have found it, how can I give up?
Ha ha. How can I take out what I got? I have completely absorbed the red flame lotus.
Yang Muchung stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the people in front of him with a smile. Through the red flame fire lotus, he not only cultivated the body of the blue dragon to the level of great perfection, but also raised his cultivation to the middle stage of cave heaven. It is naturally especially easy to face these people now.
I haven't gone to find you yet, but you took the initiative to send me to my door. Boy, you actually absorbed the red flame lotus. I'll kill you. Tongue.
As soon as he finished speaking, a late-stage Dantian was already furious. He let out a roar and flew out like an arrow from a string, rushing in front of Yang Muchung without any space. I saw this late-stage caveman with his arms crossed like a yellow scarf warrior wielding a giant hammer. He was obviously also a body-refining warrior. After rushing in front of Yang Muchung, he raised his right hand and smashed it suddenly. The giant fist blasted out like a poisonous dragon drill, bursting the air and hitting Yang Muchung's body in shock.
Boom!
A loud, earth-shattering sound resounded, and everyone around them retreated one after another under the loud sound. However, when they looked up and looked ahead, their expressions were horrified. Yang Muchung was seen standing there, motionless, resisting the opponent's punch with his flesh and blood.
Why are you so strong?
The late Dantian looked horrified, with only shock in his eyes. He punched with all his strength. Not only did he not hurt the opponent at all, but his own fist was so shaken that the bones were broken. How powerful this body is.
It's disrespectful to come and go without reciprocating. How about you try my hand too?
Yang Muchung glanced at the lost Dantian late stage, smiled faintly, raised his right hand, and hit him overwhelmingly on the head.
Boom!
In the late stage of Dantian, his heart trembled. He wanted to escape, but it was already too late. The slaps were coming so overwhelmingly that he had no way to escape or hide. In desperation, he could only use all his strength to resist. He was confident that as a late-stage Dantian, it was impossible for him not to be able to withstand even one of this kid's moves.
Crack!
But with this palm, his arms were directly broken, and his whole body was blasted into the ground. And the entire earth even collapsed. This is the power of the great perfection of the blue dragon body. Chapter 1661, 1 against 3. Yang Muqing's slap not only killed a late-stage Dong Tian. It was also like giving everyone a loud slap in the face. Everyone who originally wanted to swarm up and kill Yang Muqing suddenly felt frightened. Even the late Dong Tian could not resist the opponent's palm. The only one who could compete with him was the peak Dong Tian.
Right? Why is this kid so powerful?
The two peaks of the cave world present had a look of shock on their faces. They looked at the later stage of the cave that was blasted into the ground, and then looked at Yang Muqing. Their eyes filled with disbelief.
Humph. This kid was not weak in strength to begin with. Now, he has absorbed the red flame fire lotus, and his strength has reached a higher level. Although he is only in the middle stage of Dong Tian, he is probably enough to compete with us at the peak level,
Shirlu said coldly.
What to do?
Someone asked. They originally came for the red flame fire lotus. But now the red flame fire lotus has been absorbed by Yang Muqing, and they are unwilling to offend a powerful being for this.
Yang Zi has already tied the knot. If we don't kill him today, will he let us go in the future?
Shirlihan said. Everyone looked at each other for a while, and nodded secretly. Two of the top experts from Dong Tian came out and surrounded Yang Muqing in a pin shape.
Oh, you three want to compete with me?
Yang Muqing stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Shirlu and the three other top cavemen with a smile.
Mui, you dare to tease us when you are about to die. That's right. You can still laugh when you steal our red flame fire lotus. If I don't kill you today, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in my heart.
Boom. While talking, the three of them had already burst into monstrous cultivation. Three auras soared into the sky, crushing towards Yang Muqing, who was in the center. Crackling. A terrifying explosion sounded loudly. And with the three people at the center, the ground all around exploded. At the same time, a strong wind visible to the naked eye also stirred up at the same time, forcing everyone around to retreat step by step. Feeling this overwhelming power, everyone's face was filled with shock.
This Mui is dead. Three top cavemen joined forces to attack and kill him. No matter how powerful he is, it will be difficult for him to escape unscathed. This ignorant thing actually dares to steal our red flame fire lotus. Let him know what regret means today.
Looking at the three auras that kept erupting, and then looking at Yang Muqing being crushed in the three auras, everyone thought that the outcome was decided. However, Yang Muqing, who was in the center, had a calm expression. With his strength, he could easily compete with the three peaks of Dong Tian. But he has no intention of doing so now.
Although the Qinglong body is the main recovery, it also has a certain degree of physical enhancement. Dong Tian is too weak in the later stage, and it is not enough for me to use my fists and kicks. I don't know if I can kill these three people with the power of my body alone.
Yang Muqing thought in his mind. Just when Yang Muqing was condensing, Shirlu was already the first to take action. He and Yang Muqing were old enemies, and had the Archdeacon not intervened, he would have killed Yang Muqing on the spot. But it was precisely because of the mistake at the beginning that the catastrophe of the red flame fire lotus being taken away today was caused. Now that he met Yang Muqing again, how could he let it go? Boom! Shirlu, whose momentum reached its peak, rushed into the sky. Then, with a huge momentum, he was like a meteorite, crushing towards Yang Muqing fiercely. At the same time, the remaining two peaks of Dong Tian also took action at the same time. One of the peak men in black robe grabbed his right hand and brought out two gongs from the void. Each side of this gong was more than 10 meters in diameter. It was completely transformed by internal energy. It suddenly shot towards Yang Muqing's position. If these two gongs were photographed in person, a mountain peak would be completely shattered. The last peak person grabbed a triangular black flag from his arms. The triangular black flag was caught in his hand, and he waved it in front of him, bringing up a billowing black wind. The black wind blew sand and rocks, tearing apart a huge rock more than 10 meters high on the spot, stirring it into the wind, turning into gravel, and pounced on Yang Muqing. In one moment, the three peak warriors struck at the same time, with extraordinary power.
Let's start with you first.
Yang Muqing's eyes turned and fell on Shirlu. Previously, this old guy was in the Skyfire lineage and pressed on him step by step, almost exposing his identity. Now that he is inciting others to deal with him, Yang Muqing will naturally attack him first. With a thought in his mind, Yang Muqing took a step forward.
Boom!
A loud sound resounded. I saw the earth cracking open, and a crack spread like lightning. Amidst this shocking sound, Yang Muchung soared into the sky, and his whole body shot towards Shirlu like an arrow from a string.
This kid actually wants to go head-to-head with a top expert?
Seeing this scene, everyone felt incredible. But Yang Muchung's actions were to eliminate the false and retain the true, without any pretense. On the contrary, as he approached Shirlu, his speed did not decrease but increased. In fact, it doubled. At this moment, his whole body was tense from head to toe, and his fists were sharp arrows that could penetrate everything.
Even if you want to compete with me, get out of here!
Seeing that Yang Muchung actually abandoned the other two people and took the lead in attacking himself, Shirlu suddenly became furious. In his opinion, this was Yang Muchung looking down on himself. Letting out a roar, Shirlu clenched his fist, punched it out of the air, and blasted it directly. Boom! In midair, the two sides shot together like two sharp arrows. In everyone's opinion, this should have been a bombardment without any suspense. But the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Yang Muchung, who was supposed to be punched from midair into the ground by Shirlu, was not smashed into the ground. Instead, Shirlu was knocked out of balance by the impact, and the whole person flew backwards on the spot. This shocking scene almost made everyone's eyes pop out. A strongman at the peak of Dantian was actually punched away by Yang Muchung? Is this a joke?
This kid has absorbed the red flame Red Lotus, and his strength has greatly increased. Don't underestimate him.
Shirlu, who was blown away, roared loudly. When the punch struck, he felt as if he had been hit by a huge wave. Not only was it unable to break the wave, but the energy and blood all over his body surged uncontrollably due to the force of the blow. Stand up.
Don't worry. My heavenly wind is enough to chop up all his muscles in pieces.
Hearing Shirley's voice, the old man holding the black pennant sneered, and immediately waved the flag in his hand towards Yang Muchung. The next moment, the flying sand and rocks came out in an overwhelming bombardment. Chapter 1662, a sneak attack by a group of monsters. Call! The black wind whipped up a shrill roar. The black hurricane suddenly flipped up, spun around in place, and turned into a tornado on the spot. It was like a huge dragon rushing out, directly involving Yang Muchung.
Oh!
Seeing this scene, everyone cheered. This gust of wind can tear even rocks into pieces. Could it not tear apart Yang Muchung's body?
It's still early. This kid is very strong. Let's see how I can beat him to Ling Chi.
The old man Heike muttered something. I saw the black wind billowing, one side pushing against the sky and the other side touching the ground. The clouds above the stars became vast and turbulent, and countless clouds were sucked into them by the hurricane. The rocks on the ground were rolled up piece by piece and turned into windy sand. This day, clouds, earth and rocks were mixed into the tornado, and its power suddenly increased greatly. Every wisp of wind was like a sharp knife. Now, this tornado is like a whirlpool composed of countless sharp knives. And Yang Muchung is in this whirlpool. Sharp and harsh sounds sounded one after another, and the wind and sand swept across, even tearing apart the surrounding space.
Can these alone hurt me?
Yang Muchung snorted coldly. He took a step forward and punched out his fist.
Bah!
On the spot, the raging wind was suddenly torn apart.
Can you actually break free?
The old man in black robe, who transformed into a huge gong, had a hint of horror in his eyes. But then he sneered, clasped his hands in front of him, and slapped them hard. Immediately, the two huge gongs with a diameter of more than 10 meters were swatted towards Yang Muchung. Yang Muchung snorted disdainfully, raised his fist, and smashed forward.
Boom! Boom!
With one punch and one kick, he caused the two gongs to explode on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't believe it. Yang Muchung is simply unreasonable. No matter what tricks you use, he can defeat all your tricks with just his fists and kicks. After smashing the black-robed old man's gong, Yang Muchung took advantage of the situation and pushed forward, directly towards Shirlu. The old man Heike gritted his teeth and turned over the black flag in his hand. Huh? Suddenly, the wind picked up. From a distance, it sounded like a howling ghost. A black gust of wind that was even bigger than before arose directly, like a huge wave, and hit Yang Muchung.
Snort!
Yang Muchung snorted coldly, raised his fist and hit it.
Boom!
Despite the black wind, under the waving of the pennant, it was like a huge wave, rolling in layers and hundreds of feet thick. However, Yang Muchung punched out and still tore the black wind into two pieces on the spot. Time. This mountainous area fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Yang Muchung and could hardly believe their eyes. One Dongtian mid-level player was overwhelmed by 3 Dongtian peak players and couldn't even lift their heads. How does this kid have such power? Duh. Among the shocked crowd, Yang Muchung walked leisurely with his hands behind his back.
It seems that this is your strongest method. It really disappoints me.
Yang Muchung clasped his hands and shook his head. With his cultivation in the middle stage of Dongtian, coupled with the perfection of the body of the blue dragon, it is natural to suppress these 3 people.
Ulcher! Save me!
At this moment, a cry suddenly sounded. Everyone looked forward, but he saw that it was Nangong Lai who was shouting. At this moment, he is being besieged by 2 heavenly demons. Everyone was shocked, and when they looked around, they couldn't help but feel shocked. It turns out that at some point, this world was surrounded by monsters, and the leader is none other than the sky demon Orochi. Obviously, this big celestial demon snake sent many celestial demons to seal off this area while everyone was fighting.
You beast! Let go of my young master!
Seeing the besieged Nangong Lai, Shirlo let out a roar, and his whole body shot out like a sharp arrow.
Laugh!
The eyes of the sky demon serpent shone with cold light. The moment Shirlo rushed up, it shot out fiercely like a long bow that was ready to go, and its big mouth full of fangs suddenly bit down. After all, Shirlo is a peak powerhouse. At the same time, a warning sign occurred in his heart, and his body suddenly turned around and retreated towards the rear. Although Shirley's reaction speed was already very fast, how could the sky demon Orochi attack without success if it was intended to sneak up on him? The big mouth with exposed fangs suddenly bit and tore on the spot, directly biting off half of Shirley's body.
Ah!
As the sky demon Orochi attacked, many sky demons also launched attacks at the same time.
Not good! This demonic snake is going to kill us all!
Shirley swallowed a pill and barely stopped the bleeding. Looking at the monsters charging towards him crazily, he screamed in horror. Who among you didn't react at this time? Apparently, this celestial demon Orochi was angry with everyone because the red flame fire lotus was taken away, and was ready to kill everyone here.
Hurry up and kill this demon snake! It is the leader of these sky demons! If we don't kill it, we may not be able to escape.
Feeling the crisis before them, everyone couldn't help but feel horrified in their hearts. Boom! The old man Black Flag quickly grabbed the pennant in his hand and danced it fiercely. Immediately, a fierce black wind stirred up and fiercely rushed towards the sky demon serpent.
Condensation! Condensation! Condensation!
Faced with a life and death crisis, the old man Heike naturally did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. When the black wind started blowing up, he violently threw the black flag in his hand toward the sky, muttering something in his mouth, and forming seals with his hands in front of him. When the last mark was condensed, he opened his eyes angrily and shouted 3 times. The next moment, the black wind that rushed out actually decreased instead of increasing. Instead, it quietly converged.
Oh!
Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung looked at it with interest. But soon, he figured it out. This black wind did not reduce anything, but the other party restrained the wind. It looked ferocious before, but in fact it was just a puffy and fat body that was strong on the outside but could be pierced with a simple prick of a needle. But now that the wind has been restrained, all the power has been condensed, and it has transformed into a huge black tiger in the eyes of everyone. Although it is a black wind, its momentum is not diminished. When the strong wind swept through, the turbulence of the sky was set off. Every time it took a step, its huge body made the ground shake.
Die!
The old man Black Flag closed his eyes.
Roar!
The next moment, the black tiger let out a roar and rushed away at all costs, killing the sky demon serpent. Seeing the black tiger, a trace of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the heavenly demon serpent. He rushed away desperately, opened his big mouth, and directly swallowed the black tiger in one gulp under the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it. Chapter 1663 Yang Muchung takes action. The mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole stalks behind. This celestial demon Orochi is too strong, and they cannot compete with it at all. What's more, there are more heavenly demons sweeping in, blocking the surrounding sky.
Mui! Why don't you take action?
Looking bitterly at the living space that was constantly being squeezed by the sky demons, Shirlo looked at Yang Muchung, who had been standing there without moving, and couldn't help shouting,
"Let me take action!"
Yang Muchung looked with a half smile. He just found it funny. He also wanted to kill these people. But the appearance of this group of heavenly demons was just in time, which saved him some effort.
Are you just waiting for us to be killed by these demons?
Shirley shouted.
If we were killed by these demons, do you think you would still be able to survive?
Yang Mucheng smiled and said nothing. Everyone almost broke their teeth when they looked at Yang Mucheng's posture. To know, they are now like grasshoppers on the same boat. If they want to break out of the siege, they can only join forces.
Roar!
The heavenly demon serpent roared and swallowed the black wind tiger. It turned around suddenly and rushed towards the old man Black Flag. This old man was not as lucky as Shirley before. He had previously poured all his strength into the black tiger, and there was a feeling of emptiness in his body, unable to cope with this situation at all. Just seeing a black shadow flash in front of his eyes, the whole person was already in the belly of the snake. A peak caveman was devoured on the spot, and the remaining demons were immediately boosted in morale and roared out. The warriors of the Nandong clan were originally surrounded by the heavenly demons. Now, under this kind of bombardment, the living space is being compressed step by step. Although everyone tried their best to resist, they were no match for the many sky demons. Even if they managed to kill a few sky demons, they would be overwhelmed by the opponents and be torn into pieces on the spot. Yang Mucheng stood there happily, feeling quite at ease. Whether they are warriors or heavenly demons, their huge energy and blood are enough to nourish Yang Mucheng to improve his cultivation. Not long after, the warriors were completely defeated and forced into the mountains, with even their last living space completely compressed.
Mui! You thought we were dead. Could you survive?
Shirley covered his wound and looked at Yang Mucheng hatefully. If looks could kill, then Yang Mucheng would have died countless times.
These heavenly demons surrounded us without attacking us just to kill you.
Shirley's words are not alarmist. The dozen or so of them were all more or less seriously injured, and they couldn't even deal with ordinary celestial demons, let alone this celestial demon Orochi. Moreover, many monsters are surrounding but not attacking, and they are in a standby posture, obviously waiting for the order from the sky demon Orochi.
Kill me! It's just a beast!
Yang Mucheng chuckled. This is too crazy. Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, everyone couldn't help but look sideways. How long has it been since this happened that you still dare to be so arrogant? Even if you can suppress the peak powerhouse, can you kill this demonic snake? Moreover, there are many heavenly demons nearby. No one else would be able to break out of the siege.
Roar!
Of course, the sky demon Orochi is the most furious. Those dark golden eyes were staring at Yang Mucheng. How could it not recognize Yang Mucheng? It was this boy who had taken away its red flame lotus before. But now, it was this boy who dared to insult it by calling it a beast. How can the demonic snake not be angry?
Kill him for me!
There was a roar. And in a moment, the monstrous monster was overwhelming and sweeping towards Yang Mucheng.
Just you?
Yang Mucheng chuckled and waved his right hand. In an instant, a strong wind whipped up and roared out. Although this violent wind is not like the black wind set off by the previous peak expert with a black flag, its power is earth-shattering. The force of the wind, no matter what kind of demon it is in this violent wind. Tear it to pieces. This impressive swipe created a ravine like a dragon and a snake. From a distance, it looked like it had been cut with a sword.
Hiss!
Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Especially Shirley. The two peak cave heaven masters were filled with shock. They could also bring about this kind of power with just a wave of their hands. But he couldn't kill so many demons like Yang Mucheng. You know, these heavenly demons have many cave heaven realms. Whoa! Yang Mucheng's wave also shocked many heavenly demons, so that the demon group did not dare to take another step forward.
We saved again? This Mui is too strong. He might really be able to withstand these monsters.
A glimmer of hope arose in the hearts of many people.
Even if he can stop these monsters, can he do anything to that big demon snake?
Shirley's words immediately drenched everyone like a bucket of ice water. As soon as everyone heard this, their newly raised hopes were immediately extinguished. These monsters are not the most terrifying. The most terrifying thing is the big demon snake. The demonic snake wants to eat people. Who can stop it? Really? As soon as Shirley finished speaking, the heavenly demon snake suddenly made some movement. After not being seen for 3 days, the dark green scales on its body had turned into a deep red, like rubies inlaid with them, making it look really majestic. At the same time, its aura was much stronger than it was 3 days ago. Obviously, in the past 3 days, it was not only looking for Yang Mucheng, but also digested the energy that had previously been swallowed by the red flame fire lotus. That red body looked like it was soaked in flames.
Hand over the red flame lotus, and I can let you go.
The big demon snake squeezed out from the crowd of demons. However, it did not rush to take action, but kept talking. Obviously, this sky demon snake had seen Yang Muching's casual way before, and knew the other party's strength, and was afraid of him.
If you are willing, you can leave with these people.
Seeing that Yang Muchung was silent, the heavenly demon snake flashed a trace of anger in his dark golden eyes.
Human, I'm warning you. Don't challenge my patience. My patience is limited. No matter how strong you are, you may not be my opponent. What's more, I still have so many subordinates. As long as I let them swarm up, no matter how strong you are, you will be completely overwhelmed.
Following the voice of the sky demon Orochi, the numerous sky demons moved forward like a demonstration, and the threat in them was self-evident. Obviously, as long as the sky demon serpent opens his mouth, these sky demons will roar directly towards him. Everyone looked at Yang Muchung. Yang Muchung raised the corner of his mouth and grinned.
The red flame fire lotus has been eaten by me.
Boom! Yang Muchung's faint words immediately caused the dark golden eyes of the sky demon serpent to burst out with a raging flame. Chapter 1664 Shocking Change.
You are seeking death on your own?
The extremely angry sky demon serpent roared. Its body shook, and the billowing demonic energy was released directly. The crimson demonic energy was turbulent and churning, and the pressure contained in it swept across all directions like a tide, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. It was as if a terrifying mountain had been smashed down on everyone's body, and everyone who was crushed couldn't lift their heads. The people on the scene had no doubt that this celestial demon snake would kill them all in an instant. Call. The moment the aura of the heavenly demonic serpent reached its peak, its huge body suddenly turned around. The huge tail swept towards Yang Muchung like a giant stick and struck down hard. In this crazy attack, the space around the sky demon Orochi was exploded, and the wind caused by this attack suppressed the trees for dozens of miles around and exploded. In order to wait for this red flame fire lotus to mature, it spent hundreds of years of hard work. Now, it was taken away by Yang Muchung. How could it endure it? At this moment, it just wants to kill Yang Muchung to relieve the hatred in its heart. The violent demonic energy and huge tail looked like a giant stick full of flames chopping down from a distance. Many sky demons, feeling the terrifying power of this attack, could not help but have their expressions change drastically, and they retreated violently towards the rear. But amidst the churning demonic energy, Yang Muchung did not retreat at all and remained calm. Facing the smashed tail, Yang Muchung clasped his hands in space. In an instant, the power from heaven and earth gathered together, forming a seal in his hands. This seal is even bigger than the sky demon Orochi, and there are 4 big characters engraved on the seal. Exiled Murder Mark. Yang Muchung carried the exiled killing seal and blasted directly at the sky demon serpent. Boom! The 2 terrifying forces exploded into the void like a hurricane that destroyed everything, and they collided fiercely in an instant. This terrifying crash crushed the surrounding space and exploded. A hurricane visible to the naked eye whipped up rapidly, even tearing apart the surrounding sky demons on the spot. What a terrifying attack! In this collision, both sides clearly refused to give in at all, and even the sky demon Orochi was knocked back by the bombardment.
What kind of trick is this? Is it so terrifying? No wonder this kid isn't afraid of the sky demon Orochi at all. It turns out he actually hides such a ferocious move.
Seeing this scene, everyone present exclaimed in disbelief. When those peak warriors, who were still doubtful before, saw the repulsed heavenly demon Orochi, their hearts began to beat wildly. Everyone looked at the big demon snake again. I saw that the skin of this big demon snake was torn apart by the attack of the exiled killer seal. The ruby-like scales all over its body exploded, and the blood continued to drip down.
Roar!
The repulsed sky demon Orochi lost its balance on the spot and flew backwards. The body rolled against the ground, even crushing more than 10 heavenly demons to death on the spot. It wasn't until it hit a piece of bluestone that it shattered into pieces that the heavenly demonic serpent stopped. It roared and looked at Yang Muchung. The human who robbed it of the red flame lotus actually fought him back. How can it be tolerated?
Laugh!
Its body suddenly tumbled. Its eyes opened angrily, and a burst of dark golden light burst out from its dark golden pupils, directly heading towards Yang Muchung. The 2 beams of light suddenly burst out, causing a harsh sound. Those heavenly demons, who stood in front of the light beam, were blown to pieces by the fierce light beam on the spot.
No! This is a spiritual attack!
Everyone present was shocked. Some people even screamed and hid in all directions. However, Yang Muchung did not dodge at all. Instead, he focused his gaze and blasted away. The two eyes collided in midair, and a loud and shocking sound erupted. The people who hurriedly evaded looked forward with astonishment on their faces. I only saw that the heavenly demon Orochi, who wanted to use his spiritual attack to regain the game, was actually counterattacked by Yang Muchung with his spiritual attack. And this time the bombardment became even more terrifying. He even drove away the heavenly demon serpent with a crushing attitude.
This, too strong.
Looking at this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that Yang Muchung, who had been promoted to the middle stage of Dongtian, actually had such great strength. Nan Donglai turned pale with fright. He had been planning to surround and kill Yang Muchung after entering the star. Only now did he realize that he was just looking for death. If the other party is willing, killing himself is as easy as killing a chicken or a dog. However, after blasting away the sky demon serpent this time, Yang Muchung frowned.
Huh? This is it?
Except for Yang Muchung. Everyone present also noticed something was wrong with the demonic snake. A loud sound rang out. The body of the sky demon serpent suddenly twisted, and streaks of crimson light not only burst out from its scales, but also gushed out from deep inside its body. This crimson light is clearly the power of the red flame and red lotus. Under the glow of this crimson light, the body of the sky demon serpent quickly recovered in a posture visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the body of the sky demon Orochi was inflating crazily like a balloon, and a more violent and terrifying aura than before emerged from the body of the sky demon Orochi rapidly.
How is this going? Hasn't the red flame red lotus been swallowed up by Muyi? How come this celestial demon serpent still has such strong power of the red flame?
Feeling this shocking change, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. Yang Muchung also frowned slightly, and figured out the reason after a moment. This celestial monster snake must have grown together with the red flame red lotus, and at the same time nourished the red flame red lotus with its own demonic energy. Therefore, the power in the red flame red lotus is usually transmitted to its body. All this time, this power has been latent in the body, and has not been able to explode. But today, it was him who injured him, which made the heavenly demon Orochi activate this aura. That's why there is such a change.
Roar!
The shocking roar resounded wildly. A monstrous sound wave ripples in the void. Even the body of the demonic serpent, nourished by the power of the red flame and red lotus, expanded crazily in an astonishing manner. Under the shocked gazes, the figure actually grew several times larger than before. At the same time, its aura is constantly getting better and better. Chapter 1665, Cut 2 with One Sword.
Oh my god!
This breath, feeling the power gushing out from the sky demon serpent, everyone's face was filled with shock and horror. No one thought that this big demon snake would have new changes after being seriously injured. And this aura of his has actually reached the perfection of heaven.
It's over. The cave is perfect. Its strength has actually grown to this extent.
This terrifying demonic aura has almost condensed into substance. Under the demonic aura, madness turned into red flames, even burning the surrounding space and bursting into flames. Even under this demonic aura, those heavenly demons all trembled and prostrated on the ground, and began to kneel down and worship the heavenly demon snake. From their trembling bodies, it can be seen that these sky demons are extremely afraid of this big snake.
Laugh!
Seems to have adapted to the changes. The eyes of the sky demon Orochi opened angrily, and its dark golden pupils turned into a shocking blood color at some point. When its eyes opened angrily, the space around it seemed to have turned into a sea of fire. And then it seemed to have turned into a sea of fire, a sea of blood, and it even cast its terrifying eyes on Yang Muchung.
Oh my god! Terrible! The cave is round and full.
The warriors around him could not help but tremble when they felt this aura. It was as if his bones had been taken away, and he didn't even have the strength to stand. So he just knelt on the ground with a dong dong dong. Seeing how these people were afraid of him, a hint of joy flashed in the crimson eyes of the heavenly demon Orochi. But when it saw Yang Muchung standing there, still looking downplayed, anger suddenly emerged.
Boom!
Its body twisted suddenly, and its big tail slapped heavily on the ground. At the same moment, a huge force burst out. With the help of this shocking force, the sky demon serpent burst out wildly with a monstrous red light. The rolling demon energy surged around its body and turned into a monstrous flame. Before they got close, Everyone felt a wave of heat that could burn everything. Even at this moment, the surrounding flowers, plants and trees were quickly withering and drying up. And even the ground was being swept open, cracked and smoking.
Even if you reach the perfection of the cave. So what?
Boom! Yang Muqing's eyes widened angrily, and the aura all over his body suddenly burst out. In an instant, a monstrous force burst out from his body crazily. This power is actually no weaker than the sky demon Orochi. When the aura surged to its extreme, Yang Muqing's entire body turned into a billowing flame and rushed out. Yang Muqing, who was in the middle stage of the Dongtian, actually chose to have a head-on confrontation with the heavenly demon Orochi, who was in the perfect Dongtian. At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking towards the sky. Yang Muqing waved his hands, and in an instant, 2 huge murder marks formed between his hands. Then, the blood-curdling seal turned into a glint of light and rushed towards the body of the heavenly demon serpent.
Boom! Boom!
Even the heavenly demon serpent, who had reached the perfection of the cave, was still no match for Yang Muqing in this violent collision. Even more so, Yang Muqing, who was holding 2 fugitive killing seals in both hands, was directly bombarded from midair.
Boom!
This terrifying bombardment caused the body of the heavenly demon serpent to directly smash a deep pit of several thousand feet into the ground. On the other hand, Yang Muqing only retreated slightly during this collision. In this collision, Yang Muqing, who was in the middle of the cave, actually had the absolute upper hand. Quiet. Everyone around was stunned. It's too strong. Yang Muqing has never taken this demonic snake seriously, and everyone just thinks that he doesn't know the heights of the world. But now after seeing this scene, who would dare to think so?
Who is this Mu-Yi? When did this figure appear in the starry sky? Such a powerful existence must have resounded throughout the starry sky long ago. It's impossible that we have never heard of his name.
Looking at this scene, everyone couldn't help but guess. The strength Yang Muqing showed was beyond everyone's imagination.
Roar!
After improving his cultivation, mutating his body, and greatly increasing his strength, the heavenly demon Orochi, who was still knocked to the ground, suddenly let out a hissing sound. At this moment, it has completely fallen into crazy hysteria. It already feels that the strength of the existence in front of it has completely surpassed itself. He was obviously just a guy in the middle stage of Dongtian, but he was even stronger than himself, which the sky demon Orochi couldn't believe.
Roar!
There was a roaring sound. Immediately, the heavenly demon serpent rushed out from the deep pit on the ground and killed Yang Muqing desperately. The bloody mouth was open to the limit at this moment, as if Yang Muqing was going to be swallowed in one gulp in an instant. Looking at the shocking scene, looking at the big black hole like an abyss, everyone couldn't help but feel numb.
This is a desperate bombardment. Can he still cope with it?
Looking at the celestial demon serpent rushing to kill, everyone couldn't help but think in their hearts and looked over. At the moment when the attacking demonic serpent was about to swallow Yang Muqing suddenly, Yang Muqing suddenly disappeared on the spot. This sudden disappearance made the heavenly demon Orochi feel a little distracted at this moment. This is naturally Yang Muqing's void transit. Yang Muqing appeared again, already at the side of the sky demon Orochi. At this moment, the sky demon Orochi only felt the threat of death. Under this threat of death, the scales on the sky demon Orochi's body couldn't help but explode. At the same time, it twisted its body and turned its big mouth again, bite towards Yang Muqing. But this time, Yang Muqing would not be able to avoid anything. I saw him grabbing it with his right hand.
Chong!
The shocking sound of swords resounded in the void. Everyone saw a brilliant sword light flashing in the void. A harsh sound suddenly resounded. All I could see was that the ruby-like scales on this monstrous celestial demon snake were cut open on the spot as if they were nothing under the swift sword light. With blood splattering and under the shocked gazes of everyone, Yang Muqing slashed with his sword, directly chopping this arrogant demon snake from head to toe. Boom! Boom! The heavenly demon serpent broke into 2 pieces and crashed to the ground. Even at this moment, the whole earth shook with a bang. Yang Muqing turned around gracefully and landed in midair. The heavenly demon, who had reached the perfection of the cave here, still died in the hands of Yang Muqing, and died under Yang Muqing's sword. Chapter 1666 Identity Exposed.
Died! This celestial demon Orochi is dead. He can easily kill even the celestial demons who have reached perfection in the cave.
There was a moment of dead silence among those present, and then a burst of shock, surprise, and incredible shouts broke out, especially when he recalled the previous gesture in which Yang Muqing used 2 large seals to directly knock the sky demon serpent down from midair. Thinking back to the scene where Yang Muchung split the heavenly demon serpent in half with a slash of his sword, everyone couldn't help but lose their voices. Roar! Seeing the death of the heavenly demon serpent, the remaining heavenly demons couldn't help but let out a roar. Where do they dare to stay? Suddenly they all howled and turned into birds and beasts. But in an instant, no one was left to escape. It's your turn next! Looking at the sky demons escaping around, Yang Muchung calmly took the blood of the sky demon serpent into his body, and slowly looked at Nandong Lai, Shirlu and others. Boom! Yang Muchung's words immediately made everyone present couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. This kid really wants to kill them. Mui! As a follower of the Nandong clan, you kill our Nandong clan! Do you know what the consequences will be? Our Nandong clan's pursuit will leave you with no way to go to heaven and no way to go to earth. Nandong Lai gritted his teeth and said, Who said I am a follower of your Nandong clan? Yang Muchung asked with a half-smile. His words immediately stunned everyone. A series of surprised and suspicious eyes looked towards him. However, Yang Muchung would not explain anything. He closed his eyes, took the Xinyuan sword and swept it horizontally. At this moment, a sword light that was even more dazzling than the one that killed the heavenly demon serpent swept out with a shocking gesture, and slashed at everyone without any hesitation. Stop! Just when everyone was about to be killed, a thunderous shout resounded quickly and violently. Then he saw a figure stepping directly out of the void and onto the battlefield. The visitor waved his right hand, bringing up a 3-inch sword light. This sword light condensed in a hurry, but it has supreme power. A clang sound struck the sword light, actually cutting the sword light into 2 pieces. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung's eyes flashed with anger. He turned his right hand. Clang! A burst of sword sounds resounded, and Yang Muchung's sword brought out a monstrous sword light. As the sword light circulated, billions of long swords appeared and gathered rapidly, forming a huge sword storm. Those who came directly would directly wrap Nandong Lai and others in the center of the sword storm. Clang! 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 As the internal energy poured in, each of these billions of long swords erupted with a sharp sword sound, and each sword erupted with a bright sword light. Then, these billions of long swords turned into countless rays of light, shooting out of crazy holes, killing them directly without reason. Snort! The visitor snorted coldly and clenched his fists. I saw his inner energy surging, and a golden bell-like light suddenly appeared outside his body. Billions of long swords hit this protective shield, only to emit an endless clanging sound. But they were unable to tear the protective shield into pieces. Yang Muchung's eyes narrowed. He waved his right hand, and in an instant, billions of long swords gathered together and formed a line, turning into a terrifying giant sword in the air, slashing down in the air. Get out of my way! The man roared and punched the air. Clang! A dull loud sound suddenly sounded, and the billions of swords were exploded by this punch. In an instant, there was only a dazzling light in the sky. It was only then that Nandong Lai and others discovered that the person who came was actually the Archdeacon. Archdeacon! Archdeacon! You are finally here! This kid is going to kill us! Kill him quickly! Seeing the visitor's eyes clearly, everyone felt as if they had grasped a life-saving straw, and they shouted excitedly. However, the Archdeacon did not act eagerly, but looked at Yang Muchung with a sneer on his face. Yang Lamo, you are so brave! Now the 7 clans are looking for you all over the starry sky, but you actually sneaked into our Nandong clan quietly. Boom! The Archdeacon's words immediately shocked everyone present. They all opened their eyes wide and looked at Yang Muchung in disbelief. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. He knew that since the Archdeacon appeared, his identity had been completely exposed. He simply stopped concealing his identity and transformed into his true appearance. Lao Mo Yang! He is really Lao Mo Yang! When the Archdeacon spoke, everyone was still a little confused. But after seeing Yang Muchung's original appearance, everyone screamed, especially Nandong Lai. In the past, he did not take Yang Muchung seriously in the family, and even kept saying that he wanted to kill him. But who would have thought that Yang Muchung would appear in front of him? The opponent's strength is beyond his imagination. Killing him is like killing a chicken and a dog. The opponent's strength is so strong, but he still wants to kill Yang Muchung without knowing whether it's life or death. At this moment, Nandong Lai felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe, leaving him trembling. I've noticed something was wrong a long time ago. There are so many tribesmen, but after entering this star,
there are fewer and fewer, so I took advantage of the situation to take a look.
The Archdeacon looked at Yang Mucheng with a sneer.
Void transformation. Death seal. Xin Yuan sword. If you are not old demon Yang, who else could you be? If you escape into the starry sky, it is like a fish entering the sea. It is not that easy to catch you. But now, you came to our Nandong clan regardless of life and death. And today is your end.
Yes. Everyone who was originally in despair suddenly came to their senses when they heard what the Archdeacon said. Although Yang Mucheng is powerful, they still have a strong man in the Tai realm.
Great Deacon, kill this boy!
Nandong Lai came back to his senses and shouted sharply. The Archdeacon chuckled and said,
This is an important figure in the family and cannot be killed. He still has the inheritance of the Shen sect. However, there is no problem in cutting off his hands and feet. Yang Mucheng, you are at the end of your rope. Capture him as soon as possible, and it can save you some physical pain. Otherwise, I will cut off your hands and feet, and then destroy your heart and make you a useless person.
Boom! As he spoke, the Great Deacon stepped forward, and his cultivation in the Tai realm burst out on the spot. In an instant, Yang Mucheng felt as if he was being targeted by a wild beast, and his whole body was locked. The invisible strength was like invisible ropes, binding his body and moving his entire body. Once Yang Mucheng makes any rash move, he will receive a thunderous strike from a strong man in the Tai realm. Chapter 1667 Battle. Everyone was very excited. Once Yang Mucheng is caught, they will also have corresponding credit. At that time, you will not only join the main clan, but you will even rise to the top like a cart jumping over the dragon's gate. Who doesn't want this kind of temptation? Everyone stared at Yang Mucheng, their eyes full of teasing. Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you arrogant? Now, a powerful man from Tai has arrived in person. Let's see what you do.
Hey, this old demon Yang can't escape this time. That's right. All the 7 tribes are chasing him all over the starry sky. Unexpectedly, he actually escaped into our Skyfire lineage. This kid has the inheritance of the divine sect, which is an existence that all 7 tribes want. It seems that today, the Shenzong inheritance will fall into the hands of our Nandong clan.
Everyone looked at Yang Mucheng with a sneer, as if the overall situation was decided. I saw Yang Mucheng standing there, his eyes lowered, his aura condensed to the extreme, looking like he had given up. Everyone was secretly happy. This was something they expected. After all, Yang Mucheng was only in the middle stage of Dongtian, and his opponent was a powerful Tai. No matter how powerful he is, he still has to be captured. However, just when everyone thought that Yang Mucheng had given up, Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head and sneered.
You want me to be captured without mercy? You want me to hand over the inheritance of Shenzong? Dreaming! So what if you are a strong man in the Tai realm? If you want to break off my limbs, then give it a try.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and a shocking momentum suddenly erupted and swept out, the roiling power sweeping in all directions. In fact, this pure and huge internal energy has transformed into a monstrous golden flame, sweeping across the sky, burn all the stars and sweep them all away.
Act recklessly. If that's the case, then I will use force to make you surrender.
The Archdeacon snorted coldly and suddenly took a step forward. He suddenly appeared in front of Yang Mucheng, as if he had shrunk to an inch. His 5 fingers suddenly brought out a sharp edge, like steel hooks grabbing at Yang Mucheng's shoulders. This sudden grab even tore the space apart. If he were to catch her, his shoulder would be crushed in an instant. Yang Mucheng closed his eyes, and at this moment, he stepped forward instead of retreating. At the same time, Xin Yuan's sword quickly swung out with a dazzling sword light, and swiftly slashed towards the opponent's right hand.
Snort!
A trace of anger flashed in the Archdeacon's eyes. He didn't expect that as soon as he made a move, he would be suppressed by him. This Xin Yuan sword is only 1 step away from reaching the super celestial level. If it is hit, his right hand will be cut off even if he has the inner strength to protect his body. Frowning, he took a step back and flicked his right hand.
Clang!
There was a roar, and fingerprints hit the tip of the sword. The powerful force shocked his body.
Good chance.
The Archdeacon's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward quickly. With this step, he came directly behind Yang Mucheng, as if he was changing his body. And with a swift palm, he struck Yang Mucheng in the back of the heart.
The killing mark of exile.
Yang Mucheng raised his palm and brought up the big seal, slamming the opponent's attack hard.
Boom!
A shocking loud sound resounded, and a loud and shocking sound broke out between the two sides. Both sides couldn't help but take a few steps back.
You can actually block 2 of my moves in a row?
Ding ding ding, step back a few steps. A trace of surprise flashed in the great deacon's eyes. With his cultivation in the Tai realm, how easy would it be to kill a middle-level Dongtian? But he made 2 moves in a row and was stopped by the opponent. How could he not be shocked? Looking at Yang Mucheng with a sneer, the archdeacon said coldly,
I don't know if you can resist this move of mine.
His eyes glowed brightly, and he grabbed it with his right hand, only to see a snake staff in his hand. The snake staff is completely black and covered with scales, giving it a formidable feel. He suddenly threw the snake staff into the void. Suddenly, a shocking snake whistle came from the snake staff. And then the billowing spiritual energy between heaven and earth swept over quickly. In Yang Mucheng's shocked eyes, the snake staff suddenly formed into a python more than 10 meters long. The moment the python formed, it roared towards Yang Mucheng and bid him call. As early as the moment when the snake staff transformed into a python, Yang Mucheng had already reacted. His eyes widened angrily, and the inner energy in his body was already exploding. At this moment, he abandoned the Xinyuan sword in his hand and formed a fierce seal with his hands in front of him. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy surged in, quickly converging into a large blurry and transparent seal between his hands. This is clearly the destruction seal that defeats the 3 seals. Although, with Yang Mucheng's current strength, he is still unable to fully display the seal of destruction. Its power cannot be underestimated. After the seal was formed, he slowly raised his hands, as if there were millions of beings in his hands. And then with shocked eyes, he blasted the seal out and hit the snake staff.
Boom!
A shocking explosion resounded loudly, bringing up a spiritual light that could dim the sun and the moon. During the explosion, it even set off a shocking gust of wind, flying everyone around. And the terrifying force even tore apart the surrounding earth. These people who were thrown away didn't even bother to get up and quickly looked ahead. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel horrified. I saw that everything within the field of vision was completely torn apart and turned into a mess. In the center of the battlefield, Yang Mucheng looked unscathed.
How can this be? He actually resisted the archdeacon's attack.
Seeing this scene, everyone just felt incredible. This was a full-strength attack from the Tai powerhouse. And this boy actually blocked it so easily.
Okay. What a great old demon Yang.
Seeing Yang Mucheng smash his snake staff to pieces, the chief deacon couldn't help but sneered.
No wonder the family regards you as their formidable enemy. With your cultivation in the middle stage of Dongtian, you can withstand the full blow of my strong Tai. If you continue to grow, you will definitely be the second Fang Baiyu in the future. No, you compare Baiyu is even scarier.
The archdeacon's eyes narrowed and his green light flashed again. In an instant, a monstrous force swept through. This explosive force is even more powerful than before. The muscles in the archdeacon's whole body tensed up, like a cheetah ready to attack, and only Yang Mucheng remained in his eyes.
But don't worry. I won't let you have the chance to continue to grow. Even if you have amazing talents, I will strangle you in the cradle.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the archdeacon was like a savage beast, sweeping over quickly. Chapter 1668 Chase. Boom! At this moment, the archdeacon was like a roaring cheetah, swept by strong winds and swift lightning. He rushed in front of Yang Mucheng in an instant. He was just like a crazy prehistoric Tyrannosaurus, rampaging all the way and unscrupulously. Everything he passed was blown to pieces. Countless stones splashed out, creating deep pits on the ground. Such power made everyone change their color in horror.
Old demon Yang, don't worry. I won't kill you. I will twist off your hands and feet and hand them over to the family. Your destruction seal is certainly terrifying, but with your strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to use it anymore. This is the second time. Accept your fate.
The archdeacon screamed in triumph. Boom! Looking at the madly rushing archdeacon, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with horror. Although he had already predicted the opponent's attack direction and location, he was faced with a situation where he could not avoid or hide. This is a full-strength blow unleashed by the great deacon's ethereal power, and its power is extraordinary. What to do? How to hide? At this critical moment, Yang Mucheng almost subconsciously thought of Qinglian Terrace.
Call!
He took a step forward and made a seal with his right hand. Immediately, light burst out from the center of his eyebrows. and a green lotus platform with only 3 leaves surged out from his green light, and then hit the great deacon fiercely.
Ha ha. You think you also want to compete with me? Watch me smash your lotus platform.
Seeing the appearance of the green lotus platform, the archdeacon laughed loudly. Boom! At the same time, his whole body also exploded to the extreme. The momentum swept out, and the whole person transformed into a raging wind on the spot, and then hit it crazily. Boom! This seemingly simple and vulnerable Qinglian platform actually hit the archdeacon's body hard. At the moment of impact, a terrifying blue light emerged and bloomed rapidly. This burst of green light made the inner energy in the archdeacon's body suddenly unable to move at this moment. It seemed like a long time, but in reality, it was just a moment. Qingliantai and the archdeacon collided with each other, and they were evenly matched. In the shocking explosion, both Qingliantai and the archdeacon were bombarded by this terrifying force and fell back.
How can it be?
After being hit back, the archdeacon was completely stunned. His attack again was actually blocked by Yang Maicheng.
This Qinglian terrace. Could it be that Fong Baiyu left it to you? This Qinglian terrace is mine.
Looking at the green lotus plant that knocked him away, the great deacon's eyes flashed with a hint of shock, and his eyes even revealed a look of greed. Stepping back a few steps, the archdeacon quickly stood firm. With almost no hesitation, he charged towards Yang Maicheng again, but this time, he even grabbed it with his big hand. In the roaring wind, a huge palm that held up the sky quickly emerged and grabbed directly towards the Qinglian platform in front of Yang Maicheng.
How can it be so easy?
Yang Maicheng's eyes narrowed. He folded his hands forward and directly used the seal of time and space. Immediately, the boundless force of heaven and earth surged in, turning into a huge cage and locking it towards the great deacon. The archdeacon, who was halfway through the charge, suddenly felt as if he had been cast a restraining spell and was unable to move. Before he came back to his senses, Yang Maicheng's eyes were already filled with golden light, and he suddenly made a seal. In a moment, the Qinglian platform suddenly turned in midair, transforming into a mountain peak, and directly then he hit the archdeacon fiercely.
Boom!
This seal of time and space can not only block a person's movements, but can also forcibly stop the opponent's inner energy. At this moment, the archdeacon could only watch helplessly as the green lotus platform crashed down, hitting his body. This shocking force swept over him crazily, blasting him directly from midair into the ground, and even smashed a deep pit tens of thousands of feet into the ground. But even so, the monstrous force still showed no sign of stopping, directly blasting the archdeacon deep into the ground.
Oh my god!
Archdeacon! Seeing this scene, everyone felt dizzy and couldn't believe their eyes. Even this powerful Tai could not get any benefit from Yang Maicheng, and he was suppressed and beaten. This is simply unbelievable. Boom! Of course, the most outraged person was the archdeacon. He didn't expect that Yang Maicheng had so many tricks. He couldn't resist the previous 2 attacks. Now he used all his skills to restrain Yang Maicheng. But who would have thought that not only would he fail this time, but he would be blasted into the ground by Yang Maicheng. A being that could be easily killed by him actually blasted him into the ground. How could the archdeacon endure this? Boom! While he was still underground, he fell completely into hysteria. An extremely violent momentum swept away crazily and surged in all directions. In this shocking momentum, his entire body transformed into a ray of light, quickly rising into the sky and flying out.
Yang Maicheng, I swear, I will make you die a miserable death.
Boom! With his body moving, the archdeacon looked like he was going crazy, rushing towards Yang Maicheng to crush him. But how could Yang Maicheng fight head-on with the powerful Tai?
Tongue!
Almost in an instant, his entire person disappeared on the spot. Boom! The palm that failed to hit Yang Maicheng caused the entire ground to collapse. The terrifying power made the blue star tremble uncontrollably. A series of terrifying explosions resounded loudly.
Escaped?
The great deacon closed his eyes, looked at Yang Maicheng who was not in front of him, and frowned immediately. However, he is a powerful Tai after all. Although Yang Maicheng disappeared with the void, he could still deduce the direction of Yang Maicheng's departure through the traces of space flow. When he looked in that direction, he was suddenly startled and shouted,
Not good!
Archdeacon!
What's wrong?
At this moment, Nandong Lai and others quickly came to their senses and asked quickly. Yang Maicheng is not only a wanted criminal of the 7 clans, but also a key target of the Nandong clan. How could they just let him escape under their noses?
I left all the flying puppets at the exit. The direction of that kid Yang Muchung is right at the exit. If he takes away the flying puppet and takes the opportunity to escape, it won't be that easy to catch him again.
Boom! With a trace of extreme anger flashing in his eyes, the Archdeacon burst out with all his strength and rushed out, killing crazily towards the entrance and exit of the stars. Chapter 1669. Entering the treasure house.
This is it!
Yang Muchung paused and stopped. In front of him, there were dozens of huge flying puppets. There was a faint light shining all around, and it was obvious that a formation had been arranged. This is to prevent tree demons or other monsters from sneaking into the flying puppet. The moment Yang Muchung stepped into it, several violent thunders swept over him.
Get out of my way!
Yang Muchung held the sword in his right hand, condensed the killing mark in his left hand, and fired it directly. With just a bang sound, the light that enveloped the flying puppet was shattered by a single blow.
The Tai powerful one is indeed powerful. With my current strength, it is really too difficult for me to fight against him. If I continue to fight with him, I will be the one who suffers. If you want to kill him, if you want to fight him, you have to at least reach the late stage of Dantian, or reach the peak of Dantian. But they have discovered my identity, and I can no longer move in this star, so I can only choose to leave.
Yang Muchung had thoughts in his mind. He raised the Xinyuan sword, one sword at a time, and chopped the flying puppets parked around him into pieces on the spot.
I will destroy these flying puppets. This way, they won't be able to catch up with me. I will reach the heavenly fire lineage faster than them. And during this time, I will have enough opportunities to improve my cultivation to the late stage of Dantian. Destroy them all.
Yang Muchung raised his hand and slashed, and a monstrous sword energy swept out, smashing all the flying puppets into pieces. At the same time, Yang Muchung got on a flying puppet without any hesitation, and quickly flew out of the star.
Tongue!
Not long after Yang Muchung leapt on the flying puppet, the Archdeacon fell from the sky. Seeing the flying puppets that had been blown to pieces all over the ground, the Archdeacon suddenly fell into rage.
Yang Muchung, if you are caught by me, I will definitely cut off your menstruation, peel off your skin, crush your bones, and spread your ashes.
Boom! As soon as he flew forward, the Archdeacon turned into a ray of light and quickly rose into the sky. Yang Muchung no longer knows what happened behind him. He had already passed through a starry sky and entered the heavenly fire lineage. This round trip only takes half a day using the flying puppet. Even for a powerful Tai, it would take 4 or 5 days. For Yang Muchung, these 4 or 5 days are enough. As long as he improves his cultivation to the late stage of Dantian, he will have the capital to fight against the Archdeacon. Half a day later, Yang Muchung has entered the main vein. This time, he did not return as Mui, but transformed into the Archdeacon.
Archdeacon!
Many people were a little surprised when they saw Yang Muchung approaching, but they still showed a respectful attitude.
Archdeacon, don't you need a group of dryad cores? Why did they come back all of a sudden? Do I need you to take care of my affairs?
Yang Muchung looked over. His pupils turned cold, and the talkative Nandong disciple was so frightened that he shrank his neck and did not dare to speak any more.
The front line needs a batch of heavenly and earthly treasures. Please take me to the treasure house.
The elders are not in the family, and now only Yang Muchung, the fake Archdeacon, has the highest status. Who dares to challenge him? Hearing him speak, many disciples fawned over Yang Muchung and led him into the treasure house.
Is this the treasure house?
After Yang Muchung entered, he was overjoyed when he looked at the dazzling array of heavenly and earthly treasures in the treasure house. If he absorbs all these heavenly and earthly treasures, his strength will directly jump to a big level. Thinking of this, he turned his eyes and said to everyone,
I will be in seclusion for a few days, and no one else is allowed to come in and disturb me. Yes.
Although everyone was wondering why the Archdeacon had previously said that the frontline needed heavenly spirits and earthly treasures, why was he hiding in the treasure house in seclusion in the blink of an eye? But they did not dare to ask more questions, and could only retreat one after another. After everyone left, Yang Muchung carefully set up a formation in the treasure house before starting.
Who?
He was sitting cross-legged in the treasure house. The hands were quickly wrapped around each other, as if holding Tai Chi with the operation of the ancient heaven swallowing technique. The spiritual energy contained in the heavenly and earthly treasures in the treasure house was directly aroused. Wisps of spiritual energy from heaven and earth were quietly drawn out and flew towards the void. A blue smoke suddenly filled the Qingming treasure house. This churning mist was condensed by countless blue water droplets. and each drop of blue water droplet was formed by the gathering of surging spiritual energy. They were usually hidden in the heavenly spirit and earthly treasures. But Yang Muchung used the ancient heaven-swallowing technique to pull them out. With such rich spiritual energy, even a dying warrior would recover without treatment if he stayed here.
Call!
Yang Muchung opened his mouth and inhaled suddenly. And the green smoke that filled the air suddenly swirled in the air like a big dragon and rushed towards Yang Muchung's body. Suddenly, the meridians that were already empty when he was defending against the Archdeacon half a day ago began to fill up rapidly.
What a powerful spirit! This much spiritual energy is enough to elevate me to the late stage of Dongtian, and maybe even to a higher level.
Yang Muchung's eyes flashed with ecstasy. It has been a long time since he absorbed the treasures of heaven and earth so crazily. For him, entering the treasure house of the Skyfire lineage this time is like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. How can he be so happy? However, he still felt a little regretful. After all, the heavenly fire vein is just a branch vein, and all the heavenly spirits and earthly treasures have to be transported to the main vein. Although there are many heavenly and earthly treasures here, they are only a drop in the bucket as far as the main line is concerned.
If I have a chance, I will definitely break into the main line,
Yang Muchung thought to himself. For a whole day, Yang Muchung did not eat or drink, frantically absorbing the treasures of heaven and earth. His ancient heaven-swallowing technique never stopped. But the concentration of spiritual energy around him decreased instead of increasing, constantly pouring into his body. As his cultivation level continues to grow, his cultivation speed also increases at the same time. Previously on the Blue Star, he used the Red Flame Fire Lotus to upgrade his cultivation to the middle stage of the cave sky. Now, not long after, he is about to break through again. This is the right thing to do. The cultivation of ordinary warriors, whether they absorb the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth like Yang Muchung, or seize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, will waste a lot of power. But Yang Muchung was able to take all this spiritual energy into his body and transform it into internal energy. It might take others decades to absorb these spiritual treasures, but Yang Muchung only needed a few days. It is precisely because of this principle that Yang Muchung's cultivation speed far exceeds that of ordinary people. This is the terrifying aspect of the ancient heaven-swallowing technique. If Yang Muchung hadn't arranged the formation in advance to seal off the entire treasure house, the outside world would have noticed the situation inside and rushed in. While Yang Muchung was practicing crazily, the Archdeacon who was trapped on the Blue Star returned to the Skyfire lineage faster than Yang Muchung expected. Chapter 1670, Oath.
What is this momentum?
Boom! The burst of strong inner energy was like a shocking lightning flashing through the void. In a few breaths of time, it flew rapidly from the position outside the sky to the main star of the Skyfire lineage. At this moment, everyone felt this overwhelming aura and couldn't help but look up in surprise.
Tight, powerful one. Why is another tight, powerful one here? This is the Archdeacon. What's going on?
The disciples among the main clan also noticed the shocking light coming from the sky, and couldn't help but be extremely surprised. That figure slid down from the starry sky with almost no gap, and quickly fell into the main clan. Boom! This shocking sound of hitting the ground seemed to trigger a terrifying earthquake. Even people hundreds of miles away felt this shocking shock. For a moment, everyone rushed out of the houses and looked towards the square. The figure that smashed the entire square into a mess and fell down quickly. Who else could it be if it wasn't the Archdeacon?
Archdeacon, where do you come from?
Finally, someone couldn't help but ask.
Didn't you retreat in the treasure house before?
What? The Archdeacon was stunned when he heard this. He immediately grabbed the disciple who was speaking and shouted fiercely.
I have been among the Blue Stars all this time. How could I enter the treasure house? And how could I be in seclusion? Please explain it to me clearly.
The disciple didn't dare to hide anything, so he immediately revealed everything that happened during this period of time. The Archdeacon reacted immediately. He understood immediately. It was Yang Muchung who transformed into himself and sneaked into the treasure house.
That's not me. That's old Mo Yang. Special security guards from the Tianhua lineage mobilized all combatants to block this star. At the same time, inform the main line of the news of Yang Muchung's appearance.
Boom! The Archdeacon's words immediately stunned everyone. Yang Muchung, whom they had been chasing all this time, actually snuck up beside them, and even walked into the treasure house under their noses. This is a naked humiliation for the Tianhua family and the Nangong family. They are simply not considered at all.
Time! Time! Time!
Following the Archdeacon's order, figures burst out quickly, rushing towards the location of the treasure house crazily. A steady stream of figures completely sealed off the entire treasure house in an instant, completely surrounding it. The Archdeacon flew out extremely quickly, blasting out from the crowd and flying directly above the treasure house. At this moment, he felt a rising aura coming from the treasure house very secretly. The Archdeacon is not an idiot. He naturally understands what Yang Mucheng is doing. He became even more furious on the spot.
Old demon Yang, you still dare to steal the heavenly and earthly treasures of my Nangong clan. Today I will destroy you and cut off your hands and feet.
Just when the voice came out, the extremely furious Great Elder suddenly raised his palm and struck down. The palm of the extremely angry Archdeacon immediately raised a monstrous wind. At the same time, a huge palm with a diameter of hundreds of feet was formed in an instant, and it smashed towards the location of the treasure house crazily. The shocking hurricane brought by this palm violently blew away the crowd surrounding the treasure house on the spot. The people who were left first had horrified expressions on their faces.
Are you going to kill old demon Yang directly?
Crackling. This palm crushed down crazily, and a burst of crushing sounds could be heard. The huge treasure house was already shattered under this palm. At the same time, the formation inside the treasure house completely exploded under this palm. In the midst of the spiritual energy, a figure appeared. Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked forward. If that wasn't Yang Mucheng, who else could it be?
Old demon Yang. It's really him.
The ear-piercing and shocking sound brought about a terrifying sound. All I could see was that before the big palm lifted up to the sky, the surrounding ground had been completely cracked, and a huge depression appeared. This depression was the mark of a huge palm. Laugh. Just when everyone was looking, just when the big palm was about to strike down, Yang Mucheng suddenly opened his eyes. An infinite light flashed in his pupils. The next moment, he suddenly raised his palm and struck.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
In an instant, the attacks from both sides collided fiercely, and a shocking explosion quickly resounded throughout the stars. In the violent explosion, the monstrous air waves swept out to the extreme, tearing everything in sight into pieces. Those tribesmen who had been blown away far away before felt the overwhelming power brought by this blow, and they couldn't help but retreat towards the distance with sudden changes in their expressions. Then, they looked towards the location of the treasure house. When they saw Yang Mucheng still standing there completely innocent in the raised treasure house, everyone opened their mouths in disbelief.
Isn't this Yan Laomon in the middle stage of Dantian? He can even block a full-strength strike from Tai Powerhouse? Did I see it wrong?
Everyone who saw this scene felt incredible. Yang Mucheng, who was cultivated in the cave world, actually withstood the attack of the Archdeacon. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be unimaginable for them. Boom! In the void, the Archdeacon clenched his fists and dispersed the dust covering the world. At the same time, his figure was completely revealed.
Yang Mucheng, I didn't expect that instead of running away, you actually dared to pretend to be me and sneak into the family's treasure house.
The Archdeacon's eyes widened angrily, and the spiritual energy billowing all over his body was turbulent. Under his terrifying Tai realm cultivation, the disciples around him only felt their hearts pounding and their souls trembling with fear. The great deacon who appeared behind him looked at Yang Mucheng in front of him with a pair of cannibalistic eyes.
7 clans dare to arrest me. Today, I will take the lead in attacking you. The Nandong clan. Your Tianhua clan is the interest I have collected from the 7 clans in advance. I want to wash this star with blood.
Boom! Yang Mucheng's indifferent words made the Archdeacon and everyone in the Tianhua lineage completely stunned. This kid, he actually wants to cleanse the Skyfire lineage with blood. He actually wants to kill everyone on this star.
Just you?
The chief executive was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes opened angrily, with a cold light in his eyes.
Do you think that if you can catch one of my moves, you can act unscrupulously in the Skyfire lineage? Old Emo Yang, everything is over.
Chapter 1671 Crush and Bloodbath. It's all over. Boom! As soon as the Archdeacon finished speaking, a monstrous momentum burst out from his body. Black energy rippled out. The overwhelming power even swept into the void, shocking the entire stars to tremble. Everyone looked. This concentrated energy has even reached a height of 10,000 feet, covering most of the star.
Tai Powerful One. Although the main fighting force of the Skyfire lineage is not on this star, we still have the Archdeacon, a powerful Tai. Old Emo Yang is dead.
Feeling the tremendous power coming from the Archdeacon, everyone's faces were filled with shock and surprise. They all cast their joking eyes towards Yang Mucheng. In their view, now Yang Mucheng is obviously desperate. But when they looked, they were shocked to find that Yang Mucheng was not as full of shock and regret as they had imagined. On the contrary, it is still an understatement and a relaxed attitude.
Is Tai strong? Let me show you the results of my 2 days of hard work.
Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head, looked at the archdeacon, and then unleashed all his inner energy.
Boom!
His body trembled. Suddenly, the monstrous inner energy rose into the sky like a volcano that had been accumulated for a long time. A violent golden flame rushed into the sky thousands of feet high in the shocked eyes of countless people. This terrifying aura actually occupied another part of the sky. Feeling the two evenly matched energies, everyone around them was completely shocked. Previously, when Yang Mucheng said that he wanted to show the results of his hard work, everyone just thought it was funny. Your cultivation has reached the middle stage of Dongtian. If you want to make a breakthrough, it will take as little as 3 to 5 months, and as many as 7 or 8 years. In just 2 days, what breakthrough can you make? Especially the archdeacon. He was even more disdainful. On the Blue Star, he and Yang Mucheng had fought 3 moves, and the results of these 3 moves ended with him being suppressed. But with many years of combat experience, the archdeacon knew that just to resist his 3 moves, Yang Mu had already used all his strength and cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to escape at all. Although, he made a mistake and allowed Yang Mucheng to escape. But it only gave Yang Mucheng 2 more days to live. How much improvement could Yang Mucheng make in these 2 days? But when he felt the burst of cultivation energy from the other party, the archdeacon was completely stunned.
The peak of the cave!
Just 2 days gone. Yang Mucheng actually jumped to 2 small realms in a row. This terrifying cultivation speed is simply appalling. If he had been 1 day late, wouldn't Yang Mucheng be able to achieve the perfection of the cave? Of course not. Yang Mucheng is on the Blue Star, although he has only reached the middle stage of the cave sky. But he also absorbed a lot of energy and blood. Not to mention fighting all the way. His potential was constantly stimulated and forced out. So it was logical to reach the late stage of Dongtian. It's like an ordinary person. Although eating a lot will gain weight in a short period of time, his strength will not improve much. If you want to increase your strength, you must use exercise to transform the energy absorbed into your body. Reaching the peak of the cave in 2 days is already Yang Mucheng's limit.
I see. Do you think your cultivation, reaching the peak of the cave world, is enough to compete with me?
The archdeacon narrowed his eyes.
I have informed the main line, and now the masters of the family have got the news. When the time comes, they will rush back, and you will not be able to fly even if you have wings. Not only Tai strong men like me, there are also the eternal powerful ones, and there are also the 1 yuan powerful ones. I have enough time to kill you before they come.
Boom! Yang Mucheng's eyes widened in anger, and he suddenly burst out. At this moment, his whole body was filled with golden flames. From a distance, it looked like a golden sea of fire, possessing the power to swallow up the sky and the earth. Yang Mucheng rushed out and brought about a roaring hurricane, which made the crowd around him stagger and become unstable.
Ha ha! You can kill me?
Call! The great deacon rolled up his robe, brought up a powerful wind, and suddenly rushed out. To an outsider, the 2 people were like 2 waves of different colors, carrying with them supreme power, and crashing into each other. The terrifying power between the 2 sides even split the entire star in half at this moment. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, they all collided with each other. Boom! This terrifying bombardment suddenly resounded through the void. Under this sudden impact, the archdeacon suddenly lost his balance and flew out. Looking at Yang Mucheng, he also flew away like an arrow from a string.
How can this be?
Yang Mucheng's cultivation at the peak of the cave sky was as good as his own, which immediately made the archdeacon's eyes widen. A shocking cold light flashed in his eyes, and he waved his right hand quickly, and dozens of things suddenly burst out from his hand. Those streaks of black light turned out to be black pennants that danced rapidly as they reached the sky. Each pennant was waving, bringing with it a monstrous black wind. The force of these black winds was many times greater than the wind stirred up by the cave sky pinnacle on the blue stars. Every time a wave was set off, it would bring flying sand and rocks. Wherever it passed, whether it was rocks, rubble or palace walls, they were torn into pieces in an instant. In an instant, he saw the monstrous sharp edge sweeping towards Yang Mucheng's position. Boom! Yang Mucheng waved his right hand, and the 3rd grade green lotus platform roared out. and he stepped on the lotus platform. 3 green leaves slowly bloomed on the lotus platform. At this moment, green light burst out rapidly. Wherever the green light reaches, the black wind melts as quickly as the sun meets the snow. Destroy it! At the same time, Yang Muchung opened his eyes angrily and pointed his right hand in the air. Call out! Call out! Call out! Fierce wind sounds resounded, and then one could see dozens of long swords gathered in the green light, flying out towards the pennant. In a moment, the pennant was torn into pieces on the spot. Yang Muchung took a step forward, and the long sword that was swept away danced rapidly in midair, and transformed into billions of long swords in the eyes of pairs of shocked eyes. These long swords were hanging upside down in the void, shining with a cold light. Each sword is like a strong bow ready to go, with full strength. Watch how I bloodbath your heavenly fire lineage today! Yang Muchung's eyes burst out with golden light, and the next moment, the billions of long swords were pouring down like rain. Chapter 1672, Cutting off the years with one sword. Call out! Call out! Call out! The fierce sound of swords resounded through the void. This was Yang Muchung's crazy attack, which not only enveloped the archdeacon, but also locked all the creatures on the star. When the fierce sound of swords reverberated crazily, lives were harvested even more rapidly. That is, just when Yang Muchung was fighting with the archdeacon, Nangong Lai and others arrived belatedly. As soon as they landed on the stars, they saw this horrifying scene. I saw. The entire sky seemed to have been punched with a hole, and the infinite long sword roared towards him with a fierce sword cry. It was as if the heavy rain had blocked the whole sky. This is Lao Mo Yang's trick. When they saw the man suspended in the void, like a god and demon, they all woke up. No! Run away quickly! However, anyone who enters these stars will be locked by these billions of swords. How can they escape easily? Terrible! When one of the golden lights came over, Nangong Lai had only this one thought left in his mind. He just felt that he was too ignorant to ever want to kill such a terrifying existence. Poof! A tearing sound resounded, followed by a burst of blood. Certainly, for Yang Muchung, his biggest enemy is still the archdeacon in front of him. Therefore, the primary target of those billions of long swords is still the archdeacon. Call out! Call out! Call out! The infinite sword roared down, bringing with it a continuous sword light. Under this formidable sword light, the heaven and earth were eclipsed by this manifestation. Such a unified bombardment of thousands of swords is enough to crush any strongman to death in an instant. But the archdeacon is a powerful person after all. When faced with this move, he was not frightened at all. Instead, he suddenly raised his hands. There was nothing between his hands, but they were as heavy as holding the heaven and the earth. Every time he raised his hands, his whole aura weakened, and his overwhelming aura suddenly gathered in his palms. Yang Muchung looked intently, and the aura turned into a 3-inch golden sword. After the golden sword was formed, the great deacon's aura had dropped to the lowest level. Obviously, he poured all his cultivation into the golden sword in his hand. The power of this golden sword has reached its extreme. Zhang! The great deacon closed his eyes and raised his right hand to strike. Suddenly, the golden knife flew out. I saw that the 3-inch golden sword was only the size of a palm, but it contained unimaginable power. It soared into the sky, and under the shocked eyes of a pair of people, the torrential rain was actually split in half. Wherever the golden light passed, the rain of swords like rain from the sky melted rapidly. Clang! A blast of sound resounded. At this moment, the 3-inch golden sword seemed to fly through the void, almost without warning, and with a monstrous golden light, it suddenly shot in front of Yang Muchung. At this moment, it shot directly into Yang Muchung's dantian. Old demon Yang! Defeat me! The sword light released from the 3-inch golden sword actually enveloped Yang Muchung, and its terrifying power made his inner energy stop functioning at this moment. Oops! Looking at the 3-inch golden sword, Yang Muchung felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. After all, he is a powerful person from Tai. How could he not have the means to save his life? This golden knife is one of them. Under the cover of this golden sword, Yang Muchung felt that his inner energy and blood were solidified. Could it be that he could not avenge Fang Baiyu, but could only be blasted into the dantian by this knife? And his cultivation was abolished? Break it for me! Boom! His eyes opened angrily, and a cold light shot out from the holes in his eyes. The confinement shrouded in golden light was directly torn apart by the burst of inner energy. Sword of time! Facing this 3-inch golden sword, Yang Mucheng finally took out the first of the 3 swords of reincarnation that he had learned from the Tuoba clan. One sword strike cuts off the ears. Clang! A gentle sound of swords resounded quietly. Yang Mucheng raised the Xinyuan sword and slashed slowly. Under this sword, he could only see time and space flying around him. This sword seemed to cut off everything. But it cut off nothing. Even when the sword was slashed, it missed the 3-inch golden sword.
Ha ha! Old demon Yang! Are you going crazy?
The 3-inch golden sword was obviously here. But Yang Mucheng's sword struck elsewhere. This obvious gap was not a mistake that a late-stage Dantian could make. So, after seeing this sword, the Archdeacon couldn't help laughing wildly. In his opinion, Yang Mucheng was distracted because of fear. However, before he finished speaking, the smile on his face completely stiffened. I only saw that as Xinyuan's sword slashed down, the 3-inch golden sword dissipated rapidly in a manner visible to the naked eye. And every time the Xinyuan sword fell, the Archdeacon found that his life force seemed to be swallowed up by some kind of transcendent existence.
What kind of swordsmanship is this?
The Archdeacon looked horrified. It was obvious that Yang Mucheng's sword had no power at all. But it brought such terrifying power. Even after he exhausted all his strength, he still had Tai cultivation. But now, under this sword, his life force was flowing away quickly. Not only was his skin drying up quickly, but even his muscles were visible to the naked eye. His posture quickly withered.
3 swords of reincarnation. Sword of time.
Yang Mucheng held the Xinyuan sword and said slowly,
This sword cuts off time. It is the super heaven level sword technique of the Tuoba clan. I used it for the first time.
And I used it on you.
Although the Archdeacon couldn't believe it, he could only look at the 3-inch golden sword. Before it reached Yang Mucheng, it had completely disappeared like ice and snow melting away. He gave a wry smile.
Oldemo Yang, you are really the enemy of my Nandong clan. From now on, I am afraid that the 7 clans will be completely destroyed in your hands.
Before he could finish his words, his entire body suddenly rotted like a dead tree trunk and turned into a pile of ashes that fell to the ground. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, others would simply not believe that this powerful Tai was turned into ashes under Yang Mucheng's sword. But little did they know that Yang Mucheng reluctantly used the sword and suffered the backlash from the Sword of Time. However, under the nourishment of the green dragon's body, returning to life is only a matter of time. This sword is completely unavoidable and impossible to defend against. What it cut off was time and years, and that sword took away the remaining years of the Archdeacon. Therefore, he had no consciousness at all. More than that, within the scope of this sword, the sea has changed. The former palaces have turned into ruins, and the mountains have turned into dry seas.
It's time for me to go too. Otherwise, if the main force of the Nandong clan comes back, it will be difficult for me to fly even if I have wings.
After taking a look around, Yang Mucheng thought to himself, turned around, and left the ruined star on a flying puppet. Chapter 1673 Shocking the 7 Clans. Yang Mucheng infiltrated into the Tianhua lineage of the Nandong clan. After Patriarch Nandong heard the news, he could hardly believe his ears, and even asked the disciple who conveyed the news several times. The disciple swore with his life and told everything that happened in the Tianhua lineage during this period. Immediately, the senior officials of the Nandong clan were completely in an uproar. They hunted Yang Mucheng all over the world, but they didn't expect Yang Mucheng to sneak into their lair.
Block the information immediately, and send people to block the Skyfire lineage. Senior family members, rush back with me.
The ancestor did not wait for the large army. In his eyes, Yang Mucheng is a slippery fish. Once the opponent slips away, it will not be so easy to catch him. So, he immediately divided his troops into 2 groups. Let the middle and low-level disciples of the family close the encirclement and completely block the Heavenly Fire lineage, and then lead more than 10 people to return to the Heavenly Fire lineage first. Each of the dozen or so of them is a 1 yuan strong man, possessing the cultivation and strength to stand proudly in the stars. No need to ride on a flying puppet. After traveling all the way, it only took 1 day and night for Tuoba Ancestor to arrive at the main star of the Skyfire lineage. Originally, he thought that when he arrived, the great deacon of the Tianhua lineage would bring Yang Mucheng tied up in front of him, and he would personally interrogate Yang Mucheng and torture out the Shenzong inheritance. But, when he rushed back, he was shocked to discover that the entire Tianhua lineage had completely changed. Everyone was killed, and the archdeacon turned into a pile of ashes.
This is the Sword of Time among the 3 swords of reincarnation. Old Demon Yang once learned this sword technique from the Tuoba clan. And he actually learned it?
Ancestor Nangong looked at the main star of the vicissitudes of life, his expression gloomy to the extreme. Although Patriarch Nangong strictly prohibited spreading the news that Yang Machung appeared in the Tianhua lineage. But among the 7 tribes, they all had their own secrets embedded within each other. Almost as soon as Patriarch Nangong's front foot reached the main star, the other 6 ancestors on the back foot had already learned about it. At the same time, they also learned everything that happened on this star.
What? Yang Machung appeared in the Tianhua lineage?
Patriarch Tuoba stood up and slapped the case.
Come on. Come with me to the Nangong family to ask for someone.
Yang Machung carries the inheritance of Shinzong.
Ancestor Tuoba knows the importance of this inheritance better than anyone else. Once the inheritance falls to other tribes, it is absolutely impossible for them to hand over the inheritance. So he could only rush to the Nangong clan as soon as possible before the Shinzong inheritance was obtained by the other party. However, the next sentence completely stunned him.
Ancestor, Old Demon Yang has escaped from the Heavenly Fire lineage. The Heavenly Fire lineage has been slaughtered, and the main star has changed. According to the analysis of the Ancestor Nangong, Old Demon Yang used one of the 3 swords of reincarnation of our Tuoba clan. Sword of Time.
What? Ancestor Tuoba was stunned and immediately stood on the spot. This sentence seemed to contain a powerful force that pinned him to the spot. Scenes like this are still happening in many places. Yin tribe. Yin tribe. After these ancestors heard the news, they were completely stunned, as if they had entered a demonic disease. Originally, Fong Baiyu was the biggest threat to the 7 tribes. But now the power displayed by Yang Machung has made the 7 tribes completely wary. Yang Muching's status among the 7 clans was raised to the same level as Fong Baiyu's at once. Among the Tuoba clan, although the star of the ancestral land was destroyed, with the strength of the Tuoba clan, the ancestral land was quickly moved to another star. The structure of this star is even more luxurious than the previous ancestral land star. In Xuanwu Pavilion, several elders were comforting Tuoba Luyun.
Master Luyun, the 3 swords of reincarnation are the most powerful martial arts among our Tuoba clan. So far, only 3 ancestors have been able to learn them. No matter how talented you are, you cannot learn them in a short time.
Tuoba Luyun didn't seem to hear, and muttered,
I am unwilling to lose to Mr. Yang. Losing to him will be the shame of my life. His talent and understanding are far beyond mine. If you want to prove that I am stronger than him, the only way is to learn the 3 swords of reincarnation.
The elders stood nearby and looked at each other. Since the Battle of Shinzong Inheritance, Yang Machung has defeated 7 with 1, and even killed Nangong Tianshan. This astonishing achievement shocked all the geniuses of the 7 tribes. Since then, Tuoba Luyun began to learn the 3 swords of reincarnation, hoping to prove that he could defeat Yang Machung based on his talent and understanding. Ancestor Tuoba also seemed to intend to train Tuoba Luyun to become his successor, and even took the time to guide him. It took my ancestor hundreds of years to learn the 3 swords of reincarnation. It took him 70 years to master just the first form of the Sword of Time. My ancestor also once praised your understanding. I said that with your talent, it would only take you at most 50 years to master the first form. The elder who spoke paused and continued. No matter how talented Yang Machung is, so what? A dead person is not worthy of being called a genius. Now that the 7 clans have blocked the starry sky, it will be useless no matter how talented he is. Once the 7 clans catch him, he will definitely tear out his muscles and crush his bones into ashes. Yes. After hearing the elder's words, Tuoba Luyun's eyes suddenly lit up, showing a hint of pride. You are right. Thousands of years later, I might be able to accept the rule of the Tuoba clan, control the Starry Sky clan, and become an arrogant giant. But Old Demon Yang can only become a pile of bones. Report. The words just fell. Then a servant came over eagerly and shouted loudly. Is there any news about Old Demon Yang? Tuoba Luyun recognized the other person at a glance. This is his special spy to find out the whereabouts of Yang Machung. Once there is any information, he will inform him immediately. Yes. The servant glanced at Tuoba Luyun, with a trace of bitterness in his eyes, and he wanted to stop talking. Tell me, what happened to Old Demon Yang? Tuoba Luyun shouted. The man gritted his teeth and said, Old Demon Yang appeared in the Skyfire lineage. A great deacon of the Tai realm discovered the traces of Old Demon Yang and sent people to surround and kill him. However, Old Demon Yang still broke out of the siege and killed the great deacon. exploded and killed. The entire Skyfire lineage was completely wiped out, and no one left alive. The entire star was completely destroyed. According to Patriarch Nangong's judgment, it was old demon Yang who learned the 3 swords of reincarnation and used it to kill the Archdeacon.
Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword in Tuoba Lilian's hand hit the ground. Several elders around stood there, dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Chapter 1674 Golden Dragon and Arsenal. Compared to the shock of the 7 clans, the outside world is even more incredible. You know, among the stars, the 7 major families already represent everything. Even one of them is enough to make you have no way out from now on. And you can only be like a mouse and never get ahead. In this starry sky, there are countless powerful beings who are wanted by the 7 tribes. They either choose to plead guilty or choose to commit suicide. However, no one has ever been able to do what Yang Muchung did. Under the pursuit of the 7 clans, he even had the courage to sneak into the Nangong clan's Tianhua lineage and bloodbath the entire Tianhua lineage. Although the Nangong clan tried their best to cover up this matter, they still couldn't suppress the fire. This matter still swept the entire starry sky like a starry sky and spread to every corner of the starry sky.
Not only did Demon Yang sneak into the Skyfire lineage and plunder all the treasure trove of the Skyfire lineage, but he also completely wiped out the Skyfire lineage. The Nandong clan only has 9 branches. Although the top of the Tianhua clan was not around when the incident occurred, there was still a great deacon from the Tai realm. With his cultivation at the peak of the cave sky, old Mo Yan displayed the strongest power of the Tuoba clan. The big 3 swords of reincarnation killed it, and even turned the entire main star of the Skyfire line into a sea of turmoil. Although Patriarch Nandong led people to encircle and suppress them, Yang Muchung had already escaped and disappeared into the starry sky. This is not only a naked humiliation for the Nandong clan, but also a resounding slap in the face for the 7th clan. The 7th clan has always boasted that no one can defeat them in this starry sky. But now it is just old Demon Yang. It makes the 7 tribes very anxious. This is really satisfying
to know. As a super first-line force, the 7 major families don't show up much. But to the forces in this starry sky, they are like a big mountain placed there. As long as they exist, they can't breathe. But now, someone actually gave the 7 clans a hard slap, which they were naturally happy to see. A vast, continuous galaxy. Each of the stars that make up this galaxy are extremely huge. The size of these stars is even larger than the stars in Tuoba ancestral land. On one of the stars made of rocks, a golden dragon is practicing. In this star, there is nothing but desolation, and there is not even a wind. Although, it looks extremely desolate, but in fact this star is extraordinary. The gravity of this star is hundreds of times higher than that of the outside world. Ordinary people entering the star will be crushed to pieces in an instant. But now, this place has become the training ground for Jin Long. At first, after the Golden Dragon and Axianu broke up with the Tuoba clan, it returned to the holy land of the Monster clan and even took the initiative to request training. Logically speaking, Golden Dragon should start training from low-gravity stars. However, Jin Long started practicing directly from the star that was 100 times larger. In the shortest possible time, he became accustomed to the gravity of this star. At the beginning, it took me half a year to get used to the gravity of this star. But it only took you less than half the time to get used to the gravity of this star. Now your cultivation has already after reaching the late stage of the cave. You need to rest for 3 days before going to the next star. On a mountain rock, an old fox wearing a child's robe sat there quietly. If you look carefully, you can see that this old fox is hanging in the air, without using any demonic power. It just hung there, looking extremely weird. What are you doing to rest? I will choose the star with 300 times the gravity next. I want to reach the Tai realm as quickly as possible. Jin Long gritted his teeth and said, "Ha ha, those are the 7 tribes." The old fox was like a mysterious Taoist. Hearing Jin Long's words, he looked over with a half smile. By the way, I recently got a piece of news about your eldest brother. What? Jin Long's eyes widened, and he quickly looked over. Lao Mo Yang recently appeared in the Tianhua lineage of the Nandong clan, and bloodbathed the Tianhua lineage with his absolute strength. Although there were no high-level officials in that lineage at that time, there was also a strong man from the Tai realm. As a result, he was killed by Yang. The old devil used the 3 swords of reincarnation to kill him. Then, he escaped from the encirclement of the Nandong clan. The old fox said with a smile. Jin Long was overjoyed when he heard this. and quickly shouted, "Old fox! I want to change to the star with 300 times the gravity immediately. I want to reach the Tai realm as quickly as possible, fight side by side with my boss, and kill the 7 races." At the same time, another star. Unlike the previous Demon Clan Holy Land, every star in this galaxy is filled with rich and powerful death energy. On one of the stars, the wind howled and bones were everywhere. This is Gu Star. Some beings who enter these stars will kill each other under the rules set by this star. There are warriors, demons, and ghosts who enter here. Now, amid the gloomy wind, a girl in white stood on top of a huge bone dragon. After a fierce battle, her body almost turned transparent. The bone dragon under her feet was also full of cracks and almost falling apart. And she is none other than Arsenal. Arsenal, you are a purine body, a natural ghost clan, and your cultivation progress is several times faster than other ghost clans. With your strength, you are enough to become my personal guard, and there is no need to come to this star to train. In front of Axianu, a young girl clasped her hands behind her back, looked far away, and looked like a celestial being. Even if she could be described as overwhelming the country, she would not be too generous. This girl is the ghost queen of the entire ghost clan. I need to be strong enough. Arsenal pursed his lips, asking what love is in this world. It only makes life and death mutually agreeable. The ghost queen looked at Axianu with a complicated look in her eyes. Looking at Arsenal, she seemed to see her younger self. But in this world, the word love is the most difficult to understand. With a faint smile, the ghost queen looked at Axianu and said, "I happen to have a piece of news about Yang Macheng here. Recently, Yang Macheng infiltrated into the Tianhua lineage of the Nangong clan. He used his absolute strength to kill the Tianhua lineage. With his cultivation at the peak of Dongtian, he killed the Tianhua lineage. The great deacon of the lineage, the being whose strength has reached the realm of Tai, must be killed. Real?" When Axiana heard this, his eyes showed a hint of joy. The ghost queen smiled and said, "Now, you should be relieved. And he has successfully escaped from the Skyfire lineage and escaped into the starry sky." Axiana felt refreshed, and she nodded heavily. "Queen of Ghosts, I still want to practice. I want to reach the Tai realm in the shortest possible time." Axiana clenched his fists, his eyes full of expectation. Chapter 1675 Star Formation of 10,000 Races. Just when the outside world was making troubles, Yang Macheng had already escaped from the Tianhua lineage. He was currently in a meteorite formation. This meteorite star array covers 7 or 8 star fields, and the hundreds of stars in the Skyfire lineage can only be regarded as a drop in the ocean in this star array. Although many pursuers discovered his traces, they were thrown away by him. But the cost was that the flying puppets were directly blown to pieces by meteors. Fortunately, Yang Macheng had quick eyesight and quick hands. He tamed a sky demon and used it as a mount. At this moment, it was flying leisurely through the entire star formation, looking at the meteors passing by from time to time. Yang Macheng narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but admire. "Is this one of the 9 forbidden areas in the starry sky? It doesn't look as scary as the rumors say." The sky demon under him is a strange-looking war eagle, although its size is not as huge as the ordinary war eagles in the heavenly saint realm. Its speed is very fast. Hearing Yang Macheng's words, it sneered and said, "This is the largest meteorite star array in the entire starry sky. Our current location is not even on the periphery. If you enter it, you will know how terrifying this star array is." "Oh, have you been there?" When Yang Macheng, who was leisurely, heard this, he immediately became interested. War Eagle Sky Demon coldly snorted. "How could I have been there? This is the territory of one of the thousands of races in the starry sky. Any creature that enters will be attacked. The human race has tried to destroy them many times, but they had to give up because of the endless meteorite formation. You said, but if I send you to the outskirts of the star array, you can let me go back. And you can't lie." Yang Macheng smiled and said, "Don't worry. I will definitely let you go. However, you tell me about the matter of all the races in the starry sky." The War Eagle Sky Demon immediately talked about many things. Turn out to be, this meteorite star array is called the 10,000 Races Star Array. Although they are called 10,000 races, in fact there are only about a dozen races. The most powerful race among them is the vampire race. The vampires look the same as the humans, but they have bat wings. They live on blood and can extract energy from blood to practice. This is somewhat similar to my ancient heaven swallowing technique. Yang Macheng smiled. The demon paused and continued to explain.
The vampire clan was once classified as the monster clan, but was tempted by the human clan and finally chose to surrender. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the human and demon tribes went to war. The vampire tribe turned against the demon tribe behind the scenes and killed the Sky Demon King, who was the commander of the demon tribe at that time. It is precisely because of this that the demon clan was defeated in that battle, and the human race occupied the starry sky. Afterwards, the traitor of the vampire clan was not supported, but was driven out and killed by the human race. Some vampires have lost their voices in secret and have immersed themselves in human society, not daring to reveal their true identities. After being passed down from generation to generation, the bloodline dissipates and one's original race is forgotten. The other part of the vampire clan is hidden in this starry sky.
If possible, I would really like to see what this vampire looks like.
Yang Mucheng smiled.
With your strength, you can deal with the silver-winged vampires. If you meet the golden-winged vampires, I'm afraid you will be sucked into them.
The demon snorted coldly. Yang Mucheng was puzzled. So the demon continued to explain. It turns out that the characteristics of the vampire clan are very obvious. That's wings. The wings of vampires in the third stage of becoming gods are brass. The wings of vampires in the third stage of nirvana are white and silver. The vampires from Tai Phase 3 have golden wings. The darker the wings are, the stronger the vampire is. But this method of identification can only be used when the other party spreads its wings.
Besides these characteristics, what else does the vampire have?
Yang Mucheng continued to ask.
I advise you not to provoke the vampires. These vampires are very powerful, especially on the night of the full moon. Their strength will be doubled, whether it is speed or strength. Do you know why the human race suddenly are you going to regret it and plan to wipe out all the vampires?
Tian Yao continued.
What reason?
Yang Mucheng's eyes lit up. Is there any secret in this? Sure enough, what the demon said next surprised him.
The vampire clan has the body and strength of the monster clan, and at the same time has the cultivation talent of the human clan. When these two are combined, the strength that emerges is unmatched by ordinary people. If it weren't for the vampire clan's difficulty in reproducing, they could only rely on the first embrace if we come to develop descendants. I'm afraid the starry sky will have to change hands. I see. Yang Mucheng nodded secretly. Only then did he realize that he knew very little about this starry sky. The strength of the Blood Clan is basically superior to that of the same warriors and Demon Clan. Coupled with the talent of the Full Moon Knight, the strength is doubled. Why doesn't this make humans afraid?
What is the first embrace?
Yang Mucheng asked again.
The vampires suck up the opponent's blood and saturate the opponent with their own blood. In this way, the being whose blood has been sucked will also become a vampire and obey the opponent's order. The number of first followers of each vampire is very limited, so these blood ancestors will choose powerful beings as their slaves. With your strength, you might also be chosen by the vampires to be their first love.
The demon glanced at Yang Mucheng and said jokingly. Yang Mucheng chuckled and was noncommittal. He doesn't want to become a vampire. If the other party dares to cause trouble for him, he will not show mercy.
Arrive.
Just saying. The sky demon stopped. Sure enough, Yang Mucheng found that the meteorite array in front of him was a little sparser than before. At the same time, there is also a very violent force scattered in this star formation.
As long as we travel through this starry sky, can we reach the territory of the vampire clan?
Yang Mucheng released his spiritual thoughts. But immediately, he discovered that the empty starry sky in front of him was actually extremely dense. When he rushed away, it seemed as if he was being resisted by something that didn't exist.
This starry sky is not that easy to travel through. After you carefully stepped into it, you were killed by the meteorites in this starry sky.
The sky demon glanced at Yang Mucheng, snorted coldly, spread his wings, and flew out of the starry sky. After a while, Yang Mucheng was the only one left in the void. Look at the starry sky in front of you. Yang Mucheng stepped forward without any hesitation. Although he extinguished the sky fire lineage, he also exposed his own existence. Now, outside the starry sky, the pursuit of the 7 tribes is even more rigorous than before. Now, he has the only chance to escape into this starry sky. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Mucheng seemed to have made up his mind. He tiptoed, and his whole body suddenly turned into a ray of light. And he quickly plunged into the starry sky. Chapter 1676 Ancient Battlefield. It wasn't until he stepped into the starry sky that Yang Mucheng discovered that what was obstructing the starry sky was not just the starry sky, but all existence. Walking in it seemed like walking in a swamp.
At this speed, how long will it take to cross the starry sky? I don't have a spare flying puppet. Is it possible that I have to spend a year or two here?
Yang Muchung frowned slightly. He released his inner energy and gathered it around him. Suddenly, the whole person was like a long sword riding the wind and waves, swiftly rushing forward.
I don't know if there are humans in this star formation. In addition to the blood race, there are other races. Forget it. I don't want to think about it that much. I will know after I enter the star formation of all races.
Yang Muchung thought secretly in his heart. At this moment, a ray of light flashed swiftly, and a meteorite several hundred feet in size swiftly streaked across the void. Like lightning, it passed by without any gaps and struck a meteorite star several kilometers in size. Boom! I saw the huge meteorite star being blasted into pieces. The fierce collision turned countless fragments into powder, and a dazzling fire broke out in the dim starry sky. Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung was already used to it. In this starry sky, stars are destroyed and stars are reborn every moment. The bombardment of some asteroids can completely blast through stars hundreds of times larger than them. The impact of this kind of asteroid is probably no less powerful than a full blow from a tiny strongman. The flying puppet that Yang Muchung was riding on was hit by a meteorite. If he hadn't escaped in time,
even the 5-element spirit body wouldn't have been able to withstand such a terrifying impact.
The sky demon told me that the number of fallen stars in this starry sky is very huge. They were once used by the vampires to resist the human army. Although this star array has not been activated for a long time, the number of falling stars is not small. I have to be more vigilant. Call out!
Just as the thought came into being, a sharp whistling sound suddenly sounded. Yang Muchung immediately looked towards the source of the sound and saw a huge meteorite with a diameter of 7 or 8 kilometers, burning with flames roaring towards him. Even at this moment, even Yang Muchung's vision became distorted and blurred at this moment. Although they were far apart, Yang Muchung could already feel the monstrous heat wave.
This is a flame produced by high-speed friction. Although it is just ordinary fire, its power is not much greater than the flame condensed with demonic power and internal energy.
Because I was prepared in advance, it was much easier to deal with it. He raised his hand and slashed, and a sword light passed by. Immediately, he split the huge meteorite star into 2 halves. The broken star split into 2 from his side, and the flame was extinguished. No longer a deterrent. Although it seems that Yang Muchung's chop is very simple. In fact, it is not. If it were an ordinary warrior, if he could not split the meteorite in time or dodge its attack, he would be killed on the spot. If it were an asteroid hundreds of kilometers away, even Yang Muchung would have no choice but to retreat. And these meteorites fly by extremely fast, without any patterns or signs. Often before you realize it, the other person has already flown to you. Yang Muchung could only release his spiritual thoughts to cover the world. Once a meteorite approaches, he raises his hand and strikes it away. If the speed is too fast, you can only use void transit to dodge, or use the 5-element spirit body to resist. Speaking of the 5-element spirit body, Yang Mu couldn't help but secretly sigh that he had cultivated the body of the blue dragon to perfection first. Otherwise, even if he was hit by 2 or 3 stars, he would not be able to recover so quickly. As it goes deeper, there are more and more meteors in the starry sky in front of us, and their power is getting stronger and stronger at the same time. Even Yang Muchung felt a headache.
I heard that the sky demon said before that the vampires once used the starry sky to block the human race's attack. I didn't really believe it at first, but now it seems to be true. This starry sky has been abandoned for a long time, and it is the powerful Tai who only I'm afraid it won't be that easy to pass through. As for those warriors with less strength, even the power of the meteorite explosion when it collides is enough to kill them. If the existences of the vampire clan intend to use this starry sky to resist the attacks of those powerful men, it is not impossible. Huh?
While flying, Yang Muchung suddenly noticed something was wrong. The thick feeling around him suddenly disappeared. But this situation did not make him happy. Instead, it made him feel like he was being watched by something, as if his hair stood on end. And he looked back. The space behind him seemed to be blocked by a strange force.
No, I seem to have entered some formation by mistake.
Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. This feeling is not like an ordinary starry sky.
Just rest here for a while.
It flew for a while longer. Yang Muchung discovered that there was an island-like meteorite in the starry sky. It's not big, just a small hill, enough for people to rest. However, when Yang Muchung fell, he discovered that there was a huge stone tablet standing on the meteorite. And there was a row of small characters on the stone tablet. The moment he saw these words, Yang Muchung couldn't help but change his expression. The black stone tablet is dozens of feet high. The entire body is made of this material. From a distance, it still has a metallic luster. The words above were not engraved by ordinary people, but written with inner strength cultivation. These handwritings actually describe the situation of this starry sky.
I am among the tens of thousands of people
chasing the defeated vampire clan. But I didn't expect that a strong man from the vampire clan would draw the starry sky with his blood, seize the creation of heaven and earth, and control the starry sky. When we entered it, we had no choice but to transcend. It seems that this is the starry sky. The person who wrote this handwriting is at least a strong man of 1 yuan. And the strength of the men he led is not too bad. Did they all die in this starry sky?
Yang Muching's eyes flashed. Surprise. He stared. Although they have been separated for hundreds of millions of years, there still seems to be a strong smell of blood in this starry sky. And all the beings that were hunted back then were wiped out here. Yang Muchung continued to look down. The following words all told that in order to protect the clan and prevent them from being massacred by the human race, the vampires actually sacrificed their lives for righteousness, sacrificing the lives of countless strong men to this starry sky, forming a monstrous killing array here. It seems that I mistakenly entered this ancient battlefield. According to the description left by this strong man, once you enter this starry sky, you will be bombarded by meteorites. It seems that I am in trouble. And it is a big trouble. Chapter 1677 Pathfinding. Still a big trouble. Yang Muchung sighed. Any existence in this starry sky will be completely strangled as long as it enters this ancient battlefield. But the only good luck is that this ancient battlefield has not been used for a long time. And its power is not as terrible as it was then. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope.
Correct. This is an ancient battlefield. And there might still be something from the past.
Yang Muchung didn't think there was any trouble. The 7 tribes did not relax in their pursuit of him. After entering this starry sky, they could at least cut off all the pursuers behind them.
If you want to go back, it's naturally impossible. In that case, let's just rush through. Buzz.
At this moment, a fierce buzzing sound sounded. Shen Yuan's sword flew directly out of Yang Muchung's dragon pattern space.
What's wrong? Oh, I got it.
Just when Yang Muchung was confused, Shen Yuan sent him a message. It turned out that it actually took a fancy to the stone tablet in front of it and wanted to devour it.
Go ahead and devour it. Anyway, I've already read the writing on it.
Yang Mu became enlightened.
Zheng.
All of a sudden, Shen Yuan let out a joyful cry, and with a flick of the sword, it hit the stone tablet and swallowed it directly. After being swallowed, the Shen Yuan sword became more and more restrained, but the edge in it became more and more powerful, and it was obviously getting closer to the super heaven level. As the stone tablet was swallowed up, Yang Muchung's feeling of being watched became more intense.
Not good.
Only then did Yang Muchung react.
This is no ordinary stone monument. It is a safe zone created by the powerful human race in this area with great supernatural powers. Now that this stone monument has been swallowed by the Shen Yuan sword, I have been completely exposed.
Boom! Just as he was thinking about it, a terrifying sound suddenly sounded. There was a tremor in the void, and then a huge meteorite suddenly blasted out of the starry sky and came directly in front of Yang Muchung. This meteorite appeared so suddenly and without warning, and suddenly it crashed down like crazy. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded loudly. The Star Island was blown into pieces by the meteorite on the spot.
Damn it. I wanted to see if there was anything good on this isolated island. But it was ruined like this.
Looking at the isolated island in front of him that was completely blown to ashes, Yang Muchung sighed secretly. Immediately, the feeling of being watched resurfaced again. He did not dare to neglect. Immediately restrained his breath, and stood proudly in the starry sky with his physical body. For a moment, this ancient formation seemed to be blindfolded, and Yang Muchung could not be seen. The strange feeling of being watched quietly disappeared.
It seems that my guess is correct. Although this ancient formation is powerful, it has lost its power due to its long time previously on the isolated island star. Although I showed my cultivation, my breath was blocked by the stone tablet. That's why I was not discovered by the ancient formation. If you want to cross this starry sky, as long as you don't expose your cultivation level, you can get through it.
Yang Muchung showed a hint of pride, but immediately, he frowned and slapped his head hard. I still thought it was too simple. Since this is an ancient battlefield, how could there be no dead people or innocent souls? Moreover, this ancient formation has imprisoned this place. It is equivalent to forming an excellent place to raise ghosts. How could you not be attacked by these ghosts if you entered it? At this time, Yang Muchung suddenly heard a rustling sound. He immediately looked forward, only to see those stars suspended in the starry sky, as if they were waking up from a deep sleep. He quickly looked around and saw that the skeletons on the stars were also standing up one after another, looking towards Yang Muchung one by one. However, these are just some skeletons, not powerful beings. They can't stand up to Yang Muchung's fists and kicks. Without showing off his cultivation, he waved his right hand and blasted this piece of bone into pieces. No trespassing. This ancient formation can shake the starry sky, so there must be something extraordinary about it. If I break into the center of the formation, I will be in big trouble. First, use my spiritual mind to explore it and find out if there is a way out. In the starry sky hundreds of miles away from Yang Muchung, several men were sitting cross-legged. The cultivation of these people is not bad, and the one with the highest cultivation has reached the realm of cave heaven. There are two others who are still practicing in the heavenly saint realm. One cave heaven, two heavenly saints, and the rest is nirvana. The strength of such a team is not bad at all, enough to control a starry sky. But now they are sitting here. These 8 people were sitting cross-legged together, chatting and drinking. Boss Han Lei, you said that the 8 of us have been searching for this ancient battlefield for a month. Why haven't we found that evil snake yet? We haven't even seen its shadow. Where is it hiding? Really? The person who spoke was a heavenly saint man. The Han Lei in his mouth was the leading caveman. He glanced at the man who spoke and said, Li Min, don't be careless. That evil snake is the Bone clan of this ancient battlefield. It secretly he sneaked out, attacked several transport teams, and devoured many heavenly and earthly treasures. His strength has reached the realm of cave heaven. As long as we catch this evil snake, we will take advantage. Many forces want to catch this evil snake and kill it. From what these people said, they came to this starry sky because they were chasing a bone race. Buzz? At this time, the thing in Han Lei's arm shook violently, and he quickly took it out. A glimmer of excitement suddenly flashed in his eyes. There's a reaction! In order to hunt evil snakes, Han Lei spent a lot of money to buy a tracker specifically used to track the evil snakes. Once the tracker responds, he will receive the message. Tongue! 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 In a moment, these people turned into a ray of light and rushed away. But when they followed the tracker to their location, they couldn't help but be stunned. They did not see the evil snake, but instead saw their tracker being held in the hands of a man wearing a large black robe. This man was less than 20 years old, but he had a calm and mature appearance. The tracker was still struggling in his hand and could not break free no matter what. This man is naturally Yang Muchung. He used his spiritual thoughts to find a way out, but he didn't want to directly catch the tracker. But before he could study what this thing was, this group of people had already arrived. Boy, let go of our trackers. Are you hacking deaf? As soon as it fell, Han Lei and the others started angrily. Chapter 1678 Evil Snake. Is this a tracker? Yang Muchung looked at the Oriole-like being in his hand and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Just when he was about to let go, the next insult made his face darken. But, before the man could react, he became even more angry when he saw Yang Muchung standing there without moving at all. Boy, do you still want to resist? This is what we use to hunt down the evil snake. If it is destroyed, I will make you unable to eat it and carry it around. The man named Li Min began to curse. The others also looked like they were watching the fun. Yang Muchung looks so young and doesn't seem to have much strength at all. Moreover, this starry sky has always been dominated by the weak and the strong. Even if they kill him and take away his belongings, no one dares to say anything. However, the leader, the man named Han Lei, suddenly felt a chill in his heart when he saw Yang Muchung's increasingly cold expression. He just felt like he had a creepy feeling. No rudeness, he shouted, Li Min, and trotted all the way to Yang Muchung. Bowing respectfully, okay. Senior, we were blind. Please forgive me. You know what's going on. Yang Muchung let go of his right hand, and the Oriole immediately broke free and flew out. Where are you from? If these people were blind, Yang Muchung wouldn't mind killing 4 or 5, leaving one alive to figure out the route out of the stars. But now when dealing with worship, why bother? We came from Chuzhou's star. It's 7 days away from here by flying puppet.
Han Lei pointed towards the distance. Yang Mucheng nodded after hearing this. It seems that this ancient battlefield in the starry sky has long lost its original power. It has become a place for warriors to practice. Even Nirvana masters dare to come here. Boom! Just then, an explosion sounded. Yang Mucheng frowned slightly and looked into the distance. He only heard a chaotic cry, as if there was a battle.
Naughty snake!
Li Min shouted.
It is indeed here. What is that evil snake?
Yang Mucheng asked.
A bone snake was born in this extremely sinister place where ghosts are raised, and it has devoured countless people. We are here just to hunt it down,
Han Lei said. Yang Mucheng looked a little surprised when he heard this, and quickly looked up. Li Min and others couldn't help but snort coldly when they saw Yang Mucheng's action, although they heard the sound very close. It was at least hundreds of kilometers away. They didn't believe that Yang Mucheng could see 1,000 miles away. They saw Yang Mucheng standing there motionless again, and they felt even more angry. After a moment, Yang Mucheng withdrew his gaze and said,
That evil snake has reached the peak of the cave. How can you guys surround and kill it? I just saw a group of people who failed to surround and kill the evil snake. Instead, they were killed by the evil snake.
What? When Han Lei heard this, he was dumbfounded, and Li Min couldn't help shouting.
You kid! Stop pretending. These two places are thousands of miles apart, and I don't believe you can see what's going on there. If you don't believe it, just go and take a look and you will know.
Han Lei condensed for a moment and immediately rushed over with his people. Really, when they arrived at the battlefield, they discovered that the area was already engulfed in flames of war. The meteorites and stars floating around are full of traces of battle, and the broken limbs and broken arms are also shockingly visible. Although Han Lei and others were shocked, Yang Mucheng was particularly shocked. The other party stood there and took a casual look and saw clearly what was happening here. What kind of cultivation level did he have?
How about it? I said it right,
Yang Mucheng said with a smile.
Senior has great magical powers. I admire you.
At this moment, Li Min and others dared not act like before. They all bowed their heads and surrendered. In just a few words, the positions among everyone were reversed. Originally, they wanted to kill people and seize the treasure. But now they are trembling with fear, fearing that Yang Mucheng will be detrimental to them. As for Yang Mucheng's idea, it is much simpler. These people came from Chuzhou's star. It would take 7 or 8 days to fly on Chuzhou's star. If he were to fly, it would take at least a month. Since he met this group man, you might as well take a ride. Han Lei was talking when he suddenly froze. I saw the rocks on a meteorite star squirming slightly, and then a huge figure was revealed. It was a huge snake whose whole body was made entirely of skeletons. Half of its body was wrapped around the stars, and half of its body was arched up. A cluster of soul flames burned in the hole-like pupils of the huge snake head. From a distance, it looks like a giant python that swallows the sky. After all, Han Lei was a strong man in the cave and had experienced hundreds of battles. How could he not react in this situation? He immediately shouted loudly and jumped up. Everyone else did not dare to neglect and jumped away in all directions. The moment they took action, the evil snake crashed down like a bolt of lightning, biting the place where everyone was standing before with lightning speed.
Crack!
This big mouth bit down and crushed the huge meteorite on the spot. The crunching sound was more like chewing a brittle bone.
Take action quickly!
Han Lei shouted. Immediately, Li Min and others tremblingly took out one thing after another from their arms. Yang Mucheng looked at it carefully, and found that those things were actually golden balls. They were crushed by Li Min and others' hands, and then shot directly into the sky. Go! In an instant, the exploding golden ball turned into a large intertwined net, covering it directly. But this evil snake can travel dozens of kilometers, and half of its body can tightly entangle a meteorite and star that is several kilometers away. How could it be restrained by such a magic weapon? Bah! I saw the snake's body trembling, as if stretching its body, and actually breaking the large nets wrapped around it. Roar! As if because even the Nirvana warrior dared to attack him. This evil snake suddenly fell into rage. Its body suddenly turned and swept past like an army. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and the meteorites burst apart. Several Nirvana warriors lost their balance under the strong wind from the other side, and they all flew out. Li Min and others were scared to death. But at this moment, they could only bite the bullet and attack. But you are the strongest Han Lei who defeated you. Even if he burst out his power and hit this evil snake, it would only create a spark. Not even a single crack. This evil snake was unscathed. Not only were everyone's attacks ineffective, they actually angered the evil snake.
Senior, let's run quickly.
Han Lei's face turned pale.
Run? Why are you running? Aren't you just here for this evil snake?
Yang Muchung said lightly. Chapter 1679. Kill the evil snake with power. Hearing Yang Muchung's words, Han Lei almost cried.
Senior, although we came here for this evil snake, we didn't know it was so strong.
Although, the reward for catching this evil snake will be very high. But the strength of this evil snake has exceeded their imagination, and they cannot give up their lives for money.
As long as you catch this evil snake, you can return to the city. Right?
Yang Muchung continued to ask.
Senior, whether we can escape alive now is still the same thing.
Han Lei looked around and didn't know what to do. Now they are helpless against this evil snake and can only keep running away in this area. The evil snakes were fighting crazily, their giant tails swiping, and wherever they passed, the meteorites and stars were completely smashed into pieces.
I'm here to catch this evil snake for you, and then you take me back to Chuzhou's star with you.
Yang Muchung spoke out.
Senior, this evil snake is too strong. Can you be his opponent?
Han Lei cried sadly. Yang Muchung smiled faintly and walked forward. And at this time, the evil snake didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill anyone. It was hunted all the way and suffered a lot. Now he is designing a counterattack in this ancient battlefield to kill all the teams chasing him one by one. Now it is like a cat catching a mouse, teasing these people, looking at the warriors who were trembling under his lustful power. A trace of pride flashed in the evil snake's eyes. However, when it turned its eyes, it discovered Yang Muchung standing beside him unharmed, and it suddenly let out a shocking roar.
Ha ha! A little bone snake dares to be arrogant in front of me? You only have the peak of the cave sky. If you have the Tai realm, you can still challenge me.
What? Tai realm? When Han Lei and others heard these words, they almost knelt down in front of Yang Muchung. This peak evil snake has already killed them, and they have no way to escape. If they reach the Tai realm, will they still have a way to survive? But the evil snake understood Yang Muchung's words. His expression suddenly changed, and he roared.
Roar!
A deafening roar resounded, and the rolling sound waves even turned into ripples visible to the naked eye. Wherever the ripples passed, the huge meteorites and stars were shocked and exploded on the spot.
Not good!
Except for Han Lei. Several warriors with cultivation levels below Dong Tian changed their expressions on the spot and quickly covered their ears and retreated back. Several Nirvana warriors vomited blood and flew out. And this sound-killing attack is not the most terrifying thing. But the most terrifying thing is the evil snake that follows. Call! A sharp whistling sound resounded quickly, and only a terrifying white bone was seen slashing down quickly. The evil snake swung its tail and smashed it down like a giant stick.
Senior!
Han Lei shouted. Li Min quickly said,
When have you ever cared about this kid? Let's run away while he draws the attention of this evil snake.
However, before he finished speaking, he saw an incredible scene. Yang Muchung stood there, raising his hand to hit the evil snake's giant tail. There was just a dong sound, and the ground under his feet couldn't withstand the evil snake's blow and burst into two halves. However, under that frightening blow, Yang Muchung was unscathed. Instead, there was a loud click. Everyone looked forward and couldn't help but froze on the spot when the evil snake's tail was struck down. Instead of smashing Yang Muchung into a pulp like everyone else, it actually broke his own tail.
Let me go! This kid's fist is harder than a snake.
Li Min, who was originally about to run away, was stunned. Han Lei also widened his eyes. You know, they had just fought this evil snake before, and they had tried every means, but they had not succeeded. This is not even possible to leave a scar on the opponent's body. But now Yang Muchung made a crack in the evil snake's tail with just a casual wave, which was simply beyond their imagination.
Roar!
The evil snake was also overturned by this huge force, and immediately flew out, its body smashing a star into pieces. It finally stopped and looked at its cracked tail, and its heart suddenly sank to the bottom. The bones of its body were cultivated by condensing evil spirits, and are extremely hard. It has helped it overcome many difficulties. Now if someone slaps it into pieces, how can it not be shocked? After a moment, his body twisted, and he fled towards the outside world with a whoosh sound.
Want to escape?
Yang Muchung chuckled and reached forward to grab it. Immediately, a mighty wind blew up, and infinite spiritual energy gathered together to form a huge palm that grabbed the evil snake. When the evil snake saw this scene,
It was frightened and even panicked. It only heard a loud dong 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 sound, and several meteorites and stars in front of it were immediately crushed to pieces. Yang Muchung clenched his right hand, and immediately the huge palm followed him. He quietly clenched it and shot it out violently, hitting the evil snake 7 inches with a snap sound. Only a cracking sound was heard, and then he saw that the evil snake was beaten into 2 pieces by Yang Muchung. Oh my god! This punch is so powerful! The other people calmed down their energy and blood, and just when they raised their heads, they saw this scene and were stunned. To know. I don't know how many people have chased this evil snake, even a half-step Tai strong man, but they were helpless. But now, it was punched in 2 by a boy who looked to be less than 20 years old. If it were an ordinary monster, its body would be broken off by a blast, and it would probably cry out in pain. But the evil snake simply abandoned that half of its body and turned into a white light, preparing to escape again. But no matter how fast it was, it couldn't be faster than Yang Muchung. Call! The giant fist whizzed down and turned into a monstrous palm again, directly grabbing the half of the evil snake in the palm like an ant. This is the evil snake you wanted. Can you go back to the city now? Yang Muchung retracted his right hand and threw half of the evil snake in front of everyone. This evil snake with its neck left was like a felled towering ancient tree, lying at the feet of everyone. Everyone looked in disbelief, and Li Min even took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, jumped in front of the evil snake, and kicked the evil snake hard. Grandma, I asked you to chase us just now, and now you are so arrogant to show me. Yang Muchung put his hands behind his back and chuckled. Although this evil snake was split in half by me, it is not dead yet. It still has the peak cultivation level of the cave. If you annoy it, be careful that it jumps up and eats you regardless of the cost. For a moment, Li Min showed a look of fear on his face and did not dare to speak any more. He turned his head and put on a flattering look. Senior, you should be the first to catch this evil snake, and 90% of the reward will be yours. Yang Muchung waved his hand and urged. I don't care about rewards or anything like that. You guys, please catch this evil snake and take me back to Chuzhou Star with you. Easy to say. Easy to say. Han Lei, Li Min and others didn't dare to say anything, so they quickly complied. Chapter 1680 Market. 3 or 4 flying puppets dragged the evil snake back to Chuzhou Star. Along the way, Li Min and others were shouted at by seniors and seniors. They are at least 800 years old, and now they are making this gesture towards Yang Muchung. How dare they treat Yang Muchu as a young man under 20 years old like they did before, and only regard him as an old monster with good looks. Senior, are you not from our 10,000 stars territory? Han Lei said. No, it's my first time coming to this star field. Yang Muchung casually took the fragrant tea handed over by Li Min and took a sip. Tell me something about this star field. How dare Han Lei and others dare to neglect? They immediately started talking. This star field is composed of 7 or 8 huge galaxies. The creatures living in this area include the human race in addition to the blood race and other star races. But here, everyone is in harmony with each other. And of course, there is a lot of friction between them. As for the 7 clans that Yang Muchung is most worried about, they have no influence at all here. On the contrary, when everyone mentioned the 7 clans, they all gritted their teeth in hatred. It turns out that the main force that hunted down the vampire clan was the 7 clan. Most of the human races living in this star field are wanted criminals from the 7 tribes. They came to this star field only when they were desperate. After so many years, everyone has spent it peacefully. Senior, do you have any acquaintances in the 10,000 stars territory to seek refuge with you? Han Lei asked. I have always been alone. Do I have any acquaintances? Yang Muchung said. Senior is entering the 10,000 stars territory for the first time. Why don't you come to our place? We will definitely treat you as a guest. Han Lei said quickly. Yang Muchu wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he nodded. When he enters the 10,000 stars territory alone, there will always be miscellaneous trivial matters. If there is support from a force behind him, it can also help him understand a little more about the 10,000 stars territory. Moving forward, the group quickly entered the 10,000 stars territory. In the past few days, Yang Muchung also understood all the rules and regulations in this star field. Han Lei, Li Min and others are just mercenaries. As for the mercenary station, it is also an asteroid very far away from the main star. This asteroid has almost no gravity. If you walk a little faster, you will fly into the sky.
Yang Muchung also knew that although there were many stars in this starry sky, not all of them could be habitable. An asteroid like this can only serve as a temporary residence for a small team like them. If they want to continue to develop, they need a habitable star. Of course, that requires a large amount of money to purchase. It doesn't matter to Yang Muchung. It's just a temporary stay anyway. If there is a suitable place for cultivation, he will move there immediately. At noon the next day, Han Lei found Yang Muchung and invited Yang Muchung to have a drink.
Oh!
Yang Muchung was a little surprised.
Senior, you have a share of the reward for this evil snake. If you don't accept it, we would like to treat you to a drink to show your kindness in saving my life.
Han Lei said respectfully.
There are underground boxing matches recently. We can go and take a look. Okay, let's go!
Yang Muchung agreed. Cultivation is not about rushing. In the heavenly fire vein, he rushed to 2 small realms in a row, and even used the Sword of Time to backfire on his own meridians. Although it has been repaired long ago, it is impossible to easily improve his cultivation level in a short time, since it is someone else's invitation. Let's go together, stop by and take a look. You might even find your own opportunity. Soon everyone arrived on the Evergreen Star. Compared with this star, the asteroid where Han Lei and others live is the difference between an ant and an elephant. As soon as Yang Muchung stepped into it, he felt extremely comfortable, and spiritual energy flowed along his skin. And there are also many pedestrians on this star, bustling and bustling.
Yang
Muchung glanced and found many starry sky 10,000 clans. There is a thin girl with skin as dark as ink, pointed ears. Although he looks weak, he is actually full of energy. There are also dwarfs who are short in stature, seemingly as tall as a child, but with muscles all over their bodies and beards that can be tied into braids. There is also a giant who is 3 feet tall and whose skin is as jade-like. Every step he takes will cause an earthquake. The entire star is like a huge market. Yang Muchung also heard waves of shouts.
Senior, the tavern is over there.
Seeing Yang Muchung walking towards the market, Li Min quickly shouted,
I'm not going to drink. I'm going to the market for a walk.
Yang Muchung said.
Senior, I happen to be going to the market with you.
Han Lei said quickly. This is a market for warriors, not a market for mortals. Even in the mortal market, there will always be fakes. Here, what you can buy depends entirely on your own eyesight. With his naked eyes, he didn't know how many fakes he encountered. But even if you tell it, others won't be able to help you. Instead, they will laugh at you for not being able to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Now that Yang Muchung is with him, he will naturally not let go of such an opportunity, and wants to make Yang Muchung the palm of his hand. For Yang Muchung, he is naturally familiar with the road. Although he has absorbed a lot of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures in the Tianhua lineage, and cannot improve his cultivation in a short period of time, it does not mean that he has no other needs. If he can find a few things with water, fire, and earth attributes, it would also be very good to improve his white tiger, vermilion bird, and basalt bodies.
Sky blue grass, 3,200 years old. A top-quality heaven-level spiritual treasure with water attributes. Can be used to make elixirs and practice. It is a must-have treasure for home travel and practice. The 9 nether dragon tree grows in the 9 nether world. It has no grade, and can ensure the immortality of the body after the soul leaves the body. Golden crow fruit. It looks like a golden crow, and is a fire-attributed fruit. It can enhance the power of fire-attributed techniques.
Yang Muchung heard a lot of shouts along the way. But when he walked over excitedly and took a look, he found that most of these heavenly spiritual treasures were discounted, and did not have the miraculous effects they described. Or they were nothing at all. He took some spiritual treasures with similar appearance and characteristics. Impersonate. This made Yang Muchung feel a little annoyed. However, when he thought about it, it was normal. After all, these spiritual treasures are very precious no matter which starry sky they belong to. How could it be possible to become a cabbage on the bad street, which can be found at any street stall? But maybe there will be some spiritual treasures, pearls covered in dust, which people can't detect with the naked eye. So they are hiding here. For a moment, Yang Muchung was not in a hurry anymore, but instead wandered around leisurely, looking for a suitable spiritual treasure for him. Han Lei on the other side was concentrating on making a discovery. He even took the spiritual treasure he had obtained and showed it to Yang Muchung for appreciation. Chapter 1681 Black Fire.
Senior, look.
Han Lei took over the items he bought.
What's this?
Yang Muchung raised his eyelids, glanced at the thing in the other person's hand, and immediately frowned. I saw that this thing looked like a laurel tree, with slender leaves glowing with red flames. Although Han Lei held it in his hand, Yang Muchung could still feel a slight feeling of heat.
Senior, this is the fire spirit grass.
Han Lei's head was covered with black lines, and he looked at Yang Muchung helplessly. Original. He planned to ask Yang Muchung to palm his eyes for him, but he couldn't possibly recognize the fire spirit grass.
Right? Fart. What kind of fire spirit grass is this? You were deceived by others.
Yang Muchung snorted coldly.
You lied. Right.
Han Lei opened his mouth.
But this is the fire spirit grass.
Han Lei looked at Yang Muchung. Fire spirit grass is not too rare. It can even be said to be a relatively common heavenly spirit and earthly treasure. It's just because there is a strong man in the 10,000 stars domain who practices the red flame golden dragon armor and purchases a large amount of fire spirit grass, which makes the market relatively tight during this period. But even so, Han Lei still recognized the characteristics of this fire spirit grass. He had even bought it many times, but it had never always looked like this, and there had never been any mistakes. Why was it already wrong when he arrived at Yang Muchung's place today?
Look at this fire grass. It has small yellow flowers. If it is a real fire grass, when it blooms and bears stamens, the hot feeling of the fire grass will be concentrated in the flower stamens and fruits. But you feel it carefully suddenly. The temperature of this fire spirit grass remains the same.
Yang Muchung explained. Han Lei took a closer look, and sure enough, there was an inconspicuous yellow flower growing on the fire spirit grass. Just as he was wondering, he heard Yang Muchung continue.
When monsters reproduce and give birth, all their cultivation will be poured into the womb of the fetus. The same is true for these heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. Whenever they give birth, the spiritual energy will weaken. The heavenly spirits and earthly treasures I have eaten are more than you have ever seen.
How could I get it wrong? If you still don't believe it, use a flame to roast this spiritual grass. If it is really a fire grass, it will only increase the intensity of the fire. If it is not a fire grass, it will be burned to ashes by the flames.
When Han Lei heard this, he didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly activated his inner energy, burning up a flame.
Hearing a crack
sound, most of the spiritual grass in his hand was burnt to ashes.
Oh my god. It's true.
Han Lei was dumbfounded. He looked at Yang Muchung and asked quickly,
Senior, what kind of spiritual grass is this? Why does it look exactly the same as the fire spiritual grass?
Without thinking, Yang Muchung spoke eloquently.
This is called Chisha jasper grass, and it is a kind of spiritual treasure that poisonous dragons like to eat. But unfortunately, the poisonous dragon is afraid of flames, so this Chisha jasper grass grows to protect itself. It looks like a fire spirit grass.
After hearing what Yang Muchung said, Han Lei dared to have the slightest doubt about Yang Muchung. I just wish I could give myself a slap in the face, because a senior like Yang Muchung, who has advanced cultivation, dares to question his understanding of the heavenly spirit and earthly treasures.
Where is the stall where you bought this Chisha jasper grass?
Yang Muchung suddenly remembered something and asked quickly.
Senior, we are not far away. What can you do?
Han Lei was also stunned.
You don't know that ordinary heavenly spirits and earthly treasures, like monsters, have their own territory and territory. This Chisha jasper grass is different. It likes to grow next to other heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. The other party found the 7 evil spirits and earthly treasures.
Sha jade grass. Maybe I can get the heavenly spirit earth treasure. And maybe I can buy the real thing from the other party.
Yang Muchung smiled. He was also quite helpless. Although most of the goods in this market were genuine, they were low-level treasures of heaven and earth, and he looked down upon them at all. But some high-end heavenly and earthly treasures are mostly fake. Now that he finally met one, how could he just give up? But it's a pity. Yang Muchung ran over and asked. But there was nothing. When the stall owner was picking, there was nothing around except this Chisha jasper grass.
Is it possible that I got nothing?
After taking Han Lei around the market a few more times, Han Lei bought a dazzling array of things. But Yang Muchung was still empty and got nothing.
Senior, if you really want to buy something, you can wait a while.
At this time, Han Lei spoke. Yang Muchung asked strangely.
Oh, wait a moment. What will happen?
Han Lei said hurriedly.
In this market, every time the sun sets, Master Tan will come here. This Master Tan can collect a lot of heavenly and earthly treasures. But he is a bit strange.
Oh, in that case, wait. Sure enough, not long after, accompanied by a cry, the so-called Master Tan had arrived at the market.
Master Tan is here. Every time he comes, he brings a lot of heavenly and earthly treasures. I don't know how many he brought this time. Although he brought many heavenly and earthly treasures, not many people can actually buy them from him. If you want to buy these heavenly and earthly treasures from him, you can only buy what he likes. Otherwise, there is no need to discuss anything. I have been waiting for him for a long time. This time my ancestral land brings a golden-winged dragon gun, which may satisfy him.
As a cry rang out, almost everyone in the market roared and rushed to one side. Even Han Lei, who was standing next to Yang Mucheng, had a face full of anticipation and kept looking forward, wanting to see what happened.
In that case, let's go take a look.
Seeing so many people taking action, Yang Mucheng was also a little moved. Previously, he had doubts, thinking that this Master Tan might be a liar just trying to gain fame. But since he was so famous in this market, he might actually have something. Thinking of this, Yang Mucheng immediately quickened his pace and walked forward. Among the crowd, Master Tan drew a circle on the ground with a stroke of his right hand. Although the people in the market were anxious, they did not jump over the circle. It was obviously a rule set long ago, so they would not someone is invading. When Yang Mucheng looked around, he saw that Master Tan had already taken out the heavenly and earthly treasures one by one from his own space. Every heavenly and earthly treasure carries the light of spiritual energy, shining brightly, and is obviously not a mortal thing. Some are even rippling with tidal waves of spiritual energy.
Oh!
Just when Yang Mucheng was shocked that Master Tan had many tricks, he saw the other party suddenly take something out of his arms. That thing was actually an oil lamp. Of course, the oil lamp is not valuable. What is valuable is the flame in the oil lamp. This flame actually appeared black. It was obviously an extremely rare fire. Chapter 1682 Scam? Yang Mucheng squeezed into the crowd and discovered that the things Master Tan took out were not only some heavenly and earthly treasures, but also some weapons. However, the appearance of these weapons is a bit strange, rather like something from an ancient battlefield. Yang Mucheng's eyes changed. It fell on the long sword closest to him, which was already stained with rust. In addition, there are some weapons, most of which are like this. They only retain their original appearance, but the real core is gone. Obviously, these weapons were retrieved from the ancient battlefield. Only the ornamental value is left, and the practicality is not much. Looking back and forth, Yang Mucheng found that the most attractive thing to him was the oil lamp in front of him. The oil lamp looks very simple, like the shape of a temple green lantern, with jumping black flames burning on the long wick. But when Yang Mucheng got closer, he couldn't feel the temperature of the black flames, but instead felt a slight chill.
Yes, this is tender.
Yang Mucheng confirmed it, and thought to himself, to know, in this starry sky, there are many kinds of flames, not only red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple, but also some weird flames. Each kind of flame has different power, and this black flame is the Xianming cold fire. Although it is called a flame, it is extremely cold, and the more it burns, the lower the temperature becomes. But when he looked up at Master Tan, he found that Master Tan was talking to someone else. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man saw Master Tan, he quickly took out the things he was carrying on his back. He slowly untied it, and the thing turned out to be a battle spear in the shape of a dragon snake. The snake body circled around the war gun, and the tip of the gun was a sharp fang, which looked very majestic.
Master Tan, this is the Qinglong Xietian spear. I will exchange it for your heavenly spirit and earthly treasure. Bring it to me and see.
Master Tan's eyes lit up. He took the war gun in his hand, looked at it, and then nodded.
The weapons this time are much better than the previous ones. I remember that the heavenly spirit earth treasure you needed last time was this non-Tianming flower dot.
Putting the war gun away, Master Tan took one from the Tianling Dibao in front of him and handed it to the other party. Yang Mucheng glanced at Tianling Dibao and immediately frowned.
I thought I had met a real master, but I didn't expect that it was just a fake guy.
Yang Mucheng sneered. Turn out to be. The heavenly and earthly treasures that Master Tan took out were not real either. They are all forged using special means using some heavenly and earthly treasures that are very similar in appearance. The appearance of these Tianling Dibao is very similar, and by using some means to deceive it, it is natural that it can be hidden from the eyes and ears of many people.
When did Master Tan appear?
Yang Muchung asked in a low voice.
Please tell me everything about Master Tan clearly. Half a month ago.
Although Han Lei didn't know the reason, he quickly revealed the details of Master Tan one by one. After hearing Han Lei's introduction, Yang Muchung sorted out everything. This Master Tan appeared half a month ago, with many heavenly and earthly treasures and weapons. He naturally attracted everyone's attention when he appeared. It's just that he has a weird temper and only accepts things in exchange. Therefore, most people who come to buy things will bring things of similar value. However, in the past few times, Master Tan only brought a few things, but not as many as today.
Really?
Listening to Han Lei's words, Yang Muchung became more and more sure of his guess.
Senior, what's wrong?
Han Lei also realized something was wrong and asked quickly. Yang Muchung told his guesses one by one, and then said,
The reason why this Master Tan has never revealed his secret is because the heavenly and earthly treasures he took out before were all real. But this time, he did replace them with fake ones. Every time before, he only used the quantity very few. The purpose is to make people jump into the trap he set step by step. But this time, more than 90% of the heavenly and earthly treasures he brought are fake. Senior, is what you said true?
If anyone else said this, he probably wouldn't believe it at all. But now that Yang Muchung in front of him spoke, he had to believe it.
Then what should we do? Should we expose them in public? Expose? No need.
Yang Muchung shook his head.
Look at how fanatical these people are. If you expose them, they might even suspect that you want to monopolize these heavenly and earthly treasures.
People are always stupid. When they are so fanatical, your words must be bad. What's more, Yang Muchung doesn't claim to be a savior, so he naturally won't offend Master Tan because of others. And since the other party has set up such a trap, it must not be possible for one person to do it. Maybe there are some people secretly cooperating with him.
Senior, what should we do?
Han Lei was in trouble and didn't know what to do.
Wait!
Yang Muchung glanced at Master Tan, who was happily exchanging baby with everyone, and squeezed out of the crowd with Han Lei. He asked Han Lei to go back first, while he stayed in the market. Although Yang Muchung did not express his thoughts, Han Lei also anticipated what might happen next. Not long after, Master Tan had already announced the end.
It's getting late today, and I will come here again at the same time tomorrow. If you still want to exchange for the treasures of heaven and earth, you have to bring me some items that can make my heart beat as soon as possible. In a few days, I will leave here. Warriors who want it must hurry up. Master Tan, don't worry. I will definitely bring the baby tomorrow. Master, can you please give me a few more days of grace?
After hearing Master Tan's words, the crowd suddenly started to roar. There were already some people who were fanning the flames in the crowd, obviously inciting everyone to quickly get some precious items. Everyone was convinced, and Master Tan was about to leave, making preparations even more urgent. Looking at these people who had already fallen into his trap and were unable to extricate themselves, Master Tan's lips raised a trace of imperceptible sarcasm.
What a bunch of idiots! If those things can be exposed in just one night, the harvest should be even greater tomorrow. But I can't stay here any longer. I have to find another place.
After a brief tidying up, Master Tan left the market under the welcome of everyone. Seeing Master Tan leaving, Yang Muchung's eyes focused, and he followed quietly. Chapter 1683, Taking Advantage of Others. This Master Tan really has a guilty conscience. When he left the market, he regained his appearance. Originally, he had a moralistic and fairy-like attitude, but now he has the appearance of a deer-headed rat-like person. He blended into the endless stream of people, dodged, and walked as fast as flying. After a while, he disappeared from sight. If it were anyone else, they would never be able to catch up with him. But Yang Muchung was different. Early in the morning, he transferred a trace of his spiritual thoughts to the other party. This is much easier to use than the trackers used by Han Lei and others. No matter where Master Tan goes, he can't escape his spiritual tracking. Just follow it all the way. Although Master Tan walked as fast as flying, his behavior was strange. But Yang Muchung, with his hands behind his back and a slow and leisurely posture, could always find Master Tan's position in the crowd. Soon, Yang Muchung chased out of the main star and came to an asteroid. The asteroid was completely bare, and in a hidden place, there was a passage leading underground.
So that's it. They're actually hiding underground.
Yang Muchung frowned slightly and quickly understood. As soon as he stepped forward, he immediately chased after him. This passage goes all the way down. And it turns out that Master Tan and his gang have hollowed out the entire inside of the asteroid and used it as their temporary base.
Hey, I gained a lot today,
Master Tan said with a proud smile after entering a stone room.
Those idiots are still crying and begging to let me go again tomorrow.
Another man with a sallow complexion counted the spiritual treasures and weapons that Master Tan took out. Hearing this, he laughed and said,
Our plan is quite good. It has passed by more than 10 stars so far, and it has not been detected yet. Now that we have another great harvest, we can move to another place. When I came back, I was followed by a young boy.
Master Tan pondered for a moment, but he quickly laughed and said,
That kid was only in his 20s. He slowly followed me. When I turned around, I threw him thousands of miles behind. If you want to chase me, he will have to practice hard for another 300 years.
When everyone heard this, they all laughed. However, just as they started laughing, a cold voice came.
Really? Are you sure I can catch up with you after 300 years of hard work?
Boom! These faint words fell on everyone's ears, and they were suddenly struck by lightning. Almost instantly, everyone in the room jumped up and looked towards the door. It was only then that they discovered a young man wearing a large black robe standing in front of the door. He looked less than 20 years old, and looked like a young man from a rich family, looking harmless to humans and animals. But he put his hands behind his back and did nothing. Just standing there made everyone feel like they were out of breath.
Who are you?
The sallow-faced man stared at Yang Muchung with fear in his eyes. Yang Muchung didn't even look at the other person, but looked directly at Master Tan and said,
I want your oil lamp. Is it because of this?
Master Tan couldn't help but be stunned. He soon calmed down and said,
Tomorrow, you can go to the market and exchange the treasures of heaven and earth with me. You can deceive others, but can you also deceive me? Bring that oil lamp, and I can let you all leave alive.
Yang Muchung only found it funny that Master Tan was still thinking of setting up a trap at this time.
Liar.
Does it seem like he is so easily deceived?
Old Tan. This guy wants to take advantage of others.
Among the crowd, the man with the sallow face was the first to react. Boom! As soon as he said these words, everyone in the stone room looked at Yang Muchung in disbelief. They dared to set up such a scam. Who is not the famous hobmeat in this starry sky? They have always been the only ones to take advantage of others. But they don't want it to be their turn today.
That's right.
Yang Muchung didn't hide anything and nodded.
I don't want anything but that lamp. What a coward. You dare to attack us without even wiping your eyes? You want the oil lamp. I want your life.
The sallow-faced man walked up with a cold voice. He has a tall and thin body, and his hands are thick and big, a bit larger than normal people. His 10 fingers are like bamboo joints. A casual look can tell that all his effort is put into these hands. When he came to Yang Muchung, he sneered, raised his palm, and hit Yang Muchung head and face. Although his palm seemed silent. In fact, the power was poured into every inch. When the palm was swung out, it actually brought out a burst of sound waves that were inaudible to human ears. At the same time, there was a bang sound, and a burning flame burst out from the palm of the hand.
Some are like fire cloud palm.
Yang Muchung chuckled. Raise your hand and chop it away. There was just a click sound, and the man with the sallow face had his right hand broken immediately. The terrifying power poured into it unabated. The man screamed and flew backwards like an arrow, causing the stone chamber to collapse.
This guy is a tough guy.
Seeing this scene, everyone who was enjoying watching the joke was suddenly startled and jumped up. Previously, when they heard that Yang Muchung wanted to take advantage of others, they thought he was an ignorant boy. But now they saw the power of Yang Muchung's palm and realized how terrifying his strength was. And how dare he show any slightness. Hearing the sound of chong, 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 everyone pulled out their weapons one after another and looked at Yang Muchung with vigilance.
Who are you anyway?
Master Tan did not hold any weapon in his hand. Instead, he held the oil lamp that Yang Muchung wanted. As he injected inner energy, the black fire beat more and more fiercely. On the contrary, the temperature around him dropped quietly. Even a subtle icing sound of click, click can be heard. For a moment, Yang Muchung was directly surrounded by everyone in the stone room, and was surrounded by people on all sides.
You are not qualified to know who I am.
Yang Muchung retracted his hand, looked at Master Tan coldly, and asked,
I only ask you one question. Will you hand over this lamp or not? If you want my lamp, It depends on whether you have the life to take it.
Master Tan was furious when he heard this. Boom! The next moment, everyone roared in unison, unleashed all their inner energy, poured it directly into their weapons, unleashed their monstrous martial arts, and crushed Yang Muchung. In an instant, a hail of swords and swords rushed toward his face.
Humph! I don't know whether to live or die.
Yang Muchung tiptoed, and suddenly released a burst of golden arrogance. In an instant, the overwhelming attacks were struck by the golden light and flames, and turned into nothing on the spot.
Boy! Stop being so arrogant! Let me show you how powerful this lamp is.
Master Tan was shocked when he saw Yang Muchung's strength. He quickly picked up the oil lamp in his hand, put it in front of him, and blew it suddenly. Chapter 1684 Take Action. This humble oil lamp burned with a black flame. The flame was no more than a candle flame. As soon as Master Tan finished speaking, a pure inner energy poured into it. In the next moment, the black flame jumped 3 feet high. Suddenly, the coldness swept across the surroundings crazily, and it felt like falling into an ice cellar. At the same time, the condensed frost, like a ferocious beast, meandered rapidly, even freezing the corners of Yang Muchung's clothes. However, this is just the beginning. Master Tan took a deep breath. His chest swelled high, and then blew hard. In an instant, the oil lamp was caught by the wind, and the 3-foot-high black flame turned into a huge wave and swept towards Yang Muchung.
Boom!
In an instant, the area of more than 10 meters with Yang Mu as the center was frozen on the spot. Even the outside of the asteroid is covered with a layer of frost.
Ha ha!
The sallow-faced man climbed up from the ruins and burst out laughing when he saw this scene.
Boy! Let me see how crazy you are! How dare you cheat on us right under our noses? I will kill you today!
Master Tan chuckled and said,
I thought how capable this kid was. But no matter how powerful he was, he would still have to die under this lamp. He must have been frozen into ice at this moment.
Everyone smiled and looked forward. However, as soon as Master Tan finished speaking, he saw the black flames covering more than 10 meters in front of him. He immediately stopped it, and it was like a huge whirlpool appeared inside, wildly devouring this terrifying black flames, under the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it. This piece of flame was swallowed by a figure like a whale sucking water. That figure was clearly Yang Muchung, who had been enveloped earlier. Although the shining cold fire is not like other flames that can burn the sky and boil the sea, it has the ability to freeze everything. But it can never escape the scope of flame. As long as it is flame, Yang Muchung can take it into his body and use it to activate the Suzaku body.
It is indeed a rare fire in the starry sky. Although I finally swallowed it, the flames I absorbed are purer than before.
Yang Muchung swallowed up the last wisp of flame and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, which turned out to be a wisp of black smoke. The black smoke turned into a dragon and hit the ground with a bang, creating a deep pit in the earth.
How can it be?
Master Tan, the sallow man, and everyone else's eyes almost bulged out when they saw the scene. This flame is unstoppable. Even if it touches even a little bit, it will be frozen into ice. Even a tiny bit of it will be as hard to get rid of as maggots on the tarsal bones. Although Master Tan controlled the oil lamp himself, he could not avoid the mysterious cold fire. If anyone were here, they would be frozen into ice sculptures. But he never expected that Yang Muchung, instead of showing any fear of the black fire, actually swallowed the flame into his belly. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be unimaginable.
Is this kid a human?
Master Tan shouted.
It doesn't matter if he is a human or not. He only has one head. If you cut him with a knife, his head will still fall to the ground.
Another long-faced man shouted. As soon as he moved his steps, like the wind and the remaining clouds, he brought up numerous phantoms, and he was already in front of Yang Muchung in a roar. Zheng! A piercing sound of a knife resounded, and he pulled out his right hand, bringing out a dazzling golden light. The golden light roared like a golden crow spreading its wings, and the blazing sun rising in the sky.
Are you worthy of killing me?
Yang Muchung snorted coldly when he heard the long-faced man's words. He originally wanted to punch him to death, but then he thought about it and stopped. Facing this knife, he did not move, but his eyes widened angrily.
Is this kid crazy?
The long-faced man Yang Muchung couldn't believe it when he clasped his hands behind his back and planned to use his body to receive the blow. However, how can he be merciful at all when he is such a cutter? Not only did the sword's power not slow down at all, but it accelerated at this moment and slashed crazily towards Yang Muqing's head, prepared to chop him in half from head to toe with his sword. Just when his sword fell, a burst of golden light burst out from Yang Muqing's angry eyes. The golden light was actually two flames. At first, it was only the size of a pinhole, but soon it burned more and more intensely. The fire actually overflowed and flowed directly from the eye sockets, in the shocked eyes of everyone, like two long dragons gathering golden flames. A golden armor was formed on Yang Muqing's body. This is the red flame golden armor under the small body of Suzaku. Although this red flame golden armor Yang Muqing has already refined it, it has never been used. Now, after absorbing a trace of Xianing cold fire, his golden armor has a trace of black lines. Instead of destroying the whole golden armor, this pattern actually adds a touch of majesty. What? Before the long-faced man could react, he slashed down with his knife. There was just a dang sound, and his sword actually penetrated the armor. But he couldn't go deeper. Really? Glancing at the golden armor that was easily split open, Yang Muqing showed no expression on his face. The reason why he has not used this armor all this time is precisely because of this. Its defense is not even comparable to its own. The long-faced man's sword could split open his armor, but it couldn't split his oily skin. And you could see the difference. If I can elevate Suzaku's body to Deshang and condense this armor into its essence, then it can truly be used by me. Think of this. Yang Muqing glanced at the long-faced man. Just this faint glance made the long-faced man feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and quickly drew his knife and retreated. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't compare to Yang Muqing. Yang Muqing raised his hand and punched him, breaking the golden knife he was holding in front of him and hitting him on the chest. Boom! This loud sound suddenly erupted. Immediately, the long-faced man flew backwards like an arrow and hit the ground hard, causing a hole in the entire asteroid. Everyone looked quickly and saw that the long-faced man was nowhere to be seen. Only a blood stain was left. Seeing this scene, Master Tan and others' faces turned blank. You slashed at him with all your strength but remained unscathed, while he smashed you with his fist and smashed you to pieces. Faced with such an existence, what possibility do they have to resist? If you are unwilling to hand over the oil lamp, then I will have no choice but to kill. Yang Muqing closed his eyes and looked at Master Tan. Boom! At this moment, he took a step forward, and the inner energy suppressed in his body exploded in an instant. Feeling this aura, Master Tan and others' faces turned as pale as white paper. Chapter 1685 Han Xingxing? Boom! This monstrous inner energy swept across quickly. You know, different stars have different tolerances. On ordinary stars, if your strength reaches the realm of Heavenly Saint, the stars will collapse. Not to mention such an inconspicuous asteroid. As soon as Yang Muqing's peak aura was revealed, the entire asteroid trembled. The terrifying power swept out so quickly that the entire Earth trembled. The surrounding ground exploded crazily, spreading out like lightning. What? This breath. Master Tan's eyes almost popped out. How did they know that Yang Muqing's cultivation level had actually reached the peak of Dongtian? Senior! Senior! Master Tan was about to cry and knelt on the ground. This lamp is for you. If Yang Muqing showed his cultivation early, how could he dare to resist? Others were also overwhelmed by this aura, and could not lift their heads. Among them, the most powerful one is Master Tan. But he only has half-stepped to the level of Cave Heaven. Even with the help of the Xianing Hanhua lamp, he cannot defeat Yang Mu. Now that the other party has shown his cultivation, they can only worship him. Late! Yang Muqing snorted coldly. Boom! Suddenly, his murderous intention surged, and even the asteroid couldn't bear his pressure and burst like a watermelon. Senior, please spare your life. I will tell you the secret of this oil lamp. Just when Yang Muqing was about to kill him, Master Tan shouted quickly. Oh! Say it! Yang Muqing restrained his murderous intent and looked at the other party. Master Tan didn't dare to hide anything. His life was now in Yang Muqing's hands, so he had no right to bargain. It turned out that this lamp was obtained from an ancient battlefield as Yang Muqing had guessed. However, it was not easy for them to find the lamp. We also mistakenly entered that ancient battlefield. That star, wherever you look, is covered by the Xianming cold fire, which is cold to the touch. I recognized that it was the Xianming cold fire, and I didn't dare to get close. So I used this oil lamp to collect a bunch of it. Cold fire. Yang Muqing was also wondering before. Among this group of people, the most powerful ones are not even in the cave. Where did they get such a high-level Xianming cold fire? Now that he heard the other party explain it, he suddenly realized the oil lamp in Master Tan's hand is not a valuable object, but its real value is the mysterious cold fire in the oil lamp.
Where is that mysterious cold fire now?
Yang Muchung asked quickly.
I don't know,
Master Tan said mournfully.
When I entered it by mistake, I only remembered that I saw an iron red star. Use that star as a mark. Keep heading southeast, and then go further. You can see it now. Really?
Yang Muchung looked at Master Tan.
Everything Master Tan said to me, Senior, is true. If there is even half of a sentence that is false, we will die badly.
Others also said in succession. Yang Muchung looked at everyone's appearance. Under such a posture, he didn't believe that these people dared to lie to him. But it's a pity that these people don't know where the star filled with Xianming cold fire is, and they can only vaguely remember a mark. This was very difficult for Yang Muchung. Then I thought about it. I would have to stay in this starry sky for a while anyway, and then I would have enough time to find the star in the starry sky. Thinking of this, he left with his hands behind his back. Master Tan and others didn't know that Yang Muchung had left, but they still knelt there fearfully. It wasn't until someone brave enough to look up half an hour later that they discovered that Yang Muchung had left. After hearing the news, several people couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief and collapse to the ground. Especially Master Tan. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured from head to toe, and he was soaked all over.
Finally gone!
Master Tan couldn't help but tremble.
He didn't take the lamp with him.
At this time, someone with sharp eyes discovered that the oil lamp was still lying on the ground. Beating quietly, everyone couldn't help but be stunned, kneeling on the ground and not daring to move anymore, for fear that Yang Muchung would come back when he realized he forgot to take the lamp halfway. Master Tan, on the other hand, sighed and said, as if he hated iron for not being able to become steel.
You idiots! This lamp cannot enter his eyes at all, and he will never come back. When he is here with me, he has taken the position of the star, and the mysterious cold fire that swept through the entire star follows him. After all, how could he still care about the fire in my broken lamp? Maybe he has already started to search for the star. Master Tan, what should we do?
Someone asked.
Hurry up and clean up. You can't do this kind of thing again in the future. Otherwise, you will lose your life if you are not careful.
Master Tan recalled Yang Muchung from before, and was so frightened that he trembled and did not dare to have other thoughts. Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, someone sent the evil snake so soon?
A luxurious backyard is almost entirely occupied by an oversized skeleton. And this is the evil snake.
Which team caught this evil snake?
A middle-aged man looked at the evil snake that was split in half, with a glint in his eyes. He couldn't help but nodded and said,
Master, a rare master. Being able to blast this evil snake in half is not an easy task. It requires huge power, but the burst of power is extremely precise. No other skeletons were injured.
The man looked at the broken part of the evil snake's body and nodded in admiration. People who are not absolutely sure about their strength simply cannot do this.
Reporting to the president. It's a mercenary team named Han Lei,
the servant said.
Oh, that team?
The man pondered for a moment, shook his head and said,
I remember that team. The strongest Han Lei was only at the peak of the cave. With their strength, there was no way they could defeat this evil snake. Caught? Is there someone else who took action?
This man is the president of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Ma Hong. He has been having quite a headache recently. The reason is that his old enemy has been competing with him for territory during this period. At the same time, there was a fire in the backyard, and several teams escorting the Lingbao were killed by this evil snake. So he was so angry that he put a reward on this evil snake, preparing to kill it once and for all. Originally, he thought that no one would be able to kill this evil snake in a short period of time. But who would have thought that it would be killed so quickly?
The being who blasted this evil snake in half is definitely a master. At least he has half the cultivation level of Tai. Soldiers are more valuable than more expensive. Recruiting one strong man is much more cost-effective than recruiting hundreds of trash.
Thinking of this, he said,
Come here. Take care of things and accompany me to the camp of Han Lei and others.
Chapter 1686 Visitor. When Han Lei and others returned, Yang Muchung had already arrived at the camp.
Senior, how's it going?
Han Lei asked nervously. Yang Muchung nodded and said,
I have gained something by following this time. This is not the first time they have done this. They have already moved to several places. Did you know that there is a red star in the ancient battlefield?
Han Lei condensed for a moment, shook his head and said,
Senior, The ancient battlefield was too big. There are countless abandoned stars there. I have never heard of red stars.
Yang Muchung nodded. He expected that Master Tan's group would also accidentally break into that area. But there is no route to and from. And they only remember a red star as a mark. Thinking of this, Yang Muchung felt a little regretful. They should have been asked to speak in more detail at the beginning. If they had gone back now, I'm afraid they would have fled long ago.
Boss! Boss! It's not good!
At this moment, a cry sounded. Li Min ran in a hurry.
The people from the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce are here. Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce? What is that?
Yang Muchung asked. Han Lei quickly said.
Senior, the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce is a force in our area, and hunting down the evil snake is their wanted order. Logically speaking, we have already paid and delivered the goods, and the transaction has ended. How could they? Did you come here to cause trouble?
Han Lei did not dare to neglect and led everyone to rush forward. Yang Muchung condensed for a moment and then walked out. Even though the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce can only be regarded as a small and low-ranking force in this star field. But after all, it is a local snake and cannot be ignored. After Yang Muchung went out, he saw a carriage falling from the sky. However, the carts were not pulled by ordinary horses, but by 3 giant lizards with waving wings. They were huge in size and fierce in attitude. Like a heavy weight, it suddenly crashed down, causing the old asteroid to tremble suddenly, as if it was shaken. Everyone's eyelids jumped when they saw this scene. I saw the carriage door open, and a burly man slowly walked out.
Boss Ma!
Han Lei was startled and quickly led everyone to greet him. The person who came was none other than Ma Hong, the president of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. He put his hands behind his back and looked arrogant. He glanced at Han Lei with a trace of contempt in his eyes. As expected, Han Lei was only at the peak of cave heaven. Although his strength was not bad, he was unable to catch the evil snake. He nodded immediately and said,
I have been paying attention to you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be able to catch the evil snake. The Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce is in a period of employment recently, and I wonder if you are interested in working for me. Yes. Yes.
Han Lei was overjoyed. This was a happy event that came to his door.
But you have to tell me the truth. Who caught the evil snake?
Ma Hong said.
You know everything?
Han Lei said with a sad face. Ma Hong looked like he knew everything about the world. Han Lei didn't dare to hide anything, so he quickly told everything about Yang Muchung, especially when it was said that Yang Muchung chopped off the tail of the evil snake with one palm and beat the evil snake in half with one punch. This made Ma Hong even more surprised and happy. What surprised him was that the strength displayed by Yang Muchung was completely beyond his imagination, at least comparable to the powerful Tai. Fortunately, if Yang Muchung can be recruited, the strength of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce will be greatly increased.
Where is that senior?
Ma Hong said quickly.
He's right here.
Han Lei carefully guided Ma Hong to Yang Muchung.
It's him.
Ma Hong suddenly opened his mouth. When he came, he saw this young man, but he didn't pay attention to him. All his attention was focused on the others. But he never thought that Yang Mu would be the strong one. Ma Hong was able to carve out his own chamber of commerce in this mixed star field and survive to this day. He obviously has his own foundation. Although he won't do anything to see people through cracks in the door, he still doesn't believe it.
Did you really kill that evil snake?
Ma Hong said.
You don't believe it?
Yang Muchung clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Ma Hong with a smile. How could Ma Hong believe it? Yang Muchung's cultivation level is obviously only at the peak of Dongtian. How could he have a cultivation level that is half a step beyond Tai? His heart told him that this couldn't be true. But in this starry sky, there are many capable people and strangers, and he does not dare to offend them easily. If not, he can naturally drive it away. But if it is, this will be troublesome.
Senior, I believe it.
Ma Hong hesitated and said,
I want to recruit you as a guest of our Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. What's the benefit?
Yang Muchung asked.
You can enjoy the items of our Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, even some rare treasures of heaven and earth, and you can be the first to choose them. Of course, as a reward, when our Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce encounters trouble, you must help our Silver Dragon. The Chamber of Commerce goes to war,
Ma Hong said. Yang Muchung laughed and interrupted the other party's next words.
For me, ordinary heavenly and earthly treasures are no longer useful. I happen to have the same need here, and I would like to ask President Ma for help. Recently, I was looking for a red star in the starry sky, hoping that the silver dragon, the Chamber of Commerce, can help me find it. Good.
Mahone agreed immediately. At that moment, the two sides exchanged a few more words, and Mahone made an excuse to get into the carriage.
Roar!
The three-winged lizards roared loudly and dragged the carriage away from the asteroid. On the carriage,
President, are we really going to find some red stars for that kid?
A servant asked cautiously.
Humph! What are you looking for? This kid is really shameless. He only has the cultivation of the cave, but he dares to boast about killing the evil snake, which makes my trip in vain.
Mahone's face was filled with anger. Obviously, he did not believe that it was Yang Muchung who killed the evil snake. Evil snake. The servant also sneered, laughing at Yang Muchung's ignorance, and then couldn't help but wonder.
President, what if this kid comes over tomorrow? Do we really want to give him the status of a guest?
Not only families, sects, and chambers of commerce also have the position of guest minister, but they are basically the same. Kaching is equivalent to an elder, although the power is not as great as that of the elders. Their status is higher than that of the elders. For the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, if a strong man of Tai or half-step Tai serves as a guest, he is completely worthy of the name. But if he is just a kid at the top of the cave world, he will suffer a big loss.
Give! However, no matter what heavenly and earthly treasures, weapons and techniques this kid wants, he always excuses himself by saying he doesn't have them. If there is a chance, find another difficult task and send him out.
Chapter 1687 Trouble is Coming. A Night of Silence. Early the next morning, Yang Muchung brought Han Lei and others to the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. According to Ma Hong's arrangement, people from the Chamber of Commerce gave Yang Muchung a badge representing Kuching. All that was left was to leave him there alone. Although Han Lei and others were quite angry, it was clear that Yang Muchung was a guest. But in the end, no one in the Chamber of Commerce looked down upon him. According to Yang Muchung's temper, he should be furious. However, the people in the Chamber of Commerce persuaded him nicely, saying that the Chamber of Commerce was currently too busy and could not spare any manpower. It took half a day to do this. But trouble came.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
I heard a burst of exclamation outside the Chamber of Commerce, and then a crackling sound of fighting. Then I saw everyone inside the Chamber of Commerce. As if something had happened, they rushed out in a menacing manner.
What happened?
Yang Muchung grabbed a servant from the Chamber of Commerce and asked. Nowadays, the entire Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce knows that a young guest came to the Chamber of Commerce recently. Don't offend this guest, but don't mention any of his requests. The servant naturally recognized Yang Muchung's identity and did not dare to neglect him. So he quickly said,
Sir, it's Brother Ao who's looking for trouble.
Brother Ao? Yang Muchung was stunned. Han Lei and others on the side quickly explained it to Yang Muchung. And then Yang Muchung understood. It turns out that there are two chambers of commerce on this street of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. The opposite Brother Ao, whose real name is Zhou Tianao, is in charge of the Fanshan Chamber of Commerce and often conflicts with the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Several times, Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce found an opportunity this week and lost several shops. The Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce is gradually weakening, while the Mortal Chamber of Commerce is constantly strengthening. It is for this reason that Ma Hongtai continues to recruit.
Since we are also guests of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, we naturally have to go out and see what's going on.
Yang Muchung's mind moved, and he quickly led Han Lei and others out. I saw two groups of people confronting each other on two streets. One batch is Mahone. The other group is naturally Zhou Tianao.
Zhou Tianao, we just said half a month ago that the water in the well does not interfere with the water in the river. But now you are deliberately looking for trouble.
Ma Hong said bitterly. Zhou Tianao is a young man with an extremely handsome appearance. Hearing Ma Hong's words, he chuckled and said,
Ma Hong, what you said is wrong. Why am I looking for trouble? It was obviously your pharmacy that sold counterfeit medicine. I just come here and find justice for my people.
Fake medicine? Ma Hong was shocked. And the man who looked like a steward of the Chamber of Commerce on the side quickly explained. There was indeed a poisoned warrior who came to the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce for medical treatment. However, after the warrior took the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce's detoxifying pill, not only did he not recover, but he vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. Before the people from the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce had time to check what the problem was, the people from the Mortal Chamber of Commerce had already called over, insisting on catching the master who was selling counterfeit medicine.
President, you heard about me. The warrior was poisoned by the venom of the 7 evil cloud pythons, and what I fed him was a genuine detoxifying pill. However, after he took it, not only was he unable to detoxify, but he vomited blood. Oh, I was wronged.
The master in the medicine shop wanted to kneel down to Ma Hong. Ma Hong's expression suddenly darkened. Needless to say, it was obviously Zhou Tianao who sent someone to trick him.
Zhou Tianao, you are so cruel. You would rather die than frame me.
Mahone almost broke his teeth. Zhou Tianao had a smile on his face and was completely unmoved. On the contrary, he said cheerfully,
Ma Hong, one mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers. You know this truth better than I do. This street can only accommodate 1 chamber of commerce, not the second one. If you are sensible, pack up and leave by yourself. I can leave you some funds to make a comeback. Otherwise, I will definitely let you lose everything. Do you really think you can drive me away?
Mahone said angrily. Zhou Tianao laughed loudly and said,
Ma Hong, you are too naive. Your medicine shop killed someone today, and I will destroy your shop today.
As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he waved his right hand. Immediately, the people behind him rushed up in large numbers. Yinlong's shop was also very aggrieved. Others had already bullied him. How could he still be a coward? He immediately went up to him screaming and killing him. For a while, there was a continuous flash of swords and shadows. Although this kind of scene looks huge, in fact it is the masters who really play the leading role. Just hearing a few
bang, bang,
bang sounds, the Silver Dragon shop warriors who rushed forward were thrown back like rags in sacks, and were beaten until they vomited blood. This scene made Ma Hong furious.
Zhou Tianao, do you think that only your mortal chamber of commerce has masters? Our Silver Dragon chamber of commerce also has masters.
After he finished speaking, another group of people stood up. Although there are not as many of these people as before, their strength is extraordinary, and 1 or 2 have even reached the half-step Tai realm. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tianao was secretly happy. This was the trap set for Ma Hong. He was originally worried about the old fox and refused to jump into it, but he didn't expect that the other party actually followed him. But at this moment, Ma Hong was already so angry that he didn't even care about the trap. When has the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce suffered such a big loss? But it has suffered defeat in the hands of the opponent many times. Now that the other party dared to plot against him, Ma Hong, who had originally planned to endure it, suddenly exploded on the spot.
In that case, why not decide the outcome by force? You and I will send 3 people each. It means victory or defeat, but also life and death. Whoever can stand to the end is the winner. If whoever loses, then he has to get out of here.
Zhou Tianao sneered. When Ma Hong heard this, he realized that he had been tricked. But now everyone in the shop is already filled with resentment. If he refuses now, today's incident will be like a nail buried in the hearts of everyone in the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. In the future, the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce will no longer be able to compete with each other. Thinking of this, he could only bite the bullet and agree. Since he needed to select 3 people, he naturally chose the 3 who were the tallest and most powerful. Thinking of this, he glanced at Yang Mucheng, and suddenly felt a secret hatred in his heart. It would have been great if he had met that powerful Tai man yesterday. Today, he has some ability even against Zhou Tianao. However, Tai Powerhouse was not invited. Instead, a young boy was invited, which was of no use in this kind of battle situation. At that moment, he glanced at the several guests, nodded at 3 of them, and said,
The 3 of you go out to fight. If you win, the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, will be grateful to you in the future. Don't worry, President. This time we will definitely find a place for the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce.
The leader spoke.
Ma Hong, you didn't choose me?
Yang Mucheng stood aside and was stunned. Chapter 1688 Senior. Please take action. Of the 3 people sent by Zhou Tianao, 2 were half-step Tai, and 1 was in the Tai realm. But his strength was much weaker than the original Great Deacon of the Skyfire lineage. Now, Yang Mucheng's strength has also improved a lot, and it will naturally not be as difficult as before to deal with the powerful Tai. Therefore, if Mahone sends himself to fight, except for the Tai strongman, who is a little more difficult, he could easily deal with the remaining 2. But now, Ma Hong directly ignored him, which naturally made Yang Mucheng feel a little weird. Han Lei and others on the side were also stunned. They thought that after Yang Mucheng joined the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, he would immediately make a great contribution. But they did not expect that the other party simply ignored Yang Mucheng.
President, Senior is also very powerful. If he is sent out, Senior will definitely be able to fight.
Han Lei, Li Min and others immediately shouted. It's a good thing they didn't shout here. As soon as they shouted, Zhou Tian on the opposite side immediately noticed the situation here. When he saw Yang Mucheng surrounded by everyone, he couldn't help laughing and said,
Ma Hong, I didn't expect that your Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce is getting worse and worse. Can such a boy at the top of the cave be called a master? If you don't care, I have my own arrangements.
Ma Hong snorted coldly and responded rudely. After that, he turned his gaze and fell on Yang Mucheng.
You only have the cultivation of the peak of the cave sky. How can you be the opponent of these three people? If you can call the old man who killed the evil snake, you might be able to solve our current troubles.
When Yang Mucheng heard this, he suddenly realized. No wonder the people from the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce have been ignoring me all this time. It turns out that they suspected someone else was responsible for killing the evil snake. While they were talking, the battle between the two sides had already begun. The people from the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce sent out a Dongtian Grandmaster, and what he faced was a half-step Tai powerhouse. Although Yang Mucheng had only entered the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce for less than half a day, he had already figured out the powerful people in the Chamber of Commerce. This Dongtian Grandmaster is called Li Shifan, and he is good at whips. The weapon he used was a bone whip. Yang Mucheng could naturally tell that the bone whip used by the opponent was the half of the evil snake's tail. Obviously, this bone-cutting whip has been transformed by the opponent overnight and became a magic weapon. On every snake bone, you can clearly see the continuous ancient patterns and inscriptions. When Li Shifan moved his right hand, the white bone whip erupted with a burst of light and struck the ground. The force of the explosion tore the ground apart, causing a harsh whistling sound. Everyone saw only a continuous flash of white light, and the space in front of Li Shifan was filled with the shadow of the whip. His opponent is a half-step Tai Chi holding a killing stick, but the half-step Tai strongman also made a shadow of a stick that filled the sky at the same time, and they clashed with him on the spot. Although Li Shifan has the advantage of weapons and magic weapons, his strength is always slightly inferior, and he can only ensure that he is undefeated.
Get out of my way!
Half-step Tai opened the bone whip several times, but as soon as it fell, it was caught again by the opponent's attack. For a moment, anger arose in his heart. The half-step Tai shouted violently, turned up the killing stick in his hand, and stepped forward, killing everyone in front of Li Shifan. At the same time, the opponent raised the killing stick with both hands, and all the energy in his body was poured into the stick in an instant. And then he hit Li Shifan's head and face desperately.
Not good!
Seeing this scene, Li Shifan was immediately shocked. But it was too late for him to retreat, so he could only bite the bullet and wave the whip in his hand. Suddenly, the bone whips gathered in front of him, forming a diffuse shadow of bones. Although this move looks very majestic, in the eyes of the half-step Tai, it is not worth mentioning. Boom! When the stick hit, the shadow of bones that filled the sky and the earth turned into nothingness on the spot, and was directly chopped into pieces by the opponent's stick. His stick was so powerful that it even broke the opponent's bone whip, and hit Li Shifan on the head with a bang sound. Immediately, the Dongtian Grandmaster's head was smashed on the spot, and he died on the spot. Call. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Although it was said before that victory or defeat was determined, as well as life and death, no one expected that the other party would be so cunning and cruel, and would kill people with just one move. Next, the strong man with half a step to Tai, carrying the killing stick, looked proud. On the contrary, the faces of everyone in the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce were as blank as a sheet of paper. They were defeated so miserably in the first round, which made their faces look a little ugly. Immediately afterwards, the second Dongtian Grandmaster named Guowei came on stage. He used a sword and was stronger than the previous Li Shifan. But in this situation, there is nothing we can do. This is cultivation crushing. Not everyone can ignore the gap in cultivation like Yang Mucheng. In the hands of the half-step Tai strongman, Guowei couldn't sustain for a few rounds, and was already beaten back step by the opponent. In the end, Guowei wanted to let go and beg for mercy. But who knew that the half-step Tai strongman on the other side would not give him a chance to beg for mercy at all. When he hit him with a stick, he still suffered a bloody head, fall to the ground. 3 battles and 2 defeats. Immediately, the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce fell directly into an unpleasant situation. Ma Hong felt like he was mourning and didn't know what to do. On his side, there is only the last spot left. If he loses again, the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce will be completely kicked out. Thinking of this, he could only look at the last warrior for help. But, although the warrior has reached the half-step tie level, he is still desperate to fight.
President, it's not that I don't want to stand up. It's that there is almost no chance of winning this battle.
The warrior sighed.
The opponent's half-step tie and I are on par in strength. Even if I try my best to defeat him. So what? There is still a half-step tie on the other side. And there is also a strong tie waiting for me. Forgive me. I can't help you.
Upon hearing these words, Ma Hong suddenly collapsed to the ground, as if his whole body had been beaten. At this moment, there are no masters on his side who can fight anymore. The others were not strong enough and did not dare to play again even though they knew they would die. For a time, there was no one in the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce who could fight. Just when he was desperate, he glanced and saw Yang Mucheng standing not far away. A glimmer of hope suddenly burned in his heart. He quickly came to Yang Mucheng and said respectfully,
Senior, please take action.
Chapter 1689 One Sword. Senior, please take action? Brush. At this moment, everyone's eyes couldn't help but look towards Yang Mucheng. The people of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce naturally knew something. Their president asked a master to come out yesterday. Not only did it fail, but he invited a boy who was at the top of the cave to come back. This made the president so angry that he only gave him an honorary guest title, and even asked someone to find an opportunity to drive this kid away.
The president actually asked this kid to take action? Could it be that I saw it wrong? What on earth is it?
Not only the people from the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, but also the people from the Mortal Chamber of Commerce didn't understand what was going on. When they saw that Ma Hong was so respectful and wanted to ask Yang Mucheng to take action, they were immediately dumbfounded. Zhou Tianao even mocked him unceremoniously.
Ma Hong, are you crazy? This kid at the top of the cave world can't resist my whip. If you don't have a master who can send it out, get out of here as soon as possible.
The people behind Ma Hong also shouted loudly.
One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. So get out of here as soon as possible. From now on, we are the only ones here. The Mortal Chamber of Commerce.
Amid everyone's doubts, ridicules, and incomprehensible voices, Yang Mucheng slowly lowered his head and looked at Ma Hong, who had a respectful posture in front of him. He said with a half-smile,
You asked me to take action?
Ma Hong was also helpless. Although the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce has a large number of people, they are now frightened by the other party. How can they dare to take action? But this was the last life-saving straw, and he had to grab it no matter what. After all, the entire Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce was on the verge of life and death.
Okay, I will take action for you today. You are disrespectful to me, so I will write down this debt for now, and I will settle the debt with you in the future.
Yang Mucheng glanced at Ma Hong lightly, and walked forward with his hands behind his hands. The warrior who wielded the stick from the Mortal Chamber of Commerce looked at Yang Mucheng, who came forward in surprise, with a hint of contempt in his eyes.
Even several Dongtian grandmasters died in my hands. And you, who are only at the top of the Dongtian mountains, dare to come up to compete with me. You simply don't know how to live or die. If you choose to retreat, I will spare your life. The reason why you are able to dominate here with your cultivation is because there are no tigers in the mountains. If I had come to the scene earlier, how would you still have a way to survive?
Yang Mucheng shook his head and retorted.
You're looking for death.
The other half-step Tai said with murderous intent in his eyes. He originally planned to spare this kid's life, but who knew that the other party would humiliate him like this? How could he endure it?
I will break your limbs and make you paralyzed on the ground like a dead dog for the rest of your life.
Bamboo Tai shouted coldly and said in a cold voice. The soaring evil aura in his body frightened the people watching the battle around him. Zhou Tianao and others even shook their heads. In their view, everything has been decided. Even if you, a reckless boy like you, jump out again, it will not help. The people of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce were even more stunned. A boy at the peak of the cave world dared to talk like this to a strong man who was half-step Tai. What else could this be but seeking death? Boom! While everyone was shocked, Tai's eyes widened in anger as he took a step forward.
Kill!
The killing stick in his hand danced fiercely, and 3 feet of golden light burst out in an instant. This golden light condensed into shape,
as if Tian was chopping down with a stick. This sudden blow crackled the surrounding air, split into two halves under the horrified gazes of everyone, and landed in front of Yang Mucheng without any separation. Such power made everyone's expressions change drastically. The half-step Tai who refused to play before could not help but feel shocked. Even if he explodes with all his cultivation, he may not be able to block the opponent's sky-raising stick. Under this stick, under the Tai realm, there is almost no power to fight back. Just when everyone lost their composure, Yang Mucheng, who was standing there, smiled faintly. "Are you worthy?" After speaking, he pointed forward with his right hand. Clang! A shocking sword sound resounded, and everyone saw that at this moment, a ray of light shot out from Yang Mucheng's eyebrows. Boom! This ray of light turned out to be a long black sword. It blasted out like lightning, directly piercing the sky-holding stick, and blasted out with unabated force. No! Before the half-step Tai from the Mortal Chamber of Commerce came back to his senses, the long sword was already like a long bow full of the moon, shooting into his mouth with an extreme roar, and blasting out from the back of his head. The powerful sword energy tore his body into pieces at this moment. The long sword turned quietly in midair, and returned to Yang Mucheng's eyebrows. If it weren't for the blood everywhere, almost no one would have believed what happened earlier. Quiet! Zhou Tianao, who seemed to have a winning chance, stood stunned on the spot, and could not recover for a long time. Ma Hong, who originally thought that Yang Mucheng would definitely die, also cheered ecstatically, as if he had ascended directly from H.L. to heaven. People from the two major chambers of commerce nearby were even more stunned. What's more, he wiped his eyes vigorously, until a moment later, there was a burst of exclamation. Oh my god! This is half a step into the power of Tai. Not only did he smash his attack head-on, but he was also killed with one sword. This kind of power is too powerful. Isn't he only at the peak level of Dantian? How can he be so strong? The eyes of the warriors watching around were full of shock, astonishment, disbelief, and suspicion. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. But Zhou Tianao was a powerful man after all. He was able to swallow up Ma Hong step by step. He naturally had his own abilities, and he quickly reacted. But I misjudged it. I didn't expect that you, who is at the top of the cave world, can actually have such strength. You follow Ma Hong, and I will give you double the benefits he has given you. Zhou Tianao actually poached Yang Muchu on the spot. Hearing these words, Ma Hong looked nervously, but Yang Mu shook his head decisively and said, You can't give me my wealth. If you know what's going on, get out of here, or I'm going to kill someone. You simply don't know how to live or die. You only won one game. How dare you be so arrogant? Don't forget, I also have a Tai strongman under me. It would be easy to kill you. Zhou Tianao was furious after hearing this. He opened his mouth to recruit in person, but Yang Mucheng didn't give him any face. How could he not be annoyed? Even if Yang Mucheng can kill a half-step Tai warrior at will, his own cultivation level is only at the peak of Dongtian, and he cannot be called too strong. He also has a strong Tai cultivation level who has not taken action and wants to break it. Returning to the situation is naturally a piece of cake. Thinking of this, he turned his eyes and looked at the half-step Tai next to him and said fiercely, Sun Bao, go! Kill this kid! Let him know the price of rejecting me. Chapter 1690 Kill Again. The warrior sent out by Zhou Tianao was still a half-step Tai. He had scars on his face and looked extremely ferocious. Just by standing forward, his whole body revealed a violent and bloodthirsty aura. There was a chilling feeling, and everyone just felt like he was a Shura fighting in blood. He walked straight out, looked at Yang Mucheng, and said coldly, I'm Sun Bao. Take action. Yang Mucheng waved his hand. This battle is a matter of victory or defeat, as well as life and death. Naturally, he didn't need to waste words on a dead man, let alone tell him his name. When Sun Bao heard this, a trace of anger flashed on his face. Boy, you are so arrogant. Originally, he planned to kill Yang Mucheng with one blow and not talk nonsense with him. But now he has changed his mind. He wants to kill Yang Mucheng with one knife after another. Clang! Sun Bao stepped forward. The blade trembled, and everyone saw a piece of golden light rising up like a roaring wave, slashing towards Yang Mucheng. The power of this sword was countless times more powerful than that of the previous half-step Tai, and even the space was cut into pieces. Snort! Yang Mucheng raised his fist and hit the sword light. Just hearing a clang sound, the sword light was broken into two pieces. But at this time, Sun Bao's second blow had come. He turned around, and a sword and sword shadows spread out rapidly around him. The endless sword light gathered around him, forming a tornado that was enough to crush everything, and crushed directly towards Yang Mucheng. At this moment, beings from all directions couldn't help but lose their balance and throw themselves into the tornado. Boom! Towering ancient trees were uprooted, and boulders were quickly turned over and thrown into the tornado. Only a crackling sound was heard, and those things were torn into pieces on the spot. A shocking tornado roared out, bringing with it a monstrous wind and killing Yang Mucheng like a wild dragon. Yang Mucheng stood there and saw that he raised his right hand, easily picked up the blood seal, and threw it forward. Boom! A loud sound resounded, and a devastating explosion was heard. Soon, he saw that the hurricane, which was hundreds of feet long, was torn into pieces by the murderous seal. After the tornado dissipated, the exiled man's mark hit Sun Bao's blade. What? Seeing that his most powerful attack was easily blocked, Sun Bao's face suddenly turned ugly. However, before he could recover, he felt a huge force sweeping towards him. This force was so powerful that he could not stop it. In an instant, all the bones in his body were crushed, and at the same time, the overwhelming force made his body lose his balance and flew backwards. Boom! 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 The shocking loud sound resounded crazily. At this moment, everyone only saw a scene they would never forget. The hurricane that could destroy the world was intercepted by a small seal in Yang Mucheng's hand. This seal not only blocked Sun Bao's attack, but the tremendous force it erupted caused Sun Bao to fly backwards, like an arrow from a string. Sun Bao's body even hit the earth with a streak of 800 feet deep pit. When everyone looked again, Sun Bao had completely lost his breath. Quiet. There was dead silence inside and outside. If we say that Yang Mucheng killed the half-step Tai expert earlier, it can also be described as the opponent's underestimation of the enemy and Yang Mucheng's unexpected attack. But now, he is a strong half-step Tai head-on. Instead of giving in at all, he directly kills the opponent. This kind of strength is beyond everyone's imagination. Too strong. Now this is the only thought left in Ma Hong's mind. Previously, he only regarded Yang Mucheng as a life-saving straw, and did not think that Yang Mucheng could resolve the crisis of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce for him. But now, the opponent killed two half-step Tai in a row, especially Sun Bao, who crushed them to death with absolute strength. This kind of strength was beyond his imagination. I'm so damned! Ma Hong wanted to give himself a slap in the face when he thought that he actually gave the other party an honorary guest, and even prepared to let his subordinates find an opportunity to expel Yang Mucheng from the Chamber of Commerce. He couldn't help but call himself a fool. If he really angers this powerful man, he alone will be enough to raise his entire Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce to the ground. Oh my god! Even Sun Bao was killed! That was a blade dragon storm, capable of tearing apart a star, but it was stopped so easily. And not only was it stopped, this blow even killed it. The people from the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce were stunned when they saw this scene. Originally, they all thought that the overall situation was decided. But who would have thought that Yang Mucheng, a boy at the pinnacle of the cave world, was actually preparing to turn things around on his own? Certainly, the people who were most shocked were those from the Mortal Chamber of Commerce. They thought that there was no suspense about what happened today. But who would have thought that they would be stopped by such a young boy? How could they swallow this sigh of relief? Tang Wenyu, can you deal with this kid? Zhou Tianao, whose face was gloomy and almost dripping with water, glared at Yang Mucheng fiercely, and turned to the last person for help. Tang Wenyu was thin and had narrow eyes, with a fierce light flashing from time to time. Compared with the first two, he is more calm, and his whole person gives off the aura of a cold and poisonous snake. Previously, he had been present and saw clearly the process of Yang Mucheng's actions. Hearing Zhou Tianao's words, he sneered and said, "This kid is a bit weird. He has only the peak cultivation level of Dantian, but he is able to possess such strength. Even Sun Bao is not his opponent. Even if I deal with Sun Bao, I have to spend a lot of time. But he was killed easily. What? Then aren't we doomed?" Zhou Tianao was shocked. He originally thought that he would win over the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce this time. But he didn't want Yang Mucheng to pop up this time and ruin all their plans. He might even have to take advantage of his own Chamber of Commerce. What are you afraid of? Tang Wenyu sneered. I'm talking about the time before I reached the Tai realm. Now, my strength has reached the Tai realm. Killing Sunbao and others is like killing a chicken and a dog. This kid will, no matter how weird he is. How can he compete with me when he is only at the top of the cave world? Don't worry. Let's see how I kill him.
Tang Wenyu sneered and strode forward. Everyone at the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce was also worried. This Tang Wenyu is a serious Tai powerhouse.
What are you afraid of?
Looking at the worried people, Yang Muchung sneered.
My sword has long been stained with the blood of the powerful Tai.
Chapter 1691 shocked everyone. Boom! Yang Muchung's faint words immediately made everyone in the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce widen their eyes. The domineering attitude contained in these words made people dare not have the slightest doubt. Ma Hong was even more stunned, and his mind went blank. What kind of existence is this? Just at the peak of Dongtian, he has actually killed even the powerful Tai.
You kid! Can you kill the Tai strongman? Do you know the strength of the Tai strongman?
Tang Wenyu sneered. And when he put his hands together, the ground suddenly rumbled, and the surrounding soil was affected by his inner strength, turning into two giant palms and slamming towards Yang Muchung. This terrifying power made everyone lose their color. However, Yang Muchung snorted coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out, which immediately caused a raging wind. For a moment, the two giant palms seemed to be stirred into a tornado. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, they were completely eliminated. However, just as the giant palm was shattered, Tang Wenyu's second blow had already arrived. He took a step forward, and his figure was still in place when he stepped out. When he fell, he appeared in front of Yang Muchung. Without any nonsense, he raised his right fist and smashed it directly towards Yang Muchung.
Today, I want to test the strength of a guy like you who talks nonsense.
Facing Tang Wenyu, a powerful Tai man, Yang Muchung was not afraid at all. Instead, he sneered and hit him with his fist. When he raised his fist, all the muscles in his body were tense to the extreme. At this moment, Yang Muchung was like a volcano ready to explode, with his strength accumulated to the extreme. When this punch hit Tang Wenyu's fist, the accumulated power poured out like a flood breaking a bank and rushed into Tang Wenyu's body.
Boom!
Suddenly, the fists collided, and a loud and shocking sound erupted. Everyone saw that a burst of ripples visible to the naked eye suddenly erupted along the fists of the two men. Along the ripples, everything around was blown to pieces.
Not good! Rewind quickly.
Feeling the power of this punch, everyone was shocked and quickly retreated towards the rear. The moment they exited, the battlefield was torn apart, and the entire star trembled violently. A huge crack spread even more like a crackling crackle, spreading for dozens of miles, like an abyss carved by miraculous craftsmanship.
How's it going?
When they were shocked by the horror of this blow, everyone remembered the two people on the battlefield, and everyone looked towards the field. But when I saw it, I just felt incredible. In the previous attack, Yang Muchung not only easily intercepted Tang Wenyu's attack, but even drove him away.
The Tai warriors who died under my sword before were many times more powerful than you. If you had practiced for hundreds more years, maybe I would be a little afraid of you. But you have just stepped into Tai for less than 3 years. And you are not qualified to show off your power in front of me.
Yang Muchung retracted his right hand and looked at Tang Wenyu with a smile. Tang Wenyu stepped back several steps and then stopped. He stepped heavily on the ground with every step, crushing the rock layers deep in the stars. He loosened his clenched fists and felt the power contained in them. His eyes were full of shock. The power contained in this punch clearly exceeded his.
How can this kid be so strong?
His pupils closed. Tang Wenyu's expression gradually darkened, and he no longer looked calm as before. If he didn't believe that Yang Muchung could kill the powerful Tai before, now he believed it a little more. But in the final analysis, he still had some doubts in his heart. After all, the powerful Tai people had many methods. Although this boy had some natural powers, it was not so easy to kill someone in the Tai realm. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly and said,
The only ones who can kill Tai are those who are strong in the Tai realm. I want to see what other methods you have.
Yang Muchung glanced around and said,
This star is too small to bear the two of us fighting.
After saying that, he tiptoed and rose into the sky. Although the star in the sky fire lineage was huge, it was torn into pieces by a fight between him and the Archdeacon. Not to mention this humble star.
Don't even think about escaping,
Tang Wenyu roared angrily, and also rose into the sky, chasing Yang Muchung. While chasing, he suddenly grabbed hold of his right hand, took out 3 blue talismans from his arms, and then threw them into the sky.
Chong!
A burst of gunshots that shook the world suddenly resounded. When the 3 green talismans flew into the air, they suddenly ignited without fire. At the same time, they attracted all the infinite spiritual energy from the surrounding sky. In an instant, 3 huge war spears were formed. This impressive battle spear, with a penetrating attitude, flew in front of Yang Muchung like lightning.
Escape?
Yang Muchung snorted disdainfully. While he was still in the air, he turned around and faced the 3 war guns transformed by blue talismans. I saw his right hand together, facing a little forward. Immediately, a fierce whistling sound resounded, and the 3 long swords with spiritual energy gathered, like a fully drawn longbow, were ready to be fired, pointing directly at the war gun.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The fierce loud sound resounded loudly. In an instant, the 3 war guns were blown into powder by Yang Muchung's casual move.
You alone are not qualified to let me escape. Just try this trick from me.
After blasting the 3 war spears into pieces, Yang Muchung clenched his right hand. Suddenly, the 3 long swords merged into one and pointed at Tang Wenyu. At this moment, the long sword was passed, pierced through the void, and arrived in front of Tang Wenyu with almost no gap.
Not good!
Tang Wenyu's heart trembled. At this moment, he actually felt a long-lost crisis. One side of his body was barely able to avoid this terrifying blow. With a clang sound, Yang Muchung's sword passed by Tang Wenyu and directly hit a meteorite star several kilometers away, punching a hole in the meteorite star. It wasn't until a moment later that the terrifying momentum stopped. Looking back at the pierced star, Tang Wenyu's heart suddenly sank. If he was hit by that blow, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Just when he was shocked, he noticed the burning pain on his face. He touched it with his hand and saw it was covered with blood. Only then did he realize that his face had been cut open.
Boy, you pissed me off.
Feeling the pain on his face, Tang Wenyu's voice suddenly became gloomy. Chapter 1692, 2 halves with 1 sword. How could he endure being crushed by a peak caveman? And in full view of everyone? Boom! His pupils opened angrily. His inner energy exploded, and a monstrous momentum burst out directly from Tang Wenyu's body. This sky-reaching momentum even caused the void to tremble. Even people as far away as the stars can feel the anger contained in this aura. Everyone who felt this aura couldn't help but change their expressions drastically.
Is this the strength of Tai powerful man?
But Yang Muchung, however, remained understated and completely unmoved. He just shook his head slowly and said calmly,
If you surrender as soon as possible, I might be able to keep your whole body. If you continue to resist, be careful that you die without a burial place.
Boom! Yang Muchung's words ignited Tang Wenyu like a barrel of dynamite. The next moment, his whole person's momentum exploded and poured out. He squeezed his right hand, and a huge gun shadow quickly appeared outside him. This spear shadow was thousands of feet long, covering his entire body. Then, a shocking sound of gunfire resounded in the surrounding air, and only the infinite spiritual energy in the void was seen integrating into the shadow of the gun.
Boom! Boom!
With the infusion of spiritual energy, this shocking spear released supreme power, completely tearing apart the surrounding space. Then, Tang Wenyu, in a posture where the gun and the man were one, fiercely shot towards Yang Muchung's crazy hole.
Boy, if I don't cut you into pieces, it's hard to eliminate the hatred in my heart. You are the first person to push me to this point. But it's all over.
Call out. The sharp roar erupted rapidly and with almost no gap. It was already blasting in front of Yang Muchung.
Oh my god!
The battle between the two sides in the void immediately triggered exclamations from everyone on the stars. Tang Wenyu's move of combining gun and man unleashed a shocking power that even made the entire world tremble uncontrollably.
This boy must die.
Zhou Tianao stared at Yang Muchung. He knew that with this move, Tang Wenyu took out all his trump cards. With this blow, even a star would be shattered by the bombardment, let alone Yang Muchung.
Can you withstand it?
At this moment, everyone in the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce also looked over with expectation. They put all their trump cards on Yang Muchung. Once Yang Muchung is defeated, the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce will completely disappear in this starry sky. However, when everyone looked at it, just when the man-gun combined was about to bombard Yang Muchung seemed to have decided on something.
Using this move should be enough.
Nodded. He quickly pinched his hands in front of him, and his fingers were like butterflies dancing in the flowers, which made people unable to help being dazzled. And as he formed the seals with his hands, the aura of the void was also drawn in, converging into an annihilation seal. The seal of destruction on this side was at least 3 times more concentrated than when it was used against the Archdeacon in the Skyfire lineage. But its power was at least several times greater than that of that day. Then, Yang Muchung raised the Earth Seal of Destruction in his hand and blasted it directly towards the opponent. Boom! This shocking power exploded in an instant. And at the same time, a shocking spiritual light emerged. This burst of spiritual light seemed to darken the sky and the earth at this moment. And the sun and moon dimmed at this moment. Even under this overwhelming aura, everyone could feel that their inner energy seemed to have stopped functioning at this moment. It seems like a long time. It seems like a moment. Under the bombardment of the earth-breaking seal, the huge spear shadow transformed by Tang Wenyu suddenly collapsed at this moment. Under this overwhelming force, Tang Wenyu even lost his balance and flew backwards.
This is impossible. I am a powerful Tai, and you only have the peak of Dong Tian. How can you stop my attack?
Boom! At this moment, Tang Wenyu's hair was disheveled. His body was covered in scars, and he was already in an extremely embarrassed state. He looked at Yang Muchung and roared hysterically. Amid the roar, he clasped his hands together and quickly grabbed a war gun from the void. At the same time, he shook his hands and burst out with tremendous power, pouring it into the battle gun. The next moment, he saw that the surging gun light was like stars, rapidly blasting towards Yang Muchung. However, just when his overwhelming attack was about to hit Yang Muchung suddenly disappeared on the spot.
Not good!
At this moment, Tang Wenyu, who was in madness, suddenly calmed down. He only felt a monstrous murderous intent sweeping over him crazily, shrouding him. Immediately afterwards, he saw a bright sword light emerging from the void. In this moment of life and death, Tang Wenyu exploded with all his strength. With a weird twist of his body, he was able to avoid the incoming sword light by just a hair. But how could Yang Muchung let him succeed? The moment Tang Wenyu avoided it, the Xinyuan sword in his hand was twisted at the same time, turning into a rapid arc and falling down. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Tang Wenyu, who was in the Tai realm, was directly struck from head to toe by Yang Muchung's sword, splitting his entire body into 2 halves. Amidst the blood splashing, Yang Muchung slowly fell from the void like a blood-soaked demon. Quiet. Everything was quiet. Both the members of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce and the Mortal Chamber of Commerce fell into deathly silence at this moment. Before, Yang Muchung said that he had killed a powerful Tai man, but no one believed him at all. But now, in front of everyone, he proved that he had the strength to kill the powerful Tai. Every warrior who saw this scene with his own eyes felt nothing but horror in his heart.
I won! According to the bet. From now on, the Mortal Chamber of Commerce must disappear here.
Yang Muchung held the Xinyuan sword, pointed at the pale Zhou Tianao, and said in a deep voice, I won. These 3 faint words fell on the ears of everyone in the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and they were immediately greeted with a burst of shocking cheers. They never dreamed that Yang Muchung would reverse the entire situation with such shocking power.
Oh! Senior is so awesome! Even the powerful Tai was killed, bullying our Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Now you have finally received retribution. Get out! This place does not belong to your Mortal Chamber of Commerce.
Suddenly, bursts of cheers resounded. Listening to the cheers, Zhou Tianao's face turned completely gloomy. Chapter 1693 Xian, Shigong Xian Powder?
Disappear? Are you worthy of letting my Mortal Chamber of Commerce disappear?
The words just fell. Then I heard a half-step Tai shouted angrily.
Who are you? Dare to question me?
When Yang Muchung heard this, he closed his eyes and immediately punched him. Boom! This punch caused a huge wave of air. I saw, along Yang Muchung's feet, as if a mad dragon appeared, pulling up a white wave of tens of meters, rushing towards the warrior.
What?
The warrior didn't expect it. Yang Muchung took action as soon as he was told. He was so shocked that he didn't dare to neglect. He exploded with all his cultivation and quickly drew his sword. Just hearing the sound of clang, a bright sword light appeared in front of everyone, like a flash of inspiration. Then, he quickly poured all his inner energy into the knife and slashed towards it.
Clang!
A shocking explosion resounded loudly, and the entire star trembled. The martial artist struck with all his strength, splitting Yang Muchung's fist force in 2. Suddenly, there was a shocking scene like waves hitting a rock. But even though he chopped the air wave into pieces with one strike of his sword, he still withstood the force of the punch. Kick! 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 With a huge force emerging, His body trembled. He lost his balance, and he shot backwards, hitting the ground heavily. When everyone looked, they saw that the sword in his hand was full of cracks, and everything from his hands to his shoulders was dripping with blood. Apparently the previous bombardment had shattered the meridians and blood vessels in both of his arms.
He's not dead yet?
Yang Mucheng glanced at the half-step Tai, grabbed it with his right hand, and slashed it with his fingers. In midair, a cloud ring of air roared and exploded. Before everyone could recover, the half-step Tai was still split in half, like Tang Wenyu before. Moreover, Yang Mucheng's slash left a bottomless sword mark on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. A trace of horror flashed in Zhou Tianhao's eyes. Although he was beheaded by one Tai and half-step Tai, the overall combat power of the Mortal Chamber of Commerce was still stronger than that of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. In his estimation, if Yang Mucheng and Tang Wenyu were to fight and win by a narrow margin, he could just let others swarm him. But now, Yang Mucheng raised his hand to kill another half-step Tai. The strength he displayed was so unfathomable that for a while, he didn't dare to act rashly again.
Of course, I will retreat.
Zhou Tianhao stopped everyone who was about to rush forward, glanced at Yang Mucheng, and nodded with a sneer. Then, he turned his gaze and fell on Ma Hong.
Even if you win today, I am not defeated. Even if I leave this street, I will make it difficult for your Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce to survive here. Don't forget, your Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce sells fake medicines and medical treatments. Kill our people. Zhou Tianhao, you are too insidious.
Ma Hong, who was about to cheer, suddenly turned ugly when he heard Zhou Tianhao's words. Selling fake goods is a fatal blow to any chamber of commerce. Once this matter spreads, even if the Mortal Chamber of Commerce does not come to cause trouble, their Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce will collapse soon.
Where is the person?
Yang Mucheng asked.
The man is still lying in the shop. He is still breathing. Senior, can you cure him?
Ma Hong asked eagerly after hearing Yang Mucheng's question. Yang Mucheng said,
I don't know if I can. Please bring him.
Within a moment, a man was immediately brought up. Yang Mucheng looked over and saw that the man was lying on a stretcher. Although he was not dead, his body smelled of corpse, as if he had been dead for a long time. There is a black line on the body, starting from the right hand and flowing towards the heart. It looks like a black poisonous snake pouring into the meridians. Even people who don't understand medicine can see that once the black line extends to the heart, even gods may not be able to save the person.
Senior, I really didn't sell fake medicine.
The master in charge of the drugstore knelt in front of Yang Mucheng, his head banging on his head.
He was obviously poisoned by the Xian Qigong Xian powder. I prepared a detoxifying elixir according to the pharmacological combination. But after he ate it, instead of being able to contain the poison, he was poisoned on the spot. This is not Xian Qigong Xian powder.
Yang Mucheng shook his head. Logically speaking, once this kind of poison takes over, the result will be like the man on the stretcher. The poison pours in along the meridians, like a poisonous snake going straight to the heart. However, Jiedu powder can also detoxify this poison, and it is impossible for the poison to be incurable.
What is that?
Cried the master.
I don't know either.
Yang Mucheng shook his head.
This should be the toxins of certain monsters mixed together to form the symptoms of Xian Qigong Xian powder. As the saying goes, one thing reduces another thing. Jiedu powder can only cure Xian Snake Gong Xian powder, but it cannot cure this poison. And a certain medicinal material in Jiedu powder may conflict with the poison of this monster, so it will lead to such a result. This kid actually saw it?
Zhou Tianhao on the side suddenly felt a thump in his heart when he heard Yang Mucheng's words. This poison was indeed developed by a master craftsman in their shop by accident. Ordinary people can't see through the doorway at all. But this kid saw it at a glance, and even told a reason why. However, despite being shocked, Zhou Tianhao still looked confident. He is confident that even if the other party sees an eye to on, there is nothing he can do about it. Although they have developed this poison, the antidote has not yet been developed. As for the man on the stretcher, he was a subordinate of their Mortal Chamber of Commerce. If he died, he would die. His life can be exchanged for the collapse of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. This is naturally a sure profit deal.
Senior, can you find the antidote?
After hearing Yang Mucheng's words, Ma Hong asked quickly. No matter how you look at it, the poison in this man's body is Xian Qigong Xian powder. How could it turn into other poison smoothly? But having seen Yang Mucheng's ability to kill the powerful Tai before, Ma Hong did not dare to have any doubts. He could only put all his hopes on Yang Mucheng again, hoping that he could take action to solve the disaster of his Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce.
No!
Yang Mucheng shook his head and said,
This toxin is too strong. In addition, if you take the wrong medicine, the toxin is impacted, and now it becomes more ferocious, going straight to the heart. It is too difficult to detoxify with an antidote, even if the antidote is prepared. I'm afraid he can't survive that time either. Is our Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce completely finished today?
When Ma Hong heard this, he suddenly despaired. But at this time, Yang Mucheng said with a smile,
It's too troublesome to use the antidote, but I have a simpler way.
Chapter 1694 News. If even the antidote doesn't work, what else is there? Ma Hong was confused for a moment. Zhou Tiana was also surprised and looked at Yang Mucheng strangely. They saw Yang Mucheng walking towards the man on the stretcher. Before everyone could recover, they saw his eyes turn cold, and he suddenly dropped his foot, hitting the man on the chest with a dong sound. This terrifying force penetrated the chest of the troubled man and hit the ground. Crackling, the terrifying cracks spread crazily and swept in all directions.
Senior!
Ma Hong cried out.
This guy is already poisonous. If you do this, won't you kill him? If you do this, won't you fulfill the other party's wishes?
Not only Ma Hong was shocked, but Zhou Tiana was also surprised. However, he soon came to his senses.
Humph. Do you want to kill people and silence them? It's not that easy. My people died in front of your Silver Dragon shop. No matter what, it was all caused by you.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng raised his foot again and suddenly dropped it. Wow! After a moment, the man who was dying suddenly recovered after spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Everyone could only see that the black poisonous line that was about to penetrate his heart had completely dimmed. What's more, there was even a hint of rosiness on his face. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened and they couldn't believe it.
If you're not dead, get up quickly,
Yang Mucheng said coldly. The next moment, the man jumped up, quickly climbed up from the stretcher, and kowtowed heavily to Yang Mucheng.
Thank you, Senior, for saving your life. Thank you, Senior, for saving your life. Tell me what's going on.
Yang Mucheng clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the man in front of him. This man didn't dare to hide anything, so he quickly spit out everything. When everyone heard this, they suddenly understood. Turned out to be, this man's name is Yu Chao, and he is one of Zhou Tianao's subordinates. Because he made a mistake, he was given poison and prepared to frame him up to the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Although he was unconscious, he was aware of the outside world, especially when he heard that Zhou Tianao was ready to abandon him. He was even more horrified. But it was too late now. He was so poisoned that he couldn't speak and could only wait to die. Unexpectedly, Yang Mucheng saved him from despair. Yu Chao looked at Zhou Tianao, gritted his teeth and said,
Zhou Tianao, you are so cruel. I risk life and death for you. But you just made a small mistake. And you actually want to give up my life.
Seeing that the last resort had been cracked by Yang Mucheng, Zhou Tianao's face turned completely cold. He even hated Yang Mucheng at this moment.
It stands to reason that this kid is hopeless. You just kicked him twice. How did you revive him?
Yang Mucheng laughed and said,
This poison is somewhat similar to the Xian Qigong Xian powder, both of which mainly devour the vitality. I used my strong vitality to force the toxins out of his body, and I was able to do it naturally.
Although Yang Mucheng said it was simple, in fact it was not that easy. Even if the person here today is a late Tai, he may not be able to save Yu Chao. After all, no one could possess such huge vitality as Yang Mucheng, and be able to understand pharmacology so well and remove toxins from Yu Chao's body.
I have been fighting as an eagle all my life, but in the end, I was pecked in the eye by an eagle. I remember what happened today, but it will never end.
Zhou Tianao glanced at Yang Mucheng coldly and led everyone away. Yang Mucheng didn't pay attention to Zhou Tianao's threat. If he dares to come again, he will be killed when the time comes.
Thank you, Senior, for taking the initiative.
Seeing Yang Mucheng slowly turning around, the attitude of the people from the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce immediately changed 180 degrees. And they immediately became arrogant and respectful. How could there be any trace of the previous contempt and disdain?
Remember what you promised me. I'll give you a month. If you can't find the red star, I will dismantle your Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce.
Yang Muchung glanced at Ma Hong lightly, then left with his hands behind his back. Ma Hong was left standing there blankly, neither staying nor leaving. After a moment, he couldn't help but sigh.
Why are you so arrogant? Didn't you just drive away Zhou Tianao and the others?
Seeing that their president was defeated, some people complained. Ma Hong glanced at the person who spoke and shook his head, his face full of annoyance.
We can't blame others. If we want to blame, we can only blame ourselves for our lack of eyesight. It is difficult for our naked eyes to recognize real people.
Seeing Yang Muchung's leaving figure, Ma Hong wished he could give himself a slap. Original. It is possible for him to win over Yang Muchung, a strong man, to do things for him. Even if it is just one move, it will be enough to bring huge rewards to the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. But now, he knew that this possibility was completely shattered. They have no one else to blame but themselves. After coming back to his senses, Ma Hong quickly shouted,
Give me the order to quickly send people to the ancient battlefield to find the Red Star. Then Zhou Tianao should be a vampire.
After leaving the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Yang Muchung recalled the aura that Zhou Tianao exuded when he faced off against Zhou Tianao, and thought to himself,
although his aura is very similar to that of an ordinary warrior, there are still some differences. But unfortunately, I can't see through his cultivation.
After concentrating for a moment, Yang Muchung secretly shook his head. The battle between the two chambers of commerce naturally has nothing to do with him. If the other party wants to take revenge again, then he will naturally not hold anything back.
That Ma Hong is disgusting. He actually underestimated me. If it weren't for the Crimson Star, I would have watched his Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce be destroyed today without taking action. But after what happened today, he doesn't dare to do anything again. What are your thoughts? You should try your best to find the Red Stars for me. If I can successfully find it, my Suzaku body may be able to push it to great success, or even its peak.
The stronger the 5-element spirit body is, the stronger its strength will naturally be. With Yang Muchung's current level of cultivation, unless he enters the treasure trove of the heavenly fire lineage like before, and has endless heavenly spirits and earthly treasures for him to absorb, it will be impossible for him to achieve a rapid breakthrough in cultivation level in a short period of time. Take today for example. He absorbed the energy and blood of a powerful Tai and several half-step Tai, and his cultivation level increased by less than half. At this speed, I don't know how many powerful Tai people he has to kill before he can reach the perfection of the cave. Originally, Yang Muchung thought that the revenge of the Mortal Chamber of Commerce would come soon. But to his surprise, the other party was surprisingly honest and retreated with everyone in the Chamber of Commerce overnight, as if they had never appeared before. Just when Yang Muchung was confused, the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce found the news about Crimson Star. Chapter 1695 Zhantian Chamber of Commerce.
Tell me, where are the Red Stars?
Yang Muchung looked at Ma Hong. Ma Hong looked troubled and said,
I don't know where the Red Star is.
Seeing that Yang Muchung was angry, he quickly explained,
although we didn't find the location of the Red Star, we got wind of it. Say, if you dare to play tricks on me, I will kill you first and then raise your Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce to the ground.
Yang Muchung shouted. Ma Hong smiled bitterly. How dare he play Yang Muchung? And quickly told the news about the Crimson Star. Turn out to be, here's another Chamber of Commerce discovery. That Chamber of Commerce is called the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce. Compared with his Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce and Zhou Tianao's Mortal Chamber of Commerce, they are simply not on the same level. Of course, only large chambers of commerce like this would set their sights on ancient battlefields. Just half a month ago, people from the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce discovered the Crimson Star and unexpectedly broke into a mysterious area. In that area, they saw a star burning with black flames, and also saw a star full of bones. However, just when they wanted to explore this mysterious area, they were stopped by the Datian ghost attack, and the team suffered heavy losses before retreating. Therefore, this time, the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce wants to recruit some warriors and form a team to explore that area again.
That is to say, the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce clearly knows the location of the Red Stars. The black flames they discovered earlier must be the Xianing cold fire.
Yang Muchung condensed.
Now the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce is recruiting people. The lowest level of cultivation is half-step Tai, and they still have limited staff.
Ma Hong said. I see. Yang Muchung nodded.
Where is the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce now?
Yang Muchung suddenly thought of something and asked quickly. If the number of people is limited, then you have to move faster. Otherwise you will miss this opportunity and wait for the next time. I'm afraid it won't be that easy.
You come with me.
Ma Hong did not dare to neglect, and quickly led Yang Mucheng towards the location of the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce. Really? Just as Ma Hong said, the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce is not at all a behemoth on the same level as the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and directly monopolizes a star. In front of his Chamber of Commerce, several circles were formed. In these circles, people from the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce were testing the warriors who signed up. Many circles have already filled up their numbers. Only the last 2 or 3 circles are left and are still recruiting people. Yang Mucheng looked directly at the circle closest to him. In this circle, a young man is fighting with the warriors of the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce. The young man uses a knife, and the warriors of the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce use bows and arrows. Outside the circle, a woman who looked like the person in charge was watching the battle. The woman has a delicate appearance, is wearing a red armor, and has a dashing and heroic appearance. Her presence attracted the attention of many people.
Boom!
At this moment, the man using the bow and arrow shot out an arrow, hitting the sword-wielding man heavily on the shoulder. Immediately, a monstrous force swept out and directly blasted the man out of the circle. It even knocked several warriors watching the battle away on the spot.
You can't even catch one of my moves. But you still want to join our Zhantian Chamber of Commerce team? Go back as soon as possible.
The man wielding the bow and arrow laughed contemptuously.
Qin Tao.
After hearing her companion's words, the red-armored woman frowned and shouted. The man named Qin Tao seemed to be a little afraid of the red-armored woman and immediately kept silent. The red-armored woman held her fists, cupped her hands and said,
It is very dangerous to go to the mysterious area of the ancient battlefield this time. In addition to the crises along the way, there are also some powerful great heavenly ghosts. Those are the existences of Tai cultivation. The team sent out by our Zhantian Chamber of Commerce are always suffered heavy losses under the attack of the Great Sky Ghost. So I hope that some weak people will consider their own strength.
Damn ghost. After hearing the words of the red-armored woman, many people shrank their necks. Originally, they planned to sneak into the team and explore the mysterious area to see if they could find any treasures. But I didn't expect that in the mysterious area there was actually a great heavenly ghost with Tai cultivation level. For a moment, everyone who had been eager to give it a try suddenly lost interest and took a step back.
Miss, it seems we won't be able to recruit a full team in a short time. If we don't set off as soon as possible, other chambers of commerce will get there first.
The man who used the bow and arrow frowned and couldn't help but said,
This time we have recruited a total of more than 20 people, including some people from our Chamber of Commerce. The number has reached more than 60. It is obviously unrealistic to recruit more experts in a short period of time.
The red-armored woman couldn't help but frown. She is the eldest lady of the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce, Qin Tianlan. This time she discovered the mysterious area, which was the team she went to lead. If the previous team had not suffered heavy losses, she would not be recruiting here. But she didn't expect that until now. The team is still dissatisfied. However, discovering such a big thing in the mysterious area must be unstoppable. If they don't set off quickly, other chambers of commerce may get ahead of them.
That's all. Let's get someone to tidy up, and we'll set off immediately.
Qin Tianlan sighed and waved his hands.
Miss Qin, wait a minute.
At this moment, Ma Hong quickly stopped him.
I have someone here that I would like to recommend to you. Oh, is it Yang Mucheng?
Qin Tianlan's eyes lit up. She had heard about the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. There was a master who turned things around, solved the problems for the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and even killed the powerful Tai. If that expert can help them, it will be a big help.
Exactly.
Ma Hong nodded repeatedly. Qin Tianlan looked over quickly, and when she saw Yang Mucheng, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Although she had long known that Yang Mucheng was very young, she still couldn't hide her shock when she saw him. She couldn't believe that this young man who was less than 20 years old could actually kill a powerful Tai.
Qin Tianlan, am very grateful to have you join our Zhantian Chamber of Commerce this time.
Qin Tianlan quickly handed over his hand. This move of her hand made Qin Tao on the side stunned. He couldn't help shouting.
Miss, this guy is just a peek of the cave world. Our minimum requirement is half a step too far. If he joins in, won't he be holding us back? Qin Tao, don't be presumptuous. He is an expert and has killed a powerful Tai.
Qin Tianlan shouted.
Is he the only one who can kill the powerful Tai?
Qin Tao was full of disbelief. Chapter 1696 3 Moves. It's not just Qin Tao. Many people from the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce had already rushed over after hearing the news. They looked at Yang Macheng in surprise, as if they had seen something novel.
Is it him? Impossible. You're too young. Just because he can kill a powerful Tai, he must be kidding us.
Everyone couldn't believe it when they heard that it was Yang Macheng who killed Tang Wenyu. This young man who is less than 20 years old is only at the peak of the cave world. No matter how much he overestimates Yang Macheng, no one will think that he has the ability to fight against the powerful Tai.
Miss, I want to try him.
Qin Tao hugged his fists and said loudly.
Presumptuous.
Qin Tianlan shouted. Although she scolded, there was also a trace of confusion and surprise in her eyes. Even though she had been prepared, she was still worried when she saw Yang Macheng again.
Miss, please don't forget what kind of attack we suffered in the mysterious area before. Under that kind of attack, even the powerful Tai could only barely parry. If we bring a peak cave sky, not only will we be able to, there won't be any help. But for us, it is just a bottleneck.
Faced with Qin Tianlan's scolding, Qin Tao not only had no intention of stopping, but instead took a step forward and said,
Is the mysterious area troublesome? What kind of attacks have you encountered?
Yang Macheng asked.
A big ghost.
Qin Tao gestured.
His upper body is made of substance, while his lower body is nothing, making it a 4-foot broken sword. Under his sword, he can't even support half a step of Tai.
As he spoke, he looked at Yang Macheng and said,
Boy, it's not that we don't believe you. The mysterious area is too dangerous. If you don't have enough strength to step in, it will just be a drag. I won't say much. If you can resist 3 moves in my hands, I will let you join the team.
Qin Tianlan was about to stop him, but Yang Macheng chuckled, waved his hand and said,
I stand here and let you attack. If you can make me take a step back, I will lose.
This? Qin Tianlan was stunned, and Qin Tao was also shocked. You know, Qin Tao is a half-step Tai strongman. Although he is an unpopular archer, at his level of cultivation, the power of a single arrow strike is quite astonishing. Even a full blow can be compared to the powerful Tai. It was already very difficult for most people to dodge. But Yang Macheng actually allowed him to attack and refused to take a step back. Qin Tianlan was about to speak, but after seeing Yang Macheng's firm posture, he also paused for a moment. She has always had some doubts about Yang Macheng, and now this is a good time to verify the opponent's strength.
That's what you said.
Qin Tao was stunned, and when he heard Yang Macheng's words, he was extremely angry. There was no intention in the other party's words to take him seriously.
Take action!
Yang Mu became enlightened. This made Qin Tao, who originally wanted to speak again, be stunned. He nodded, and everyone around him suddenly moved out of the way. I saw him pulling up the long bow in his hand, but I didn't see any movement from him. I just heard a bang sound. The bow string was loosened, and immediately a whistling sharp arrow shot out of the hole and blasted towards Yang Macheng. This arrow was extremely fast, and even brought up a wind wave several meters high. This is called the gust of wind arrow. The arrow drives the gust of wind and can drive people away. Qin Tao used this arrow to defeat his opponent before. Yang Macheng smiled faintly, but he put his hands behind his back without any intention of stopping him. Everyone only saw the windy arrow carrying the wind and waves, and suddenly struck Yang Macheng's body. After a shocking sound, it suddenly cracked like an egg hitting a stone. Whether it was wind, waves, or gusts of arrows, they all turned into nothing and disappeared quietly.
What a powerful physique!
Seeing this scene, Qin Tao's eyes narrowed. Naturally, he knew that Yang Macheng did not use any internal strength at all, and was completely using his own body to resist. Just relying on this hand, his strength is many times stronger than those warriors who were eliminated before.
Look at this move again!
Although his eyes were shocked, Qin Tao still didn't believe that the other party could resist his 3 moves. He once again pulled up the long bow in his hand, and the thin string on the bow seemed to turn into a piano string at this moment. With a flick of his 5 fingers, he actually left a phantom in front of him, causing a very rhythmic sound of strings. And at the same time, every time the string sounded, a sharp arrow could be seen blasting out. Before anyone could react, they saw hundreds of feather arrows transformed by inner energy, blasting towards Yang Macheng like lightning.
Laugh!
At this moment, Yang Macheng's eyes widened angrily, and there was a turmoil in the void. His spiritual thoughts rapidly transformed, forming a golden barrier quickly.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound of collisions resounded crazily. and streaks of golden light erupted from the golden barrier. No matter how hard the feather arrows struck, they could not break open this barrier that seemed to be weaker than paper. They could only blast a piece of it away. Ripple.
I don't believe it.
Seeing that his attack was blocked easily, Qin Tao exhaled a breath and made a seal with his right hand. In an instant, the thousands of bows and arrows merged into one. It turned into a 3-inch golden arrow. Call out. As soon as the golden arrow came out, its power increased greatly, causing a sharp roar and a click sound, directly blasting through the barrier. At an extreme speed, it blasted towards Yang Mucheng with unabated momentum.
Get out of the way!
Seeing this arrow, Qin Tianlan suddenly cried out. This was Qin Tao's ability to see. She never expected that Qin Tao would get angry and use his strongest means. Yang Mucheng was able to easily withstand Qin Tao's 2 moves, which proved that he had enough strength.
Damn it!
Qin Tianlan cursed secretly. This arrow is so fast that it may be difficult to dodge. Just when Qin Tianlan was about to help and stop the golden arrow, she saw Yang Mucheng take a deep breath. His chest swelled high, and then he drank suddenly.
Upbraid!
A shocking shout exploded in the void like thunder. As the sound resounded, everyone couldn't help but cover their ears. All he saw was a sound wave rippling forward. In an instant, the little golden arrow was torn into pieces by the sound wave ripples.
Ding, ding, ding!
Under the shout, Qin Tao's body trembled, and he lost his balance. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, and his head went blank. When he came back to his senses, he realized that 3 moves had passed, and his most powerful golden arrow could not make Yang Mucheng take a step back.
As expected of the master recommended by Ma Hong,
Qin Tianlan said happily.
Master Yang, with you joining the team this time, we will definitely be even more powerful.
Chapter 1697 The Mysterious Area. Everyone set off. On the way, Yang Mucheng learned why the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce discovered the Crimson Star, and at the same time he understood more clearly why the other party was so anxious to recruit warriors. It turns out that there are a lot of chambers of commerce in this starry sky, and they are all competing with each other. These chambers of commerce often explore this starry sky and find some battlefields left over from ancient times. If we can obtain some weapons and magic weapons from ancient times, the strength of the Chamber of Commerce will naturally increase a lot. Some chambers of commerce will also place some details in competitors' chambers of commerce. Therefore, in order to ensure that the mysterious area would not be preempted by other chambers of commerce, Qin Tianlan could only recruit warriors like this.
As far as I know, 3 or 4 chambers of commerce have already received the news.
Qin Tianlan sighed.
I hope we won't meet you then.
If they meet each other, there will inevitably be a fight. As for the distribution of items in the mysterious area, it is naturally based on merit. But Yang Mucheng didn't care. All he needed was the Xianming cold fire. This kind of flame is a relatively unpopular item, and few people need it. Even if needed, it cannot be collected. Therefore, he is not worried about someone taking away his Xianming cold fire. Following the crowd, they passed through dozens of rock formations composed of countless meteorites. In this rock formation, every rock is about the size of a wash basin, making it impossible for flying puppets to pass through. But once you enter it, you can't tell the difference between up, down, left, and right, and it's like entering a natural maze. Fortunately, Qin Tianlan and others had a special way of finding the way, and they found the exit in a short time.
Red stars.
After leaving the rock formation, Yang Mucheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Not only him. Many people also saw the lone star suspended in the starry sky. Strictly speaking, it was just an asteroid, but the whole body was blood red, as if soaked in blood, giving people a creepy feeling in the dark starry sky.
Is this right here? Where is the mysterious area? Why didn't I see it?
Even Yang Mucheng couldn't help but frown. At the beginning, he learned from Master Tan that as long as he found the red stars and walked in a certain direction, he could enter the mysterious area and see the stars of Xianming Hanhua. But now, with this crimson star as the center, nothing can be seen in a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Not even the most common meteorites in the starry sky can be seen.
Is it hidden in this starry sky?
With a thought in his heart, Yang Mucheng's spiritual thought surged forward. Sure enough, he noticed something was wrong in the space in front of him.
Everyone, follow me!
At this moment, Qin Tianlan still led people to the starry sky. She took out a seal made of full-body jade from her arms and offered it to the front. Suddenly, the seal burst into jade light. Suddenly, The void trembled, and the starry sky in front of him suddenly changed. The space seemed to be torn apart by someone. Under a burst of rumbling sound, a gap was suddenly torn open.
Hidden among the stars? Is there such a unique space in this area?
Everyone looked towards this cracked space, and saw that this space was actually a bright space, with debris of stars floating everywhere in it. It was obviously caused by battles in ancient times. Yang Muchung hurriedly poured into it with his spiritual thoughts, and then discovered that the space in the mysterious area was surprisingly large, completely beyond his imagination.
This is the space that was torn apart during the battle between humans and vampires in ancient times. It's just that the space will be repaired automatically, so the entrance to this space will heal.
Qin Tianlan explained to everyone. To put it simply, this mysterious space is like digging a cellar into the soil and covering it with a thin layer of soil. Qin Tianlan used a large seal to tear open this space again, so the entrance was exposed. Suddenly, everyone entered the mysterious area one after another. Yang Muchung followed closely and entered.
What a big space!
After stepping into it, Yang Muchung couldn't help but exclaimed. This area seems to be like a second world. From a distance, it looks endless.
Only those who are powerful in the One Yuan realm can break the space and form a huge hole. In their eyes, the stars in the universe have all become ants. My Xianming Han Mars stars are in this area, the depths of space.
Seeing that everyone had entered this space, Qin Tianlan said loudly,
We will form a group of 5 and explore this starry sky separately. After a month, we will gather in this area. If you find anything, release the signal immediately.
Immediately, Yang Muchung, Qin Tianlan, Xin Tao, and 2 other foreign warriors formed a team of 5 and went deep into the depths of the void. The entire mysterious space is like a cemetery. In addition to the debris of the stars, there are even some broken soldiers, abandoned armor, and broken limbs floating in the starry sky. As early as departure, Xin Tao had already released 3 sky demons. This sky demon was only the size of a palm and flew extremely fast. It almost flew out of his hand.
This is a sky demon used for reconnaissance. It has no combat effectiveness, but it is extremely fast.
Seeing Yang Muchung's confused eyes, Xin Tao quickly explained. Not long after, a sky demon flew back.
There's an asteroid ahead,
Xin Tao said hurriedly. When everyone heard this, they immediately went there. Sure enough, after flying rapidly for a moment, he saw an asteroid about 100 kilometers suspended in the void. However, only half of the asteroid is left. This half is covered with mountains and rivers and remains intact. As for the other half, Yang Muchung didn't see it, and it must have been shattered in ancient times.
Look!
Suddenly, a burst of exclamation came from the team, once again attracting everyone's attention. Among the stars, there is half a corpse's remains. The remains are wearing a pair of black dragon armor and look very majestic. However, the piece of black dragon armor seemed to have been punched through by someone, and punch marks and cracks were faintly visible.
I'm going to get this armor, and you guys will keep watch for me.
Qin Tianlan glanced at everyone, then immediately turned around and flew towards the asteroid. Yang Muchung made a buzz sound and swept his spiritual thoughts in all directions to guard against any sudden attack. At this moment, the surroundings quieted down, leaving only the soft sound of flowing water on the asteroid. But it was also at this moment that a powerful aura seemed to suddenly awaken. And the location where this powerful aura awakened was exactly the half-skeletal remains.
Laugh!
A roiling flame erupted directly from the hollow skull in the remains of the corpse. Sin and soul fire fell directly on Qin Tianlan like 2 eyes through the withered eye sockets. Chapter 1698 Low-Grade Super Heaven Level.
Not good!
This sudden scene was beyond everyone's imagination. As the remains of the corpse came to life, a powerful force suddenly covered the void like lightning. This force, like the strong gravity in an asteroid, quietly wrapped around the bodies of the 5 people. Qin Tianlan, who was closest to the asteroid, was the first to bear the brunt.
Call!
Qin Tianlan, who was flying slowly downward, fell out of control like a kite with its string broken. And at the same time, the remains of the corpse also let out a roar at the same time, and suddenly pointed towards the sky with its big hand. Immediately, the sinister energy covering the asteroid gathered rapidly, forming a sinister white bone palm, which fiercely grabbed Qin Tianlan.
Miss!
Xin Tao shouted in silence. But it was too late to take action at this time, and everyone could only watch the stern white bone palm grabbing Qin Tianlan. However, just when Qin Tianlan was about to be caught by the bone palm, Yang Muchung, who, like Qin Tao and others, was standing outside the asteroid to look out for the wind, suddenly disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he had already flashed in front of Qin Tianlan. With a hook of his right hand, he held Qin Tianlan in his arms, raised his palm, and struck away. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking explosion sounded loudly. The bone-white palm was directly chopped into pieces under Yang Muchung's palm. Roar! The remains of the corpse let out a roar, with flames in its eyes, and its claws grabbed at Yang Muchung like they were holding the sky. As soon as he lifted it, the evil spirit of the void was like boiling water, and instantly turned into thousands of bone spears, shrouding Yang Muchung like dense rain. Duo! Yang Muchung snorted coldly and pointed his right hand forward. Immediately, the aura around his body turned rapidly and turned into a sword, slashing in the air. Bah! The infinite bone spear, under this sword, split into two halves like a tide. Yang Muchung grabbed Qin Tianlan and retreated, already using void transit again to retreat. Master Yang, thank you. Escaping between life and death, recalling Yang Muchung's resolute stance before, Qin Tianlan's face suddenly showed a hint of shyness and rosy color. Is this the case every time you hunt for treasure? Yang Muchung looked at the half of the corpse in the asteroid and couldn't help but ask. Yes. Qin Tianlan nodded. Most of these corpses will have some magic weapons, and armor on them. It must be impressive to be able to maintain the same armor for so many years. Yang Muchung smiled and said, Ah! The warriors who can wear these armors have a good status. They are not stiff even when they die, and maybe they can transform into Bone Clan, Ghost Clan, Corpse Clan. Qin Tianlan nodded. Everyone looked at the remains of the corpse on the asteroid and saw that the bones had been cut off at the waist, leaving only rows of ribs. The spine was stuck to the ground, like a fallen tree taking root. Half of the body was integrated with the asteroid and could not escape. At this moment, this skeleton was staring at everyone with eyes full of fire. As long as you defeat him, you can get this armor. Qin Tianlan took a deep look at Yang Muchung and said, I didn't expect this skeleton to wake up suddenly. Now that I'm prepared, I can naturally deal with it. Good. Yang Muchung nodded. The strength of this skeletal remains is only about half-step high, and it is also rooted in the asteroid, so it is greatly restricted. Qin Tianlan's strength can naturally deal with this skeleton. Even if he couldn't, he was still there. Boom! This time, Qin Tianlan rushed out and quickly flew towards the asteroid. Roar! When the skeletons discovered that the other party actually dared to charge forward again, they immediately fell into a rage. It let out a roar, and a pair of formidable white bone claws violently rose up. In an instant, the evil energy on the entire asteroid began to stir wildly, turning into a huge cage that fiercely covered Qin Tianlan. Chang! Qin Tianlan clasped his right hand, quickly grabbed a green long sword, and plunged into it. There was a fierce battle. The asteroid simply couldn't withstand the battle between the two sides, and it fell apart, and the bones and remains were also crushed into powder. Of course, the Black Dragon armor also fell into Qin Tianlan's hands. Low-grade Super Heaven level armor. Qin Tianlan's eyes lit up. The Super Heaven level is also divided into upper, middle and lower grades? Yang Muchung asked doubtfully. It's natural. There are differences between super celestial weapons. Some are strong and some are weak. Naturally, they are also divided into grades, Qin Tianlan said. After hearing Qin Tianlan's explanation, Yang Muchung understood. His 3 seals of the God of War can be regarded as low-grade Super Heaven level skills, and the 3 swords of return have reached the mid-level. Yang Muchung had never heard of this division in the starry sky controlled by the 7 clans. However, when he thought about it again, he felt that it was normal. After all, the beings who were chasing the vampires back then were all the strongest people of the human race. The existences used by the vampires to resist the pursuit of the human race are also some of the strongest. This type of person naturally knows all kinds of martial arts and controls the most powerful techniques in the starry sky. But who knew that they would both die together in this battle, and their martial arts skills would be lost? There are already very few Super Heaven level martial arts skills, and there are even fewer of them. How can one distinguish between upper, middle, and lower levels? However, although this armor is of super celestial level, it is also broken. Even if it is repaired, the protective power will be greatly reduced. At most, it can only be regarded as mid-grade of heaven level armor. Qin Tianlan's beautiful eyes lit up. Not long after entering this mysterious area, she was able to get a good piece of armor, which made her feel good. After taking a look at Yang Mucheng, Qin Tianlan said,
Master Yang, don't worry. I have already notified the other teams. Once they find the stars of Xianming Hanhua, they will send out a signal. Thank you.
Yang Mucheng nodded. At this moment, the team moved forward again. After this experience of corpses and remains, I met a lot of ghosts. However, the strength of these ghosts was not too strong, and they did not bring any obstacles to everyone. So they were killed easily. And the weapons, magic weapons, etc. they use are not of a very high level. After all, for the most powerful people in ancient times, even they could not regard super celestial weapons as cabbage on the street. Everywhere. After not finding much, just when everyone was about to return home, they saw another star. The aura of this star is so abundant that it is unimaginable. Without any hesitation, a few people quickly sneaked into the star. Chapter 1699 Jade Bottle. Dragonfish.
Such abundant spiritual energy.
After entering this star, everyone couldn't help but let out a long breath. To know, the mysterious area exists in the rift of time and space. Because it is completely blocked, the spiritual energy here is very exhausted. Instead, there is evil spirit, demonic energy. Demonic energy. This kind of chaotic atmosphere is certainly not dangerous to warriors. But it's like amphibians coming to the desert. It's not very comfortable after all. Now entering this star, everyone just feels as if they are soaking in a hot spring. And the hundreds of thousands of pores all over the body are involuntarily stretched.
The aura in these stars is so rich. There must be something fishy.
Yang Mu became enlightened. Immediately, everyone immediately started searching. Sure enough, a discovery was soon made.
Master Yang, a white lake was discovered in the center of this star. All the spiritual energy in the entire star came from that lake.
Qin Tao said. What? This sentence even surprised Yang Mucheng. What kind of lake is it that can spread spiritual energy throughout the stars? Qin Tianlan and others were also puzzled and hurried towards the stars. On the highest peak of the star, everyone discovered this lake. As expected, as Qin Tao said, the lake water is as milky white and exudes pure and huge spiritual energy. The spiritual mist visible to the naked eye is constantly emitting from the lake and spreading towards every corner of the star.
Look!
Another person in the team shouted.
In the middle of the lake, there is a bottle.
Everyone looked around quickly. I saw a stone platform in the middle of the lake. On the stone platform was a porcelain white vase with a long narrow mouth. The vase was tilted there, and the lake water continued to flow from the mouth of the vase, splashing into the lake. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little surprised.
Oh my God! Is it possible that all the spiritual energy in this star flows from this jade bottle? How big is the space in this jade bottle?
For hundreds of millions of years, this jade bottle has been tilted here, and the water has not flowed out for such a long time. This is really terrifying. I am afraid that this bottle contains at least hundreds of seawater from the ocean.
This jade bottle is at least a mid-grade super heaven level magic weapon. Otherwise, there would be no such terrifying space.
Qin Tianlan spoke out.
Bring this jade bottle and take a look and you will know.
Wu Long and the team shouted. Boom! He practices the heavenly thunder and earth fire technique. And he is impatient and has a bad temper. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and flew forward.
Idiot!
Seeing Wu Long's actions, Yang Mucheng frowned and couldn't help shouting. How could this jade bottle have been left here for so long without being discovered? Maybe it has already been occupied by someone. How could such an impulsive desire to take away the jade bottle not trigger a secret attack?
Did I guess wrong?
Seeing that Wu Long had already rushed to the top of the stone platform in an instant, and was about to grab the jade bottle in his hand, but there was still no secret presence, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but frown. Just when he was doubting, he caught a glimpse of the calm lake from the corner of his eye, and his pupils suddenly closed.
Quickly retreat!
Yang Mucheng shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a shocking sound of waves erupted from the lake. A huge ichthyosaur with golden scales all over its body, and two dragon horns surged out of the lake quickly like a dragon emerging from the water. And its huge tail swept fiercely towards Wu Long. This Wu Long is also a good player. There is a gilded black fan stuck on the back of his neck, which is as tall as two people, facing the giant tail of the arowana attacking. He raised the gilded black fan and blasted forward.
Call!
As soon as the fan started blowing up, the wind was strong, and a huge tornado was set off on the top of the mountain. And it rushed directly towards the dragonfish. And the dragonfish was also in the process of tumbling. Its whole body full of demonic power. Surging rapidly. Condensed into a trident hundreds of feet. And killed directly. Boom! A violent explosion sounded loudly. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the demonic trident directly tore apart the tornado and blasted towards Wulong with unabated force. Wulong was horrified and hurriedly swung the gold-plated fan in his hand to block it. He saw the golden light erupting wantonly, and Wulong took the blow of the dragonfish forcefully. Suddenly, his body was shaken, as if struck by lightning, and his whole body was directly blasted down from the mountain. Looking around, he could see a huge ravine like a dragon swimming and a snake moving.
Great Sky Demon!
Seeing the overwhelming power erupted by this arowana, everyone couldn't help shouting. I saw. The body of the dragonfish turned quietly in midair and floated around the lake, looking at everyone with a vigilant face. And its posture is clearly guarding this jade bottle. It has obviously regarded this jade bottle as its own possession and does not allow outsiders to obtain it.
It seems that this dragonfish has been living in this lake for who knows how long, and its cultivation has even reached the Tai realm. As long as it is there, it will not be that easy for us to obtain this jade bottle.
Qin Tianlan said calmly.
Just kill it!
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes, looked back at Qin Tianlan and said,
I will kill this arowana for you, and the spiritual water in this lake belongs to me. Good.
Qin Tianlan condensed for a moment and nodded. When entering this mysterious area, everyone had already agreed on income according to work, and Yang Mucheng's request was not excessive.
How can we help you?
Qin Tianlan asked.
As long as the assistance is no longer needed, I can still deal with this dragonfish with my strength. But once the fight starts, I can't stop it. If I break the star in half, not only will the lake disappear, but the jade bottle will also be broken. I need you to take away the jade bottle before I fight this dragonfish, and then collect the water from this lake.
Yang Mu became enlightened. For Yang Mucheng, the spiritual water in this lake can be used not only to improve his cultivation, but also to advance the body of the white tiger. The value is on that jade bottle. The dragonfish obviously regards the jade bottle as its own and does not allow anyone to infect it. If a war really breaks out, the jade bottle is broken, and the spiritual water dries up. Wouldn't it be a waste of effort?
Good.
Qin Tianlan nodded heavily. After the words fell, Yang Mucheng exhaled a breath and walked forward slowly. The dragonfish that had previously driven Wulong away was playing in the lake. When he felt Yang Mucheng coming towards him, he immediately stopped and looked straight at Yang Mucheng with his eyes filled with vigilance. Chapter 1700 got it.
Give up the jade bottle, and I will spare your life.
Looking at the dragonfish, Yang Mucheng walked forward step by step.
Boom!
Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, arowana suddenly fell into rage. Its huge body twisted violently, causing a wave of water thousands of feet high to rise in the mountain lake. In the rolling waves, its demonic aura surged to the extreme. At the same time, a terrifying coercion swept out quickly and surged in all directions. This pressure was filled with anger and murderous intent. For the dragonfish, this jade bottle is its personal belongings, and no one is allowed to covet it. If anyone dares to rob it, it will kill them.
It seems that you have made your choice.
Yang Mucheng shook his head. Boom! Anger flashed in the eyes of the dragonfish, and the huge fish tail slapped the lake's surface hard. And it was like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss. And it was killing Yang Mucheng. At the same time, the terrifying evil spirit swept in all directions at the same time. Immediately, the two sides collided fiercely. The two sides fought desperately and shockingly. And when they collided, there were loud explosions. During the battle, Yang Mucheng discovered that the dragonfish was even more powerful than Tang Wenyu, whom he had killed before. He did not even use real means, but was suppressed by the dragonfish. And the dragonfish was even more furious. It didn't expect that even with all its strength, it couldn't kill this boy at the peak of the cave world, and could only barely suppress him.
Quick!
Qin Tianlan looked at the battlefield and immediately turned into a hurricane and rushed towards the lake. Without any hesitation, she grabbed the jade bottle on the lake. This jade vase is smaller and more delicate than ordinary vases at home. But with Qin Tianlan's half-step tight cultivation, he could barely pick up the jade vase. It wasn't until she exhausted all her strength that she lifted the jade bottle.
What a heavy jade bottle!
Qin Tianlan could not hide the horror in her eyes. Holding this jade bottle in her hands, She felt like she was holding 3 mountains and 5 mountains.
You must suck up this spiritual water quickly. Otherwise, Master Yang will not be able to use his hands and feet.
With a secret thought in his heart, Qin Tianlan slapped the jade bottle with his right hand, and a shocking suction force suddenly erupted from the mouth of the bottle. The shaking lake water jumped violently, rolling up a big wave and throwing it towards the jade bottle. That little jade bottle was really magical. In just one breath, half of the water in the entire lake was sucked away like a whale sucking water.
What?
Arowana, who was fighting with Yang Mucheng, suddenly heard the sound of water and looked down sharply. This is incredible. The originally full lake has almost dried up, leaving only a shallow layer. Moreover, the lake water did not last long and was completely sucked away by the jade bottle like a kitten licking water.
I am going to kill you!
The dragonfish roared. Its giant tail slapped the void, and immediately turned into a golden arrow, shooting towards Qin Tianlan.
Your opponent is me!
Yang Mucheng stepped forward and stopped in front of Long Yu. Seeing this young man in black robe reappearing, a trace of anger flashed in Arawana's eyes. This boy who was pressed down and beaten by him actually dared to stop him. For a moment, anger arose in his heart. It twisted its body suddenly, and its hundreds of meters long fish body headed directly towards Yang Mucheng and crushed him hard. It planned to kill Yang Mucheng first, and then hunt down Qin Tianlan.
Snort!
Seeing Qin Tianlan take away the jade bottle and the spiritual water, Yang Mucheng snorted coldly. He suppressed his cultivation and pretended to be invincible just to attract the attention of dragonfish. Nowadays, naturally you should no longer hide your cultivation. Boom! In an instant, the suppressed cultivation was suddenly released, sweeping in all directions. The overwhelming power surged out as if it had found an outlet. This monstrous burst of cultivation actually surpassed and crushed the dragonfish in an instant. Dragonfish, who was originally full of anger, suddenly felt a trace of horror in his eyes when he felt this shocking inner energy. But it still bravely swung its body and smashed towards Yang Mucheng from top to bottom.
Boom!
There was a loud sound, and the Arowana was punched by Yang Mucheng, and it was smashed directly from midair into the empty lake.
Boom!
In the muddy lake, a huge splash of mud splashed up. The handsome Arowana was suddenly covered in mud and looked extremely embarrassed. The scales on his body were completely shattered, and blood flowed down his body, dyeing the ground a bright red.
Master Yang, we got it!
Qin Tianlan held the jade bottle and shouted excitedly to Yang Mucheng.
Give me back my jade bottle!
Seeing this scene, the dragonfish became even more furious, and its body violently writhed, emitting endless evil aura. During the turmoil of the billowing demonic energy, a terrifying gust of wind suddenly arose. A trident larger than the one that had previously driven back Wulong was directly formed in the shocking gust of wind, and then headed towards Yang Mucheng. Qin Tianlan, Xin Tao, Wulong and others coming with a blast. This angry blow even shattered the space, crushing them in front of everyone without any space. Yang Mucheng chuckled, raised his hand, and swept it away. Naturally, the dragonfish was not willing to have its treasure taken away, so it screamed and came to kill again. Previously, Yang Mucheng was worried about the jade bottle, so he didn't take action with all his strength. Now that I have no scruples, I will naturally not hold anything back. Qin Tianlan and others immediately joined the battle group, especially Wulong, who fanned his gilded black fan. The wind blades sliced away like steel knives, striking out from the golden scales of the dragonfish. There were patches of fire, with the 5 people joining forces. This dragonfish was no match. It was killed in a short time. As for this star with rich spiritual energy, it was also beaten to pieces, and everyone could only find another meteorite as a foothold.
Master Yang, this is the jade bottle.
Qin Tianlan took out the jade bottle, and Yang Mucheng took it with his hand. His expression suddenly changed like Qin Tianlan's before. But after all, he is a 5-element spirit body, so powerful. Even though this jade bottle is as heavy as 3 mountains, it can be held it will like a feather in his hand.
What a rich water element! These water elements can allow me to raise the body of a white tiger to the peak at once.
Feeling the power in the jade bottle, Yang Mucheng was overjoyed.
Master Yang, do you want to practice?
Seeing Yang Mucheng's thoughts, Qin Tianlan hurriedly said,
In that case, you can practice here, and we will protect the law for you. This time, we have got a lot of treasures from you. Then I'll be disrespectful.
Yang Mucheng nodded. After all, the exploration in this mysterious area has just begun, and he needs stronger power. So far, he has not found the star of Xianning Hanhua. It must be that the star is still deeper in this area. He must improve his strength as quickly as possible. Looking at the jade bottle in his hand, Yang Muchun let out a breath.
Here we go!
The next moment, his pupils opened angrily, and light burst out from his pupils.